Demon Slayer, Blacksmith Self-Cultivation. Chapter 1. In the middle of the cold winter night, when it was snowing heavily, a remote bungalow was still brightly lit, and there were constant knocking sounds coming from the house. There are all kinds of ironware on the milky white shelves around the house, and there is not even a place to stay in the small room. Brush. The man picked up a newly forged sun wheel knife beside him, and hacked down on a wooden dummy beside him. He looked at the shallow knife marks on the dummy, then shook his head again and again. Only its shape, not its power. No, no, no. The man's name is Wang He, a well-known blacksmith in this area. He is 31 years old and still single. He has an almost perverted obsession with forging, and what he is most proud of is the special batch of works on the shelf by the window. Monster sword. Red tassel. Skylock Zanyu. Iron broken tooth. Black sword. Interpreter. Grass pheasant sword. But for those who don't know the goods, it's just a pile of scrap iron, which is more practical than making an iron basin. Wang He has long been accustomed to this. In addition to ordinary contact odd jobs, he is also a senior lover of two sting apes. Every time Wang He watches an anime, he can't help but build a weapon of his favorite character to commemorate it. He turned on the blower under him to the maximum, put on thick gloves on both hands, and held a special iron tongs, and put the sun wheel knife in front of him back into the calcination furnace. For a moment, a burst of fiery anger only came towards Wang He's face. Without any hesitation, he took the opportunity to quickly put the sun wheel knife into the calc inner. After Wang He finished these and sat on a small bench on one side, he yawned, feeling unprecedented fatigue all over his body. This is also why he tried to make a one-to-one replica of the sun wheel knife on a whim while watching the anime Demon Slayer, Blade. From the selection of materials to the design drawings, he has not closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. Looking at the sun wheel knife in the forge that had started to burn red, Wang He's vision gradually blurred. He just wanted to rub his eyes with his hands, but found that his body was no longer in control. Wang He couldn't help being startled. He felt dizzy for a while, and then fell straight down. In a small iron box beside him, there was still a small amount of coal slowly disappearing with a trace of green smoke. Brother Takeo, don't sleep. Get up quickly. Wang He only felt a pair of small hands gently pushing his shoulders. He slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was a little girl in pink clothes looking at him worriedly, and an invisible memory was imprinted in Wang He's mind in an instant. Hanako, I'm sorry, brother fell asleep again. Wang He looked at the little girl named Hanako in front of him, and his expression was a little inexplicably excited. This turned out to be the world of Demon Slayer. And Wang He's current identity is a little boy named Takeo, and besides him, there are 5 other children in this family. Hanako, brother Tanjiro is leaving, hurry up. Outside the door, a little boy with a round head in blue clothes trotted all the way into the house, urging Takeo's Hanako to wake him up. Mao, wait for me. Brother Takeo, let's go. Hanako smiled mischievously, pulled Takeo who was still in a daze and ran out of the house. There was a gust of cold wind blowing outside the house, and the road was completely buried by thick snow. Every step forward, the soft snow would be sunk a foot deep. At this moment, Takeo saw his mother, Aoie Kamatu, wiping Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro in front of him was carrying a bamboo basket full of coal. Brother Tanjiro, take me, take me. Hanako and Shigeru were obviously more excited, their little faces were blushing, and they looked at brother Tanjiro expectantly in front of them. The family's livelihood depends on selling coal, and the snowy day is the best time to sell coal. No. Tanjiro smiled and stroked Hanako's head, his eyes were extraordinarily gentle. But Tanjiro-san, Hanako will help. Yes. Brother Tanjiro, Shigeru will obediently take me with him. Looking at his younger siblings, Tanjiro could only respond with an apologetic expression. This time Hanako and Shigeru stay and take care of the house. Oh. Can't you? Tanjiro looked at the 2 disappointed faces, and could only kneel down to comfort them. He stroked the heads of the 2 of them and said, it's very cold outside, and even the trucks loaded in the snow can't go out. Don't worry, wait for me to come back. I will bring you a lot of delicious food. Really? Brother Tanjiro. When Maui heard the food, his eyes were like steaming little stars, and he danced and danced on the spot. Brother Tanjiro is the best. Takeo, you will be the biggest here after I leave, take care of your younger siblings. Understood brother Tanjiro, that Takeo, if you don't have enough firewood, just chop some, and wait for me to come back. Tanjiro walked towards Takeo who was standing behind Hanako, raised his hand casually, and was about to give Takeo a gentle pat on the head. Brother Tanjiro, don't act like this. Takeo on the side backed away again and again. A man in his 30s was still not used to being touched like this. Good. Be obedient. Brother Takeo, you're shy. Mao on the side said carelessly, even Hanako laughed out loud. Nezuko. Tanjiro looked at the last girl holding the little boy and said. Brother, go early and come back early, everyone doesn't want to be separated from you. Tanjiro just smiled slightly, and touched the little boy in Nezuko's arms. Rokuta, I'm already asleep, otherwise I'm sure I'm going to cry and make a fuss again. Tanjiro looked at the family members who were standing together, and waved goodbye to them one by one. Brother Tanjiro, come back soon. Understood. Looking at Tanjiro's back as he walked further and further away, Takeo couldn't help feeling a little scared. After all, he still knows a little about the plot of Demon Slayer. The evil spirits will attack their hut tonight, and it will be a very terrible disaster. Nezuko, Hanako, Shigeru, hurry home and close the door. Takeo said loudly, although it might wake Rokuta who just fell asleep, but this is the last thing he can do now. Mother Komatoki didn't quite understand, but she didn't say anything after seeing Takeo's appearance. After all, it's easy to catch cold outside in snowy weather. Seeing the rest of the people entered the room, Takeo felt a little relieved. He took out a wooden axe from the back kitchen, and then weighed it in his hand. The weight is indeed a bit heavy, but for a blacksmith who has been forging iron all year round, this weight is nothing, but his strength is still weak now. A lot of firewood was piled up on one side of the house. Takeo brushed off the snow on it, and picked out some large pieces of firewood. He moved his body in this life, picked up an axe and chopped at the large piece of wood. Hurry up, hurry up. Takeo kept urging himself, because he didn't have much time to prepare. Chapter 2. After about an hour, Takeo managed to chop the firewood into 7s and 8s. His little hands were red from the cold due to the snow, and his body trembled involuntarily, and white mist spewed out of his mouth from time to time. It's finally finished, I hope everything is safe tonight. Takeo said silently. He picked up the firewood, picked a few thicker and stronger ones for the fire, and brought the rest to the house in batches. When I came into the house, my body felt warm all of a sudden. I could vaguely hear the crackling of firewood in the fire, and smell the aroma of sweet potatoes from time to time. Brother Takeo, come here quickly, Mom baked a lot of sweet potatoes, they are delicious. Mao said mischievously while picking up a baked sweet potato. Takeo put the firewood aside, looked at his younger siblings, and became a little dazed. His parents divorced when he was very young, and he basically didn't feel the warmth of his family. But after traveling to this world, he knew that he was not alone. Takeo couldn't help clenching his fists tightly, and drops of dense blood dripped from the wound on his palm, dripping on the firewood. Takeo, what happened to your hand? Nezuko walked towards Takeo quickly, picked up her embroidered handkerchief, and gently wiped the wound on Takeo's hand. Because the wound was touched, Takeo couldn't help grinning, and Takeo, who was a little dazed just now, woke up. Sister Nezuko, I'm fine, I just went out to chop firewood, and I accidentally scratched my hand with the corner of the firewood. Takeo said comfortingly. Seeing Nezuko's worried expression, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback. This kind of blood affection was something he had never felt before. It's okay, if you don't believe me, look. Takeo quickly withdrew his injured hand, rubbed his head, and let out a hearty laugh. But in the next second, he almost fainted, and his rosy face instantly turned pale. Takeo secretly yelled that it was not good. This blood sickness problem could not be corrected after transmigration. It seemed to be more serious than before. Nezuko looked at the sluggish Takeo, and couldn't help feeling worried again. Sister Nezuko, I'm fine, maybe it's because I didn't eat in the morning, I'm a little hungry. Takeo forced a smile to comfort Nezuko who was always worried about her. Hearing Takeo's explanation, Nezuko felt relieved. But in the next second, Takeo, who was still standing there, fell straight down. Takeo woke up again, it was already dusk. Looking at the sky that was getting dark, he secretly yelled that something was wrong. He got up quickly and started to work. Doors, windows, roofs, or vents that can interact with the outside world are all nailed with thick wood. His mother, Komatoki, also asked about the reason why Takeo did this, but Takeo prevaricated everything by saying the house is ventilated and not warm. Nezuko fell in love with Takeo, who was in full swing, and a big question arose in his heart: has Takeo been hit by something? Takeo worked harder and harder, and kept busy until dark amidst the astonished expressions of his family. At night, the family is close to the warm and big stove, with sweet potatoes that have been roasted black on top, and the room exudes the aroma of sweet potatoes. Mother Komatoki picked out a few sweet potatoes that were almost roasted, carefully peeled off the outer skin, and handed the yellow sweet potato inside to the youngest child, Rokuta. Perhaps it was because the roasting had just finished, everyone laughed when seeing Mrs. Lu wanting to eat but not daring to eat it. After dinner, Mother Komatoki lit a candle and placed it in front of the table. She looked through the window, and the wanton wind and snow became rampant again. At any rate, the gaps between the doors and windows were boarded up, and the sound of the cold wind blowing could not be heard inside the house. Mother Komatoe became even more worried about her child Tanjiro. Brother Takeo, is what you said true? Is it true that Brother Tanjiro won't be coming back tonight? Hanako and Shigeru leaned on the window one by one and looked out the window, while pouted to Takeo. Yeah, you two should go to bed earlier, Brother Tanjiro has already told me that he will spend the night outside tonight. Takeo was also a little helpless, looking at the somewhat disappointed brother and sister, he could only speak comfortingly. In fact, he wasn't sure if the plot was the same as in the anime, but it's better to be careful, after all, he couldn't help if he encountered a demon with his body. Tonight is destined to be uneventful. There are 5 brothers and sisters, Rokuta went to bed early when she was too young, plus Hanako and Shigeru, only Takeo and Nezuko are left, and mother is still waiting eagerly. The cold wind outside the house intensified, constantly hitting the doors and windows. Takeo looked at the main entrance facing the outside of the house, it was the place where it was not nailed to death because of his mother's every possible way to prevent it. But if you think about it, if you really want to lock the main gate to death, Tanjiro's expression must be very interesting. He listened to the wind and snow blowing outside the house, and as time went by, a trace of drowsiness gradually came to his mind. Bang bang bang! There was a rapid knocking sound at the door, and Takeo's heart rose to the point of his throat. The mother whispered with some complaints, her tone was full of worry for her son Tanjiro. She got up quickly and went to the door. Mom, you can't open the door, go back. Takeo's voice couldn't help raising a few decibels, but the mother who was going to open the door in the distance just stood there for a moment, and her hand had already stopped on the rotary handle instinctively, and opened the door. Gg. What? Mom. Although Takeo had predicted that the demons would attack here tonight, but when faced with all this, the fear from his heart could not stop his body from trembling. It was a ferocious demon, his eyes radiated a frightening fierce light, he threw his mother's Komatoki to the ground, swallowed the blood basin in one gulp, and the gushing blood flowed out unstoppably. Takeo watched his mother's body being torn in half, and there was no movement in the blink of an eye, only the wind and snow outside the house roaring wantonly. Blood, blood! In an instant, various negative emotions prevailed, fear of helplessness and self-blame. Takeo's brain went blank, the bright red blood, the body's instinctive legs became weak, and a strong sense of fainting hit him. Takeo, take your brothers and sisters and run. Run! Nezuko, who was closest to the demon, said loudly while holding back her grief, and picked up the stool next to her and directly hit the evil demon's face. Boom! Perhaps it was stimulated by the blood just now, the evil demon became very excited, bit off one of Nezuko's arms, pierced her lower abdomen with his palm, and threw Nezuko to the wall like throwing garbage. The evil demon's sharp claws were covered with Nezuko's blood, and the scarlet tongue was constantly licking, full of pleasure. Elder sister. Takeo strengthened his will, and saw his sister Nezuko fell to the ground injured under the claws of the evil spirit, showing resentment, shouting loudly, but his body was as heavy as a shot put and could not move. Chapter 3. Rokuta, the youngest child in the back room, seemed to be frightened by the sound just now, and burst into tears, while Hanako and Shigeru, who had already remembered, gradually woke up from their sleep. It turns out there are a few more in the house. The evil demon let out a piercing and weird laugh, and walked towards the inner room with heavy steps, and the floor made a creaking sound. Something must be done. When Takeo saw the evil spirit walking towards the back room just now, he seemed to have anticipated the terrible encounter of his younger siblings. The little ones in the house were scared silly because a hideous humanoid monster was watching them. Noisy. The evil demon saw a few little demons crying on the Kong, and prepared to eat them raw. You dare! Takeo's eyes were red and bloodshot. Relying on willpower, he rushed to the table, picked up the half-burned candle on the table, and burned it to his arm. For a while, bursts of burning sensation spread through every cell in Takeo. Takeo clenched his teeth, the burning sensation temporarily suppressed the dizziness, and the body instantly woke up. Stop the evil spirits for me, go die. He trotted, picked up the axe for chopping wood, and slashed at the arm of the evil spirit, but was kicked directly to the corner by the evil spirit. His entire body seemed to be falling apart, and Takeo grinned in pain. It's not over, it's not over. Takeo stood up tremblingly again with the help of the corner of the wall. Surprisingly, the evil spirit didn't bother the two children anymore. The white embroidered handkerchief in Takeo's hand fell to the ground, and the newly scabbed wound opened again, bleeding. The evil demon's eyes were full of greed. He looked at Takeo in front of him, with a bloody tongue, as if he saw a peerless delicacy and couldn't restrain his heart. Thin blood is actually thin blood. The evil spirits secretly rejoiced for their luck. Humans with thin blood were worth 100 times more food than ordinary humans, and these evil spirits gradually became stronger as they ate more humans. The evil demon secretly planned that if he ate this human being, maybe with his current demon power, he could rise to another level, and maybe he could directly advance to the ranks of the 12 demon moons. Takeo watched the evil spirit gradually approaching him. He breathed a sigh of relief, at least his younger siblings were safe. Don't run away, kid, I will taste your flesh and blood very tenderly. GGG. The evil demon's words made Takeo feel chills, his eyes were full of greed, and he rushed towards the place where Takeo was. Seeing the evil spirits rushing towards him, Takeo's strong desire to survive allowed him to overcome his timidity and fear and meet the evil spirits face to face. The evil demon secretly rejoiced in his heart as he watched the prey galloping towards him. The evil demon's bone palm stretched out several sharp claws, and in the next second, Takeo would be torn into pieces by the claws. Come on, it's time. Takeo gritted his teeth and sprinted forward desperately, but at the critical moment, his mind was extraordinarily clear. Move the center of gravity down and take an accelerated slide, disappearing from the sight of the evil demon. How is this possible? Looking at the prey that disappeared out of thin air, the evil spirit couldn't help feeling angry. Come on, don't you want to eat me? I'm here. Takeo's teasing voice came from outside the house. It turned out that Takeo used his body advantage to pass through the evil demon's crotch. In fact, Takeo can take the opportunity to escape, but he really can't do it because of his family. Little devil, how dare you play me, you are courting death. In fact, Takeo was really betting right. The evil demon didn't look at the humans in the house at all, but directly turned around and chased in the direction where Takeo was. It seems that his flesh and blood are more attractive to demon's force. Seeing the evil spirit rushing towards him, Takeo immediately ran away. As long as he waited until dawn, he would be safe. In the pitch-black night, there is a vast expanse of whiteness as far as the eye can see. Takeo could only bite the bullet and run forward. His feet stepped on the soft snow. He had already lost consciousness, relying on his own willpower to support himself. Perhaps it was due to the evil spirit eating human flesh, but the speed was several times faster than Takeo's. Haha, where are you going? Not good. Takeo secretly screamed that it was not good. He only felt his body lighten, and the scene in front of him was upside down, but he didn't know that one of his feet had been lifted up by the evil spirit like a chicken. He struggled desperately. The evil demon's sharp claws were embedded in the flesh and blood of his calf. The more he struggled, the deeper the sharp claws penetrated. The evil demon opened its mouth full of stench, and Takeo's blood dripped into the evil demon's mouth, and he swallowed with joy in his eyes. The kid is over. The evil demon imagined that he swallowed it in one gulp, and the feeling of the little demon in front of him bursting in his mouth was exciting even thinking about it. Takeo clenched the axe in his hand and decided to fight to the death. He watched the evil spirit gradually relax his vigilance, swung his big hand forward, and the hand axe slammed one of the evil spirit's eyes directly. Ding! The marvelous demon value plus 100. The system prompt sounded in Takeo's mind, but he had no time to take care of it. The pain-eating demon directly crushed Takeo's left arm with his big hands. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, waves of pain hit him like waves, and Takeo's pale face was full of haggardness. The strong dizziness made him unable to distinguish whether it was illusion or reality, or he was just having a dream. Is it over? His consciousness gradually became blurred, and the strength in his hands gradually weakened with the passage of life. His fingers slowly loosened, and the axe for chopping wood fell to the ground. Boom! A blinding light erupted from the ordinary axe. Ding! If the host's unconsciousness is detected, the system will automatically carry out humanitarian rescue. Young adventurer. My name is Tubo. Did you drop a golden axe or a silver axe just now, or this iron axe? The original ordinary axe gradually condensed into a phantom. Takeo only felt a ray of sunshine appearing in the originally cold world. It was a shabby-looking old man, holding 3 axes in his hand and smiling at Takeo, as if waiting for him to make a choice. People always say that some unrealistic illusions will appear when a person is dying, but now Takeo is no longer even a flashback. Drop you sister. Takeo completely lost his consciousness after uttering 3 words with disdain. Boy, you haven't answered my question yet, my work is not finished yet. Tubo stomped his feet angrily. What's wrong with this world? Tubo looked at his declining performance year by year, and if he couldn't complete the questionnaire, he could be regarded as the end of Tubo. Recalling the scenery when I was Hebo, how can I imagine that now I am humble, and people don't like me? You dare! Tubo let out an angry roar, his old voice exploded in the air, and he struck the evil spirit directly with his axe. Chapter 4. Boy, don't die! Cut! The evil demon swallowed Takeo whole in one gulp, and before he could taste it carefully, his body was split in 2 directly from the top of the head. There was horror in his eyes, and the remaining power of the slash formed a huge shock wave in the rear, directly ploughing the ground into a ravine several meters deep. The evil demon who was still fierce just now turned into blood mist and dissipated in the air in an instant. Tubo moved his body with not very good legs and feet, and the light of the wooden axe in his hand gradually dimmed, and a crack appeared on the blade of the axe, obviously unable to withstand the deadly divine power. Uncle Tu's heart sank, and he secretly screamed that something was wrong, because he seemed to have overdone it just now because he was too anxious. With the increasing number of cracks on the axe, Tubo's body gradually began to blur. He looked at Takeo who was unconscious, and he thought he had a good relationship with this child. With a big wave of his hand, 3 axes of gold, silver, and copper appeared out of thin air, and he thought it was the iron axe to compensate him. After some time, Takeo's injured left leg began to heal and scab strangely. As time passed, the originally quiet and feeble heart began to beat slowly again. Takeo's pale face began to glow with vitality. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes last night, it would be hard to believe that he had gone through a life-and-death battle. The wind and snow had gradually stopped at some point, but a figure in the distance hurried towards this side. Mom! Nezuko! Shigeru! Tanjiro's sense of smell was extremely sensitive by nature, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, and he couldn't help secretly screaming that something was wrong. Realizing that he had spent the night at Grandpa Saburo's house last night and had inadvertently mentioned demons, he frantically rushed towards home. The doors and windows were all broken, there was a lot of black blood on the door, or the old wooden boards scattered on the ground, everything told the horror of last night. Facing such a scene, Tanjiro collapsed in despair. The faces of his family were still in front of his eyes yesterday, but now he can no longer see them. Takeo vaguely seemed to hear the urgent voice of his brother Tanjiro, he searched for the sound and tried hard to open his eyes. I'm not dead. He froze for a moment, looking at the mottled blood on the surrounding snow. Takeo couldn't help secretly heaving a sigh of relief, but he was still dizzy when he saw the blood, even if the blood was not fresh. He couldn't help recalling the scene of fighting the evil spirits last night. It seemed that all of this was real and not a dream. He turned his head and his eyes lit up. In front of him not far away, 3 axes of different colors were neatly inserted into the snow. As a qualified blacksmith, he worked with all kinds of metals in his previous life, so Takeo naturally recognized the value of the golden axe in the middle. Just as Takeo was about to reach out and the 3 axes disappeared out of thin air, he was slightly taken aback. Could it be a hallucination caused by blood dizziness? Regardless of these considerations, now he is more worried about the safety of his family, and he keeps praying in his heart. Seeing his elder brother Tanjiro's almost absent-minded expression, Takeo seemed to know something already. Sister, Nezuko, wake up! I saw my brother Tanjiro hugging his unconscious sister Nezuko, shouting like crazy. And Mao and Hanako were already in a mess in the room, shouting to the body inside the door. Their voices were hoarse and pathetic. I'm sorry, it's my brother's fault. My brother shouldn't have stayed overnight at Grandpa Sanlang's house last night. It turned out that Tanjiro had already sold coal in the town, and it happened that the neighbors asked him for help, so it was delayed until dark, and he stayed overnight at Grandpa Saburo's house last night. As Tanjiro spoke, his words gradually became choked up. He kept shaking his younger sister Nezuko, who was still warm, trying to wake her up. Little did he know that his younger sister Nezuko's hand trembled slightly at this moment. Brother, it's not your fault, it's my uselessness. Takeo struggled to stand up from the snow, looking at the back of his brother Tanjiro blaming himself. He felt an inexplicable sour feeling in his heart. After Tanjiro's elder brother left, Takeo was naturally older, but he didn't protect his younger siblings well. In just a few steps, Takeo walked extremely hard, his nose was hot, and tears fell down uncontrollably. Gently wiping away his tears, Takeo dragged his somewhat weak body to Tanjiro. He knew that crying was useless, he hated the evil spirits who killed his relatives, and even more hated his own powerlessness. At this moment, he suddenly felt a murderous aura about to wake up quietly, and the hand that looked at his sister Nezuko trembled a few times. What? At this moment, the younger sister Nezuko, who was still in a coma just now, screamed like a demon, with a ferocious and terrifying expression on her face, with bloodthirsty fangs showing in her mouth. She rushed towards her nearest brother Tanjiro. Brother dangerous! Takeo, whose body was already weak for some reason, broke out at this moment and pushed away his sister Nezuko, who seemed to be going crazy. A bold conjecture kept hitting Takeo's mind. It's a demon, it's a demon. Takeo looked at Nezuko, who was rushing towards him again, and picked up the firewood beside him. Nezuko's sharp fangs directly crushed the firewood. When Takeo was in despair, a golden axe appeared out of thin air in his subconscious hand. Seeing the golden giant axe appearing in his hand, he was about to strike at Nezuko's neck, but at this moment he hesitated. Through the plot he remembers, it is possible for his younger sister Nezuko to become a human again. Takeo changed the sharp blade of the axe from the side to the wooden handle on the side to strike. The strength of Nezuko, who turned into a demon, is really too great. Takeo used the handle of the golden hand axe to hold the bloodthirsty mouth of Nezuko with difficulty. Nezuko, wake up, don't give up. Tanjiro on the side was encouraging Nezuko, who was fighting against the demons. While he was not paying attention, he just wanted to hug Nezuko's waist and tried to pull it away forcefully. At this time, for some reason, Takeo felt that the pressure had suddenly subsided a lot, and Nezuko seemed to understand human language, and a hot tear ran quickly across her ferocious face. My sister is not a demon, she has her own thoughts, and she can still be saved. The actions of the younger sister Nezuko further confirmed Takeo's guess. It's just that a sword light flashed across the sky in the distance, arriving here one step faster than Tanjiro's movements. Not caring so much, Takeo kicked away Nezuko, who had turned into a demon, while he rolled sideways to avoid this quick slash. Why protect the demon? She is no longer a human being. The blade light dissipated, and a black-haired young man with a serious appearance and a cold appearance stood beside him and said in a cold tone. My task is to kill demons, she is no longer part of your family, get out of the way. The black-haired boy said again, his tone was full of irresistibility, and he walked towards Takeo and the others step by step with an ice-blue solar knife in his hand. Chapter 5. He once saw his relatives killed by demons. He was left to live alone in this world. In his ice-blue eyes, he had already regarded killing evil spirits as his only destiny. Tanjiro subconsciously opened his arms to block his relatives. He had already lost his mother, and he didn't want to lose any more family members in front of his eyes. At this moment, two baby-sounding children ran out of the house. They were Hanako and Mao. They stood behind brother Tanjiro with outstretched immature hands. It was obvious that they hadn't recovered from last night's incident, and their bodies were shaking helplessly. My sister is not a murderer. The blood on her body is left after she was injured. I can smell it. There is a special smell in my house. It must be left by the man-eating demon. I will definitely cure my sister. Please don't kill her. Tanjiro looked at the demon hunter, who was getting closer and closer to him. Tears could not stop streaming down his face. She has turned into a demon, don't say such silly things as being able to change back. The black-haired boy yelled loudly, looking at the obsessive family in front of him. Somehow he remembered his tragic past. In the past, he was too weak, and he watched them being killed by evil spirits in front of his own eyes. He really didn't want this kind of tragedy to happen to others. The black-haired boy paid no attention to the crowd. He raised the sun-wheel knife in his hand, breathed out a trace of white mist, and almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. Takeo, who was in the innermost place, was shocked, because just now, his sister Nezuko disappeared under his nose. Is this what you call family? The black-haired boy stabilized his figure under a big tree, holding his younger sister Nezuko, who had turned into a demon, in his other hand. Show me clearly, you should be sober. Nezuko struggled desperately, and there was a woohoo sound on her ferocious face. Demons are inhuman, so. The black-haired boy thrust the Japanese sword in his hand into Nezuko's chest. Wait a minute, please. In the distance, Tanjiro knelt down as he spoke, with tears in his eyes. The black-haired boy saw it, and asked Tanjiro with a hysterical roar, "You stand up for me, the weak have no right to choose, only when you become strong can you protect important people." But what Tanjiro didn't know was that the black-haired boy was full of self-blame. If he had come one step earlier, perhaps this tragedy would not have happened again. The black-haired boy knew the pain in their hearts, but he had to eliminate Nezuko in front of him. Too many tragedies like this had happened. The black-haired boy pierced Nezuko's left shoulder straight with his Japanese sword, and Nezuko, who had turned into a demon, let out a more miserable cry than before. "Don't hurt my sister." Tanjiro didn't hesitate again. He rushed towards the black-haired boy frantically, picked up 2 stones at random, and threw them at the black-haired boy, trying to delay his action. The black-haired boy looked at Tanjiro, who was rushing, with a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth, and the Japanese sword in his hand easily blocked the stone thrown by Tanjiro. This kind of attack full of flaws has no chance of winning at all, and it even made him sneer. Looking at Tanjiro, who was about to reach him, the black-haired boy grabbed the handle of the knife with his backhand and knocked Tanjiro unconscious to the ground. Swipe! The black-haired boy suddenly felt a little shocked. Through the reflection of the sun blade, he saw a boy's figure approaching rapidly. And this young man is Takeo, but what surprises Takeo is that his physical fitness seems to have been transformed, and a steady stream of strength continues to erupt from the inside of his body. He knew that with his strength, it was impossible to rescue Nezuko, so he didn't want to be so tough, but made a surprise attack from the woods behind. Interesting. The black-haired boy secretly admired. He did not dodge, but stood still, waiting for the boy's attack. The tree trunk beside him shook off many fine snowflakes. The black-haired boy looked up, and Takeo jumped directly from the branch of the tree. The black-haired boy was a little displeased, and even attacked himself with his bare hands, thinking that he had brought him some expectations. Buzz! An axe flew through the blind spot that the black-haired boy couldn't see. The black-haired boy dodged quickly, but saw an inadvertent grin on the boy's face. Takeo had a thought, and a silver axe appeared out of thin air, colliding with the black-haired boy's Japanese sword. It has to be said that the black-haired boy is very powerful. He controlled Nezuko, who had turned into a demon, with one hand, and easily followed the jump and slash from Takeo's axe with just one hand. "Eat my double axe!" Takeo yelled, and a golden axe appeared in his other hand, hitting the black-haired boy again. Ding! Tomioka volunteer excitement plus 100. Excitement value plus 95. The right hand of the black-haired boy went numb, and the sun-wheel knife fell to the ground. The younger sister Nezuko broke free at the right time and walked towards the position where Tanjiro fell. Not good. Feeling that Nezuko, who has become a demon, is out of his control, he seems to have seen that the evil demon will eat the 2 boys in front of him without knowing their relatives. Just when he thought Tanjiro and Takeo would become food for the demons, Nezuko stretched out his arms to protect them. Nezuko's body was covered in blood, and she tried her best to restrain her bloodthirsty desire to become a demon. The black-haired boy couldn't help being startled. In his perception, hungry demons, even their own relatives, would eat them all as their own food without any scruples. Perhaps you are really special. In an instant, Nezuko rushed towards the black-haired boy, perhaps because her brother was injured by the person in front of her, her heart was full of hatred. The black-haired boy spat out a mouthful of white mist, hesitating for a while, and slowly put the sun-wheel knife in his hand into the scabbard. Looking at Nezuko, who rushed over, he knocked her out with a hand knife. "Brother, you're awake." Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, and immediately saw Nezuko, Takeo and others beside him. He slowly got up, touched his aching head, and tried hard to think about something. However, when Tanjiro saw the unsmiling black-haired boy standing beside him, anger rose in his heart. Takeo looked at the expression on his brother Tanjiro's face, and immediately thought that his brother must have misunderstood something. Takeo told Tanjiro all the reasons. The name of the black-haired boy is Yoshiyuki Tomioka, and the reason why he stays now is that the two boys in front of him are very special. He felt that if the two of them received a little training, they would indeed have the potential to become demon hunters. Chapter 6. At this moment, Tomioka Yoshiyuki was meticulously carving a piece of bamboo in his hand, and from time to time he picked it up and gestured towards Nezuko. "This is for you, hurry up and try it on for your sister to see if it fits." After finishing speaking, Yoshiyuki Tomioka handed over the finished bamboo braces to Tanjiro. He looked at Tanjiro with some vigilant eyes and said, "Don't worry, this bamboo braces won't hurt your sister, but it can restrain your sister from becoming a demon." Bloodlust. Since Tomioka Yoshiyuki has said so, Tanjiro is not good at refusing anything. He took the bamboo tube that Yoshiyuki Tomioka handed over, and added a thick red rope through the middle so that it was fixed. To Tanjiro's surprise, Nezuko liked the bamboo braces surprisingly, and he didn't feel any resistance, but enjoyed it instead. "There is also this note for you." On the side, Takeo took Tomioka Yoshiyuki's note and said, "Take the note, the address is already written on it, go visit Mr. Rinaki Sakanji, just say Tomioka Yoshiyuki asked you to come." Tomioka Yoshiyuki paused while speaking, "And don't expose your sister to the sun, otherwise no one can save her." Before Tanjiro and Takeo could thank Yoshioka Tomioka, he gradually disappeared into the boundless white snow. Takeo watched Yoshiyuki Tomioka disappearing gradually, and learned from his mouth how evil spirits were formed. If human beings are contaminated with the blood of demons, they will be infected and become evil demons who drink blood. He inadvertently touched his calf. Although the wound had healed, the strange thing was that he was scratched by an evil spirit, but he didn't become a demon like his younger sister Nezuko. Is it because I am a transmigrator, or the blood of the evil spirit did not enter the body? Traveler. Takeo thought of a similar system sounding in his ears just now, but when he tried to contact the system, he found that he couldn't get in touch at all, so he had to give up for the time being. He looked at his elder brother Tanjiro who was worried, squatted down and sat down in front of Tanjiro. "Brother, don't look at him as cold on the surface, but he is not a bad person. Mother's body was also buried with the help of my elder brother. He is also a duplicity guy. Although he looks cold, he has a very delicate mind. Brother Takeo, brother Tanjiro, go and see your brother Rokuta. He seems to be..." Just as she was talking, Hanako ran out of the house in a panic, even crying on her small face. Just then Takeo slapped his head, forgetting that he has the youngest brother Rokuta. Takeo didn't dare to delay, and walked quickly to the back room. Tanjiro followed closely behind. They saw that Rokuta was motionless on the bed, her little face was blushing a bit scary. "Sixth wife! Sixth wife!" Takeo hugged Rokuta and kept calling his name. His body was so hot that he was already a little unconscious. It was obvious that he had a fever. Seeing that the situation was more critical, Takeo took out 2 thick blankets from the cupboard by relying on his memories of this life, wrapped Rokuta firmly in them, and immediately ran out of the house. The location of Kamatu's family is very remote, and there is no one who wants to find help. Seeing Rokuta who is having a fever, Takeo can only go to the town down the mountain to help. As Tanjiro's elder brother, he was not idle. He took care of the bamboo basket on his back, looked at his younger sister Nezuko who had turned into a demon, and signaled Nezuko to enter the bamboo basket with gentle eyes, otherwise the sun outside might be bad for her. The simple bamboo basket can't hold such a big Nezuko. However, when Tanjiro was at a loss, his younger sister Nezuko's body began to shrink by itself. The top that was originally suitable was now more like a long skirt dragged on the ground. Looking at Takeo who was walking ahead, Tanjiro quickly picked up the bamboo basket containing his younger sister Nezuko and went down the mountain together. Perhaps because of the snow overnight, a lot of snow melted to form a solid ice road, making the already difficult road even more difficult to walk. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Brother, me too." The young Mao and Hanako, after all, are still young. After a long journey, their stomachs are already rumbling. Thinking that if my mother was still alive, I would be able to eat bowls of steaming hand-rolled noodles as soon as I opened my eyes in the morning, and my eyes gradually became moist. At any rate, Tanjiro's sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and the group of people will not lose their way in the snow-covered area. "Why don't you take a rest in front?" Takeo looked at the 2 young siblings, and said to Tanjiro who was leading the way. Tanjiro stopped for a while and took out some food from his arms. It was originally for Hanako and Shigeru when he came back, but it was just enough to fill his stomach. Seeing this, Hanako and Shigeru took the food and ate it. Since the food was placed in Tanjiro's arms, the food was still warm. Takeo picked up a steamed bun, and seeing Hanako and Shigeru's appearance, he probably was really hungry. The 6 brothers and sisters finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The sky was gradually getting dark, but the bustling town was not as brightly lit and bustling as Takeo had imagined. The streets and alleys of the town are all in a posture of closed doors and windows, as lifeless as dead silence. However, my elder brother Tanjiro seems to have heard the rumor that there are evil spirits coming out to eat people every night, so he went from house to house to maintain the state of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Takeo looked at his younger brother Rokuta, who was pregnant. Under the continuous high fever, the whole person had entered a fainting state, and the situation was very critical. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Please, come and save my brother, he is dying. Takeo desperately knocked on the iron ring handle of the door was locked from the inside, and an anxious voice burst out from his mouth. It's just that he knocked on the door over and over again, and shouted over and over again, only silence and ignorance came, as if these people couldn't hear the voices outside at all. Follow me. Tanjiro looked into the distance. It was a dilapidated temple in the town, but it was deserted now, and few people went to worship and clean it. At this time, only the temple was still emitting a faint light, which undoubtedly became the last straw to save his younger brother Rokuta. The presence of lights means that there are still people living here. Takeo hugged Rokuta and walked towards the temple first. Seeing that they can finally find a place to take a good rest, Rokuta and Mao can't wait to go with brother Takeo. Tanjiro inadvertently smelled a strong smell of blood, and his face turned pale immediately. This smell was exactly the same as the breath of the evil spirits at home. Something's wrong, Takeo, come back quickly. This temple is weird. Chapter 7. Tanjiro inadvertently smelled a strong smell of blood, and his face turned pale immediately. This smell was exactly the same as the breath of the evil spirits at home. Something's wrong, Takeo, come back quickly. This temple is weird. Tanjiro said loudly, but it was too late. As soon as Takeo opened the gate of the temple, the bloody aura soared to the top of the clouds, and 4 or 5 corpses fell in a pool of blood. Their death was extremely tragic. With a strong visual impact, Takeo's stomach suddenly turned upside down, and a burst of nausea. Why are you still here? Don't you know I'm dizzy? Takeo's whole body was about to collapse, and his legs began to weaken uncontrollably again. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly turned around, holding Hanako and Mose in his arms with the remaining strength in his other hand. This scene is too bloody, it is better for children not to watch such an exciting scene. Takeo, be careful behind you. Tanjiro exclaimed. Takeo only felt the shadow behind him disappear strangely, and an icy chill rose from his back instantly. Takeo felt a chill on his back, glanced at it for a while, and his face immediately changed. It was an ugly demon with only one eye and a height of more than 2 meters. There were still mottled blood on the corner of his mouth, obviously annoyed by disturbing his mealtime. Takeo looked horrified, and secretly scolded himself for being stupid, and it was fine to die, but he wanted his younger brother and sister together. Boom! Before Takeo had time to explain his funeral, he only felt the darkness in front of his eyes and the pain in his back. He subconsciously protected the 3 brothers and sisters with his hands, and the one-eyed demon slapped Takeo and others directly. Takeo's ears buzzed, and then he passed out. Takeo! Shigeru! Hanako! Tanjiro shouted and ran towards where Takeo and the others were. Just when Takeo fell into a double faint, the familiar system prompt sounded in Takeo's mind again. Ding! Entering the Dimensional Dead House Weapon Battle Order System, Experimental Version. Your current battle order level is level 2, and the lower level target experience needs 400 exclamation points to reach level 2, and the full level is 100. Takeo was startled at first, and a clear system option interface gradually emerged in his muddled consciousness. Looking at the dazzling array of products on the exchange interface, Takeo gradually became emotional, and he could even see the anime weapons he had made listed among them. Weapon Skylock Zanyu skill, unleash the strongest sword skill Crescent Moon Sky Chong no Moon, fuse itself with the sword soul, and turn the body into a crescent moon, piercing through the enemy. Redemption conditions, 80 exclamation points are required to break through level 50,000 of the battle order. Precondition, need to create a weapon Zanpakuto. Weapon 1 hit kill, Mura same skill, curse poison, gathers the power of resentment in the whole body, bursts out with power beyond imagination, and reverses the situation of the battle. Redemption conditions: to break through level 75 of the battle order, you need to have an exclamation point of 35,000. Preconditions: you need to create a weapon demon sword Murasame to kill 10 evil spirits and collect wisteria petals. Weapon Shiujinshi skill: Shiu's transformation, quickly releases dense sword energy like raindrops forward, and the attacked will not be able to activate their own abilities for a period of time. Redemption conditions: after unlocking the lottery at the level 30 system of the battle order, you will get Yamamoto's bat, and an additional 18,000 exclamation points are required. The more Takeo looked at it, the more excited he became, but there was nothing he could exchange, and each one was worth a lot of money. With his condition, he could only look up to him. From his system, he also learned what the exclamation point needed for exchange is. Amazing value: it means that you do something unbelievable and make them unpredictable. To put it simply, it is not playing cards according to common sense, and the system will give the host the number of surprise points according to the direction of the event process. But what made him a little speechless was that this system was still a trial version. If it was a full version, it would be against the sky. Takeo found the position of the first level of the battle order. Every time he upgrades, he can get a little reward, but the option of the reward has already shown that he has received it. This should explain why he was not eaten on that snowy night last night. And his second level is to obtain a small space that can carry 5 weapons at the same time, but why this time he is forced to choose while he is unconscious. This point makes Takeo a little crazy. GGG. Another extra meal tonight. The one-eyed evil spirit walked out of the temple, the eyeball in the middle was covered with bloodshot eyes, and the ground trembled slightly with every step he took on that sturdy body. He let out a snarky grin from his mouth full of stench, and stretched out his hand to grab the unconscious Takeo and the others. Brush. Nezuko, the younger sister in Tanjiro's bamboo basket, seemed to sense that her family was in danger, so she dodged and jumped onto the arm of the evil spirit. Are you a human or a demon? The one-eyed evil demon made a suspicious voice. This little thing was extremely fast, and her body was extremely cold, not like the breath that a living person should have. The one-eyed evil demon flashed a playful look, and grabbed Nezuko, who was dodging back and forth on his body, with both hands, 5 fingers together, and clapped his hands, but it fell into nothing. Humph! Nezuko is like a swift flying through the sky, jumping lightly in the air, with her left foot firmly on the arm of the one-eyed evil spirit. You annoying brat, I'm going to eat you. The evil demon, who was originally playing around, was completely irritated by Nezuko. He threw his body vigorously, trying to throw Nezuko off his body. When Tanjiro watched his sister Nezuko and the one-eyed evil spirit circling, he picked up the axe he carried with him and chopped at the evil spirit's feet. Go away! The sharp blade of the axe pierced the one-eyed demon's skin, and blood splashed out along the wound, and the painful demon kicked Tanjiro away. Before the one-eyed demon could celebrate, Nezuko raised his right leg and savagely hit the one-eyed demon's head with a whip kick. Immediately, there was a click sound from the flesh and blood of the neck, and the demon's head stayed where it was. Rotate 360 degrees. Perhaps it was because of seeing her brother Tanjiro being kicked away by the evil demon, Nezuko finally showed the strange power of becoming a demon. Boom! Nezuko made another blow full of anger, and the eyes of the one-eyed evil spirit burst open, the whole head flew out, and the body fell straight on the ground. Nezuko, Nezuko! Tanjiro wiped the blood from his mouth, forced himself to stand up, and hugged her tightly in his arms. It's just that Nezuko in front of her eyes seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally looking in the direction of the temple, and the braces made of bamboo tubes kept oozing saliva. After a while of consumption just now, Nezuko, who is a demon, was full of longing when she saw the flesh and blood. Chapter 8. Nezuko can't, restrain yourself, don't. Tanjiro was talking, but a head bumped towards him quickly, and 2 lumps of flesh resembling protruding arms formed on the evil spirit's neck. Nezuko's pupils shrank slightly, she pulled Tanjiro behind her, and kicked the evil spirit's head away with one kick. It's useless, no matter how many times, I will recover. The one-eyed evil demon laughed loudly, the head gradually suspended in mid-air, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nezuko's face gradually became ferocious, but a pair of big hands grabbed Nezuko's seemingly petite body first, and hit the ground directly, splashing smoke and dust on the ground. Nezuko. Tanjiro's eyes revealed a terrified expression, the evil spirit has become so strong that the head is separated, and the body can even move on its own. Boom boom boom. The body that lost its head swung its fist quickly, smashing madly at Nezuko, who was in the center of the ground. The ground was riddled with holes, and every blow was full of anger, as if to vent the anger of being teased twice in a row. Don't hurt my sister. Tanjiro let out a heart-piercing roar, picked up the hand axe and slashed at the levitating head of the evil spirit, but the new arm strength of the evil spirit was extraordinarily strong, so he grabbed the handle of his axe with one hand and buckled it with one hand. Tanjiro lifted him up by the neck. Tanjiro's face turned livid, and he struggled hard to break free from the shackles held by the evil spirit. I fought with you. In desperation, Tanjiro raised his head abruptly, and struck down with a suicide-like head hammer. Even though he was a fearless evil spirit, he was a little confused. Little demon, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? I'm going to eat you. The one-eyed evil spirit's glaring eye was split in two, and many hard barbs were turned inside out, like an oval funnel. There was a rotten smell from the inner wall, and without any hesitation, the one-eyed evil spirit swallowed Tanjiro whole in one gulp. A figure gradually moved from far to near, attacking the evil spirit with an axe in each hand. With one hand and one axe, the new arm of the one-eyed evil spirit was cut off directly by the axe blade, dripping with blood. But now Takeo didn't see the blood at all, and he felt dizzy. Just now, the logistics team hidden of the demon-killing squad arrived in time and injected a special anti-sensitivity drug from Butterfly House into Takeo's body, temporarily allowing him to overcome his fear of blood. What reassures him the most is that Mao, Hanako, and Rokuta, who has a fever, have all been properly sent to the nearest medical point by the hidden team. Takeo, who has no scruples, holds a double axe, and the one-eyed evil demon begins to faintly feel defeated. Eat my axe! The blade of the axe passed across the closed head of the one-eyed demon. Ding! One-eyed devil's exclamation value plus 100. Crack! The head of the one-eyed evil spirit was like a deflated balloon, and a scarlet mist of blood gushed out, and the only one-eyed stared at the boy in front of him. The sticky minced meat splattered all over the ground. Takeo, who was still full of emotions, looked at his brother Tanjiro, who had just been spit out from the inside of the evil spirit. Brother, you didn't. Takeo's tongue was numb for a while, looking at the legs that kept moving, he was speechless for a while. Can the time of this potion be shortened? On the other side, the headless body, which was still in the upper hand just now, also began to become sluggish, and Nezuko became more and more courageous as he fought, and gradually began to gain the upper hand. The bursts of punches burst into a sonic boom, the petite body burst out with terrifying strength, and Nezuko's terrifying offensive was like a raging sea. The headless body retreated again and again, and finally fell directly off the cliff. Don't underestimate the bond between siblings. The puddle of minced meat on the ground still has some vitality left at this moment, and it gradually gathers together. Tanjiro saw the head of the evil spirit gradually taking shape again. He picked up the axe and threw it out fiercely, and precisely fixed the axe in the head of the evil spirit on the nearest tree trunk. The one-eyed evil demon seemed to have let go of his energy, and lost his previous strength. It has to be said that the physique of becoming a demon seems to be immortal, with only one head left but still able to move. Tanjiro looked at the struggling demon's head, and took out a small iron dagger from his body, ready to deal the one-eyed demon the final blow. He looked at the head of the struggling evil demon, holding a dagger in his hand, but he was unable to pierce it. After all, the demon itself is also a human being, which reminded him of his sister Nezuko, who also turned into a demon. It must be very helpless to become a disgusting demon. Tanjiro closed his eyes tightly, and stabbed forward with the dagger. At this moment, a strange voice sounded behind Tanjiro, calling him. Hey! You can't kill demons like this. When he turned around, it was a middle-aged man wearing a Tengu mask and a blue kimono with white cloud accessories. In fact, the man had been secretly observing from a distance a long time ago. After all, this is the boy strongly recommended by his disciple Tomioka Yoshiyuki. However, through observation, he believes that this child has always had a kind heart towards demons, and he is indecisive in doing things, so he is unlikely to be a candidate for a demon hunter. After talking for a while, a ray of dawn came in the distant sky, and the head of the still struggling evil spirit let out a strange cry of pain, and turned into fly ash after the sunlight hit it. Terrible! Tanjiro turned pale with shock, and he remembered that his sister Nezuko was also a demon who was afraid of the sun, but Nezuko had already returned to the bamboo basket and gradually fell asleep. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Rinaki Seikanji, the person Tomioka Yoshiyuki asked you to find. Then congratulations, you are the only one standing here and barely qualified. The last time Ryodaka saw Tanjiro, he seemed to be worried and said, your other siblings are all safe and well. I have marked along the road, and the logistics department of demon killing has arranged them properly. As for your younger brother Takeo, please rest assured. He has better places to go, so you don't have to worry. After saying that, 2 members of the hidden team sent the bleeding Takeo away. After hearing that his younger siblings were safe, Tanjiro's heart sank. Thank you, Senior Linteki. Do you know if it is possible for a demon to turn back into a human, Senior? I want to save my sister. Really? Then let me see your awareness. Only when you become stronger can you be qualified to protect your loved ones around you. Follow me. As he was talking, Senior Lintaki ran to the front quickly. This was actually to test whether the young man in front of him had the consciousness to become a demon hunter. Tanjiro didn't dare to neglect, picked up the special bamboo basket, and followed closely behind Rinaki-senpai. As time went by, Tanjiro's legs gradually began to struggle, and the distance between the two became farther and farther. Tanjiro was panting heavily, and Senior Rinakitaki walked quietly in front of him, always feeling unfathomable. He was still a young boy, but he was still unable to catch up. Dusk ended, and finally arrived at the hut to the left of Ryodaki. Tanjiro half-kneeled on the ground panting, his body desperately breathing for oxygen. Tanjiro thought that this would get the approval of Rinaki-senpai, but when he looked at the serious Tengu mask, he always felt dissatisfied with himself. Let's go, the test has just begun, get ready to go up the mountain. Senior Lintaki said lightly. As for your sister, I will take care of it for you, remember to come back before dawn. Chapter 9. For his sister, in order to make himself stronger, Tanjiro dragged his tired body and resolutely started the most severe special training. Sagiri Mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist all the year round, the air gets thinner as one goes up, and Tanjiro feels like a fish dying of thirst in the water. If the environment is harsh, there are all kinds of strange traps all over the mountain, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't give up. Tanjiro kept motivating himself, but he tripped over a tree root coiled in front of him and fell to the ground. He struggled to stand up, and a row of bamboo spears went straight down towards his position. Tanjiro, who still had lingering fears in his heart, hadn't come to his senses when he accidentally touched the hemp rope, and a wooden stake suddenly popped out from between the trees and hit him on the back. A hint of danger enveloped him, and he felt a little retreat in his heart, but he immediately regained his enthusiasm. He squinted his eyes tightly, and possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. When he calmed down, he could still smell the scent of Senior Linteki on the traps. It was obvious that these traps were artificially arranged. Tanjiro evaded many obstacles ahead of time by relying on his scent. He quickly descended the mountain. Although his brain had already predicted various traps, his exhausted body couldn't cooperate synchronously. I'm back. Finally, Tanjiro returned to Senpai Rinaki's hut again before dawn. His body was covered in dust and scars, and he just pushed open the door, as if exhausted of all his strength, and passed out directly. Ryodaka-saken looked at Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground for the first time, picked him up, put him in the medicinal bath pool that had been prepared, and wiped the scars on Tanjiro's body in an extremely gentle way. He recalled that his disciple Tomioka Yoshiyuki mentioned in the letter that Tanjiro had the courage to challenge me with his bare hands. Although his sister became a demon, she never attacked humans. I saw something different from them. Mr. Hope, I can help you train Tanjiro, please. As the sky gradually dawned, Senior Rinaki looked at Tanjiro, who had fallen asleep in front of him, walked to the front of the house alone and said slowly, I approve of you, Kamatu Tanjiro. With the continuous contact with Senior Rinaki, Tanjiro also gradually understands the special organization of the Demon Slayer Squad, and Senior Rinaki is a person who specializes in cultivating people who can fight evil spirits, referred to as trainers. As the days passed, Tanjiro's physical strength was also improving rapidly, and he could breathe easily and freely in the thin air of Mount Sagiri, continuously up and down. The difficulty of traps is also increasing, and Tanjiro has become more comfortable with his keen sense of smell. During the high-intensity training during the day, Tanjiro will take out his notebook and write a diary at night, recording his life with his sister Nezuko. I don't know what happened to Mrs. Liu and Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru. He looked at Nezuko, who was sleeping, although Rinaki had asked a doctor to visit him, but apart from Nezuko's deep sleep, he was fine. 1 month later, Tanjiro was asked to start moving forward with a knife, and the traps that he could avoid before were not so adaptable because of the knife. In order for Tanjiro to master the essentials of holding a sword, Rinaki-senpai asked him to practice swinging a sword early in the morning in his course. It has to be said that Rinaki-senpai's requirements are very strict. In addition to constantly correcting Tanjiro's wrong posture when swinging the sword, he also requires Tanjiro to do his best every time he swings the sword. In the first few days, Tanjiro couldn't lift his arm at all, and each time Senior Rinaki made strict requirements on the number of times Tanjiro swung the sword, from the initial 100 times to the current 1,500 times. After long-term physical training, Tanjiro was exhausted every time he returned to Rinaki-senpai, and sometimes he fell asleep before writing half of the diary. In the early morning of the next day, Senior Rinaki took Tanjiro to an open field, and he told Tanjiro that he will practice actual combat with you next. Tanjiro looked at Rinaki-senpai, who didn't hold any weapons, and didn't use all his strength at first. After all, it would be bad if he slashed at Rinaki-senpai with a knife. Attack! As Senior Rinaki said, he stepped forward with both legs, posing in a fighting stance. Tanjiro subconsciously clenched the handle of the knife, but subconsciously reminded Rinaki-senpai. Senior Lin-Teiki, be careful. Tanjiro waved the long knife in his hand, only to feel that Ryodaka-senpai came to his side in the blink of an eye, and pushed Tanjiro a few meters away with both fists and palms. Tanjiro lost his balance and fell to the ground. So fast! Before he could get up, a series of fist shadows had landed on Tanjiro, beating him powerless. Adjust your breathing is messed up, Tanjiro. Kanjiro's stern voice resounded in Tanjiro's ears. Tanjiro also learned about comprehensive breathing method from Rinaki-senpai. This is a kind of conscious long-term breathing, allowing oxygen to spread to every cell in the body, which can improve self-healing ability, stabilize the spirit, and burst out with strength several times that of oneself. Senior Ryotaki is the trainer who taught water breathing method. Seeing Tanjiro making progress every day, in order to let him clearly feel the mystery of the water breathing method, Rinaki-senpai specially took Tanjiro to a waterfall. The stone platform under the waterfall has become as smooth as a mirror after being washed for a long time. It is already very difficult for Tanjiro to sit on it. In addition, at all times, it must resist the water pressure 5 times higher than usual. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and persevered every time he was knocked into the embankment by the waterfall that flew straight down. He would persevere for his sister and his family. Feel the way the water flows in your body, and adjust the rhythm of your breathing. Senior Lin-Teiki in the distance patiently guided him, allowing him to gradually feel the true meaning of the water breathing method. After a long period of training, Tanjiro is no longer the unarmed boy who holds a Japanese sword, and has mastered the water breathing method of Rinaki-senpai. In the blink of an eye, Tanjiro has been cultivating on Mount Sagiri for a year, and the final test is to split a huge round boulder wrapped in coarse cloth in the middle of the mountain. Once, twice, 3 times. As if it were an insurmountable gully, Tanjiro already lost count of how many sabers he had discarded, but maybe there really is a soul in this world. Just when he began to doubt, he saw the soul of Makoto and the masked Usagi on Mount Sagiri. From their mouths, I learned that if you want to split the boulder, you must master the breath of concentration and hold the belief that you must die. There is no other way. Kacha! Tanjiro took a sharp breath, and he seemed to see a faint line appearing on the huge boulder, and then he slashed across the boulder, splitting the stone in 2. Senior Rinaki didn't want Tanjiro to participate in the final selection. After all the 13 disciples he personally trained died in the final selection, so he deliberately made things difficult for Tanjiro. Seeing Tanjiro splitting the boulder, even Senior Rinaki could only agree, and handed over the disaster relief mask to Tanjiro to express his congratulations. In the evening, Senior Lin-Teiki cooked a delicious meal for the first time. He kept adding meat to Tanjiro's bowl crazily, and said, "Tomorrow is the final selection, eat more, it's time to hit the road." Chapter 10. Quincy Town is a village with simple folk customs, and blacksmithing and textiles are the pillar industries here. He is located in the city of Boa, known as the business empire. As long as you have money, you can buy any department store here. Good fight in the blacksmith shop, thick smoke billowed from the chimney, and the fire in the blacksmith's fireplace was blazing, making the whole room warm. This store is almost never closed throughout the year. There are various iron utensils here, most of which are mainly agricultural. For example, scythes for cutting grass, harrows for digging, plows for plowing, and shovels for digging. In addition, they can also make hunting spears, or knives for killing pigs, etc. At this time, a young man in the room was holding a long hammer as tall as a person, and kept hitting the square red iron block. Sparks splashed from time to time on the entire workbench. The boy looked focused, his hands were very steady, and the strength of each hammer was just right. Lao Luo, the boss at the side, kept nodding his head. Unknowingly, the boy in front of him had been here for almost 2 years. From his skeptical attitude at the beginning to his gradual recognition, Lao Luo recalled that when he was his age, he was still a half-baked apprentice. Although I don't want to admit it, the boy's forging skills are more than enough to be a teacher here. And the young man working in the blacksmith's shop is Takeo Kamatu, who was sent here by the demon-killing logistics medical team. In fact, a trainer from the demon-killing squad had found him before, hoping that he could become a member of the demon-slaying squad. But he tactfully refused. After all, he still had younger siblings to take care of, and he was a bit reluctant to part with them. Besides, his younger brother Rokuta hadn't fully recovered from his illness at that time. In his previous life, he didn't feel much affection from his family, but in this life he still wants to live with his family. Although Takeo was taken in by the local church, he felt itchy when he saw the blacksmith shop. After all, blacksmithing is a man's romance, and it would be nice to have some income. Boom boom boom. After a series of hammering, the original square iron block has gradually become flat. Takeo skillfully picked up the iron tongs, put the iron plate into the stove again, and quickly pulled the bellows on the side to continue heating. Gradually, the crowd of onlookers gradually increased. They didn't speak, but looked at the young man in front of them in an unusually tacit understanding, because they knew that the young man was about to perform his stunt. A booth not far away set up a gamble, guessing how much the iron plate can withstand the deformation of the hammer, but this time the bonus is surprisingly high, not the previous small fight, the bonus is as high as 1 gold coins. You must know that ordinary people spend only a few hundred copper coins a year. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 1000 copper coins. All of a sudden, Takeo seemed to be the most eye-catching person in the audience, and several gamblers put all the chips in their hands and made a big bet. Not because the gamble is too high this time, as long as you fight this time, it will basically cover half of the family's life expenses. The person involved, Takeo, was not affected at all. The moment he picked up the hammer, he seemed to have entered his own world. The hot iron plate was taken out of the calcination furnace, and the young man picked up 2 hammers from the shelf at the same time, exerting force with his shoulders and elbows at the same time, and the 2 hammers hit the iron plate at the same time. Wrist hammer chaotic ring. A series of hammering strikes on the iron plate made bursts of explosions. The young man hammered with both hands interlaced, and the interval between each hammer was surprisingly consistent. With the gradual hammering, each hammer was stronger than the next, so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. The entire iron plate gradually began to bend inward, gradually taking on the shape of a pot. Every blow of the hammer affected the hearts of many gamblers here. It seemed that what the young man forged was not iron, but a hot gold brick. How is this possible? Without relying on any auxiliary tools, the inner wall can maintain such a rounded arc. Some melon eaters present were completely dumbfounded by the boy's operation. In fact, they also have iron pots made from blacksmiths at home, but there is no such a heinous operation as the boy. This level of proficiency in blacksmithing can be regarded as smooth, and it can be done in one go. Even the blacksmiths of the older generation can only be intimidated. An iron pot needs 7 hot forgings and 5 cold forgings to be basically formed, and this operation has already broken their cognition. Ding! Sheng Yi Kang Kong's amazement value plus 100. Ida Sakurada's amazement value plus 100. Kenya Nai's exclamation point plus 100. Kwangdeo Falcon's exclamation point plus 100. Amazing value plus 100. The corners of Takeo's mouth turned up slightly, suppressing the joy in his heart. He gained so much awe in an instant, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but speed up. Elbow hammer, potential breaking. The muscles in the young man's left arm swelled, and he could faintly see the rhythm of the roots of the blood vessels under the skin. The elbow joint was tense and creaked. Hammer. The people eating melons were only a little surprised by the boy's elbow strength, but some blacksmiths with vicious eyes could see the trick at a glance. The handle of the pot is integrated. The iron plate used for forging also needs to create the shape of the pot and the handle of the pot. Such a self-contained pot is extremely strong and durable. Damn it, this young man. Ding! Lao Luo's exclamation point plus 55. Gambler Wang Mei's exclamation point plus 75. Gambler Zhang San's exclamation point plus 90. Surprise value of the crowd plus 95. Amazing value plus 100. The familiar system sounded in his mind, and Takeo's eyes lit up. After a long test, he gradually understood the algorithm of the marvel value. The maximum amazement value increases by 100 points each time. It is no surprise that Lao Luo, the blacksmith owner, often sees Takeo performing unique forging skills, and the amazement value will increase relatively low. It was indeed the first time for the onlookers to see this kind of practice, so naturally, each time they started accumulating according to 100 exclamation points. Takeo did some calculations, and this performance gained 3,725 points of awe, and his dimensional dead house weapon battle order system was directly upgraded to level 18. Thinking that it took 2 years to increase this point, Takeo wanted to cry, but the most important thing is that there is still an upper limit for the exclamation points obtained by this broken system. Looking at the exclamation points overflowing every time, Takeo is also full of pain. But what makes him look forward to is that every 5th level of the battle order, he will get a gift bag of 3 choices. I don't know what kind of surprise level 20 will bring him. Thinking about it, I am a little excited. In the previous 3 times, Takeo chose Iron Hammer 3 types, Great Cremation Melting Method and Metal Detector. Iron Hammer 3 styles. This kind of hammering method requires a lot of strength. I was a blacksmith in my previous life, so I naturally know that if I have a good hammering method, it will be of great benefit in the future. When I first started practicing the hammer method, the efficiency was indeed relatively low, and I often received special care from the blacksmith Lao Luo. But Takeo saw the growth potential of the moves. Now it would take 1.5 months to make a pot, but with Takeo's current efficiency, it can be completed in half a day at the fastest. Chapter 11. The long sound of the bell spread throughout the area, and Takeo came back from his consciousness and shouted that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, it was already 12 o'clock. Takeo didn't care about arranging his clothes, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, he picked up his backpack, shuttled through the crowd, and ran towards King Yun Church. Every noon, King Yun Church will open its doors to help the poor, presenting them with a bowl of steaming white porridge, some pickles or a few white flour steamed buns. Although King Yun Church has been established for 100 years, the number of people is not very large. After all, this kind of public welfare church rarely receives financial rewards, and most of them are in a state of making ends meet. However, the conditions of King Yun Church have obviously improved in the past few years. The most important thing is that King Yun Church has the full support of the resources of the Sanyashiki family behind King Yun Church, and indirectly also accepts some investigations of supernatural events, so it can barely continue to operate. As an orphan taken in by the church, Takeo almost forgot that today is the day when he is on duty. Hurry up, don't be caught by the head pastor. While running quickly to King Yun Church, Takeo silently prayed in his heart. If he was caught fishing by himself, he would have to copy the Bible 300 times, such a thick book, Takeo's scalp would tingle just thinking about it. There was already a long queue in the square in front of King Yun Church, and soon after, several boys and girls in white robes were seen. Their cuffs and the corners of their clothes are embroidered with the logo of white breeze and clouds, just like their teachings. They are just passers-by who don't ask for anything in return, come and go lightly, and don't take a cloud away. Takeo, you're late. A 16 or 17-year-old girl said playfully, with a sweet smile on her delicate face. The girl's name is Chuan Sumi Mai, and she is the youngest daughter of the Archbishop of King Yun Church. Perhaps because she grew up in the church, she doesn't have the airs of a young lady at all, but she is very talkative. The girl was not idle when she was talking, and skillfully filled the empty bowls placed in front with the spoon in her hand with steaming hot white porridge. Hey, isn't this Takeo? This is where he went out to fool around again. We have no chance to go out, and we have to copy the Bible during the day. Takeo and our brother's clothes are a bit dirty, look, right. Takeo came late, knowing that he was guilty, but another thin boy immediately smoothed things over for Takeo. Brother Takeo, don't listen to the cynicism of those 3 people, they are just jealous that you can go out. This morning, these thugs learned how you climbed over the wall, and were caught by the head priest on the spot, so please forgive them. Takeo almost laughed out loud when he saw the explanation of his best friend Shan Kong. Isn't this a typical example of not being able to eat grapes and saying that grapes are sour? Skinny monkey, are your skin itchy? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. It was said that one of the teenagers was about to punch Shan Kong in greeting. Dang dong 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 dang! What are you doing? Hurry up and help! Chuan Sumi Mai picked up the colander on the side, hit everyone on the head, and said with some dissatisfaction. Sister Chingyu, why am I being beaten too? Takeo rubbed his head and said grinning, the most important thing is that the previous few blows and this blow on his head are not the same voice. Could this be due to the toughness of the stove, so the timber has changed? It's you who should be hit the most. There was nothing wrong with you before you came. Kawasumi Mai spoke uprightly, directing the others not to forget their work. Matsukawa, Kazuki Yamazaki and Yutaro Ishii, you three are going to the back kitchen to get a bucket of porridge, and remember to clean this spoon. Takeo was not idle either, he looked at his buddy who was in a hurry, and grabbed the kitchen knife from Shankuo's hand. Shan Kong, you can't cut pickles like this, you should cut them like this. Just as he was talking, Takeo took out 6 pickled vegetable lumps from the pickle jar, and split them into 2, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch them. Brother Takeo, you are still a cow. This trick is so cool, teach me. Ding, mountain sky exclamation point plus 100. Yamakuro didn't forget to give Takeo a thumbs up, which made Takeo feel very embarrassed. Okay, Shan Kong, quickly put the shredded pickles into a small plate, don't make them wait. After being busy all afternoon one after another, the 6 of them finally completed today's task. As night approaches, the head pastor will lead all the children into the basement to avoid danger. After all, once encountering evil spirits, children who are helpless are definitely the most important targets for evil spirits to eat. Walking on the bottomless spiral staircase, the head priest pulled the ring on the stone pillar, and the stone door slowly opened. The children here seem to have gotten used to the strangeness and entered one after another. The basement does not feel the cold, but is very warm. Every few steps, there is a raised light that extends to the end of the corridor. The basement is divided into large and small compartments, and the compartment where Takeo is located is number 2077. Brother, did you bring anything delicious when you went out? As soon as Takeo came in, he saw his younger brother and sister looking at him expectantly and said in unison, to be precise, they looked at the backpack on his body. No, nothing. Takeo spread his hands helplessly, expressing that he brought nothing back. Brother lied. The youngest 6th wife jumped off the bed and threw herself directly on Takeo's body. She did not forget to pinch Takeo's backpack with her small hands. The 2 little eyes are full of longing, and the small face smiles to reveal the empty front teeth. Takeo was speechless for a while. This was the last time he brought back a large sausage which was still raw, so Mrs. Liu was the first to eat it, and the 2 front teeth haven't grown yet. You little greedy cats, why don't I have such a sensitive nose? Takeo said helplessly, and opened his backpack. Mao and Hanako also surrounded him, the corner of his mouth was almost dripping into Takeo's hands. In fact, the food in King Yun Church's cafeteria is really simple, basically it is some porridge and pickles, and it can barely satisfy their hunger. At this time, my younger brothers and sisters are all hungry. Takeo slowly opened the oiled paper package, and immediately the aroma was tangy, making people salivate. Wow! Teriyaki chicken! Ding! Mao exclamation value plus 100. Hanako amazement value plus 100. Rokuta amazement value plus 100. Is this all right? When Takeo heard this, he covered Mao's small mouth with his hands, looked around for a while, and then slowly let go of his hands and whispered. Be quiet, do you still want to eat? Eat slowly, no one will grab you, don't worry. Takeo looked at his younger brothers and sisters, each of them was taken care of by him to be fat and white. I believe that even Tanjiro brother can't afford any faults. I have to say that eating is a kind of talent. The roast chicken that was so big just now was eaten by my younger siblings. Everyone is ready to turn off the lights. The voice of the head pastor came from outside the door, and all the lights were turned off in an instant, except the light in compartment 2077 was still on. Chapter 12. 2077 Turn off the lights. The chief pastor's growling and concerned voice came from outside the cubicle, and Takeo immediately agreed in a hesitant manner. Quickly cleaned up the scene, Takeo picked up the towel beside him, and wiped the greasy little hands of his younger siblings. Okay, little guys, I'm full, go to bed quickly, if you don't go to bed, the head priest will really go crazy. Brother Takeo, I want to listen to a bedtime story, otherwise I will be too full and I won't be able to fall asleep. Takeo. Mao curled up under the quilt, with only one head exposed and talking. Brother Takeo, I wanted to. Rokuta and Hanako also started coaxing after Mao, they were still children after all. Okay, I really can't do anything about you, so my brother will tell a story about a tiger eating people at night. Once upon a time there was a tigress who liked to eat people, especially children who didn't sleep at night. Before Takeo finished speaking, Rokuta, Shigeru and Hanako quickly closed their eyes tightly and covered the quilt quickly. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. The system sound surprised Takeo a little. Did he surprise himself? Thinking of this, Takeo felt inexplicably sad. Sure enough, they are still children, and they are all asleep before the end of the story. Takeo yawned and thought, and felt sleepy at this moment, and was about to turn his head to turn off the light, but saw a familiar and frightened figure standing straight behind him. Tigress! At this moment, the head priest was standing quietly behind him, and Takeo subconsciously called out. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Kamatu Takeo, right? You just received a report that you hid food, and what did you say about me just now? Takeo looked at the head pastor whose anger was about to reach its peak, his eyes showed panic, he wanted to pass out right now. Don't sleep tonight, look at you so energetic, you stay vigil tonight. Takeo. This woman. What a fickle creature. Seeing Takeo's unmoved look, the head pastor yelled loudly, why are you still standing here? Or do you want to copy the Bible 300 times? Ding! Priest Changlaze exclamation point plus 100. Head priest, I was wrong, I'll go now. Takeo nodded like a chicken pecking rice, he didn't want to stay here for a moment, the depressing atmosphere made him a little out of breath. The so-called night vigil is not simply standing outside and patrolling back and forth, but also guarding against attacks by evil spirits and keeping watch at any time. However, most of the vigils are patrolled by 2 people, so that even if you encounter evil spirits, you can have time to ask for foreign help in advance. However, at the thought of patrolling with the head pastor, Takeo still denied this idea. The head pastor's temper really changes when the weather changes, which is hard to fathom. At night, the cold wind blows, and Takeo walks alone on the path paved with huangganjian, humming a little song. Takeo breathed the fresh air at night, he looked at the sky dotted with stars, feeling a little melancholy in his heart, he hadn't looked up at the moon for a long time. Looking around, a black shadow was standing on the beam of the roof, holding a bamboo knife in his hand, constantly practicing swinging movements. Takeo was a little surprised, I don't sleep at night and go to the roof to practice swords. Is the current younger generation so curly? Takeo took a few more steps forward, and there happened to be a bamboo forest in front of him. The curious Takeo walked through the bamboo forest, opened a gap in the bamboo forest with both hands, poked out half of his head, and looked at the black shadow on the roof. Who? Maybe Takeo moved too much, the rustling sound in the bamboo forest disturbed the black shadow in the sword practice. In a panic, Takeo quickly shrank his head back, but accidentally got stuck between the bamboos. That figure jumped down from the roof, and under the moonlight, her graceful figure was like a fairy under the moon. Hey, this is too much tonight. Takeo couldn't help complaining, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Takeo, with a bamboo knife across his chest, his eyes were full of guard. My Kawasumi. Kaiman Takeo. The two called out the opposite's name at the same time, and then they were taken aback for a moment, then looked at each other and smiled. Ding, Kawasumi, my surprise value plus 100. Takeo, what are you doing in the bamboo forest at night? Seeing Takeo's embarrassment, Chuansumi almost laughed out loud. Stop talking, Sister Chingyu, help me now, my head is stuck in the middle of the bamboo. Kawasumi Mai nodded without hesitation. Holding the bamboo knife in her hand, she took a few deep breaths and poured her strength into the bamboo knife and sword. Crack! The obstructing bamboo was split in two in an instant, the surface of the incision was as smooth as a mirror. Takeo looked at the incision in disbelief, and his little heart skipped a beat. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Is this bamboo knife so strong? This makes him a blacksmith. Takeo walked out of the bamboo forest in embarrassment, and couldn't help but blush when he saw my Chuansumi in front of him. I was almost 50 years old in my previous life and this life, and I was saved by a little girl. Seeing that Chuansumi Mai didn't speak, he just lowered his head and fiddled with the bamboo knife in his hand. Takeo also knew that he might have disturbed her sword practice, but he still asked curiously. Sister Chingyu, it's very dangerous for you to go to the eaves to practice swords without sleeping at night, and staying up late is not good for girls' skin. As soon as Takeo said something, he realized the problem, and his tone seemed a little tough, just like the feeling of the elders teaching the younger ones. However, he was still single in his 30s in the previous life, and in fact he was not very good at socializing with little girls. However, Mai Kawasumi didn't take Takeo's questioning tone to heart, as if she had something on her mind. Takeo, do you know that in a few days the final selection of the Demon Slayer team will be held, and I want to be a part of the Demon Slayer squad? The girl's voice was a little weak, but her eyes revealed a firm look, and the scabbard in her hand couldn't help but tighten a little. Demon Killing Squad. Speaking of the selection of the Demon Slayer team, Takeo knows a lot of information. His older brother Tanjiro learned from Senior Rinaki and became a demon hunter. Why? You know it's very dangerous, especially the evil spirits on the mountain of the ultimate selection vine attack, they all eat people and don't spit out their bones. Don't talk about Takeo, I will go no matter what, Takeo has some things to do. Chuansumi Mai's eyes no longer dodged, and her tone was firm. Takeo looked at Mai Kawasumi, and it was hard to believe that this lively and cheerful girl had a side that was unknown and strong. Ding! Congratulations to the host Dimensional Weapon Battle Order System for upgrading to LV20, and one of the 3 gift packs is being opened. Please host to choose from one of the following. Gift Package 1 Eye of Appraisal. Gift Pack 2 Weapon Engraving. Gift Package 3 Space Backpack X10. Without any hesitation, Takeo directly chose Gift Package 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the weapon engraving function. The familiar system prompt sounded in Takeo's mind again. Takeo was slightly taken aback, looking at the bamboo knife in Mai Kawasumi's hand, a novel idea popped up. Chapter 13. Takeo, hello. What's wrong with you, Takeo? Kawasumi Mai looked at Takeo who was standing there in a daze, her slender hand did not forget to shake Takeo's face. At this time, Takeo had already entered the consciousness of the system. Looking at the interface template, he saw that the newly added weapon marking function could forcibly infuse the spiritual power of weapons from other planes into his weapons from the other world. An ability. Simply put, it is to add a skill blessing to your weapon. However, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, weapons that are often endowed with spiritual power may not be able to withstand this energy from other planes and be scrapped directly. In Takeo's mind, he quickly checked the corresponding weapon engraving on the bamboo knife. Weapon Hidei Character Sharpness A, Hand Feel A, Power Value B. Weapon Lost Calamity Sharpness SSS, Hand Feel SS, Durability C. Weapon Demon Saber Beifang Sharpness D, Specialty SS, Power S. Weapon 6 Fantasy Specialty SSS Growth S Adaptability E. The engraved list of various dimensional weapons, row after row of attributes passed through Takeo's mind uninterruptedly. He couldn't help being a little shocked. If he added all the abilities of these weapons to one weapon, would I be invincible? When Takeo scrolled through countless lists, a very familiar weapon appeared in front of him. Weapon Lake Toya Toughness SSS, Sharpness S, Feel A. Introduction: a knife made of a 1-year-old diamond tree that grows on the border, so whether it is a rock or a meteorite or anything, it is a very powerful wooden knife. Ding! Whether the host starts to redeem the stamp at this moment. Exchange. Takeo didn't hesitate at all. If the bamboo knife is successfully engraved, wouldn't it be necessary to replace it in this life, and the sun wheel knife is simply once and for all. Ding! I am helping the host to redeem the Lake Toya engraving, and I am deducting 12,000 exclamation points. Wait a minute. 12,000 exclamation points. Takeo stared at the system list in disbelief. In the past 2 years, he had obtained a total of about exclamation points, and he was directly deducted 1/5 of it. A ball of milky white transparent light slowly came to Takeo. Takeo stretched out his hand to grab it, and the light ball gradually became clear. For a moment, the world in Takeo's eyes was in a trance, and when he opened his eyes, he only saw a beautiful face that was close to his forehead, and he could feel the warm breath exhaled by the other party. What? Old Takeo blushed, his heart was beating non-stop. In fact, he had never had any interaction with the girl. He was at a loss for a while and didn't know how to deal with it. When he called out, Mai Chuansumi was startled. Takeo, are you feeling unwell? I didn't respond when I called you just now. Seeing Kawasumi Mai's concerned expression, Takeo couldn't help explaining. I'm fine, Sister Chingyu just thought of something. By the way, Sister Chingyu, can I borrow your bamboo knife? It was only then that Takeo remembered that there was still work to be done, and he immediately changed the embarrassing topic. Of course, but he is just a very ordinary bamboo knife. While talking, Chuansumi Mai took out the bamboo knife from the scabbard and handed it to Takeo. The bamboo knife in Takeo's hand disappeared in a flash, and he recited weapon engraving in his heart. In the next second, the bamboo knife seemed to be alive, the rhythm of the blade gradually became clear and transparent, and the silver-white blade suddenly appeared bright, dazzling like a diamond. It's done! A look of excitement appeared on Takeo's face, and he couldn't wait to wave the bamboo knife in his hand to chop towards the bamboo forest beside him. Crack! A large piece of bamboo was cut down in the middle, and the sawdust flew. Takeo looked at the bamboo knife in his hand with some surprises, he just swung it casually to have such great power. Kawasumi Mai, who was on the side, was also stunned. She knew the power of the bamboo knife she used most naturally. What's more, Takeo is just an ordinary person, and he didn't use breathing techniques or use any combat skills. Brush! Takeo cut towards a sycamore tree that was as thick as two people's arms surrounded. With a single cut, the trunk of the sycamore tree was still cut neatly, and the sycamore tree fell to the ground. This is too awesome! At this time, Takeo seemed to be possessed by a demon, and he was devastated wherever he went, so that the things he cut in the end gradually became outrageous. A makeshift relief cart, chop! The path paved with yellow granite, eat me! The statue next to King Yun Church, let me try it! Chuansumi Wu looked at Takeo, who was getting out of control in front of her, and her heart was in a mess. She didn't know if she should have lent him the bamboo knife just now. System, what the heck is going on with the system? The remaining consciousness of the client, Takeo, kept asking the system, and his heart seemed to be bleeding. It's over, this life is over, how much compensation will be required to pay it off? Ding, the current phenomenon is a normal phenomenon. This is a peculiar reaction caused by the hot blood of the master, Sakata Jintoki, being somewhat contaminated during the engraving process. Please rest assured the host, it is a normal phenomenon. Normal your sister. Let him stop. The bamboo knife in Takeo's hand was like a runaway wild horse. At this time, Takeo himself was being manipulated casually like a marionette. The bamboo knife in his hand kept waving. The madness made everyone tremble with fear. At this time, the ancient clock on the top floor of King Yun Church rang again with melodious and crisp sounds. In an instant, all members of King Yun Church exploded. The evil spirits have come in. Hurry up and inform the bishop. Priority protects the children, others follow me. The dark crowd in front of Takeo rushed towards Takeo's direction with long knives in their hands. All of them had the determination to die on their faces. Takeo watched the battle and couldn't help but secretly worried. No, isn't this too much? Before Takeo finished speaking, there was an explosion in the sky, and a figure in the middle stepped forward like a meteorite, splashing billowing smoke and dust. Cardinal Smoker, Fire Takia. Many church members recognized the old man in front of them at a glance, and stayed in the distance as if they had found the backbone. Get out of the way, old man! When Takeo saw an old man in tattered red clothes, he couldn't help shouting foul language. What made him speechless the most was that the old man didn't dodge at all. He was playing with the slender pipe in his hand, standing where he was silently taking something out of his pocket. Those skinny hands trembled and groped for a long time. The old man took out a box of matches from a pocket and was about to light it. Quickly open! The bamboo knife in Takeo's hand slashed horizontally, a crack was drawn on the ground, and the matchbox fell to the ground. Takeo's heart skipped a beat for a while. The bamboo knife didn't feel like he had cut anything solid, and at this time the old man had already come behind him without anyone noticing. Chapter 14. Boy, can I borrow a fire? The old man behind him said something neither humble nor overbearing, which made Takeo even more puzzled. When is the old man? Not yet. Takeo glanced at the old man behind him, turned around involuntarily, and slashed at the old man with a rotary knife. Old man, be careful! Crack! The slender pipe easily blocked the menacing sword glow, and Takeo couldn't help being surprised. This old man seemed to have a lot of background. Clang clang clang! With only a slender pipe, the old man easily defuses Takeo's several attacks. Feeling the shock from the collision of the bamboo knife, Takeo looked at the sloppy old man in surprise. This old man is so powerful. Brush. Under the high-speed collision between the pipe and the blade, a spark appeared. Stop hitting, let me smoke. The old man stepped aside calmly and began to smoke on his own. Let's go, let's go. When the members of the church saw the old man inhaling smoke, they all evacuated collectively like a cat seeing a mouse. Because they all knew that the smoker, Takeya, was going to get serious. At this moment, only an old man dressed in rags and Takeo, whose body was uncontrollable and in a daze, remained in the huge square. Boy, is this knife yours? The old man sat beside the stone pier, took a deep breath, and took a long time to spit out a mouthful of white mist. Old man, I blamed you wrongly, quickly help me stop this strange knife. Just as Takeo was talking, he held a bamboo knife and chopped towards the stone pier where the old man was. Buzz! Takeo's tiger's mouth was shaking for a while, and what shocked him even more was that the old man hovered the crazy bamboo knife with only 2 fingers. The bamboo knife seemed to be stuck in the crevice of the stone, unable to move. The old man then knocked the ash in the pipe aside, and reached out to snatch the bamboo knife from Takeo's hand. The originally cloudy eyes became more and more bright at this moment. The old man felt the texture of the sword body and nodded several times in a row. On the other hand, Takeo fell down on the ground, panting and looking at the messy scene, swallowed involuntarily. Young man, what's your name? This knife is too deep, you can't control it. The old man looked at the bamboo knife in his hand and said to Takeo seriously, as if he intended to keep it in his pocket. Seeing that Takeo didn't speak, he immediately took out an old sack and was about to put it in. Old man, this bamboo knife belongs to my friend, it's not natural for you to go along like this. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Are you kidding me that an old man can take your knife? Takeo. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Seeing that the old man's face is neither red nor out of breath, and his expression is calm, Takeo can't wait to go up and slap the old man. The old man's hands were not idle at all, he picked up the matchbox that fell on the ground, and was about to leave with the big sack on his shoulders. Grandpa fire! A beautiful figure ran over, and Takeo looked up and saw that it was Chuan Sumi-mai. Hey! The girl still remembers me as a bad old man. The old man paused when he heard the words, and looked at Chuan Sumi-mai and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Time really makes people old. When I left, you were still a little girl. I didn't expect to grow so big. Girl, the longer you grow, the more juicy you are. Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug. The old man put down the sack in his hand and greeted Mai Kawasumi. Takeo couldn't help curling his lips and thought, old man, you really dare to go to the ground. Chuan Sumi-mai was also amused by the old man, Grandpa Huo has been so many years, and he still loves to take advantage. Oh, you little girl is still shy. Takeo really couldn't help it anymore, this old man is clearly relying on the old to sell the old, he is a stinky hooligan. Girl, your Grandpa Huo was too hasty on the way here, and he didn't bring you any presents. Speaking of which, the old man took out a bamboo knife from the sack and gave it to Chuan Sumi-mai. When Takeo saw the old man's coquettish operation, he called out to the experts, this operation is absolutely amazing. Seeing that the bamboo knife had returned to its original owner, Takeo let him go. After all, he couldn't beat it again and again. Although the old man was a bit rascal, he did have 2 brushes. Grandpa Huo, you suddenly appeared here, do you have something very important to tell my father? Chuan Sumiwu said seriously. The old man lit his pipe, took a few puffs with his head sullen, and said with a sigh, there are 450 people in Lufang village in the suburbs, and none of the 6 people survived. What? Takeo couldn't help gasping, and couldn't help but recall the tragic scene of his mother's key being swallowed by evil spirits. Is it a demon? Takeo grabbed the old man's shoulders and forced to ask, his tone was visibly trembling, and his eyes seemed to be red with anger. Yes, it's an evil demon, and it's not an ordinary demon. The old man took a deep drag on his cigarette, nodded heavily and agreed. Although there were no survivors of the evil spirits that appeared in Lufang village, the crows sent by the demon-killing team still recorded them. But by the time I arrived, all of them had turned into evil spirits. We were still too late. Seeing the old man's gradually choking words, Takeo couldn't help but tears welled up in his eyes. Looking at the old man in tattered clothes again, Takeo's tall image gradually became tougher. This sloppy old man in front of him is not a rascal. That was the strong man who was fought among 100 evil spirits just now, and he was not wearing a red robe at all, but clothes soaked in the blood of evil spirits. Sorry, old man, I'm sorry. Takeo couldn't help feeling a little guilty in his heart, not knowing how to express his apology and ignorance. Takeo understood in his heart that the old man's bohemianism was just to cover up the true emotion of sadness in his heart. Grandpa Huo, please follow me. I will tell my father about this immediately. As Chuan Sumiwu said, he put the bamboo knife in his hand into the scabbard, and pulled Grandpa Huo to pass through a small path in the church. Takeo couldn't help admiring the two people in front of him. The two people, who were half a lifetime apart in age, both had a long-cherished wish to get rid of all evil spirits in the world. But just when Takeo wanted to go together, he was stopped by the old man. Don't follow that young man. This is not a joke. If you are not careful, you will die. The old man didn't actually look down on Takeo, but Takeo didn't practice breathing techniques at first glance, and he needed a separate person to take care of him when encountering evil spirits. He really didn't want to bring a mop bottle. Old man, who do you look down on? When the words came to his lips, seeing Kawasumi Mai's anxious expression, Takeo simply shut up. After all, this kind of incident where the village is collectively attacked by evil spirits cannot be delayed for too long. Okay, I know. Takeo nodded when he heard the words, turned and left. It's just that he had just walked a few steps when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't cleaned up the mess just now. I don't know how the head pastor will feel when he hears this, and Takeo himself doesn't know whether he can survive the sun tomorrow. Chapter 15. In the early morning of the next day, members of King Yun Church arrived as scheduled to participate in the prayer ceremony that must be done every day. On the one hand, it is to commemorate the dead relatives, and on the other hand, it is a wish to pray to the gods in the sky to bless this homeland and prevent evil spirits from invading. It's just that today's church seems to be much quieter than usual. A middle-aged man is sitting in the main seat in the center of the church. He is wearing a golden robe and a golden crown. Everywhere he looks, people feel awe. Heart. He is the Archbishop Holy Master Ivantov of King Yun Church, and he always has a mysterious and majestic smile on his face, which makes people unable to figure it out. As for the positions closest to him, there were 3 white-haired old men, all of whom had the strength of a cardinal, and any one of them could block the existence of one side. One of them was the smoker Huo Takia who just returned last night, but at this time, the old man lit up his pipe that had been with him for half his life as usual, and silently took a puff. The other 2 also looked weird. One was wearing a bamboo hat, and his lower body was almost completely covered by a huge red robe. The only visible left hand was also covered with a thick white bandage. The other had a bulging belly and his eyes were half closed. The skin on his body was so soft that the eyes near his arms and legs could droop to the ground. His face was full of exhaustion, as if he might fall asleep at any time. However, some older believers below the church did not seem to be dared to despise them by these 3 ugly old men. They were supposed to spend their old age in peace and happiness, but they still had to perform some particularly dangerous tasks. Although they had entered their twilight years, they still retained their majesty and pride in their bones. The 4th cardinal has come to the 3rd. Even the Archbishop Ivantov, who basically never shows up, has come to the scene in person. It seems that something big has happened. Many congregants also whispered, but they didn't dare to think about it. The last place on the throne is a few masked men in black and white striped clothing, and a special logo with hidden on the back of the uniform, which is the logistics force of the demon killing squad. At this time, outside the church, a figure was rushing towards the door of the church. This figure was none other than Kamatu Takeo, who was on night watch last night. In fact, Takeo was sleeping soundly when he returned to the house, when the head pastor kicked him awake and told Takeo that something important had happened and he had to be there. However, Takeo was still a little dazed at that meeting, and fell asleep again when he turned over, so he was late. Originally, Takeo didn't take it seriously. After all, he was just an inconspicuous little person. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one returned to the dormitory, he realized the seriousness of the problem, mainly because he was afraid of being reprimanded by the head priest. The silence outside the church was a bit scary. Takeo poked his head out quietly and looked around. The church hall was full of dignified figures. Takeo didn't dare to make a sound, and tiptoed into the hall. "Brother Takeo, squat down quickly. Hurry up. It was Takeo's younger brother Shigeru who was speaking. The orphans who were being rescued were all listening to the teachings on the outermost layer, and the innermost layer was the archbishop, 4 cardinals, priests, and pastors. Hearing Mao's voice, Takeo quickly squatted down, but was stopped by a familiar voice. Yo, kid, we meet again. Takeo froze in place, looking at that figure. It was the old man who loved to smoke last night. The smoker Takeahuo greeted Takeo enthusiastically, but Takeo always felt that the old man was sincerely looking for faults. In the quiet church, those eyes all looked at Takeo who had just entered the church door. Ding, Nose's amazement value plus 100. Taketoma's amazement value plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Mao exclamation value plus 100. Old smoker, do you know each other? Archbishop Ivantev, who was sitting on the throne in the middle, said that even he couldn't help being curious about the boy in front of him. Ding, Ivantev's exclamation point plus 100. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would rarely be able to visit this place in person, so most of the faces were unfamiliar. Well, my lord bishop, I had a little discussion with this brat last night. My old arms and legs are a bit too much for me. Really? Does the old smoker already have a suitable candidate? Ivantev was overjoyed. In fact, they were obviously short of manpower this time, and it would be fine if they had suitable seedlings to adopt as stepsons. The boy at the door, what's your name? The archbishop's face became very kind, as if bathed in the spring breeze, but Takeo felt a little uncomfortable in his gentle tone. Takeo secretly scolded himself for being so unlucky that he hit the muzzle of the gun directly. Maybe that old man told all about last night. It's because he is too thick-skinned, being watched by so many people, he didn't dare to make any excuses, so he simply and generously admitted his mistake last night. Master Bishop, I'm sorry, last night I... Before Takeo finished speaking, the bishop nodded repeatedly and gave Takeo a reassuring look. Son, you don't need to talk, I understand. My lord bishop, and me. And I. Above the hall, it was like bamboo shoots springing up after a spring rain. A few more teenagers stood up, and Takeo was stunned. Was there someone to help with this mistake? Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. The voice of the system sounded again in Takeo's mind, and even Takeo was blinded now. My darling, what the hell is going on? Report to the bishop, this person came to our church 2 years ago. His mother was also killed by the evil spirit. His name is Kamatu Takeo. Looking at Takeo who was stunned in place, a priest in white robe explained to the bishop respectfully. Her voice was very gentle and somewhat sweet. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo couldn't believe his ears. Was this the pastor who almost killed himself last night? Ha ha ha. Okay, very good. You are very brave Takeo Kamatu, and you guys, get ready to go with the Demon Slayer squad tomorrow morning. Remember it's just an investigation, pay attention to safety. The archbishop looked at these immature faces, and his heart was filled with relief. What's the matter? Takeo was speechless for a while. It turned out that the bishop had a wrong idea. He really got into trouble and came to admit his mistake, not a boy who went to slay a dragon. Takeo just wanted to explain, but then he thought about it. If he knew that he almost tore down the church last night with hacking, he didn't know how he would feel. It's okay, my lord bishop, I promise to complete the task. Takeo patted his chest and said reassuringly, he just accepted it like this, and he can keep it a secret for a while. Chapter 16. Okay, let's end the meeting. The cafeteria has already prepared the meal, everyone can go to have breakfast. Archbishop Ivantev said, and it was only then that Takeo realized that the meeting was coming to an end when he came in. Watching the people evacuating from the hall to the cafeteria one after another, the 3 cardinals also stood up from their seats at the same time, respectfully separated from each other. Seeing all the irrelevant personnel disperse, Archbishop Ivantev stepped down from the central seat, and looked at the teenagers in front of his brows. The bishop's expression became gentle. He was not like a condescending king, but more like a father who cared about him all the time. The 5 teenagers stood in a row, quietly listening to the bishop's teachings. Ivantev walked up to Takeo and stopped. Perhaps it was because of his frequent exercise and blacksmithing that Takeo was slightly higher than everyone else, and he was recommended by the smoker Takia Fire. Keiman Takeo, you will be the captain of this team. Captain, Me. Rao Takao's mentality was extremely high, and he was a little shocked by this sudden arrangement. As if seeing Takao's surprised gaze, Ivanov patted Takao's shoulder, and said kindly with a smile. I believe you can do it, Kamatu Takao. In addition, the demon killing team will help you secretly this time, but you must pay attention to safety. Just as he was talking, a hidden member of the demon killing team walked up to Ivanov and slowly opened a map drawn on sheepskin. Ivanov anticipated that these teenagers might have many doubts, so fortunately he pointed to the circled positions on the sheepskin map and said. Last night, Huo Takia and I discussed a plan temporarily. Starting from Lufang village outside the outer suburbs, we began to gradually investigate the remaining evil spirits in the surrounding area. The bad incident in Lufang village cannot happen again, this is also a safer way to search for evil spirits. So after discussing with several cardinals, I decided to gradually expand the scope of inspections from different directions. The bishop, do you want us to follow you to carry out the mission? Through the conversation with Ivanov, Takao also got a general understanding of this action plan. However, Takia Huo, the smoker at the side, took the lead and said, Little demon, have you drifted away recently? Do you think you can easily get away from the crowd of evil spirits? Of course the bishop, I have made my own arrangements. Yes, we are a little short of manpower, and you have more important tasks to complete. Ivanov nodded, took a few steps back, and signaled hidden from the demon killing team to tell them the mission requirements. If these teenagers have become the demon hunters of the demon slaying team, then there is no need for them, the logistics of the demon slaying team, to inform each other and convey tasks, but there will be creatures such as crows to help pass information. In Piaoxiang village, a village north of Qinxi town, boys and girls often disappear inexplicably. The first batch of demon killing teams found nothing, but as soon as they leave, strange disappearances will appear again. Master Bishop, do you want us to investigate? Takao was the first to raise his own question, but the bishop did not speak, but shook his head. Doing that is tantamount to telling them that our people are coming. We suspect that these demons have been lurking in the dark, and they seem to be able to sense the demon hunters coming through their scents, so they took the initiative to avoid us. What you have to do is to stay in the villagers' homes and wait for the opportunity. I suspect that these evil spirits are deliberately avoiding us, but you are different. You haven't practiced the exercises, and you are ordinary people, so you are more suitable to lure evil spirits. When the bishop mentioned evil spirits, the expressions of 3 or 4 children who stood there changed suddenly. After all, they all had the experience of seeing evil spirits eat their own relatives in their childhood. Not to mention the operation of sending himself to the mouth of the evil demon with his own hands, but when Ivanov saw Takao, the worried expression on his face eased a lot. In fact, Takao has long been tired of the current boring life, and he is a time traveler anyway, how can he spend his whole life doing nothing? What's more, after killing the evil spirits, they can be exchanged for the weapons behind. Thinking about it, I am a little excited. Takao can't wait to fight 100 evil spirits tonight. Children, don't be afraid, the members of the demon killing squad will protect you in the dark. Then, my lord bishop, when will the task begin? Takao asked urgently, while the teenagers on the side seemed to see demons. Ding, Terashima use exclamation point plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Nagaya Hito's exclamation point plus 100. 3 Cities excitement plus 100. Ivanov looked at Takao and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Today, we will make some preparations, and everyone will prepare tonight, and we will leave immediately. When the 3 teenagers heard that the bishop was going to Piaoxiang village tonight, their bodies suddenly became weak. However, Shan Kong, who is a buddy, looked at Takao with admiration, You really deserve to be brother Takao, there is no one else with such courage. Archbishop Ivanov clapped his hands. At this time, the 2 nuns who had been waiting outside the church bowed respectfully to the adults, and then brought the teenagers to the back kitchen to prepare meals. You guys also go to prepare first, tonight is not peaceful. Yes. The 3 red-robed old men also nodded to Ivanov, then turned and left first. Ivanov stood in this spacious hall, stopped where he was and said calmly, Girl, come out, don't hide, I've seen you a long time ago. He, sure enough, I can't hide anything from my father. A voice like a silver bell came from the corner, and the girl had a smile on her face. She ran over and immediately hugged Ivanov's arm, coquettishly. You girl, you are becoming more and more unruly. You even hid and eavesdropped on the conversation between Dad and your uncles. Ivanov taught with a straight face, but there was a hint of doting in his tone. Father, can you take me with you on the mission of Piaoxiang village? I want to go too. The girl raised her head and asked, looking at her father with an expectant expression. No, how many times have the girl told you, but it's just no way. Ivanov rejected his precious daughter's request without hesitation. Your mother was killed by a demon. How can I see my daughter repeating your mother's old path with my own eyes? Ivanov hugged Kawasumi Mai in his arms as he spoke, as if that memory touched the wound in the middle-aged man's heart that could not heal. Sorry girl, forgive Dad for being selfish. Dad just wants you to marry and have children like an ordinary girl, and live an ordinary life. Chapter 17. Ivanov caressed the back of his daughter Kawasumi Mai and said that he really didn't want his daughter to be so decisive and go back to her old path like him. Father, I really can't do it, not to mention that my mother's death was also caused by evil spirits, I really. Chuansumi Mai's words touched the heart of the man in front of her all the time, and her voice gradually choked up. As a father, although Ivanov is also suffering, the things he has decided will never change. Girl, don't talk about it. Dad will never agree with you to participate in the demon hunting mission. Absolutely not. Ivanov's firm voice echoed in the empty church. Mai Kawasumi knew that once his father decided on something, he would not change it easily. Dad. It's getting late, girl, go back and rest. Tears flowed from Chuansumi Mai's eyes. He sometimes hated his father. Did he forget how his mother was killed by a demon? Somewhat disappointed, Kawasumi Mai pushed Ivanov's arms away, and rushed out the door without looking back. Girl, girl. Ivanov looked at the back of his daughter leaving, full of guilt and self-blame. Am I really doing something wrong? Perhaps only Ivanov himself knows that his heart is not as strong as it appears on the surface, but as the Archbishop of King Yun Church, what he wants to protect is not only his daughter, but also the safety of the people. Quincy Town wonderful hitting in the blacksmith's shop, Takeo picked up the hammer and started working on his old job with a face of enjoyment. This time, it's not just to make a little money, but to prepare some good things specially for this mission. He dug out a cloth bag from the backstage of the blacksmith shop, which contained some materials he bought with his savings in the past 2 years. He wanted to save some more to make a big sword when he had time. However, the task is urgent, so I simply use these materials first to make a few weapons for self-defense. But with the current materials, Takeo thought for a long time that it would be more suitable to make a short knife. After all, he has been an apprentice in this blacksmith shop for nearly 2 years. The boss, Lao Luo, heard that Takeo wanted to use it, so he didn't ask Takeo for money. Instead, he gave the best forging and smelting equipment to Takeo unconditionally. After all, Luo, the elder of the store, was also a generation of people who traveled far and wide back then, so he could see the extraordinary potential of the young Takeo in forging this area. Lao Luo had a premonition that this young man had a promising future, and he could only be wooed and never provoked. Boom boom boom. Takeo used iron tongs to pick up more than a dozen red burning iron blocks one by one, put them on the forging table and beat them repeatedly. The blue veins on the back of Takeo's hands were exposed, his legs were slightly bent, his back was straight, and he focused his eyes on these iron blocks. After fixing them with iron tongs with one hand, the hammer in his hand hit the iron blocks with continuous crisp sounds. Like a lion at work, his eyes wide open, his body full of energy, he has completely immersed himself in the joy of exercising. Gradually, almost all the surrounding scenes disappeared, leaving only the sound of hammers colliding and his own heartbeat in the huge space. He kept swinging the hammer to strike the iron block on the forging table, time and time again, each time getting heavier and more rhythmic, so that in the end, the beating and breathing remained surprisingly consistent. He saw the vertical and horizontal cracks inside the iron block, saw the continuous overflow of impurities inside, and saw smaller metal crystals. Maybe even Takeo himself didn't expect that during the forging process, he unknowingly found a realm that all members of the Demon Slayer squad envy: transparent world. As the impurities in the iron block continued to decrease, a series of extended knife-like prototypes gradually appeared in front of Takeo. Although melting the iron plate into molten iron adopts the method of pouring a model, but as a serious blacksmith, Takeo disdains it at all, because the things produced in that way are soulless. Lao Luo's call came from Takeo's ear, and before he knew it, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding! Lao Luo's exclamation point +100. Will Takeo go to eat something? It's already afternoon. You didn't respond when I asked you just now. I was scared to death. I thought you were in a daze. Boss Luo, thank you for your kindness, but these weapons are very important to me, and I'm leaving tonight. Takeo, do you think that my salary is too little for you? If you have any requirements, just ask me. I will help you find a way if I can. In his heart, Lao Luo was unwilling to let Takeo leave. Although the business of his blacksmith shop is not very hot recently, it is still much higher than the previous orders. Most of them come here for fame. Those who want to experience the boy's blacksmithing skills, after all, there are very few master blacksmiths who can hand-beat iron pots until the body is as smooth as a mirror and the thickness does not exceed 2 mm. Boss Luo, it's not what you think. I really have something important tonight. Takeo waved his hands again and again to explain, trying to dispel Lao Luo's worries. Seeing that Lao Luo didn't ask too much, he didn't say much, but looked at the 10 short knives he had just forged. The weight of each short knife is surprisingly consistent, and the length is slightly shorter than the elbow, which is very moderate. It is also the first time for Takeo to forge so many weapons, so he can't help feeling a little excited. The iron tongs clamped each hot short knife. The current hardness should be almost meaningless, and the blade also needs to be sharpened. Takeo glanced at the clock hanging in the house. It seemed that he had to hurry up. He recalled the situation when he encountered the evil spirits, but at least with the help of his older brothers Tanjiro and Nezuko, he managed to kill the evil spirits. As for the earliest encounter with the evil spirit, Takeo didn't leave much impression, not enough to measure the strength of the evil spirit. What he has to do now is to make a few weapons that can kill demons. Of course, even ordinary demons cannot kill him without special weapons. But as long as one's own weapon is fast and sharp enough, it shouldn't be a problem to wait for the demon-killing team to come to the rescue. Full of fighting spirit, Takeo pulled the bellows, but once the bellows stopped pulling, the fire temperature tended to drop, although it was very slight. He suddenly remembered that he had never used the great cremation smelting method he had learned, so it was time to give it a try. Takeo's eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. This smelting method can be used to heat the material to zero melting range in a short time, and it can also be used to directly melt waste metal. He looked at the dagger in the calc inner, there was no wind around it, and the originally quiet and weak flame began to become anxious. For a moment, the blazing flames quickly wrapped the 10 short knives. In the small space of the calc inner, the short knives burned with the purest white flame. Through a small window, Takeo confirmed that the dagger was ready for the next step, and decisively took out the iron tongs for the final sublimation. A container filled with black liquid has already been prepared beside it, and a pair of pure white shiny short knives are submerged in it. The container that was calm just now seemed to be about to explode. Flames shot up from the mouth of the container, and bubbles of all sizes were constantly boiling. Crack, click. Although Takeo had expected this kind of result, but when he heard the small sound, he couldn't help frowning. Chapter 18. Although the relatively safe oil quenching had been adopted, there were still a few short knives that could not withstand the severe heat changes and were scrapped directly. Takeo felt a pain in his heart when he saw that the 10 knives just turned into the current 2 knives. Although the site used was provided by the shop Lao Luo, the material was bought with a little bit of his savings in 2 years. Takeo, in fact, you don't have to worry too much. Ordinary iron ore cannot withstand such a high temperature drop. If it is replaced by refined iron ore, this situation will not happen. Seeing Takeo, who was a little lost, the shop elder Luo also said patiently. While talking, Lao Luo put on special heat-resistant gloves, and sharpened the quenched short knife. It turned out to be like this. I thought it was my operation problem. Hearing Lao Luo's answer, Takeo was relieved a lot. It turns out that there is such a thing as fine iron ore in this world. It seems that he guessed what Takeo wanted to ask. Lao Luo said to Takeo while sharpening his knife, I heard that there is an ore trading market in Ruzik City going south. Of course, you can try it too, but I heard that someone in the village in the north dug out rare ore. You can try your luck there. Ruzik City, the northern village. Takeo secretly recorded this information, but when he thought that his task tonight was to go to Piaoxiang village in the north, he couldn't help but feel happy. Maybe he could actually dig out some ore or something. With the help of shop elder Luo, the blades of the 4 short knives were trimmed to shine. Lao Luo did not forget to make a blood groove on both sides of the short knives. Takeo took out a short knife and tested it a bit. Although it didn't have the sharpness of cutting iron like mud as imagined, it was extremely sharp, and easily cut the wooden horse beside it in half. He looked at the gradually darkening sky, put away the 4 short knives, and borrowed an iron pick by the way, just in case. After bidding farewell to the shop elder Luo, Takeo returned to the meeting point mentioned in the morning. At this time, a carriage had already stopped in front of the King Yun Church, and the head of a tall man was Archbishop Ivantov, and the old men standing beside him were the cardinal's trump cards. And behind them, stood several teenagers who went to Daoxiang village together. Takeo saw that the staff seemed to be inferior to him, and he was embarrassed to delay any longer, and strode forward to the carriage. "Little devil, you have such a big face, is that where you should sit?" Ding, Huo Takia's amazement value plus 100. Ivantov's exclamation point plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Amazing value plus 100. In the distance came the joking voice of Takia Huo, the smoker, and even Archbishop Ivantov coughed slightly in embarrassment. "Brother Takeo, come here." "Here." The voice of his buddy Yamako came from the back position, and Takeo, who was in a dilemma for a moment, breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the eyes that can kill, Takeo would not mind killing the cynical old man in front of him hundreds of times. "I was really ashamed just now, thanks to my buddy Shan Kong who gave me a step down." Takeo is not a hypocritical person, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand with other teenagers in full view. Seeing that everyone was assembled and seated, Archbishop Ivantov turned around with satisfaction and said in a hearty voice, "Tonight is your first experience, and I don't want anyone to be missing because of this, so everyone will follow the plan. Just get ready to go. Jeff. Subordinates are here." Kyofu is the driver of this carriage, wearing a white cassock, and when Archbishop Ivantov called him, he immediately understood and changed his departure. "Old demons, get in the car." The 3 cardinals didn't talk nonsense, they got into the carriage together and drove away, leaving Takeo and others with a confused look on their faces. "Master Bishop, will you forget us?" Just as Takeo was talking, he saw no one answered, and when he turned his head, the boys who were here just now were all gone. "What the hell?" Just as Takeo wanted to complain, an old scalper came slowly, making a moo-moo sound. At this time, a hidden team member in black and masked was sitting in front of the driver. He pulled the reins and stopped firmly in front of Takeo. "Brother Takeo, come up quickly." Yamasora raised the curtain of the car and waved at Takeo. Takeo nodded, and then jumped into the bullock cart. At this moment, the carriage was a bit crowded. Apart from the teenagers who were performing their tasks, there was also a member of the demon-killing squad inside. Seemingly feeling the surprised expression on Takeo's face, Shan Kong, his buddy, immediately explained, "Brother Takeo, you also know that our church's funds are not well off, and this old scalper borrowed it from the local villager's house anyway." Car. When Takeo heard that Shan Kong had said that, he could only sigh helplessly. He found an empty seat near the car curtain and sat down. For some reason, he felt that the atmosphere was weird, as if everyone had something on their minds and kept silent. This made Takeo, the captain, in a difficult situation. If even the members don't understand, this mission may not be able to proceed smoothly. "Everyone, if you allow me to introduce myself, I am Murata from the Demon Slayer Squad. I will go to Daoxiang village this time to investigate the disappearance with everyone." A member of the Demon Slayer Squad named Murata greeted everyone with a smile. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, not very tall, and looked polite. However, Murata's self-introduction did not enliven the inside of the carriage. "Murata, do you know if a guy named Tanjiro was promoted to be a member of the demon-killing team in the recent final selection?" When Takeo heard that Murata was a member of the Demon Slayer Squad, he immediately became interested. In fact, he also missed his older brothers Tanjiro and Nezuko. The name Tanjiro seems familiar. Hearing that, Takeo felt a little relieved. Even though he couldn't fight with his brother, he felt relieved knowing that they were safe and sound. Along the way, the carriage kept shaking as the cattle advanced. The 6 people were sitting in the narrow carriage, and from time to time, due to the vibration of the carriage, their bodies swayed from side to side and deviated from their positions. "I can't take it anymore." Takeo let out a loud roar, his eyes were bloodshot, mainly because his body was already very tired from blacksmithing and forging weapons today. This ox cart was not only slow, but also did not have any stabilizing devices in the carriage, and from time to time one could hear the creaking sound of the wheel hubs worn and aged all year round. Just as he was about to squint his eyes, he was startled awake by the bodies of other team members moving sideways. At this time, an axe appeared out of nowhere in Takeo's hand, and several people in the carriage were terrified by Takeo's actions, not knowing what he wanted to do. Chapter 19. Takeo raised the curtain of the car and jumped directly, but to be precise, he should have walked down. After all, the old scalper is too old, especially on the road at night. Although the members of Hidden who are driving outside will wave their whips from time to time, the effect is remarkable and it can be called a slow speed. Crack! Takeo often took a deep breath, swung the giant axe in his hand, and made a powerful slash directly at the wheel hub on the side. The evil spirits are coming, the evil spirits are attacking. All of a sudden, several people in the carriage screamed like frightened birds. After all, it is quite common for evil spirits to appear at night. At any rate, Murata of the Demon Slayer squad is well informed, and immediately drew out the Japanese sword on his body. As their seniors, of course he must protect them. He jumped out of the car first, just in time to run into Takeo who was smashing the wheel hub. I saw the Hidden team member who was the coachman, holding on to Takeo's waist, and pulling back desperately. Crack crack! Takeo made another powerful slash, and the wheel hub on the other side was also chopped into pieces, but the accuracy was a bit lacking. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the Hidden team members behind, it might have been completed. Ding! Murata exclamation point plus 100. Murata looked at it directly, dumbfounded. What's the situation? Without the support of the wheels on both sides, the entire carriage just fell straight to the ground. Takeo rushed forward, but was hugged tightly by Murata who had just rushed out of the carriage. Takeo, are you crazy? We have to rush to Piaoxiang village as soon as possible. Get out of the way, don't delay my work. As Takeo said, an axe appeared out of thin air in his left hand again, intending to continue smashing it. As the captain instructed by Archbishop Ivantov, Takeo also knew that at this speed, the boys and girls in Daoxiang village would probably be eaten up by the time they passed slowly. The most important thing is that the dead old man seized his own tricks. If this mission fails, he will tell the Archbishop what happened that night in King Yun Church. At this time, the four youths on the bullock cart also got off after hearing the news, and a large group surrounded Takeo in the center, looking at him warily. If it weren't for Takeo not showing the desire to eat people, it is estimated that he might really be eliminated as a demon. Takeo looked at other people, and also felt that he might have lost his composure. He suddenly felt that he was almost 50 years old in his two lives, and sometimes he did such impulsive things like a child. I'm sorry just now. I was too impulsive. In fact, I wanted to transform this bullock cart. Takeo spoke his mind, but it sounded absurd to other people, not to mention that the ox cart had traveled a long way, and there were no people around and it was very remote. What's more, Takeo didn't even have a decent tool. No. If you have to say it, the axe in Takeo's hand is also considered, but can it be used to cut a hammer? Uterashima, Majona and Yahito Nagai, the three members of the temporary team, couldn't believe what Takeo said to death. However, they still have a small expectation in their hearts. If they can't repair it well, they don't have to face the evil spirits. On the contrary, they feel more at ease. Brother Takeo, I believe in you. The buddy Yamako has an inexplicable admiration for Takeo. Although it is a bit unrealistic, he still chooses to support him unconditionally. Takeo saw the expressions on the faces of the people in front of him, but he didn't feel any pressure, and he could use this opportunity to earn a wave of amazement. Takeo picked up the two out-of-shape wheels, and smiled with a cracked corner of his mouth. How about we make a bet? If I win this operation, follow my command. Terashima Yu frowned and looked at the confident Takeo and asked with some disdain, then what if you lose? Do you think I will lose? Takeo didn't talk nonsense and went straight to work. He quickly tore off the 110 steel bars on the two hubs and put them aside. Behind him, Terashima Yu and the others stared at Takeo as if they were watching a good show, and he couldn't believe that Takeo, who had nothing, could conjure flowers. Elbow hammer breaking power. Takeo held an axe, his elbow joints were tense, his skin gradually bulged and he slashed down. The huge hub was split into two, and then the other hub was cut in half with the same method. Takeo picked up a half ring, clasped it inward with both hands, and broke the half-circle hub hard. In both arms, the internal blood vessels burst and the veins bulged. Takeo's entire face was flushed red, but even with all his strength, the semicircular hub only bent inward a little. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and help! Takeo opened his voice and shouted to the few people behind, with a trace of anxiety in his tone. He had already exhausted all his strength just now. The main reason is that there are no tools at the scene. If you give him 2 hammers, he believes that he can conquer it with a few strokes. Come on! Listen to my slogan, work hard 1, 2, 3. Takeo was directing on one side, Terashima-yu at the 2 ends of the semicircle, Mijona and Nagayahito were at one end, and Takeo and Sorita were at the other end. 1, 2, 3. Work hard! Takeo's 5 teenagers shouted in unison, but reality slapped them hard. Takeo, you're not playing tricks on us with this plan. Now what else do you have to say? Brother Takeo, you are not the person you said. Terashima-yu and the others saw that they were all in vain, so they simply started a fight with Takeo. It's just that Takeo didn't have time to pay attention to them, but instead focused on the member of the Demon Slayer squad called Murata. There are already 2 completed rings under Murata's feet, and he seems to be very relaxed. Breathing with concentration, breathing of water. Murata's entire abdomen swelled suddenly, blue-white air came out of his nose, and the high concentration of oxygen filled his whole body. The seemingly thin figure burst out with amazing strength. Takeo looked at Murata's movements, but his eyes were filled with horror. Perhaps Murata sensed the surprised gaze cast by Takeo. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Murata walked up to Takeo, picked up the last semicircular hub under his feet, and broke it hard. The half ring that was difficult for 5 people to bend was easily symmetrical into a ring. It's incredible, Murata, how did you do it? Teach me. From time to time, Takeo's eyes flashed a small golden light. If he had this trick, he could improve his blacksmithing speed a lot. Are you talking about the trick I just did? Seeing Takeo's puzzled look, Murata patiently explained, that is the most basic breathing method commonly used by our Demon Slayer team. It can absorb a large amount of oxygen, thereby accelerating blood circulation and exploding the inner potential of the human body. It's called the whole concentration breathing method. Chapter 20. Focus on breathing. Takeo also knows a little bit about anime plots, and he regrets his decision to refuse to become a demon hunter. If he hadn't refused, he might have learned the method of concentrated breathing. But now he knows that the bet just now has not been completed, and now is not the time for him to come out and relax. Takeo collected the 4 completed rings, and now it's time to verify his guess. Terashima-yu and the others also approached, wanting to see what kind of medicine was sold in Takeo's gourd. Yang Kong, go and get some steel bars that I just removed from the hub, I will use them later. Okay, brother Takeo. Yamasora nodded, turned, and left, and Takeo also began his verification. The great cremation melting method begins. Takeo muttered in his heart. The interface of the ring gradually turned red, and it became hotter and hotter, and molten iron could be seen dripping down continuously. Ding! Murata exclamation point plus 100. 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Terashima-yu's exclamation point plus 100. Nagayahito's exclamation point plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Cowboy Hidden excitement value plus 100. Looking at the red flames in that instant, Murata of the Demon Slayer squad was the most trembling. He couldn't help but think of the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, Flame Pillar Purgatory Kyojuro, a man who mastered the breath of flames and manipulated the flames at will. But this conjecture was quickly vetoed by him. He didn't feel the flow of chi in Takeo's body, not to mention he didn't even master the most basic method of concentrated breathing. Terajima Yuji looked at Takeo like a monster, and he really wanted to step up and ask, "Excuse me, are you a fireman?" Surprised, local heating can really be done. The person involved, Takeo, ignored everyone. He actually cleverly grafted the electric welding skills from his previous life, but the process went smoothly, which he did not expect. Takeo couldn't help but feel elated, and the big cremation smelting method, a method that can quickly add heat to the peak in a few seconds, probably those blacksmiths would be envious of seeing it. Shan Kong, put the steel bar at the joint, and then let go immediately to avoid being burned. Okay, brother Takeo. Yamasora responded quickly, and put steel bars one by one at the joint of the ring, and Takeo also transferred the heating target to the steel bars, and several steel bars began to burn, and the molten iron melted the ring. The gap is completely sealed. After a long time, all 4 rings were completed in the same way. Although it seemed that some parts had been burned to blackness, it did not affect the final product. Uterashima and the others looked at Takeo, who was giggling while holding 4 rings, and immediately became interested in his finished product. Takeo took out 2 rings and heated them locally at their tangent positions, and then used steel rods as welding rods to fill the gap between their tangent points, forming a shape of. Come here quickly and help lift it down. Before Takeo could finish speaking, Terashima and others rushed over. After all, everyone is still a teenager, full of fantasies about all novel things, and has long since forgotten about any shit bets. With everyone's concerted efforts, the 2 were successfully welded to the balance beam under the carriage. Takeo nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his masterpiece. Okay, it's done. This thing can move, don't you think we are fools? Uterashima looked at the ox cart that had been modified beyond recognition. He wanted to look forward to it, but Takeo actually said that it was completed. Takeo turned his back to them, leaving only a back that they could never figure out. He slowly turned his head and said in a soft voice, "Passengers, please sit back in the carriage. We will start the train immediately. Don't worry, the speed is definitely much faster than before. The delay was too long and we have to hurry up." That Takeo, wait a minute. Murata stood on the spot and hesitated and said, "I'm afraid we have to wait." "Why, we are all ready." Takeo looked at Murata suspiciously, but Murata raised his finger and pointed to the distant scenery. "What does this mean?" "Murata, the sound of you hitting the hub just now scared the old scalper away, and our people have already started chasing it." Takeo. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo sat on the ground wanting to cry, "It's too difficult for me to travel far away. If this task cannot be completed, based on the old man's thinking, he will definitely report on what happened that night." Tonight. Takeo couldn't help turning worry into joy. He suddenly remembered that he still has a system, and weapon engraving might also be engraved on the wheel hub. Takeo's vision gradually blurred, and he felt as if he was traveling in a strange space. After a long time, his vision gradually cleared up, and the blue projected system interface came into view. As Takeo used the system more often, he gradually got used to this wonderful state. Takeo glanced across the system interface, and looked for it in the weapon engraving function. But in general, to use the weapon engraving function, the real weapon and the imprinted weapon must be of the same type, but for things like the wheel hub, if you look for it from here, it will not match at all. Ding, according to the needs of the host, the function of special engraving has been turned on. It was still the familiar system sound, and Takeo couldn't help but secretly elated, but when he couldn't wait to activate the special engraving function, he found that the system didn't have any good intentions at all, and it required surprise points to activate it in advance. It hurts even more when Takeo sees how little exclamation point he has left. The 3 short knives on his body still want to have time to weapon engraving, so there is no need to count on it now. Confirm. Gritting his teeth, Takeo decisively chose to pay exclamation points. The special engraving that was displayed on the black interface just now can be accessed normally. Special class bricks hardness B, portability D, power S, all can be used universally. Clarinet penetration SS durability A power B, can be used for musical instruments. Magic bean growth A, adaptability B, potential SSS, can be used for plants. Looking at all kinds of dazzling props, Takeo couldn't help sighing that this system is really amazing. In the future, he will have to find a time to earn its several hundred million exclamation points. The amazement points in himself are a bit stretched. After flipping through a few pages, Takeo finally found an engraving that could barely reach the hub. Strong sound speed SSS stability A endurance B, can be used for locomotives. When seeing this engraving, the DNA in Takeo's heart couldn't help being touched. This strong stick sonic came from the 4-wheel drive brothers, and it can be regarded as his childhood memory. Chapter 21. Ding, whether or not the host enables exchange, the required exclamation value is Takeo froze in place. This special engraving really meant to empty out his family, but in this situation, he had to give it a go. Exchange. Gritting his teeth, Takeo said cruelly, as before, a red ball of light slowly fell into Takeo's palm. He looked at the red light ball, which was not as big as the white light ball before, and he wondered if the system had tricked him. However, this engraving Takeo was also selected after a long time of screening from many special engravings. Strong Stick Sonic Speed is the 4th generation car of Sing Malie, one of the protagonists in the original work Four Wheels Brothers. It can also have super high speed. The most important thing is that the whole vehicle adopts a large diameter tire design for the first time, and most of the shock absorption of the front wheels has been improved, which not only enhances the grip, but also makes it easier to handle corners. Ding! Dimensional Weapon Battle Order System is exiting. Please wait a moment. Following the prompt sound of the system interface exiting in Takeo's mind, ripples appeared in the surrounding space in a blink of an eye, as if broken, and then disappeared. Takeo, don't blame yourself too much. Murata looked at Takeo, who was in a daze, thinking that he blamed himself for scaring away the old scalper. What? It seemed that after seeing the strange gaze from Murata, Takeo realized that maybe he had been in the system for too long just now, and Murata regarded him as a patient. I'm fine, just wait for me soon. Takeo held up the red light ball in his hand, and walked carefully to the finished wheel hub. In fact, he didn't know what the result would be after the engraving was completed. Ding! Murata exclamation point plus 100. Terashima use exclamation point plus 100. 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Chinkai Yang Gren's exclamation point plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 50. On the carriage, Terajima Yu poked out half of his head, and said to Shankong beside him. Yamakuro, aren't you getting close to Takeo? See what he's doing with his arms up. Could it be a mental problem? Mishiro also approached curiously and said jokingly. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Takeo has his own reasons for doing this. Yamasora also felt that his explanation was a bit far-fetched, but he was a little used to it, and Takeo often played cards in such an unreasonable way. Shankong, don't hide it, tell me what the hell Takeo is doing down there. Yahito Nagai also sat up and asked Yamakuri. In fact, he didn't think Takeo could do anything before, but he felt that the carriage he was in began to shake slightly. The person involved, Takeo, ignored the group of guys. In fact, he was already frightened by the engraving. The red light group splits into 2 and sinks into the hub and goes straight into the depths of the hub. Da-da-da. He could clearly feel that the hub seemed to be alive, and the metal sound of gears meshing sounded from the empty chassis, like the regular beating of the engine's heart. Starting from the hub, the entire carriage is covered with a light red film. The most peculiar thing is that there is an illusory red bumper in the front row of the car to protect the position of the car, and the guide wheels appearing on the left and the right can also be seen. Murata. Did you see this car, it looks like a 4-wheel drive. Ding! Murata exclamation point plus 100. Murata looked at Takeo, who was dancing beside him, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Why did this kid go crazy, and the words in his mouth made it difficult for him to answer. Takeo didn't know what Murata was thinking, he thought he was surprised by his masterpiece. In fact, the things cached in the system, they can only see the original appearance before engraving, and only the system owner Takeo can see the appearance after engraving. Gone. As soon as Takeo grabbed Murata's hand, he dragged it to the carriage. Murata almost fell down when he pulled Murata like this. Fortunately, Uterashima and the others stabilized Murata's figure in time, so that he didn't make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Takeo, what are you doing? Uterashima looked at Takeo, who came up together with anger, because before he knew it, the sky seemed to be getting brighter, but they still seemed to stay where they were. Ding! 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. My god! Come and see! Sanchinjnai, who was closest to the car curtain, yelled. He lifted a large part of the car curtain, and he could clearly see that the scene outside the car was retreating rapidly like a carousel. Let me see! Let me see! Terashima Yu heard the words and looked in the direction Sanyano was looking at, and he froze in place as if he had been petrified. Rao is a well-informed Murata, and he doesn't know how to explain the phenomenon. Without using any power device, the modified wheels under the carriage moved by themselves. The interior of the carriage was strangely stable, and Murata knew that the fastest way to Piaoxiang village was the trail he was taking. However, the road has been in disrepair for a long time, overgrown with weeds, and potholes of various sizes can be seen everywhere. It can be said that it is rugged and difficult to walk. Even the fastest horse-drawn carriage will take 2 days and 2 nights to get there. Takeo, I would like to bet and admit defeat. I lost. Can you tell me how you did it? Uterashima looked at Takeo with fiery eyes. He wished he could tear off Takeo's head to see what was in it. Why didn't he pay attention to this character in the church before? You really want to know? Takeo said lightly. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to stimulate the appetite of Uterashima and the others, which made them itch in their hearts. Come on, let me tell you. Uterashima hurriedly changed seats with Yahito Nagai, who was on the outermost side, but the others obviously also wanted to know the inside story. Go away. Uterashima and Yahito Nagai looked at each other, and they raised their hands and pulled Takeo down on the middle seat. It turned out that Terashima Yu's purpose of changing seats was to free up his own seat, and he always felt that Takeo would never say so easily. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Takeo, and Takeo's heart was bristling, but he knew that if he told them about his own system, they would definitely not believe them, and instead felt that he was just perfunctory them. Takeo, what are you still thinking about? Why don't you say it quickly? Seeing Takeo sitting in the middle seat, Uterashima said in a deep voice without opening his mouth for a long time. Come on, let me tell you, you have to listen carefully. Several people were overjoyed when they heard the words, and quickly pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Even Murata expressed considerable concern about this matter. After all, if this technology can be mastered, the time spent on the road by members of the Demon Slayer squad will be greatly shortened, and the time required to complete the task will be faster. Swipe. Butcher. The modified car, which was driving smoothly, turned suddenly and sharply. Everyone collided with each other due to inertia, and those who were closer kissed directly on the spot. Terashima Yu, my first kiss is gone. Sanchin-ne, who just slashed my head with a front tooth. Nagai Yahito, who am I, where am I? Yamasora, brother Takeo. Murata, so who's driving now? Takeo. Chapter 22. Before everyone came back to their senses, the continuous S-shaped curve in front of them once again rushed everyone to this side. Takeo, I'm going to kill you. Count me in. Murata, Takeo, hurry up and control the car. Takeo only felt that in the carriage, he had inexplicably provoked a lot of resentment, which made him a little out of breath. I originally wanted to help everyone arrive faster, but it seems a little too much. Takeo, I want. Uterajima reluctantly stood up with the seat beside him. If eyes could kill, I believe Takeo would have died no less than 100 times. Terajima Yu, who was out of breath, went crazy in the car and vented about the loss of her first kiss. The first kiss that had been treasured for 15 years was gone. Brush. Before Uterashima finished speaking, the 4 or 5 team members who had fainted all rushed towards the corner where Uterashima was, like stacking arhuts. Terashima Yu. Brush. Still without giving any team members time to react, the car body tilted to the right again, and Mishiro and Nagai Yahito rolled from Terashima Yu's position to the other corner very synchronously. However, the space in the compartment is really limited, and the two of them bumped into the corner of the wooden seat next to them unfortunately. Kacha. My head. Mom, my feet are numb. There was a heart-piercing wailing sound in the carriage. It turned out that it was due to the inertial acceleration just now, and one of the legs might be slightly broken. The worst one was Sanjo now, who could faintly see that the scalp was continuously overflowing with blood. It was obvious that he had knocked his head, but the person concerned had already passed out. System, stop, stop. Takeo made a crazy contact system, and he also expected that the engraving would bring some energy from other planes, just like engraving the bamboo knife for Kawasumi Mai. But at that time, there was a smoker Takia Huo who came forward to stop it in time, and he was a little at a loss for the crazy motorcycle right now. Takeo suddenly felt that he was still not very thoughtful. It seems that the engraving system must be used with caution. Brush. The fourth sharp turn was fierce, making the already desperate situation of the 5 people even worse. Not good. A smear of reddish blood flashed in Takeo's eyes, which was left by Sanjo's injury. A strong sense of fainting surged into his heart. Takeo's legs were weak, and under the strong inertia, he broke through the side door, and his body was thrown out directly. Brother Takeo, hold on. A pair of hands appeared at this moment, grabbing Takeo's collar, but due to strength, he barely pulled him a foot off the ground. Shankong is not feeling well at this time, he is dizzy, and now he still has Takeo holding the fainting. Brush. The car body passed the last big bend, and the speed of this time the direction of reversal was obviously much slower than before. At this time, a figure was the first to stop in front of the car. Water-breathing one-shaped water surface slash. At this time, Murata took out his own sun wheel sword, and he constantly adjusted his breathing to gather oxygen as much as possible throughout his body. Coming. Layers of water flow entangled on the sun wheel knife, Murata's feet were stuck in the air, and the layers of water flow gathered by the blade glow directly swung down to the bare ground below. Murata has his reasons for doing this. If he uses the one-type water surface slash to directly cut across the vehicle, the already injured internal personnel may be injured again. All he had to do was to control the out-of-control vehicle, and this was a great opportunity. Murata's water surface slash directly split the already rugged and hard dirt road into a rectangular gap, and a large amount of water hit the inside of the dirt road to form a muddy mud pit. The roaring vehicle rushed uncontrollably towards the pit that had already been set up, and the entire wheel was stuck in the mud and kept spinning, and then stopped the life of its modified car. Note: modification of vehicles is illegal and illegal, children must not try to imitate. Murata put away his saber and immediately went to the carriage to check the condition of the wounded. The loud noise just now also attracted the attention of nearby villagers. Villager A: hey! Don't do it, old man Zhang! Did you hear anything? Villager B: I can't hear, what are you talking about? It seems to be coming from some direction. Go and see. Several villagers who were working in the local area talked about it, and some boldly went towards the damaged modified car. Soon, dozens of curious villagers gathered to stop and watch. The villagers were horrified by the huge quagmire like a lake in front of them, and even more horrified by the figure emerging from the center of the quagmire. Cough, cough, cough. Terashima Yu first leaned out from the carriage. His body was covered with blood, he looked like a bloodthirsty monster. However, the blood was not from him, but from Mishiro, who had already lost blood and went into shock. Yu Terashima was lucky that he grabbed the inside seat at the last minute, only minor scratches and chest tightness caused by a little foreign object squeezing. And then it was Yamasora who crawled out from inside, but his movements were very difficult, and Takeo, who had passed out, was pulled up on one shoulder, but his condition seemed to be in good condition. Are you saved? Shan Kong said so, but he was not happy at all with this feeling of escape from death. The bottom of the carriage had already begun to pour into the mud, and there were still 2 people in the carriage at this time. Save Sanchinj first, he needs treatment more than me. Nagai Yang Gren said with a painful expression. His left leg was in a heart-piercing pain, but he is still alive now. Pay attention to protecting your head. Yahito Nagai lifted Mijona up high with both hands. Terashima Yu and Yamasora hurriedly grabbed Mijona firmly, and carefully pulled it up little by little. Due to the change of gravity, the speed of the swamp submerging in the carriage accelerated a lot again, and it had already reached Nagai Yang Gren's chest. Nagai Yahito, hold on, someone will save us. While encouraging Nagai Yahito, Yamasora and Terashima Yu tried to pull him out. However, where Nagai Yahito's feet were, he was already unconscious and was stuck immobilized by the deformed carriage. When everyone is desperate. Water breathing, 2-type water wheel. Murata suddenly spit out a mouthful of water vapor from his body, and his body vacated from top to bottom. The water flow generated by the sun wheel blade formed a huge water ring, and continuously absorbed the surrounding mud to gather it together. Murata struggled to control his hands, the handle of the knife began to become heavier, and even Murata's breathing became more rapid. The color of the water ring became filthy, and Murata exhausted his last strength to slowly drag the huge water ring into the stream at the foot of the mountain. Are you local villagers? I need your help. Murata shouted out of breath. The water wheel just now had exhausted all his strength. After all, he was only a first-class demon killer. When some villagers saw Murata's black clothes, they immediately shouted in surprise, "It's the demon killing squad, people from the demon killing squad are here. Hurry up, save people first." Chapter 23. Takeo looked at the 2 people on the bed in front of him, feeling extremely guilty in his heart. If it wasn't because of his fiddling with engraving, no accident would happen to everyone, and the old scalper would not lose contact. It's okay, little brother, you don't have to worry, he's our famous barefoot doctor, it's a bit of a shame. Perhaps aware of Takeo's thoughts, a middle-aged man in coarse linen beside him comforted Takeo. Well, is the doctor you found serious? Takeo awkwardly responded to the middle-aged man beside him. He saw that the doctor was roughly wrapping Sanyano's head with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The thick white gauze didn't even have a gap for breathing, which made Takeo feel ashamed. Don't worry, I'll take the shot, and I promise not to leave any scars. The barefoot doctor turned his head, revealing his egg-yellow teeth, and said while patting his chest. Those small eyes like rice grains kept wandering around Takeo's body, always making Takeo feel hairy all over his body. On the other side of the bed, Nagai Yanggren with a slight fracture did not get well there. His left leg was firmly fixed by 2 wooden boards, and after that, it was still wrapped with gauze many times, and his entire calf was thickened a lot. Doctor, is this really okay? Little brother, are you questioning my medical skills? Do you know the truth that every line is like a mountain? Being questioned twice, the small-eyed doctor suddenly became a little anxious, and said in an unhappy tone, with an unhappy expression on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Don't worry little brother, we will take good care of your friend, it's just our request. The middle-aged man on the side accepted the conversation in a kind tone, and quickly responded in a smooth manner, not forgetting to observe Takeo's eyes. He spoke in an authentic local accent, talking endlessly about all kinds of strange things that happened in the village recently, with spit flying from the corner of his mouth from time to time. Let me introduce myself. I am the eldest son of the village head here. My name is Taro the bartender. As for what you just said, it was a misunderstanding. Takeo frowned slightly, and the man could still vaguely smell the unique alcohol smell of high-grade liquor when he was speaking. And Takeo also learned from the bartender Taro that the village he was in was exactly the place where Archbishop Ivantov entrusted his team with the task Piaoxiang village. Piaoxiang village is located in the valley in the north of the outskirts. Its geographical location is complex and there are not many people around it. However, it is the main planting place of a kind of white jade sorghum. For thousands of years, the villagers from door to door have their own unique technology of brewing liquor. Take a cup of wine brewed at the same time in all villagers' homes, and find a big tank to mix all the wine collected from the villagers' homes. This has become a unique technique here. Liquor ziwiwishang is also known as ziwai shenxian. At that time, the aroma of the wine will be wafting thousands of miles away. After one sip, the whole body will feel comfortable. The taste of the wine will be rich and mellow. The liquor brewed here, ziwiwishang, is well known even in the entire Boa city. If anyone has a bottle of ziwiwishang here, it is enough to show off to others. After that, almost all the staff in the village made wine, and gradually got the title of Piaoxiang village. Brother Takeo. Bamboo Xiang. 2 voices sounded from outside the house, it was Yamasora and Terashima Yu. It's just that the 2 of them were the least injured in this car accident. Yamasora just lost his strength, and Terashima Yu just did a little simple bandaging. Terashima Yu watched Takeo put his arms around Takeo's neck, and Takeo hugged Terashima Yu's waist with a smile on his face. The 2 looked intimate like a couple in love. Ding! Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Terashima Yu's exclamation point plus 100. Terashima Yu's complexion was not very good looking, like a pig's liver, and he could vaguely see his knuckles starting to turn white. What surprised him the most was that no matter how hard he tried, Takeo was as normal as a normal person. The expression on Takeo's face was secretly delighted, just kidding that I am a blacksmith, and dare to compete with myself. This has come to my door, so I have to take good care of the younger generation. Shan Kong looked at the 2 hugging each other in astonishment, his brain was like a short circuit, and he didn't know what to say. Ahem, that one. The bartender Taro coughed twice. In fact, looking at the boy Takeo, he was quite satisfied with all aspects and wanted him to be his son-in-law, but it seemed that the boy's style was a bit out of the ordinary, so he couldn't help but reconsider. It's good that you Terashima can see that you are fine, your body is very strong. Takeo let go of Terashima's waist and patted him on the shoulder. Terashima Yu knew that he was wrong, but seeing so many people staring at him, he knew that Takeo intended to give him a step down and had to give up. Thank you Captain Takeo for your concern. Takeo nodded with a smile on his face, seeing that it was already noon, he didn't dare to delay the progress of this mission because of other trivial matters. Then please tell the bartender, Taro, about this commission. Takeo secretly calculated the current combat power. The only members available now are Yamasora and Terajima Yu. As for Murata of the Demon Slayer squad, he did not enter this village, but left his crow here to observe secretly. Or convey information. After all, the evil spirits in this area seem to be particularly good at hiding their location. The demon killing team came several times, but each time they got nothing. Then please come with me. The bartender Taro was not hypocritical, and walked in the front to lead the three of them. There were hardly any people on the streets of the village outside the house. Takeo looked around, and the doors of every house were closed, which looked like a town alley at night. It was obvious that this village was not normal. "Bartender Taro, why do you keep the doors closed during the day in your village?" Takeo was full of doubts, but when the bartender Taro spoke vaguely, it was obvious that something was deliberately concealed. "Is there something you haven't told us?" Takeo raised his hand to signal Yamasora and Terashima-yu behind him to stop, and then asked the bartender Taro. "Forget it, come with me, it's not convenient to talk here." As the bartender Taro was talking, he turned his head and glanced at the crowd from time to time, for fear of being discovered by others. Although the three of Takeo were puzzled, they still followed the bartender Taro to a secluded corner. "Go down." The bartender Taro pushed aside the bundled haystack in the corner, and kicked it with his feet, indicating that people could enter below. The three of Takeo looked at each other in surprise, and immediately understood. Takeo pushed open the iron door blocking the entrance, looked down into the pitch-black area, and couldn't see his fingers, and the smell of alcohol below was even more pungent. "Go down." As Takeo said, he was the first to enter it. Chapter 24. Takeo groped and tried downwards, tried to straighten his legs and finally stepped on the stone ladder below. The entrance seems to only accommodate one person, but it is actually designed with a narrow top and a wide bottom. Before Takeo arrived below, the sultry temperature mixed with the strong aroma of wine rushed straight to the top of his head, which made him a little uncomfortable. "It's very safe, except that it's hot down here. Come down quickly, too." Takeo raised his head and shouted to Yamasora and Terashima-yu above, while observing the surrounding environment. The space below is so large that you can't see the end at a glance, and you can still hear the rumbling sound generated by the operation of the machine. At this time, the voices of Terashima-yu and Yamasora talking came from the entrance above, and it seemed that they had already entered. "Deng-den-den." The bartender Taro quickly walked up the stone ladder, and walked in front of Takeo in 3 steps at a time. He rolled up his sleeves, feeling a little awkward, and took off his entire shirt, revealing his solid arms, with an elusive smile on his face. "Ding! Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Terashima-yu's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Yamasora stopped, and pulled Terashima-yu's trousers with his left hand, as if he had something to say. "Busy." Terashima frowned slightly, because Takeo and Taro the bartender in front of him were already some distance away from him. Yamasora, who was never good at expressing with other people, took the initiative to whisper into Terashima-yu's ear for the first time, "Why are you all so close to Takeo-san?" Terashima-yu. Seeing Terashima-yu's embarrassed look, Yamasora simply stopped talking about this topic, and Takeo in front also stopped where he was. "Wait. What are you doing?" Takeo looked strangely at the bartender Taro who was trotting all the way over, with a look of bewilderment. "Aren't you hot?" As the bartender Taro said, he did not forget to take off his own pants, leaving only a pair of underpants before stopping his movements. Takeo looked at the naked bartender Taro, his heart was full of question marks with black lines, and he couldn't help but wonder, "This called us here, let us come down, and just show us." After the bartender Taro finished speaking, he looked at the 3 teenagers in front of him who seemed to stay away from him intentionally or unintentionally. "You don't think I'm gay, do you?" Seeing that the 3 of them neither nodded nor shook their heads, the bartender Taro seemed to agree to his statement. "Hi. I forgot you're not from around here, look at my brain." The bartender Taro said half-jokingly, as if what he said before was too abrupt, he quickly explained. "This is the place where wine and koji are made in our village. The higher you go, the highest temperature can reach over -degrees, so people who come in usually take off their clothes, so as not to get soaked in sweat and catch cold when they go out." Just as he was talking, the bartender Taro neatly folded his clothes, which can be regarded as a demonstration in front of everyone. He walked to the closet not far from the entrance, and put the folded clothes in the empty compartment inside the closet, and there were already a lot of clothes on the closet, obviously someone had come in here before. What you said is true, wouldn't you be blessed to take off your clothes?" Terashima-yu excitedly ran up to the bartender Taro and rubbed his hands, but almost rushed over. "Isn't this a man's paradise? If you ask the young lady in, wouldn't you be able to be justified? You guys are talking, isn't this?" Beautiful hallucinations kept appearing in Terashima's mind, but when he turned his head, the bartender Taro had already led Yamasora and Takeo for a long distance. "Are you two wood? Wait for me." Terajimayu trotted behind the bartender Taro with some reluctance, and still complained in his heart about these two guys who had no sentimentality at all. Everyone passed through the first empty corridor and stopped for a while. "I saw 4 or 5 big men working hard to pick up a large bundle of white jade sorghum collected this morning, and put it into a large pot next to it that was as tall as a person. White gas was emitting from the entrance of the cauldron, and large pieces of white jade sorghum were floating on the wall of the cauldron. A man was stirring it constantly with a shovel. At the same time, a man next to the stove kept adding new firewood to the boiler. The pot gradually boiled, and it seemed that the faint aroma of sorghum could still be smelled. The skin of this kind of white jade sorghum is extremely hard. When picking it, you must wear thick gloves to prevent it from being cut and scratched. After the sorghum is picked in the sun, it must be boiled over a high fire before it can enter the next process. On the other side, the white jade sorghum that comes out of the oven will be ground by a large pulverizer, and the sound of buzzing will continue to be emitted from the equipment. The crushed particles will be sent to the belt baking conveyor line to remove excess water, and will be transported to other processing rooms for processing. What you have seen is the main material for brewing wine in our village, the processing of white jade sorghum." As the bartender Taro said, he casually picked up a handful of sorghum granules, put them in his hand, and twisted them gently. "Look at its color, the grains are full, pure as suet, and it is one of the top-grade raw materials for winemaking." The bartender Taro looked at the 3 people who stayed in place, as if they had been opened up, and explained the knowledge of winemaking in detail. "You won't just let us see how to make wine, what happened in the village?" Faced with Takeo's questioning, bartender Taro said slowly with a bitter expression on his face. "Forget it, you guys come with me and take you to see the village chief." Under the leadership of the bartender Taro, the 3 of Takeo walked through a long and narrow corridor after passing through 2 wooden cubicles. This place seems to have reached the end of the basement. Looking through a glimmer of light in the slightly gloomy room, there are a few white figures that come into view. Ding! Amazing value plus 100. It's too exciting. As Uterashima was speaking, a warm current flowed out of his nasal cavity involuntarily, and his body limply fell to the ground. His face was covered with blood sprayed from his nasal cavity. Takeo reacted quickly, grabbed Terashima by the collar, and was about to help him up, but happened to see his bright red face. "Come again. Don't you know I'm dizzy?" "Ah!" In an instant, the feeling of gradually fainting flooded his body again, and Takeo only felt that his feet became like stepping on sponges, and he didn't have the sense of standing on the ground. "Brother Takeo, Uterashima, what's the matter with you?" Takeo tried hard to open his eyes, but the eyelids seemed to be extremely heavy as if they were not under his control. He saw the gradually blurred figure, the words in his ears became intermittent, he staggered, and his body fell heavily on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 25. Those were a few elderly people. At this time, they were forming a circle with their shoulders crossed, and they seemed to be discussing something in their mouths. The 5 veteran cotters wore only a pair of underpants to hide their shame, and their feet kept stepping back and forth in the sorghum-filled mixture. This is also the most important step in winemaking, called koji making. The so-called koji is the bone of wine. Strong and mellow liquor cannot be separated from good koji making technology. However, their faces seemed to be full of worry. Koji making was usually done by experienced young women, and they rarely used mechanical equipment to interfere, let alone older people. "Bartender Taro, who are they? How can you bring outsiders here? What a nonsense! Oh! How decent is this?" There were several stern shouts from a distance, and the only one who was still awake, Shankong stared at the white figures in the distance. If Takeo was still awake, he would definitely be able to reap a few waves of surprise points, but now he doesn't have this fate. The bartender Taro didn't dare to delay but trotted over. It could be seen that he was very afraid of the figures in front of him, and whispered something in front of one of the figures. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Hurry up and take me there to have a look." One of the voices was obviously scolding, and the bartender Taro lowered his waist, like a little chicken in front of him, and even his tone became humble. "I'm sorry, Mr. Village Chief." And the figure in front of him was his father, the contemporary village chief and bartender Lao Lang. The bartender Lao Lang snorted coldly, then walked towards Shankong and the others. "Lie." Shankong looked at the arrogant and domineering appearance of the man just now, but at this moment he knelt down on one knee as if begging himself for something. Seeing the puzzled look of the young man in front of him, the old man immediately realized that he was too abrupt just now, and immediately explained to the young man. Hi, I'm the village head here. Did the demon killing squad send you here? Please save the village. The cloudy eyes of the bartender Lao Lang were full of tears, just because of the frequent strange things in the village. He had already been annoyed a little. At this time, seeing the demon killing squad send people again, he immediately saw the hope of saving the village again. Yamasora froze for a moment, then looked at the bartender Taro beside him and kept winking at himself. Shan Kong knew in his heart that this matter might not be that simple, but Shan Kong didn't ask any more questions, just looked at the bartender Lao Lang indifferently. Seeing that Shan Kong didn't understand him, the bartender Lao Lang felt a little anxious, and hurriedly said, Youth, as long as you can help our village tide over the difficulties, I will thank you on behalf of the village. Village chief, that's not what I meant. Get up quickly. We are from Qincy town. In fact, our archbishop sent us here. However, the demon-killing team you mentioned has indeed consulted with us. Village chief, get up quickly, we are here for this purpose. Shan Kong and the bartender Taro on the side quickly helped the village chief bartender Lao Lang, but the village chief shook his son's hand away in disgust. Dad, when is it? Since everyone is here, why do you keep some things secret? The bartender Taro shouted hysterically. He really didn't know what time his father was. Looking at the entangled father and son in front of him, Shan Kong felt a headache. His parents were killed by demons since he was a child, and seeing the father and son arguing in front of him, he really had a look of envy. The village chief, please wait a moment, can you help save my friends first, they seem to have passed out just now. At this time, the village chief felt that he had lost his composure just now, and he didn't even notice the two teenagers lying beside him. Old fellows, come and help. Stop the work under your feet first. The village chief looked at the two teenagers. One of them had a flushed face, like a ripe apple. The other's face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out by something. 4 or 5 veteran cotters put down their work and said to the village chief and bartender Lao Lang side by side. Master village chief, could it be that these two teenagers are suffering from heat stroke? Heat stroke. Speaking of being here, Shan Kong also felt that his back was already sweating, and a large area was soaked. The temperature here is as high as 40 degrees, mainly to allow the bacteria in the koji to ferment faster, but for ordinary people, the temperature here is like entering a sauna suddenly, which is unbearable. Quick, take them away first. Bartender Taro, hurry up and inform the doctor, don't let anything happen to you. The village head commanded the crowd in an orderly manner, work hard together. With a wave of the village chief's hand, several elderly people of about the same age raised one leg each, and carried the fainted Takeo and Terajimayu out. Shan Kong followed behind, and he didn't really care if he didn't come, but it seemed serious when the village chief said so, and he prayed silently in his heart that nothing would happen. At night, the silver-white moonlight shone on the windowsill. Takeo looked up at the ceiling, his body was tense, tightly wrapped by thick bandages. Takeo, who was confused, looked at the dark surroundings and felt a little panic in his heart. Terashima-yu, Yamasora, are you all right? Takeo raised his head and asked, trying to recall the previous memories. He couldn't help blaming the vigorous Terashima-yu for not being able to grasp this point of willpower, and even implicated him. Takeo, is that you? I'm here. Fortunately, oh, what's the matter with the bandage on this body? Terashima-yu struggled to get up, but unexpectedly, his body was tied so tightly that he couldn't move at all, and kept yelling loudly. Why did you tie me up, what are you doing? Brother Takeo, you Terashima, you guys are finally awake. A figure walked in from the door, his tone full of joy. Yamasora lit the kerosene lamp and put it on the table, and the small room suddenly became bright. Shan Kong looked at the two people who woke up, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and shouted happily. With the help of the bright light, Takeo saw that at some point, he had been wrapped like a big rice dumpling. Shan Kong, tell me what's going on, and solve it for me quickly. Some angry Terashima-yu and Takeo replied together in a surprisingly tacit understanding. Brother Takeo, it's like this. You fainted in that wine cellar just now. It was the village chief who called someone to carry you out, and even specially called a doctor to help you. It's the barefoot doctor. That barefoot doctor said that you are very sick, so I will help you to treat it. Takeo secretly cried out that something is wrong. Thinking of the barefoot doctor with sly eyebrows and mouse eyes, his body trembled involuntarily. Chapter 26. Takeo tried to tilt his head to adjust the direction of his sight, and looked around. Yamasora, have you seen Nagayahito and Mijona? They, brother Takeo, have you forgotten? That's right, they were injured too badly, so the barefoot doctor didn't put us in a room, for fear of affecting their recovery. Shan Kong sat on the bed on one side, and said in a tone of words. Just as he was talking, there was a bang sound similar to the iron basin falling on the ground outside the house. Ah, demon! Then there was a terrifying scream from outside the house, and it was strange that the sound stopped abruptly at this time. Takeo frowned, and for some reason, his voice sounded like that of team leader Jing Yang Gren. Yamasora, hurry up and untie the bandage. Nagayahito and the others seem to have had an accident. What? Yamakura exclaimed, and his heart trembled. He recalled that Murata of the demon-killing team on the way also seemed to have mentioned that there might be evil spirits in the village. Shan Kong, have you untied the bandage? Takeo's voice kept urging, revealing a nervous anxiety. Untied, untied. Shan Kong's voice trembled slightly, and there was a hint of fear in his voice, and he hurriedly untied the bandage, which had already shown his inner peace. You stay. Don't go out. Takeo stood up straight from the bed with a carp on the spot, and rushed out of the house quickly, even ignoring his shoes in a critical moment. It was eerily quiet outside, but Takeo had his own way. He took a deep breath and sniffed the remaining smell around him with his nose. Although he doesn't have a strong sense of smell like his elder brother Kamatu Tanjiro, but if he is just looking for someone, Takeo thinks that relying on his sense of smell is not a problem. It's here. Suspicion rose in Takeo's heart, because Nagayahito seemed to be very close to him, and there were many messy smells of ingredients around him. Kitchen. Takeo was in the small house on the south side, and the kitchen was at the corner of the house on the north side. Takeo's heart was full of doubts, but at this moment he couldn't care less, and prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to those two guys. Inside the house, Yamasora looked at the lit oil lamp in a daze, but turned a deaf ear to Terashima-Yu's words. Countless fragments are constantly pieced together. What is the hidden truth? If you know about evil spirits, why didn't the village chief mention them? Could it be coercion by evil spirits, or? Shan Kong shook his head, and he patted his cheeks with both hands, implying that he might really be thinking too much. He looked at the back of Takeo who had already left outside the house, and knocked on the wooden table beside him intentionally or unintentionally. Should we go after Takeo, or inform the village chief? Shan Kong, hurry up and untie it for me, have you heard it? Terashima-Yu on the bed rolled back and forth on the bed like a big meat bug, constantly urging Yamasora at the table to say. Forget it, no more. Shan Kong simply didn't want to think about it, and threw away all the messy thoughts in his mind, looking at Terashima who was not honest at all on the bed and said. Brother Takeo said, let's stay inside and don't go anywhere. But. No but, since Brother Takeo has said everything, we have to believe him, after all, he is our captain. Terashima knew very well that Yamasora was Takeo's little follower, so he had no choice but to stop resisting, a typical type who was honest with his body despite his reluctance. 999, 100. If you succeed, you will succeed, little ones, you must be obedient, so that it won't be too painful. In the kitchen, a small-eyed man with pustules on his face kept rubbing his hands back and forth on the whetstone, with a sinister smile on his lips. In the already boiling boiler beside him, the hot water was constantly rolling and bubbling. The man with small eyes kept adding all kinds of messy medicinal materials into the boiler. Point. An unpleasant mist rose from the pot, and in an instant the color of the furnace water gradually became a dark black slightly viscous liquid. The small-eyed man frowned slightly, pinched his nose and coughed, and was sure that the smell in the pot was not ordinary. This small-eyed man is the barefoot doctor found in the village, but he is not in the mood to save people but treats himself. After traveling all over the place, he finally obtained a folk prescription from one of the weirdos. As long as he eats the eyes of 100 boys and girls, and takes the medicine to induce blood flow, his small eyes can be cured. And now, when the moon is dark and the wind is high, it is a good time to commit crimes. The small-eyed man gesticulated on Nagayahito's cheek with a sharpened kitchen knife, bloodthirsty gleams in his eyes. He looked at Nagayangren in front of him, the hand holding the knife in his hand was a little loose at this moment, his eyes were blurred, it seemed that he still had the humanity of a human being, and he was constantly fighting against his heart. "I'm sorry, you are a good man. You look too unique." Small eyes, small eyes. A bad memory came to mind. The small-eyed man's trembling body tightly held the handle of the knife in his hand. His expression was full of madness, and he became very indifferent. Using a little force in his hand, the blade drew a faint bloodstain between Nagai Yanggren's cheeks. The bright red blood flashed across the blade, and the man stuck out his tongue to greedily suck the trace of blood remaining on the blade. The smile on his face was a bit frighteningly paranoid. Hurry up, my wish will come true soon, those who look down on me will die. I am a person who is almost in his 40s because of these small eyes. I am stunned that I have not found a partner until now. Now that I can get what I want tonight, how can I be unhappy, how can I not be excited? Woohoo! Nagai Yanggren's whole body was covered with bandages. Feeling the touch of the cold blade across his body, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He also thought about struggling, but his body was limp as if he had been fed something by the unscrupulous doctor, and he couldn't use any strength. Nagai Yanggren looked at the man in front of him in horror. His eyes seemed to be full of longing. He kept shaking his head, tears streaming down his face. On the other side, Sanjo was injured by his own head. Although he was wrapped in a thick bandage and couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly, he heard Nagai Yahito's choking sound, so he knew that he might is in a very dangerous situation. After all, they are only 15 or 16-year-old children. Even adults can't handle this kind of thing, let alone children. Chapter 27. So who to start with? The small-eyed doctor dragged his cheeks, holding the gleaming kitchen knife in his hand, and kept gesticulating back and forth on the two people in front of him, intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing the scared look of the two teenagers in front of him, he smiled playfully, and his perverted desire for satisfaction was instantly aroused again. Enjoy your last moments and struggle hard, little ones. The little-eyed doctor picked up a rag next to the pot beside him, and then stepped back a few steps. There was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and he just stretched out his hands to cover his eyes. Why don't we play a little game? It's very fun. Nagai Yanggren looked at the man in Menbu in horror, and in his somewhat wicked words, he only felt that death seemed so close to him. The small-eyed doctor, who was blindfolded, spoke to himself, with a strange sound coming out of his mouth. He touched the kitchen knife on the stove with his hand, and walked towards the two prey in front of him step by step. Okay, let me see which one is the first lucky one today. He couldn't wait for the heart-piercing scream from the prey after the blade pierced his body, and the uncontrollable pleasure of blood splashing on his face. 1 step, 2 steps, Nagai Yanggren looked at the chopper who was getting closer and closer to him. The bandage in his mouth was already half-soaked, and the only cry of despair echoed in the kitchen was the sound of woo-woo. Countless memories kept flashing by like a revolving lantern. The moonlight outside refracted onto the blade, and through the reflection on the blade, reflected on Nagai Yanggren's face. The self in despair and panic is so humble and so helpless. Help me, who will save me? Nagai Yanggren was crying, but his voice would only make the small-eyed doctor even more crazy. Brush! The kitchen knife in the hands of the small-eyed doctor slashed straight at it, and the sound of breaking through the air could still be heard vaguely. Perhaps because of fear, or facing death, Nagai Yahito has long been aware of the current situation. Without any illusions, he slowly closed his eyes, and let it be over. Dong dong dong! Dong dong dong! Bang bang! Outside the kitchen, Takeo knocked on the door, and then slapped his palms vigorously. For nothing else, the kitchen clearly has no sign of being locked, but the door of the room cannot be opened at all. No need to think about it, Takeo knows that there must be something wrong. Clang! The small-eyed doctor frowned slightly. Perhaps the sound just now disturbed his interest. The kitchen knife in his hand deviated at an angle, piercing into the corner of the kitchen table with bacon hanging in a mysterious way. Nagai Yahito opened his eyes suddenly. His little heart was beating non-stop, and there was no discomfort in his body other than numbness. His eyes glanced at the kitchen knife that was close at hand, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling of surviving after a catastrophe really made him feel a little too dreamy. He's numb. The little-eyed doctor threw the rag around his eyes to the ground angrily, and stepped on it vigorously with both feet. It was a critical moment just now, and he was almost able to experience that kind of intoxicating fun. The knock on the door at this time took away his interest. How could he not feel angry? Bang bang bang! Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Takeo knocked on the door hastily and kept shouting, but there was no intention of opening the door in the room, and the attitude was still silent. The small-eyed doctor in the kitchen is not stupid at all, and now there are exactly 100 medicine guides in front of him, so he doesn't want to make unnecessary troubles. Bang bang bang! Is there anyone? Is there anyone? The people outside the door seemed to have confronted him intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a posture of not giving up until the goal was achieved, and not crying until the coffin was seen. Woohoo! The strong desire to survive in Nagai Yanggren's heart burst out from the bottom of his heart at this moment, and he desperately made intermittent voices from the corner of his mouth. The small-eyed doctor, who was already a little upset, covered Nagai Yanggren, who was making a sound with one hand, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Boom boom boom! Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Nobody, nobody! Takeo! The knocking on the door stopped abruptly at this moment, and the small-eyed doctor secretly yelled that something was wrong. What was he doing just now? And he accidentally slipped his mouth. Crack bang! Before the small-eyed doctor could react, he saw that the closed door of the kitchen had been opened with a big opening, and a young man was holding a sharp axe. His eyes were wide open, and he was rushing towards him. Nagai Yanggren was startled when he saw this person. This is Kamatu Takeo, he has come to save himself. The fear in Nagai Yanggren's heart gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep joy. Don't come here, I'll kill him if I come here. The small-eyed doctor looked at the boy who suddenly barged in, his head was buzzing, and he panicked at the moment. He picked up the kitchen knife and pressed the sharp blade against Nagai Yanggren's neck, trying to scare the vicious boy in front of him. Seeing the half-arm high hand axe in the young man's hand, he swallowed in fear, secretly lucky in his heart, but fortunately he reacted quickly, and he almost fell into the hands of a brat. You throw the axe in your hand and put your head in your hands. If you don't do the same, the knife in my hand has no eyes. The little-eyed doctor kept scaring the young man in front of him with words. To be honest, if it made him anxious, he didn't care about the life in his hand. After all, he was a little numb to such things as human life. Dang dang! Without the slightest hesitation, Takeo threw the axe outside the house, which made the small-eyed doctor beside him want to laugh. He thought the young man in front of him was so smart, but he turned out to be a villain. Ha ha ha, very good. Look up, let me take a good look. Seeing the young man in front of him foolishly throwing away his weapon, the doctor with small eyes let go of his courage. He was a big man with a weapon, and he was afraid that this brat would fail. The small-eyed doctor threw Nagai Yahito aside in front of him. After all, in his current situation, he didn't need any hostages to protect himself. On the contrary, he had an advantage now. Nagai Yahito's face was ashen, watching the small-eyed doctor keep walking towards Takeo with a knife. The hope that should have been raised fell to the bottom in an instant, and he secretly cursed him for being a big fool. Look up and let me take a good look at you, brat. The small-eyed doctor held a kitchen knife in his hand, and the handle of the knife was gently raised to Takeo's chin. When he saw his face, he felt a whole memory of déjà vu. It was him. The small-eyed doctor pondered for a while. It turned out that the village chief asked me to help those few people to see the doctor. I didn't expect that I had given a little less sweat medicine, and almost ruined my good deed by the people in front of me. Chapter 28. Takeo raised his head, with a smile on his lips, without the slightest sense of fear of being threatened with a knife. Little devil, do you think I dare not? The small-eyed doctor suddenly became angry. Obviously everyone was respectful to him, but the young man in front of him was not afraid of him at all, and seemed to be mocking him intentionally or unintentionally, and suddenly felt like he had been slapped on the face. Ground pain. Takeo had his own plan in mind. Throwing away the axe was just a tool to disarm the man in front of him. The reason why Takeo is so confident is because from the moment he came in, he realized that the man in front of him who was a bit perverted was a living human being, not some evil spirit. Recalling Archbishop Ivantev's speculation before, it really came true. It turns out that this village is just a purely man-made demon, and the deliberate spread of evil spirits attacking people is just a means to deceive people. Let me ask you, are the boys and girls who disappeared inexplicably in the village related to you? Faced with the danger of the small-eyed doctor holding a knife, Takeo didn't show any panic at all. He had encountered evil spirits more than once, not to mention that the person in front of him was just an ordinary human being. You really talk a lot, so what if you are, so what if you are not? Go to hell. You infuriating brat! The small-eyed doctor couldn't bear the anger in his heart, and the kitchen knife in his hand slashed at Takeo's neck with precision. He really wanted to know if the young man in front of him, who was not afraid of death, still had this fearless expression when he saw his head rolling to the ground. Clang! The face of the small-eyed doctor suddenly changed. When the kitchen knife was about to cut into Takeo's neck, an axe appeared out of thin air and collided with the kitchen knife blade. The unexpected change made the small-eyed doctor feel a bit of retreat in his heart. Under the sudden collision of the blade, he only felt his tiger's mouth throbbing with pain. The kitchen knife flew out of his hand and fell to the ground a few meters. The strong force made him retreat dozens of steps, and he grinned in pain as he sat on the ground. Ding! Doctor with small eyes plus 100 amazement value. How is it possible? This is impossible, this must be an illusion, this is an illusion. The small-eyed doctor stared blankly at Takeo, who was gradually approaching him, unable to believe what happened before his eyes. The axe he left on the side still remained in place, but the axe emitting silver and white light in Takeo's hand in front of him made him sure that it was not an illusion just now. Villains have blind eyes, adults have plenty, please forgive me, your friend is still fine, please. The little eye doctor kept pleading, his eyes kept rolling in his sockets, as if he was trying to find a way to get himself out, and he swore to himself that he would never come to this place again. The boy in front of him was a bit scary. What kind of conspiracy do you have? Are the missing boys and girls in the village related to you? How many people have you killed? Tell me quickly. Takeo walked towards the little-eyed doctor, who was a little frightened, and smashed the silver axe in his hand to the ground. The villain has no choice but to go missing in the village with me. I don't know, I really don't know anything. A tinge of fear rose in the little-eyed doctor, his heart trembled, his eyes did not dare to look directly at the silver-white axe, but his heart became more determined that he could not delay any longer, and must find the right time to escape immediately. It seems that you don't want to talk about it, do you? Takeo Gao Gao picked up the large silver-white hand axe, and slashed at the small-eyed man's face. My lord, I remembered. I do know something about the missing boys and girls in the village. Oh! Takeo was overjoyed. The silver axe stopped a foot away from the small-eyed man's face, then immediately retracted it, waiting for the small-eyed man to explain to him. He didn't know that the small-eyed man in front of him was a perverted man-eating demon, and he naively thought that those missing boys and girls were just kidnapped by this man or taken to other places to be sold as coolies. Then you can talk about it. If the situation is true, I can guarantee that you can leave alive, but if you dare to lie to me... Clang! As he said that, a golden axe in Takeo's other hand appeared out of thin air. The two axes were one on the left and the other on the right, which really frightened the small-eyed man who was kneeling on the ground. Run! The small-eyed man might have really jumped over the wall in a hurry, got up unsteadily, spread his legs and ran outside. But Takeo didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him, because his sense of smell told him that a group of people were already coming towards him. Get him! You liar! Get him! You've been lying to us for so long, get him! Outside the house, the villagers held torches and surrounded the exit tightly. Countless torches danced in the air, turning the night into day. The villagers cursed and yelled, they were about to know where their sons and daughters were, so how could they not be agitated? The tall and burly middle-aged men in the front took a torch in one hand and surrounded the former barefoot doctor in front of him. The small-eyed man looked at the villagers with livid faces, and the blazing fire of the torch reflected in his eyes. He seemed to have seen his future ending, his face became even paler, and his lips kept trembling. Brother Takeo! Are you all right? That's great! Yamasora ran out from the rushing villagers, and Utarashima reluctantly followed him beside him. Shankong ran forward and asked Takeo with concern on his face, Brother Takeo, I'm really sorry, I still don't trust you, so I called the village chief here. It's okay, now the truth is finally out, and it can be considered a good ending. Boom! Thick black smoke rose from the kitchen, and an indescribably bitter smell rushed straight to the roof and eaves, followed by a loud bang. Takeo looked at the billowing black smoke rising from the direction of the kitchen, couldn't help being startled, and rushed towards the kitchen like crazy. Takeo was talking while running. Oops, look at my brain, hurry up and save Sanyano and Nagayahito, they are still in the kitchen. What? Before Yamasora and Terashima could react, Takeo had already run into the kitchen full of thick smoke. The surrounding villagers also noticed, and quickly picked up all kinds of items that can scoop water, and were busy fighting the fire. The unknown liquid on the stove in the kitchen had already turned into fine scum, and it was emitting thick black smoke. The iron pot on the stove was also burnt red by the firewood below, igniting the surrounding combustible materials. Takeo looked around, holding his breath tightly, and saw two trapped meatball-like Majona and Nagayahito standing in the corner, grabbing one with each hand, and dragging them out of the house. Chapter 29. There was thick smoke in the kitchen, and several villagers who spontaneously organized firefighting took up pots that could catch water and poured water non-stop to fight the fire. However, Yamasora and Terashima-yu had some worries in their hearts. Seeing the fire gradually being suppressed, they couldn't help feeling a little worried. Takeo has been in for about half a quarter of an hour, and there has been no movement until now. Could it be? Terashima-yu saw the worried face of Yamasora, and boldly stated his guess first, while Yamasora beside him kicked his eyes fiercely at Terashima-yu, and retorted in a firm tone. Brother Takeo and the others will be fine. I warn you, don't talk nonsense. Yamasora clasped his hands together in prayer, and looked towards the kitchen where smoke was constantly coming out. This is a ceremony that King Yun Church will perform every day, implying that Takeo, Majona, and Nagayahito are all safe. Cough, cough, cough. A black figure rushed out from the smoky kitchen, grabbing two black packages with each hand. Needless to say, this person was Takeo. In his haste to save people, he still inhaled a lot of black smoke in his nasal cavity, coughing for a while, tears streaming out uncontrollably. He couldn't help but loosen his tight breathing, and his lungs greedily took in the fresh air outside. For the first time, he felt how happy it was to breathe air, and he sat down on the ground. Beside him, Majona and Nagayahito, who were covered in bandages, were not as lucky as Takeo. The white bandages on their bodies had already turned black, and their faces were even covered with black dust, as if they had just been roasted from a barbecue grill. They were not in good condition, they were motionless, and Takeo didn't feel any resistance from them, so he just let Takeo rush out, and then put it aside. The moment they saw Takeo and the others, Yamasora and Terashima-yu said happily. Brother Takeo. I thought you guys. Ba ba ba. Shan Kong said aside, secretly thinking that his words were too unlucky, and immediately changed his words. Majona, Nagayahito, Takeo-san, it's great that you're all right. Yamasora and Terashima-yu were talking, trotting over with their legs all the way. The two of them worked together, first unwrapped the bandages in the mouths of Sanyano and Nagayahito, and then the bandages tied to the limbs, very carefully removed the bandages were slowly loosened. Sanshiro and Nagayahito coughed non-stop, but their lives were not in danger, they were just choked by the thick smoke. At this time, Nagayahito, who was untying the bandage, seemed to use all his strength to push away Terashima-yu, who helped untie the bandage. He tried his best to support his numb body, even though his leg injury hadn't healed yet, he still held back his teeth, stood up straight, and looked at Kamatu Takeo beside him. Ahem. Thank you Takeo. If it weren't for you, we would, cough. Nagayahito coughed intermittently, trying to keep his body balanced as much as possible, but the general meaning was of course to thank Takeo for saving his life. Hi. Am I not your captain, why are you being polite to me, haha. Takeo stood up, patted the dust off Nagayahito's body with both hands, and said with a bright smile. You don't know, Takeo brother heard the scream outside, immediately thought that something might happen to you, rushed out in a hurry, and went to find you. Shan Kong on the side said again and again, it means that Takeo cares about them very much, which makes everyone's hearts warm. Nagayahito inadvertently looked at Takeo's bare feet. The original color of his feet could not be seen, and the soles of his feet seemed to be swollen, which seemed to be formed by running for a long time. For some reason, there was a hint of distress in Nagai Yanggren's eyes, and tears could not stop dripping across his cheeks on the ground. Takeo looked at Yahito Nagai, who was crying so much, and blinked his lips. He didn't know how to persuade him for a while. At this time, the various bad habits of the small-eyed doctor on the other side were exposed to the eyes of the public, which aroused public indignation. Tell me quickly, where is my son? Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. Don't tell me, if you don't tell me the whereabouts of my daughter, I'll poke your eyes out. Count me in, where is my youngest son now? All kinds of cursing and questioning came one after another, and the situation on the scene intensified, breaking the silent night. And the small-eyed doctor who was the client looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. He let the surrounding villagers scold him, but he kept silent anyway, but the expression on his face became more and more gloomy, and his eyes flickered intentionally or unintentionally. Look at Takeo. Can you still go? Let's see if this perverted lunatic is still crazy. Takeo stretched out his hand and pulled Nagaya Hito's left hand. He who was crying just now seemed to feel a little ashamed. Nagai Yanggren immediately changed the topic, turned his head to the sky and said, "This smoke is so smoky, it makes me cry." Uterashima and the others burst out laughing without revealing anything. Sanchinjnai, who had been silent all this time, stood out a little. After all, he was injured on the head, so most of the bandages were wrapped around his head, and the whole person looked like an enlarged version of a lollipop from a distance. At this time, Takeo and the others slowly walked out of the encirclement circle surrounded by the surrounding villagers. Shan Kong tried his best to lift his feet and looked curiously at the little-eyed doctor surrounded by the villagers. And because Takeo may be a few years older, he is a head taller than his peers, so he can see it without lifting his feet. "Oh! Thank you so much for helping us solve a big problem in the village." The village chief walked over with a smile, while extending his left hand to thank everyone. His somewhat muddy eyes swept towards everyone, and finally his eyes stayed on Takeo. A flash of relief flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't stop nodding in praise. Sure enough, a hero is born as a boy. Thanks to you, the strange things that have troubled us in Piaoxiang village for many years have been solved. I also thank you to the members of the demon killing squad. Ha ha ha. The village chief is too polite. We are just doing our best, so don't take it too seriously. Village chief, besides, we're only catching the criminals now. Those girls and boys who disappeared mysteriously haven't been found yet. It won't be too late to thank you when we find them. Takeo shook his head repeatedly at the village chief with a smile, not because he was too hypocritical, but as he said, he just caught the prisoner, and it is too early to tell. But at this time, there was a heart-piercing cry from outside the door. Xiaomei is gone, my daughter is gone, gone. A middle-aged woman in white coarse clothes, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were empty, her legs stumbled towards the house, and she kept talking about her daughter Xiaomei. Everyone looked at the small-eyed doctor in front of them, and the villagers felt cold sweat running down their backs for a while. Chapter 30. What happened? Isn't this perverted prisoner already here? Is it because we are not paying attention, or there are accomplices? The truth that had gradually become clear just now was once again covered with a thick layer of white mist. The villagers who came to watch were discussing a lot, and all kinds of messy guesses were made casually without going through the brain. At this time, surrounded by the small-eyed doctor, one of them was a middle-aged man holding a torch. His hands began to tremble involuntarily, and his face was livid and scary. He handed the burning torch in his hand to the villagers next to him, pushed away the chattering villagers around him without hesitation, squeezed out from inside, and helped up the helpless middle-aged woman who fell on the ground just now with both hands. Dawa, what did you just say? Our daughter is not at home. Well, what nonsense were you just talking about? What's wrong with our daughter? What's wrong with her? Please tell me quickly. The man's stubborn words were a little crazy, and he shook the middle-aged woman, who was already pale and had a hoarse voice, in exchange for the middle-aged woman's silence. Tears were streaming down her face, her red eyes looked at her husband, and she didn't know how to express it for a moment. After dinner, the child went to bed early. The child said he wanted to drink water. He wanted to pour a glass of water for the child, but when he turned around, the child disappeared. The middle-aged woman suppressed the grief in her heart, tried to calm herself down, and simply told her husband what had happened. What are you talking about? My daughter. No matter how strong the quality of the man's heart is, he is as distraught as his wife at this moment, and all his hopes have sunk to the bottom of the valley for a while, as if there is no hope for life. The prisoner is here now, but my daughter is missing, right? There must be a partner in the crime. The next second the man seemed to think of something, he stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly. Get out of the way, don't stop me, if you dare to steal my daughter, I will kill this bastard. The middle-aged man looked at the slightly wretched little-eyed doctor inside, his eyes glaring. When he thought of his daughter being stolen by their accomplices right under his nose, the anger from his body burst out uncontrollably. The surrounding villagers who were discussing privately just now were all frightened by the middle-aged man's words, and they took the initiative to make way for the middle-aged man to pass. The village head and several other villagers pulled up the middle-aged woman who had already cried into tears, and comforted her patiently. Sister, don't cry, no, these teenagers have already helped us catch that perverted human trafficker. Your daughter just got lost. I believe they didn't go far. Look at his accomplices here, I believe it is very you will soon know the whereabouts of your daughter from his mouth. The village head kept enlightening the middle-aged woman in front of her, or the middle-aged woman also noticed a glimmer of hope. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, trying to calm down her mood, but her red eyes kept lingering on her. On her husband. Boom. Bang bang bang. The middle-aged man didn't care what the perverted human trafficker said, he just hit 3 powerful punches, hitting the small-eyed doctor hard on the face. The whole face of the small-eyed doctor was bruised and purple, and the left half of his face was swollen badly, and he lay limp on the ground. Get up, you bastard! The middle-aged man didn't seem to relieve his anger at all, and grabbed the collar of the small-eyed doctor who fell on the ground with one hand, and just slipped up. Where is my daughter, tell me quickly! The middle-aged man roared, and all the surrounding villagers shut up for a while, as if they were overwhelmed by the man's tough aura. The small-eyed doctor was left in the air by the middle-aged man. He barely raised his head, and said with some difficulty breathing, with a perverted smile on his face. Hey hey! Your daughter has probably been eaten by that adult. What did you just say, what nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged man was obviously anxious. Seeing the incoherent words of the small-eyed doctor, he clenched his fists again, and it was a powerful punch. Puff! The small-eyed doctor was punched again on his solid face, and he flew upside down. A few broken teeth spit out from the already swollen side face, and blood mixed with saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, hit death me. Even though the little-eyed doctor had reached his limit, he still hooked his fingers at the middle-aged man forcefully and provocatively. I will beat you to death today. The remaining sanity of the middle-aged man gradually lost. He looked around and snatched the burning torches from the surrounding villagers. He waved the torch in his hand and slammed it towards the place where the little-eyed doctor was. Stop him, he's crazy. Stop him quickly. Before the village chief finished speaking, several middle-aged men closest to him had already pushed the middle-aged man to the ground. Let go of me, you let me go. The middle-aged man struggled desperately to get up, but the big man a few meters in front of him had already held his hands and feet firmly. Dalang, if you go on like this, you will really beat him to death. How can we find out the whereabouts of the other missing boys and girls? It was the head of Piaoxiang village who spoke, and Dalang was the name of the man who lost his daughter. The village head looked at Dalang who had calmed down and sighed helplessly. He waved his hands, and several middle-aged men comprehended and helped Dalang who was on the ground to his feet. Woohoo! Dalan's wife, Dawa, hugged her husband behind her. The tears that had stopped on her face just now were crying in her husband's warm embrace. The village head and bartender Lao Lang looked at the small-eyed doctor who was lying motionless on the ground, and stretched out his hand to the side, only breathing a little, with a half-dead look, he might go straight over at any time. Treat the wound on his body a little bit, and tie him to the woodshed on the side first. The village chief directed several middle-aged men beside him, including his eldest son, the bartender Taro. At this time, the other onlookers must have been unwilling. After all, it was Dalang who asked a few times just now. The villagers who lost their sons and daughters have not yet asked the trafficker. The villagers saw that the real culprit who stole their daughter or son would just let it go today, so how could they say forget it? A group of villagers blocked in the firewood room one after another, just wanting the little-eyed doctor or the village chief to give him an explanation. On the other hand, Takeo fell into deep thought. My lord, cannibalism? It's a demon. Chapter 31. Takeo became alert, and immediately thought of some bad conjectures, but he seemed to have some doubts after thinking about it. After all, he is only a human being, and he has never heard that humans can commit crimes with demon accomplices. Except Nezuko/Tamashi/Yoshiro. At this time, the villagers who lost their children had a fierce conflict with the villagers headed by the village chief. They saw that the traffickers had been caught, and the parents who were looking for their children all day and all night would not miss this opportunity and stood outside the woodshed, and they were bound to give an explanation tonight. Folks, you are messing around. If this continues, this man is going to die, how can he ask questions? The village chief scolded. Although the villagers were unwilling in every possible way, they still retreated wisely, but some people still blocked the door of the firewood house. After dawdling until midnight, the village head, who was so talkative, persuaded all the villagers on the condition that he would give other villagers a satisfactory explanation tomorrow, and the matter gradually subsided. The firewood room has a large space, surrounded by piles of firewood bundled with corn stalks, and some miscellaneous utensils, which seem to be mixing boxes for feeding livestock. The surface of the entire wall may not be exposed to sunlight for a long time, and most of them have grown mold. The entire room can see through only a small window near the door. In theory, as long as the door is guarded, this trafficker will not be able to escape no matter what. Out. A middle-aged man found a solid wooden stool and hemp rope with thick arms from outside. The village head's son, the bartender Taro, and 3 other middle-aged men tied up the little-eyed doctor who had been beaten like a dead dog. On a wooden bench. The bartender Taro patted the big dust on his hands after doing this, and finally did not forget to check the thread tied on the stool, and then frowned. He unwrapped it again and tied a dead knot, so he was satisfied and locked the chain with the others, just in case he would personally watch the night to night, absolutely not letting this human trafficker have any chance. The other villagers had no choice but to leave. After all, the character of the village chief was nothing to talk about in the village. And some villagers who have daughters at home can't sit still. No one can guarantee whether the strange thing of losing their children will happen again tonight. But their eyes were surprisingly consistent with the village head's eyes at this moment, and they looked at Takeo and the others together. "Brother Takeo, have you noticed that these villagers seem to be staring at us?" Yes, Takeo, why don't we sneak back quickly?" Terashimaya echoed. Takeo nodded slightly, and the 5 turned and left to go back to their beds to rest, but they were stopped by the village chief and other villagers. "Children, please wait a moment. That hut is too crowded with so many people. If the children don't mind, you can come and live with me." Takeo stopped in his tracks, looked back at the village chief and bartender Lao Lang, and politely refused. "Village chief, thank you for your kindness, we are only here for a few days, you are too polite." The village chief just smiled when he heard Takeo's refusal, but he seemed worried and seemed to have something on his mind. "Let me tell the truth about the children. I am actually doing it for my granddaughter." "Granddaughter?" Terashimayu seemed to smell something sweet, and he didn't care about his own image. If it wasn't for Takeo's pull, he would have almost pushed the village chief down to ask what happened. Takeo was also left speechless by Terashima. Has this guy never seen a woman? Seeing his eagerness, he also made others laugh. The village head sighed helplessly and explained, "My 16-year-old granddaughter, I am actually also afraid of what will happen if she is taken away. I am also old, and his father is usually very busy. I am the only granddaughter. Just in case." Speaking of the village chief and the bartender, Lao Lang looked at Takeo with special meaning, nodded frequently. The more he liked it, he thought to himself. If Takeo can stay by his granddaughter's side, with his extraordinary courage, even if the trafficker has an accomplice, he can find out immediately, and maybe even wipe guns with his granddaughter. It's not impossible. The village chief stood there looking at Takeo, with a weird smile on his mouth, as if his trick had succeeded, and Takeo beside him was stared at by the village chief. At this time, several other villagers seemed to have the same idea as the village chief. Seeing the posture that the village chief wanted, how could he make his wish come true? "Village chief, aren't you being so rude? I don't feel at ease when my daughter is at home. Why don't we arrange a young man to protect my daughter? Your daughter needs someone to protect her, and my son needs that too." Several villagers were talking to each other, and Lao Lang, the village head and bartender, also felt that it didn't make sense for him to speak to anyone in the current situation. The village chief cleared his throat, waved his hands to the arguing villagers' parents and shouted, Okay, if this is the case, let these children choose to stay or stay, and I don't want to get involved." The words of the village chief can be just right, kicking the ball to Takeo and others again, and avoiding his current practice of burning himself can be said to be both. Naturally, the expressions of several villagers' parents were surprisingly unanimous, and they all pointed to where Takeo was. After all, the part where Takeo was holding a hand axe to scare away the little-eyed doctor was still vivid in their minds. However, Lao Lang, the village head and bartender, took the first step, and hugged Takeo with half push and half push, and said earnestly, "Takeo, I have a backache, and I have an old problem. It's okay if you help me go to my house and help me apply the plaster." Takeo. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo raised his brows, and called out to the experts in his heart, but isn't it the bounden duty of every teenager to care for the elderly? Takeo found a chair and supported the village head with one hand, signaling him to take a rest now. Seeing the reluctance of the village chief and the bartender Lao Lang, he hurriedly said, "Village chief, please be patient, I will go and talk to my teammates first." As soon as he finished speaking, Takeo walked a few steps and saw Mijona, who was tied up next to him and seemed to be wearing a hood, still staying in place, and asked hurriedly, "Hey? Uterashima and the others, weren't they all still here just now?" Sanchinjnai stood where he was, with endless bitterness in his heart. "Takeo, help us judge, even Shan Kong, who has no strength, was called away by the villagers' parents. The most annoying thing is that they would rather take action. Inconvenient Nagaya Hito, don't want me either." "Why don't you come to the village chief's house? I'm not at ease with you alone." Takeo patted Mise Hirano's shoulder to comfort him, which warmed Mise Hirano's heart again. He thought Takeo would leave him too. Chapter 32. "Takeo, do you think Lao Lang, the village head and bartender, would mind?" Mijona, who was wearing a hood, asked Takeo unsurely, while Takeo comforted Mijona with a smile. "Don't worry, the village head told me that he invited us to live together." Takeo looked at the village chief who was sitting on the bench waiting for him, and his eyes were in a daze for a moment. The village chief put on a faint smile, and the memory of the previous life came to his mind, and Takeo seemed to see his grandfather. In his previous life, his grandfather was an experienced blacksmith. His parents divorced and he grew up with his grandfather. He has a strong interest in blacksmithing, but that winter night, the burning fire, is his eternal pain. "Takeo, what's wrong with you?" The voice of calling from Mise Hiro next to him brought back Takeo's thoughts immersed in memory, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Takeo helped the village head up, and the three of them walked on the path in the middle of the night one after the other. The village chief's house is on the opposite side of the wine cellar factory, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk from his own location. On the way, the village head talked about some strange things in Piaoxiang village, but Takeo and Sanchinj listened carefully without speaking. In the past few months, many young girls disappeared for no reason, and the village became turbulent all of a sudden. In the beginning, although everyone also sent villagers to look for it, they thought it was because of the young people's anger or something, so they let them make trouble. But the situation got worse as it went on, and the young boys also began to disappear inexplicably. For a while, all the villagers were in panic of losing their children, so naturally they didn't have the heart to make wine. The geographical location of Piaoxiang village is very special. The soil here is extremely hardened, and neither digging the soil nor other methods can change the status quo of the soil. Maybe God closes a door for you and really opens a window. Inadvertently, the villagers discovered that there is a strange crop here, with clear crystals and full grains, called white jade sorghum. Gradually, relying on their own unique conditions, the villagers suddenly found a way to make a fortune in the village winemaking. In fact, their village has also tried to grow other crops, but the results are not optimistic. At present, most of the resources are obtained by relying on the money earned from selling wine. Because the liquor brewed in their village, Ziwuwashang has long been a famous existence, the village has already received several large orders before the beginning of spring, and they all paid in full, especially the Chamber of Commerce Empire Boya City accounted for the majority. It was approaching the autumn harvest, seeing that the date on the order was approaching, and the village stopped production directly because of this strange incident. Many girls who stepped on music who came here before also heard about this incident, and no one dared to come again. The village head said that the wrinkles on his brows became more serious, and Takeo could only comfort the village head by saying that there will always be a solution, and we will try our best to help the village. The three of Takeo came to the village chief's house, while Takeo stood at the door and subconsciously knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. Just as the village head was about to take out the key from his pocket to open the door, there was a rough voice from inside the door. "Who is it?" Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Village chief, is your wife in the house? Takeo and Sanchinj looked at the village head with straight eyes, secretly admiring in their hearts, as expected of the village head, it is such a tough existence to marry a wife. The village chief said angrily, "My wife has been away for several years. That was my 16-year-old granddaughter just now. I'm sorry to scare you too." This. In Takeo's mind, there seemed to be 10,000 grass and mud horses running freely on the grassland. The moonlight is getting a little bit more, why his granddaughter hasn't rested yet, and the voice is really familiar. Takeo and Sanyano looked at each other with wry smiles, and even doubted whether they came to the village head's house to recuperate or were injured. Children, don't stand outside, come in quickly, don't get cold, don't catch cold. The village head had already changed into slippers in front of the cabinet and greeted them to enter the house, while Takeo and Sanyano were a little hesitant, but it was not good to let the village head's kindness go unnoticed. The two looked at each other and smiled, put on the prepared slippers and walked into the house. The magnificent design and decoration, the glass-like warm-colored chandelier hangs on the roof, and even the coffee table in the living room is completely carved from jade. Wrapped in gilt tinfoil-colored wallpaper. All the arrangements are secretly amazing, and everything looks beautiful, as if you are really in a palace. Takeo and Terashima froze in place, opening their mouths wide open as if they could stuff an egg in. For these orphans taken in by King Yun Church, the shock in front of them was indescribable. My dear, is this the life of rich people? Takeo praised secretly, while Lao Lang, the village chief and bartender, invited the two of them to sit on the sofa with freshly brewed tea in his hands. He unhurriedly picked up a celadone teapot, poured the brewed tea into the cups and handed it to the two people in front of him. Come on, children, don't just sit around, drink some tea to warm up your body. Takeo and Miss Hiro took the teacups and thanked them again and again. The corners of their mouths took a small sip first. The faint tea fragrance filled the mouth and slowly flowed down the throat into the stomach. The warm feeling was very comfortable. Grandpa, why did you come here? The baby is starving to death, did you bring me something delicious? A rough and soft voice sounded from a distance. Takeo felt that the ground under his feet was vibrating, and then saw a fat and delicate girl running over, visually measuring her height. It looks like 1.8 meters. Cough, cough, cough. Miss Hiro coughed, and almost dropped the teacup in his hand with a trembling. Although his head was covered with bandages, the pair of eyes peeking out from the gaps in the bandages just looked at the girl in front of him, and he felt a little nervous. Can't stop. Ding, 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Although Takeo has 2 lifetimes of experience, he is no better than Sanyano. He almost didn't jump up from the sofa, and he can't help but sigh that the creator of the world is really amazing. This is the peerless stunning thing that is unique in a million. If this was born in the Tang dynasty, then concubine Yang would be considered a fart. The girl just glanced at the 2 boys, then turned around and rushed towards her grandfather, but the girl's development was a bit too good. The face of the village chief and the bartender Lao Lang flushed, and he said tremblingly. Easy, light, my waist. Takeo was a little ashamed, but he understood the reason why the village head had a bad waist. It was probably his granddaughter's back disease. Chapter 33. Grandpa, what's the matter with you? Don't you like your granddaughter, Grandpa? The granddaughter, the bartender Uexia, swung her arms and shook the grandfather beneath her, while the bartender Lao Lang's face turned purple, and he even gasped a little louder. The village chief and the bartender Lao Lang also wanted to cry but had no tears. The main reason was that his granddaughter's chest muscles were too broad, which made him unable to breathe. The bartender Lao Lang felt the gradual deformation and softness of his cheeks. He didn't know whether it was happiness or pain. A burst of nosebleeds spurted out from his nasal cavity. Puff. Ah. Grandpa. What are you doing? The granddaughter bartender Uexia didn't know how to place her hands, so she just stopped straight in the air, while the large bloodstain on her chest, like a plum picture painted on the spot, scattered in all directions and continued to infiltrate the surroundings. Takeo and Uterashima, who were sitting on the sofa, stared blankly. The village chief is so hungry, and he still has nosebleeds at such an age. But Takeo turned around and ran away. A familiar feeling of dizziness spread all over his body again. Takeo didn't dare to hesitate at all. He rushed out of the house on his knees and crawled, leaving only the bewildered Mijona and the bartender Uexia, plus an exhortation shouted from a distance. Sanchinj is up to you. When Takeo came outside the house, he supported his knees with both hands, bent his body at 45 degrees, panting heavily, and the numbness all over his body made him feel extremely tired. This damn blood sickness, if I knew it earlier, I would have asked the demon killing team to ask the butterfly house for some anti-blood sickness potions. This is really embarrassing. Takeo couldn't help complaining, reached out and patted his cheek, then took a long breath, couldn't help but rejoice that he left at the first time. At least he didn't faint. it was a blessing in misfortune. Takeo tidied up his clothes, thinking about how he should explain to Sanyano and the others the embarrassment just now. At this time, he felt a cold breath approaching him, as well as a rotten smell. The moonlight in the distance shone on the road. Takeo subconsciously looked at the ground. A dark mass was approaching his position at a very fast speed. Not good. In desperation, Takeo dodged quickly, but his body may be dizzy because of blood. His body reaction was obviously a beat slower. When Takeo only felt that the black thing was approaching him, the monster turned around by itself, avoided his position, and drove towards the distance quickly. Takeo suddenly felt a sense of survival after a catastrophe, but he was even more puzzled. What is that black thing just now? He looked at the black monster gradually moving away from him in the distance, and Takeo couldn't help frowning. What the hell was that thing just now? Could it be that this is the so-called companion? Thinking of this possibility, Takeo couldn't help but shudder in his heart. According to the terrible incident that the village chief said about the loss of girls in the village, it was probably done by evil spirits. After all, nothing likes eating human flesh more than evil spirits. Takeo really wanted to inform Sanyano of the news, but after a second thought, he gave up. After all, if he really met the evil spirit, it would be a question of whether he, the captain, could protect himself, let alone his injured team members. Under the dark moonlight, Takeo followed the shadow that shuttled through the village alleyway, wanting to know where this thing went. The speed of the black shadow was very fast, and Takeo quickly lost his target. Just when he was about to give up tracking, a group of black shadows similar to the one before galloped from behind Takeo again. Takeo seized the moment when the black shadow appeared. He didn't care whether to expose his whereabouts, and immediately chased forward. The more Takeo ran, the more surprised he felt. No matter how hard he pursued, he always missed the distance. It seemed that the black shadow was guiding him intentionally or unintentionally. Takeo passed through an alley and stopped at the third turning. To be precise, the black shadow had disappeared without a trace. However, Takeo was not in a hurry. Instead he stood in the second bungalow at the entrance of the alley for a while, as if the fog had gradually cleared up. Because he couldn't be more familiar with this place. It was the place where they recuperated their wounds and locked that small-eyed human trafficker in the woodshed. The dark figure passed through the gap in the firewood room, like the squeak sound caused by the collision between the gums echoed in the ears of the small-eyed trafficker. "You haven't told anyone else about me, have you?" The dark figure slowly spread out from under the feet of the small-eyed trafficker, stretching out countless black phantoms covered with tentacles, slowly wrapping around the body of the small-eyed trafficker. Was untied. And the small-eyed human trafficker who was so angry suddenly raised his head. His sore body was moving, his eyes were full of respect and said, "My lord, the villain didn't say anything, and I won't say anything about you even if I kill you." When Shuiying heard these words, he nodded affirmatively, and the hard ground under Shuiying instantly turned into a swamp, and a figure gradually emerged from the swamp. It was a long-haired young demon wearing ninja costumes in black, with 3 pointed horns on his head, and a terrifying murderous intent emanating from his scarlet eyes. When the small-eyed trafficker saw his so-called adult appear, he prostrated himself on the ground regardless of his injuries, and begged humbly, "Master, for the sake of the villain's devotion to serve the adult, you take me, let's go." The long-haired young demon lifted up the small-eyed human trafficker who was kneeling on the ground, with an evil smile on his lips, but at this time there were bursts of quarrels outside the woodshed. "Bartender Taro, there is something, I saw a black shadow slipping in." "Takeo, are you joking? I've been staying here all the time, even going to the toilet. I can't possibly have something coming in and I don't know it." Just as he was talking, the bartender Taro did not forget to push the wine bottle in front of him back, and said with a red face. Takeo raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. He could smell the strong smell of alcohol on the bartender Taro, but now is not the time to criticize these things. "Bartender Taro, something strange has entered here. Please open the door." Seeing that the bartender Taro didn't believe his appearance, Takeo felt a little helpless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he himself wouldn't believe it. This is impossible." The bartender Taro got up staggeringly, pointed to the door lock between the outside handles of the firewood room, and felt that Takeo was purely disturbing his drinking. "Bartender Taro, what I said is true, let me pass quickly. Believe me once, please." The bartender Taro looked at Takeo's sincere eyes, and had some hesitation, and finally compromised, "Okay, I'll trust you just once, open the door and have a look." Chapter 34. My lord, hurry up. Help me. The door lock outside the firewood room made a sound of metal fitting. As the lock buckle turned, the door lock opened. The small-eyed trafficker really panicked and desperately asked the long-haired young demon for help. Okay, I see. You didn't say anything, so I'm relieved. The corners of the long-haired young demon's mouth made the sound of teeth rubbing, his hands rested on the shoulders of the small-eyed trafficker, and a swampland gradually slipped under his feet again. The small-eyed trafficker secretly let out a long sigh of relief, but his shoulders felt an unprecedented pain, as if something was tearing him apart. Crack crack. Oh. Why? The pupils of the small-eyed trafficker's eyes gradually dissipated, and his two eyes stared at the long-haired young demon. After the corners of his mouth said these three words with difficulty, his entire chest was split in two. Crack. You said that only the dead and demons can survive, but you should be glad that compared to that adult, I only like to eat girls under the age of 16. As soon as the door of the firewood room was opened, the bartender Taro walked in front, and before he pulled out the key, vigorous blood spurted out from the broken body in two, and the bloody aura dyed the ground dark red. Color. What? It looks like I really drank too much, too much. The bartender Taro, who was a little drunk just now, was already trembling with fright at the sight in front of him. He stumbled and ran out with a strange smile on his mouth. It's just that he didn't take a few steps before he entered the swamp formed in front of him and couldn't move. And Takeo, who was behind him, was not much better. Although he had expected many assumptions, he really didn't expect that this move would be such a big surprise after opening it. Okay. There's actually one more. The long-haired young demon made a sound of doubt, dived into the ground and turned into a swamp, and rushed towards Takeo's position. However, Takeo's vision gradually began to blur, let alone running, even walking is now a luxury. His body was like being chained to an iron ball, extremely heavy and slow. What to do? I will die, die. Behind Takeo, the hard ground turned into foul-smelling swamp mud, and bubbles burst from the rancid swamp constantly. A pair of small eyes watched Takeo in front of him, and when he saw the right moment, the long-haired young demon stretched out his sharp claws and attacked directly from behind. But Takeo closed his eyes at this time, his legs suddenly half-squatted and jumped up, leaning back to volley and step on the spine of the long-haired young demon, and escaped the sneak attack of the long-haired young demon with extreme danger. It's interesting, but next time you won't be so lucky. It's still rare blood, interesting and interesting. The long-haired young demon once again made a squeak sound produced by rubbing teeth. It seemed that he was a bit annoyed by being played by the little demon in front of him. He has always been killed by one blow, but this sneak attack was fruitless, which made him feel a burst of anger in his heart. Without any sneak attack, he just rushed towards Takeo directly. With his back to the long-haired young demon, Takeo was panting heavily. A deep cut on his left leg was bleeding continuously. He was holding an iron hand axe with the blade still remaining. The mottled blood was obviously cut by himself. Stimulating the nerves with intense pain to temporarily suppress the physical effects of the blood sickness is a desperate move. Although he doesn't have the sensitive and perverted sense of smell like Tanjiro's brother, Takeo can still distinguish one or two places from the smell of rancid mud. The long-haired young demon didn't give Takeo any time to react. He leaned forward with his sharp claws and gave a powerful sweep. Takeo couldn't dodge it enough and could only subconsciously catch it with a hand axe. Clang! The power of turning into an evil demon is several times that of a human like Takeo. Takeo's whole arm let out a helpless scream, and the hand axe fell to the ground. The long-haired young demon grinned with bloodshot eyes. He no longer wanted to kill the boy in front of him. He wanted to capture him alive and taste his flesh and blood bit by bit. Although the long-haired young demon once said that he didn't like to eat the flesh and blood of girls over 16 years old, because it would be stale, but human beings with thin blood are not so easy to meet, and this is a rare good thing. The long-haired young demon walked towards Takeo step by step, and retracted all 5 sharp claws at the same time, of course to avoid cutting the skin and wasting this precious blood. Don't come here. Takeo half curled up on the ground, with a frightened expression on his face, and his body backed up little by little. Crunch! Where are you going? I like the expression of you humans. Brush! Before the long-haired young man finished speaking, a silvery white light quickly swung out from Takeo's curled-up body, this time with extremely heavy force. Caught off guard, the long-haired young demon made a long and thin crack in his throat, blood spurted out immediately, and the long-haired young demon let out a painful roar. Takeo looked at the long-haired young demon with distorted facial features in front of him. His surprise this time hurt him, but Takeo had already expected that this blow would not be enough to kill the long-haired young demon in front of him, but it was enough. Bartender Taro, why are you still standing here? Run! Go tell my team members to contact the Demon Slayer squad. Takeo yelled at the bartender Taro, who was lying on the ground next to him. Maybe the visual impact he received when he opened the door was too frightening. The current bartender Taro was already completely drunk. Seeing Takeo's words, he didn't bother to thank him, and rushed out of the house sullenly. Demon Killing Squad. The long-haired young evil spirits are full of fear. For these less advanced evil spirits, the members of the unintentional demon killing team are their nemesis. Takeo looked at the long-haired young man in front of him. The scars on his face had already recovered, and he couldn't see the appearance of the injury at all. Brush. Of course, Takeo couldn't let him go after the bartender Taro. The silver-white axe swung forward again, and the long-haired young demon firmly stuck the axe between his fingers with the 5 sharp claws stretched out from the palm of his hand. Hey! It seems that you are just supporting the brat. Your strength seems to be much weaker. Instead of taking care of others, you should take care of yourself first. The long-haired young demon quickly flicked the axe away, and grabbed Takeo's head with the other hand. Clang! A golden light shone in front of Takeo, and even the long-haired young demon gave a look of doubt. Are you a weapon master? Ding! Long-haired youth demon exclamation point plus 100. Takeo, who was at the end of his battle, grinned. The long-haired young demon was right. He really couldn't hold it anymore. The 3 negative states of exhaustion, dizziness, and blood loss made his body overloaded and on the verge of collapse. But with the last of my strength, I want to fight you, just treat you like a piece of iron. Wrist Hammer Chaotic Ring. Chapter 35. Takeo exhausted his last bit of strength, and the twin axes slashed towards the long-haired young demon at an incredible speed. The long-haired young demon smiled playfully. The last blow, what a big breath. Watch it. Let you feel what despair is. He had already noticed that the young man in front of him was just holding his breath. All 10 sharp claws popped out between the fingers of his palm, and the sharp claws faced Takeo's hand axe. Clang! Clang! Crack! Crack! The long-haired young demon put away his playful smile, and his face gradually turned pale. He only felt his sharp claws snap off inch by inch, and in the next second, his 2 arms were cut off in unison. Impossible! How could I lose to an ordinary kid, but I have already eaten almost 50 human demons. The voice of the long-haired young demon was full of unwillingness, and his strong obsession made his body recover in an instant, but at this moment, when he looked at the young man in front of him, he felt an invisible sense of frustration in his heart. The young man in front of him didn't have any expression, just like a stone slab. Layers of gold and silver phantoms appeared around his body, and the 2 gold and silver handle axes intertwined back and forth, as if hacking at the long-haired young demon from all directions. He already had the intention to retreat, but under the rapid slashing, a vacuum zone was formed here, and he was firmly fixed here, unable to move an inch. Panic, helpless, howling, the long-haired young demon once again experienced the complex emotions of being a human being, and he faintly felt that his recovery speed could no longer keep up with the speed of the boy's slashing. The boy's entire arm was too close to be captured by the naked eye. It felt like a ruthless fully automatic shaving ice machine, slashing at the long-haired young demon in front of him crazily, instantly unstoppable. The long-haired young demon only felt that his body was blown by a strong wind, his skin was stinging unbearably as if being cut by countless iron blades, and his whole body was covered with large and small white marks. How is it possible? This is unscientific. You are not human. The long-haired young demon screamed and collapsed on the ground, and the next second his body exploded like a balloon filled with water. Oh! A thick blood mist erupted from the long-haired young demon's body, and then spread, and the whole area was filled with a stench, making people sick. Takeo looked at the long-haired young demon with a dull expression, and there was no smile on his face. His arms drooped completely, and he seemed to be numb to the point of losing consciousness. The feeling of dizziness and loss of strength made him not know where he was. Crunch! Takeo fell into a pool of blood, and he could still faintly hear the creaking sound of the long-haired young demon grinding his teeth, but the tense nerves were slightly touched again in the next second. Accident, it's just an accident. Didn't you expect ordinary humans to have such a strong fighting power? The long-haired young demon stood in front of Takeo, and beside him was an identical self. And the long-haired young demon was still holding the bartender Taro in his hand, looking at the half-dead Takeo jokingly. He raised his foot high, and stomped hard on the half-dead Takeo who was lying on the spot, and there was a crisp bone-cracking sound from his toes. Takeo, who was still in a coma, let out a scream. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but his physical fitness had already reached its limit, and the hammer blow just now was no less than his own blow with all his strength. "Little demon, your life is really tough, I can't wait to taste your flesh and blood." The long-haired young demon stretched out his hand to grab the boy in front of him, but the next moment his entire arm fell to the side, and the wound spurted out stinky blood, and he froze in place for a while. Breath of the moon, one-shaped dark moon. A beautiful figure appeared from under the moonlight. Her face was full of anxiety. She held a bamboo knife in her hand, faced the long-haired young demon in front of her, and protected the fallen Takeo behind her. Crunch! "I like to eat a little girl with thin skin and tender meat like you the most. It's delicious to eat while it's hot." The eyes of the long-haired young demon were red. He was really shocked by the blow just now, but the weapon in her hand did not seem to be a solar knife that could injure demons. Judging by her somewhat disordered breathing rate, it seemed at most, he was just a trainee member of the demon-killing squad. The long-haired young demon licked his lips, showing a look of hunger and thirst, but this time he didn't dare to take it lightly, and used his own blood demon technique when he came up. The sharp claws on the left palm pierced hard into the palm of his right hand. The long-haired young demon snorted coldly in pain, the blood condensed in his palm, and then bent down and smashed to the ground. Blood demon art, hell of the witch swamp. All of a sudden, the whole ground began to collapse, and the soft and rotten swamp mud swallowed up the ground completely. Mai Chuan Sumi watched her body sinking little by little, but at this moment she was calmer than others. "I haven't become an official member of the demon-killing team, and I haven't killed my mother's evil demon with my own hands, so how could I stop here?" Chuan Sumi Mai looks soft on the outside, but her heart is extremely resolute. She is stronger than any boy, and she works hard every night under the moonlight to swing the knife, just to make herself stronger than others. She looked at a towering tree next to her, clenched the bamboo knife tightly in her hand, and then raised the crescent sword again with a tricky arc. Breath of the moon, one-shaped dark moon, change. The long-haired young demon in the distance looked at the flustered look of the girl, and couldn't help cursing himself for being too cautious. The power of the blood demon technique is related to the number of people the demon usually eats, and every time it is activated, it will consume the savings in the power of its own flesh and blood. However, when he saw that the girl even slashed in the wrong direction with the knife, he couldn't help but sneered a little. It really was because he was too sensitive. Really? That's not necessarily the case. The corner of Mai Kawasumi's mouth showed a winning smile, and that sweet face was an absolute recognition of her own strength. Weapon. Bamboo knife engraving, Lake Toya, passive skill, everything can be cut. The carver, Kayaman Takeo. A towering tree as thick as several hundred people was chopped down, and the whole large log was like a bridge uprooted from the swamp, just connecting to the position where the long-haired young demon was. Kawasumi Mai stepped on the log floating on the swamp, and rushed towards the long-haired young demon like a dragonfly on the water. Impossible, even if it is the pillar in the demon-killing squad, it is impossible to cut it from such a long distance. The long-haired young demon's hair was scattered, and he lost his position for a while. This is also a shortcoming of the long-haired young demon. Although he can be copied into 3 clones, each has a different personality, respectively, arrogant/timid/cautious. Chapter 36. However, once the long-haired young demon with a cautious character becomes serious but beyond his comprehension, he will completely lose his combat effectiveness. Breath of the moon, one-shaped dark moon. The sharp bamboo knife emitted a crescent-shaped sword aura, and chopped off the head of the long-haired young demon with one blow. At this time, the long-haired young demon hadn't reacted yet, and his whole body was directly submerged in the rotten swamp. "Help! Help! Someone help me!" In the distance, the bartender Taro was struggling hard in the rotten swamp. Although he knew the truth that the more he struggled in the swamp, the deeper he would sink, but the rotten smell really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Takeo. Kawasumi Mai thought of Zaman Takeo behind him, but he was still relatively safe compared to the bartender Taro. Although his body had passed out, but because there was no violent struggle, his body sank in a thin layer, like floating over the swamp. Grumble. A large number of bubbles are constantly emerging from the swamp. If you stay here for a long time, even if you don't fight, you will lose your life just by relying on the poisonous gas. Kawasumi Mai stood on the log and waved towards the bartender Taro, shouting, "Don't move around, uncle. I have killed the evil spirits, and this place will disappear soon." Before Chuan Qingyu finished speaking, he frowned slightly, feeling the constant swaying under the log, and couldn't help a trace of cold sweat. She looked at this huge swamp, and there was no sign of it disappearing at all. The swamp spit out air bubbles from the rotting silt in large swamps, and the gel-like foul air made Kawasumi Mai retch. Countless tentacles sprang out of the swamp all of a sudden, trying to drag the unconscious Takeo into the swamp. Breath of the moon, one-shaped dark moon, change. Chuan Qingyu pinched her nose, and quickly waved the bamboo knife in her hand. Although she only knows moon's breath, one shape, she still has some experience. Although her breathing is often irregular, with the blessing of the bamboo knife engraving, she managed to break off all the tentacles. Roar! There was a low growl indistinctly from the swamp, and the originally calm swamp began to surge up and down, and continued to converge towards the center, forming a funnel-shaped vortex. Oops! Run away! Chuan Sumi Mai screamed in panic. The confidence just now was gone. Watching the vortex continue to expand like a black hole full of suction, even the logs under her feet began to converge towards the center of the vortex. Now she has no room to struggle, it seems that all her efforts have been turned into bubbles. Breath of the moon, one-shaped dark moon. There must be a chance, there must be some way, stop quickly. Kawasumi Mai shouted, sparing no effort to release her sword skills. Countless erratic crescent-shaped sword chi spread out in the air, and quickly slashed towards the menacing vortex below. It's just that the crescent-shaped sword energy sinks into the endless swamp, like a drop of water sinking into the vast ocean, with little effect. Chuan Sumi Mai cried, she was so helpless at this moment, her breathing was already extremely unsteady, and now she could no longer strike as powerfully as before. 3 or 4 meters of mud rose from the center of the vortex, and the rotten smell spread to the entire village. A dark green mud monster emerged from the huge swamp, and those small dark green eyes stared at Mai Kawasumi, looking extremely ugly. This is the last long-haired young demon split into cowardly. Compared with the other 2 clones of demon personality, he is better at using a mud-covered disguise to sneak up on his prey, and generally rarely confronts his opponent head-on. It's just that this time, the long-haired young demon named Cowardice wants to kill the girl in front of him at all costs. Unleashing such a range of blood demons almost exhausted the flesh and blood of 50 human beings in his life. He wanted to take away only that boy, but was interrupted by this girl who came out of nowhere, which made him a little annoyed. Without the blessing of thin blood, it will take a long time for him to recover his previous strength. Uncle Takeo, can someone tell me what I should do? Dad, if I go to find my mother, will you blame me for being too selfish? Fragmentary memories kept flashing through Kawasumi Mai's mind. Looking at this ugly mud monster, her heart was filled with helplessness and panic. She looked up to the sky, and the crow hovering above her head gave her the hope of life. Ah! A young man dressed in black with a gentle and ordinary face passed quickly through the tile-roofed house on the eaves. His right hand slowly held the hilt of the sun-wheel knife, and gently pulled it back, winding the body of the sun-wheel knife with layers of water. It trembled slightly. Water breathing, one shape. Water slash. The dark green mud monster rushed towards Mai Kawasumi, who was trembling on the log like a huge wave. In an instant, a water blue slash directly split the mud monster's head in 2. Thump. The rancid silt skull melted into the filthy swamp like melted chocolate, and centered on the self, it rolled up a more violent vortex than before. Think you're hiding, so I can't do anything about you. The young man kicked his feet hard, and his whole body shot towards the huge vortex that was spinning rapidly like an arrow from the string. Dangerous! Be careful! Seeing the young man's desperate appearance, Chuan Sumi Mai couldn't help but secretly worried, but she still had a little bit of anticipation. After all, isn't her dream to join the Demon Slayer Squad and become a member of the Demon Slayer Squad? Whoosh! The black boy directly sank into the center of the vortex, and Mai Kawasumi looked at the vortex with some surprise. She felt that this young man was really reckless, and couldn't help but worry about the young man's situation. Murata held back his breath and dived into the swamp. The visibility in the surrounding muddy swamp was frighteningly low, and there were all kinds of girls' pussies around him. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the rumored incident of the missing girls in Piaoxiang village. It seemed that most of these missing girls had already been eaten alive by this evil demon. Compared with Murata, who is confined everywhere, the long-haired young demon seems to be at home here, and his sharp claws are like torpedoes launched in the water, and his figure shuttles through it. Murata gradually grew resentful, and with the only strength he had, water flowed across the heavy Japanese sword again. Breath of water, land-shaped twisting vortex. Murata used the rotation of his waist and upper body to generate torsion to slash, and he could slash in the air or in the water, creating a strong tornado water column aura in the water. The long-haired young demon who was secretly happy just now, was immediately swept up if he couldn't react in time. Into it. Ah! The inside of the water column in the wind field was like sharp blades, and the long-haired young demon was directly blown away by this sword skill, and his body burst into pieces. Chapter 37. After the long-haired young demon turned into ashes, a tornado water column burst from the mud, and the surrounding swamp area gradually disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and everything returned to its original appearance. Except for the towering tree that was cut off. What? The bartender Taro, who was still struggling to save his life just now, froze for a second, his whole body suddenly lightened, and his butt fell heavily to the ground. At this time, fragments of the corners of colorful clothes were falling from the sky, and the colorful clothes were mixed together and fell into the distance, where they were placed together with those exquisite hair accessories brooches. However, the scene in front of him does not have any sense of beauty, but instead has a tinge of desolation. Brush! A black figure firmly held the fainted Takeo, and he slightly felt his breath with his hands. Murata secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but seeing the visible wound on Takeo's leg, he felt a bit of self-blame in his heart. This mission was originally to investigate the cause of the missing persons in Piaoxiang village. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful evil spirit here, but at least I caught up with it. In fact, Murata has been living in a cave outside Piaoxiang village. Since this place is full of dangerous mountains, there are no other villages in a radius of 100 miles, let alone such a thing as staying overnight. Murata spent the whole day picking some wild fruits in the mountains to satisfy his hunger, or he lit a small bonfire outside the cave, waiting for his crows to convey the message. As for his crow, he has been staying on the big tree in the village to observe Takeo and his movements all the time. There have been several times when Murata really wanted to help, but he had to endure it. In fact, he is also worried about Takeo and the others, but after leading the demon-killing team a few times before, they got nothing. Due to his status as a member of the demon-killing squad, he dared not enter the village with Takeo and others. The main thing is to avoid scaring the snake away. If there are too many people and noisy people, it is easy to show their feet. Even if there was an accidental car accident on the way, I asked the villagers who happened to be out collecting grain at that time to help and treat them. Are you a member of the demon-killing squad? Kawasumi Mai excitedly looked at the young man in black with his back to her, and realized that someone behind him asked her, and Murata slowly turned around. Kawasumi Mai looked at the young man with short black hair in front of him, his appearance was so ordinary that he couldn't be more ordinary. He was wearing a cloak without any decorations, and the most common black uniform of the Demon Slayer squad. Even his sun-wheel sword was so regular and unremarkable, he looked like a passerby-level character. But it was the young man in front of him who easily killed the long-haired youth demon who had driven them into a desperate situation. Ah! Murata looked at the girl in front of him, lowered his head shyly, and then said in response. To be honest, Murata is really not good at dealing with girls, he just stood there like a piece of wood in a daze. He hugged the fainted Takeo with some strength in both hands, as if to vent his embarrassing situation, and put it at the scene of a large-scale social death that is completely a blind date. Kawasumi Mai is tall, 16, 17 or 18 years old, with long hair tied into a capable ponytail, looking at Murata with her head down, she smiled slightly on her cheeks, she was a little surprised that this boy was so shy. Thank you for that. Also, are you too nervous, or let Takeo go first? Kawasumi Mai looked at Takeo who was being hugged by Murata, and suggested in a low voice with a hint of inquiry. And Takeo himself is a head taller than his peers, and Murata can hold it firmly, relying entirely on his full concentration of breathing. At his level, he can easily flow the power of breathing oxygen to all parts of his body. That's okay, haha. Murata's face was slightly red, and he suddenly felt a sense of ecstasy. He spoke incoherently, his body's breathing became a little short, and the strength in his hand let out one of them, and Takeo, a big man, directly fell to the ground. This. Kawasumi Mai opened his mouth wide open, and even Murata was in a hurry and didn't know what to do. In the early morning, the sun shone through the window, Takeo slowly opened his eyes, and for a moment his head had a splitting headache, as if he had been hit by something. Takeo, you finally woke up. And where did you go last night? Do you know that the granddaughter of the village chief almost threw me? As his vision gradually became clearer, Mishiro Nono's bandage-wrapped head came into view, looking at him worriedly. It's just that Sanjo's body began to tremble slightly, and he covered his mouth with one hand, trying to restrain his smile. Why are you laughing? Takeo looked at Miss Hirano, who was laughing more and more vigorously, and was a little confused for a while. At this moment, Takeo wanted to get up, but found that his body was a little uncoordinated, with a feeling of top-heavy, and even the turning of his neck seemed to have some obstacles. Your head, is so big. Sanchinjnai was about to laugh out of tears, clenched his fist with one hand and hit the wooden board on the bed, almost dying of laughter. Here, give you the mirror. Takeo took the mirror handed over by Sanchinjnai, slightly trembling with his left hand, and couldn't recognize himself for a while. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo's head was wrapped in 3 layers of bandages, and only one pair of eyes could look out. Little Eye Doctor. Takeo suddenly thought of the little-eyed doctor, but he seemed to have been killed by the evil spirit. Takeo remembered little by little what happened last night, from fighting to the point where he fainted from the bloody fight. He couldn't remember the follow-up memory at all. Sanchinjnai, did something happen last night, and who else brought me here? Takeo's tone was full of anxiety, and Mishiro replied seriously without the smile before. Murata from the Demon Slayer team has made a move, and my Kawasumi is also here. Takeo, do you think it will? Mishiro looked at Takeo, hoping to get some response from his face, but Takeo replied angrily. That's my sister Kawasumi, what are you thinking? Ding! 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Sanchinjnai, I want to get out of bed and have a look. After a long time, Takeo looked at the grey wall, seeing that no one came back. He couldn't lie down for a while. He wants to thank those who saved him, but he doesn't know how the bartender Taro is doing. Takeo murmured inwardly. At this moment he felt a thrust on his back, and saw that Sanjo was struggling to lift him up. Takeo, can you still get up? Let's go and see. In fact, Sanjo also wanted to go out and have a look, but before leaving, Mai Kawasumi, the eldest sister, specifically told him to take good care of Takeo, so even if it was Takeo's request, he did not dare to disobey. Well, it's all right. Takeo touched his left leg unconsciously, and the wound healed miraculously, which made him even more suspicious that there was indeed some problem with his constitution. Forget it, it's a big deal to scold me. Sanchinj is also a fiery temper herself, so she simply does what she says. The two put their hands on each other's backs and walked outside the house step by step. Their heads were covered with bandages, and they looked like 2 real lollipops from a distance. Chapter 38. Piaoxiang village in the early morning is still so deserted. Sanchinj feels that he is not walking slowly. The two put their hands on shoulders, but he faintly feels as if Takeo is waiting for him on purpose. Ding! 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. Takeo didn't know what Sanchinjnai was thinking in his heart, but he heard bursts of crying coming from a distance, so he wanted to go to see what happened as soon as possible. It was a large piece of land planted as white jade sorghum, but now it is the harvest season in autumn. At this time, there were no harvested crops in the field, but small mountains of soil rising from the ground. The village head and bartender Lao Lang directed several villagers around him, arranging their work in an orderly manner. As for Shan Kong, Terashima Yu and Nagaya Hito on his legs also picked up a shovel to dig up a pool of soil, and patted it on the mound next to it. Woohoo! May! My daughter, mother is sorry for you. Ah ha ha! Beside the piles of soil that hadn't been fully piled up, women who couldn't wait had already knelt on the ground, choked up and called out the names of their children. The whole village fell into a sad atmosphere, and Murata picked up the notebook to compare the names of the missing children. Takeo and Sanyano stood behind silently, unwilling to disturb them. After all, the pain of bereavement, maybe crying out loud will make you feel better. Takeo, why did you come out? You still don't have a good rest. The village chief and bartender Lao Lang was surprised to find Takeo and Sanchino standing behind him. Ding! Bartender Lao Lang's exclamation point plus 100. After all, seeing that Takeo didn't come back that night, he went out to look for it, and happened to see Takeo, who was covered in injuries. He didn't expect to be able to walk on the ground in such a short time. It was really incredible. Village chief, these are the children. The village head and bartender Lao Lang sighed, looked at the mountains in the distance and said, "Hey, these children are so pitiful that they were actually eaten by this evil spirit. Where the demon died, we found the clothes that the missing children were wearing. However, at least the evil spirits have been killed, which can be regarded as solving a serious problem in Piaoxiang village. It's just that these children have suffered." Takeo could feel that the village head and bartender Lao Lang felt sorry for these children from the bottom of his heart, and it seemed that there were tears welling from the corners of his eyes. It's just that Lao Lang, the village head and bartender, seems to have something on his mind. Although he doesn't say anything, the emotion on his old face cannot be hidden. "Village chief, is the bartender Taro all right?" Takeo asked tentatively, but the village head let out a sigh, his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he didn't know how to speak. His waist was injured, and he may not be able to recover in a short time. However, great doubts arose in Takeo's heart. Wouldn't it be possible to recover by taking a rest slowly? It doesn't seem to be a particularly difficult thing to say. A girl's surprised sound came from a distance. Ding, Kawasumi, my surprise value plus 100. Takeo, why are you here? Didn't I tell Sanshino to watch you carefully? Kawasumi Mai held the wild flowers that had just been picked from the mountain in her hand, and looked at Mijona, who was hiding behind Takeo in an angry questioning manner. It's just that Kawasumi Mai's eyes obviously avoided Takeo deliberately, and precisely avoided the position of Takeo's head. Here, she remembered the embarrassment of dressing up in a hurry with Murata last night. "Big sister, Takeo insisted on coming, and you see he is very strong, he walked faster than me just now." Sanjo explained with some fear. Did he know that angering my Kawasumi in King Yun Church was much more terrifying than angering the head pastor? "Takeo, I picked some wild flowers from the mountains, let's send these children off." Saying that, Kawasumi Mai ran to Terashima Yu and the others, and handed them the remaining wild flowers. Takeo was not polite either, he just took the wild flowers. Ding, Terashima Yu's exclamation point plus 100. Nagaya Hito's exclamation point plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Brother Takeo. Is your head really okay? Holding the wild flower in my Kawasumi's hand, Yamasora looked at Takeo, who looked like a dumpling head, and asked worriedly. And Nagaya Hito trotted over with the iron catalpa, and Takeo could see that his leg injury had already healed. Terashima looked at the other two, and walked over together. The little hatred that had arisen earlier disappeared when Takeo rescued them. At this moment, Takeo and the others put a flower beside each mound in front of him, but his hatred for those evil spirits that eat people is getting stronger and stronger. In the evening, men, women, and children in Piaoxiang village unexpectedly had a meal of hundreds of rice, some offering rice noodles and some offering meat from door to door. The villagers gathered around the bonfire, and the cauldron on the wooden stand was steaming, but all the faces were unresponsive, as if they were not interested in the food in front of them. "Village chief, this is the food available to all villages and households after counting." A villager handed over an old accounting book to the village head bartender Lao Lang, and the village head looked carefully at the usable grain of each household. It's just that when he was about to turn to the next page, the handwriting of the notes stopped abruptly. "That's all. Is it gone?" The village head and bartender Lao Lang frowned even more, and his face seemed to be a little older for a moment. "Well, that's all." The villager lowered his head and whispered. The audience fell into silence. The villagers looked at me, I looked at you, shook their heads, and sighed helplessly. "Village chief, what difficulties Piaoxiang village has encountered, tell us, maybe we can help." Takeo looked at the appearance of the surrounding villagers, and couldn't bear to look any longer. As an outsider, he had been taken care of by the village head for a long time, so he said. "Actually, Takeo, I have also said before that our Piaoxiang village is famous for making wine, but recently encountered an incident of evil spirits attacking people. A large part of the labor force went out to find children, and the rest of the old, small, our winemaking labor force is seriously insufficient, and the orders are almost due, and our production has not yet completed half of the plan." The village chief said helplessly, "It's just that this kind of thing itself is a matter of their village. These children have helped their village to solve the strange incident in Piaoxiang village, so I am really embarrassed to trouble these children." "Village chief, didn't you tell me that most of the orders were paid in full? Aren't we rich? If you have money, you can exchange it for food. Why not?" Takeo raised his own question, but the village chief seemed to know that he was asking himself this question. Chapter 39. The village chief noticed Takeo's questioning gaze. He nodded first, then shook his head and said, "Takeo, you are right. Money can indeed buy the food we need, but the key is that we have no money now." Takeo frowned involuntarily. He felt that the village head and bartender Lao Lang obviously didn't match his words. Could it be that the village chief is a corrupt official who embezzled all the villagers' money? Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Village chief, just tell these children, we may really not be able to hold on if this continues. At this time, a villager around the bonfire spoke, and before his words fell, other villagers also echoed. The village chief looked at the worried looks on the faces of other villagers. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he sighed and said, "Actually, this matter is really embarrassing. In fact, our Piaoxiang village is relatively low-lying. It is especially prone to landslides in heavy rains. So we discussed at the beginning of the year and used this part of the money to renovate the roads and houses in the village. For this reason, they also spent a lot of money to strengthen the exposed boulders around the mountain village to prevent them from collapsing, and bought large-scale equipment to improve production efficiency, hoping to make a lot of money in the village this year. Village chief, why don't you move here and there? Don't you have to worry about accidents and disasters after you move away?" After Shan Kong heard the village chief's conversation, he couldn't help but interjected. "Did your little head listen carefully? You forgot that the bartender Taro who met us before told us that white jade sorghum is a unique plant in this area. It was Terashima Yu who was talking. It was indeed the bartender Taro who led them to the wine cellar before," and Yamasora scratched his head in embarrassment and smirked hee. "Village chief, please continue." Takeo said on the side. The village head saw that the children were very interested in this matter, so they didn't pretend to be a joke but continued to preach. "Hey! I'm ashamed to say that the second half of the year will take a turn for the worse. The village frequently suffers from population disappearance, and capable villagers go out to find the whereabouts of their children. At one point there were even rumors of evil spirits, and the whole village was in a state of panic. We have no intention of brewing wine at all, and our village has neither money nor enough labor force." Takeo and the others silently listened to the complaints of the village chief and the bartender Lao Lang. They knew why the village chief's home was so luxurious. When he mentioned that the bartender Taro hurt his waist, the village chief looked anxious. The feeling is that the village does not have enough labor force. To put it bluntly, all the money is not spent wisely. "Village chief, we can help, you can teach us how to make wine." Sitting by the bonfire, Kawasumi Mai said eagerly. For her, brewing wine is a field she has never been involved in. Apart from wanting to help the village chief, she is more curious about new things. "Master Village Chief, we can do it too." Terashima Yu and the others then spoke, but were politely rejected by the village chief and bartender Lao Lang. "Children, I appreciate your kindness on behalf of the villagers. It's not that my old man wants to lose face. It's just that brewing wine requires time besides the complexity of making it." "Time?" Almost all the children showed doubts. "Yes. It's time. The most important thing in winemaking is not only the quality of the raw materials, but also the purity. The so-called purity needs time to settle and sharpen. Only this kind of wine can ensure that when the wine tank is opened, the smell of wine is strong and mellow, and the fragrance is wafting for 10 miles. After listening to the village head's patient explanation, Takeo and others understood that even if the production is urgent now, such wine cannot be sold. "Children, I know your kindness. In fact, this is a matter of our village. Come to eat and eat. If you talk about it, the food will be cold." The village head picked up a pair of bowls and chopsticks, served chopsticks, on the side, and put the large pieces of meat in the iron pan into the children's bowls one by one. "It depends on what I do, eat quickly." The village head looked at the worried faces of the children in front of him, and secretly scolded himself for being a fool. He was like this, always showing his worries on his face, and he himself once denied whether he should not be the head of the village. The village chief asked the children to eat quickly, but seeing that the chopsticks of the villagers and the children had not moved for a long time, he couldn't help asking with some doubts. "What? Is it not to your liking? I still don't think it's enough to eat." "Don't worry, there will be plenty of food for tonight." "Village chief, why don't you eat?" Kawasumi Mai looked at the village chief who was looking sad in front of him, but asked the question that everyone had been wanting to ask. "Oh, I've already eaten." The village chief stood up first, turned his back to the children and said, "Children, after this dinner, go to bed early. I have already contacted the people from the demon killing team to prepare a carriage for you. Let's go tomorrow morning." This hundreds of meals at night was not smiling, and it was a little deserted. Everyone was silent, and everyone else ate very little, but the village chief left the biggest portion of dinner. As the night approached, Utarashima and the others all fell asleep. At this time, a young man slowly slipped out of the room and ran towards the mountain in the village. At this time, there was a small figure on the eaves, quickly catching up with the young man in front of him, and disappeared into the dark night together. Takeo had some insomnia tonight, and the figure of the village chief with his back turned always gave him an indescribable feeling. He knew that he couldn't help the village chief with this matter, but there was one thing he could help with. Takeo moved his body, groping for a place to climb on the rock step by step. At this time, Takeo was like a gecko, struggling to climb up the huge rock in front of him. This rock has been exposed to the sun and rain for a long time, and the surface is somewhat weathered. What Takeo just wants to do now is to help the village chief eliminate this huge hidden danger. Takeo often takes a deep breath, his abdomen swells, and he closes his eyes tightly, trying to recall the movement of Tanjiro slashing the boulder with his Japanese sword in the anime. "Although I don't have a sun-wheel knife now, I have an axe." He has tested that the blades of these two axes are extremely sharp, and they can cut through the skin of evil spirits. Breathe, breathe. Everything in this valley is quiet. It seems that Takeo can hear his own heartbeat. Boom. Takeo only felt that his abdomen was being punched by something hard, his breathing was momentarily disordered, his chest heaved extremely violently, his abdomen felt a sharp pain, and he almost couldn't breathe. Takeo subconsciously pulled out 2 gold and silver hand axes with both hands, and a girl's clear and sweet voice rang in his ears. Chapter 40. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Kawasumi my surprise value plus 100. Hearing this voice, Takeo couldn't be more familiar with it, quickly retracted his 2 hatchets, and smiled with his teeth bared. "Sister Chuan-cheng, what are you running around at night without sleeping?" "Takeo, I just want to ask you, what are you doing running up the mountain? I have followed you for a long time." "Takeo, looking at you like this, I guess you should be practicing the complete concentration breathing method." Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 90. Takeo was stunned after hearing Mai Kawasumi's guess, he could only see a vague black outline when he looked at Mai Kawasumi. But to his surprise, Mai Kawasumi could not only see him, but also knew that he was practicing pranayama, which was a bit too scary. "Sister Chuan-cheng, how did you know that I was practicing breathing?" "Because I can feel it, and because my breathing method is the breathing method of the moon, my vision at night is the same as during the day, and it will improve other perception abilities." Kawasumi Mai explained to Takeo with a smile. Takeo was stunned for a moment, he didn't even know that Mai Kawasumi had learned the moon breathing method. Recalling what happened to the evil spirit that night, when he was in a coma, he really felt a silver moonlight, flashing across in front of his eyes. Could it be Mai Kawasumi who saved me last night? Takeo was thinking, without any defense, but in the next second he felt Mai Kawasumi hitting his abdomen with the scabbard of the bamboo knife. "Okay, let me teach you the whole concentration breathing method, come and try to do what I tell you. Relax your upper body, keep your lower body steady, okay, breathe." Sitting on top of the boulder, Kawasumi Mai said earnestly as she tapped Takeo with the scabbard. Takeo was taken aback for a moment, but he still followed what Kawasumi Mai said, straightened his legs, kept his upper body properly relaxed, and began to breathe. "No. Takeo, your posture is wrong." Kawasumi Mai seemed to be the most severe teacher, sternly criticizing. "What should that posture be like? Is it like this, or is it like this?" Takeo kept posing in various strange standing poses, but he seemed dissatisfied with Kawasumi Mai's black shadow. Boom! Takeo only felt that his abdomen was hit again, and only heard the voice of Kawasumi Mai from the side. "Takeo is exerting force on his abdomen, your force is wrong." After a while, Takeo collapsed to the side, out of breath from exhaustion. This long-term maintenance of a highly concentrated breathing method made him a little uncomfortable. "Takeo, why do you want to practice breathing all of a sudden? Do you also want to be a member of the Demon Slayer squad?" Kawasumi Mai looked at Takeo, who was already a little tired lying on the side, and saw that he was practicing extremely seriously, so she couldn't help but said curiously. "Haha, Sister Kawasumi, I really never thought about becoming a demon killer. I just want to see if I can split this boulder by breathing. Ding, Kawasumi my surprise value plus 100. Pfft. Takeo, your joke is really funny. When Takeo heard Kawasumi Mai's direct negation, he looked a little discouraged. Seeing Takeo's depressed look, Chuan Sumi smiled brightly and said grinningly. But although you can't finish it, I am willing to help you, sister. Takeo, who was a little discouraged just now, suddenly stood up like a child, and rushed his hands excitedly to the position where Mai Kawasumi's waist was slightly upward. Really? This is really good, so soft. Takeo. You. Kawasumi Mai was taken aback by Takeo's radical behavior, she stammered, her fair face was full of shame. Ding, Kawasumi Mai surprise value plus 200. Takeo's exclamation point plus 200. Takeo was petrified on the spot, his hands were stiff and he didn't know where to put them, and his face was dull and at a loss. What surprised him even more was that the system unexpectedly gave 200 exclamation points. Miss Kawasumi, I'm sorry. The two sides kept the same action, and it took 5 seconds for Takeo to recover from the state of complete panic, and cursed himself for being too excited just now. The point is that the black lights are blind, and I just wanted to thank her, but it would be such a coincidence. Takeo couldn't help thinking, it's over, my tall Imogen sister Chuanchen's mind is gone. It's okay, don't you want to split this boulder, stay away from me, and I will split it for you. Kawasumi Mai naturally knew that Takeo didn't do it on purpose, so she immediately pulled this embarrassing topic away. However, a little girl's family was suddenly visited like this, and it was inevitable that she couldn't accept it. Takeo let out an hum, and immediately retreated to the edge of the rock far away from the huge boulder. However, while he was retreating, Takeo tried to open his eyes wide, secretly glanced at Chuan Sumui's face, wondering if he was still a little angry at his gaffe. Moon's breath 1 type dark moon. Kawasumi Mai didn't know what Takeo was thinking now. She raised the bamboo knife in her hand, exhaled deeply, and tried to maintain a high degree of concentration, as if in this way she could forget about the embarrassment just now. Swipe. The silver crescent-shaped sword energy unreservedly rushed towards the boulder in front of him, and after a crisp loud noise, the boulder was split into two and directly split into two halves. For some reason, Kawasumi Mai didn't seem to want to stop, and the bamboo knife condensed and slashed several crescent-shaped sword energy again, and the boulder was broken into several stones and scattered aside. Sister Chuancheng, that's enough. It's really enough. Compared with the last time, this time Takeo was not as rash as before, but stood on the edge of the stone in the distance and spoke loudly. When Chuan Sumiwoo heard Takeo's call to stop, he stopped using sword skills, but stopped swinging, and slowly put the bamboo knife into the scabbard. Chuan Sumi Mai saw that Takeo was picking up 3 boulder fragments scattered on the ground and weighed them repeatedly in his hands, as if they were of some important use. Takeo, what are you doing with these boulder fragments? As the daughter of the leader of King Yun, Chuan Sumi Mai's curiosity once again gained the upper hand, and she had long forgotten what happened just now, but followed Takeo's example and picked up a few boulder fragments of about the same size, and weighed them repeatedly few times. In addition to the grainy texture of the cut stone, that is, the weight is not the same, Kawasumi Mai repeatedly tried to figure out the boulder fragments in his hand, but did not find any other special existence. Sister Kawasumi, this rock is high-quality granite, guess what I can do with it? Takeo fiddled with the granite in his hand, and a delicate short knife appeared out of nowhere and said with a smile. Chapter 41. Forget it, Sister Kawasumi, let me tell you, granite is the best material for making tombstones. Tombstone, you mean? Takeo just mentioned this, and Kawasumi Mai immediately thought of it, and quickly came to Takeo, especially wanting to know how Takeo would do it next. Although it was late at night, Takeo, who was close, could barely see Mai Kawasumi looking at him with a little more expectation. Takeo looked at more than a dozen similar fragments on the ground, and immediately took out a crumpled booklet from his pocket, and looked at it carefully. Takeo, what are you looking at? Seeing Takeo's serious face, Kawasumi Mai asked hurriedly, and Takeo said that the booklet was Murata's record of missing persons during the day. Takeo, do you know Murata from the Demon Slayer squad? Kawasumi Mai's eyes couldn't help flashing a gleam of joy. She certainly remembered that when she was most at a loss, that ordinary-looking member of the Demon Slayer squad saved her. His name seemed to be Murata. Takeo was taken aback for a moment, then he replied casually, "Of course we know each other. By the way, it is Murata who led the team to protect us this time." And when Takeo spoke, his hands were not idle, he held the handle of the short knife he made in his hand, and the sword kept walking on the hard granite surface, and scratches gradually formed on the rock surface. P.S. Small science, before the current Takeo has learned any breathing method, his own strength has been more than twice that of any adult through hammering the 3 postures, and his short knife is forged by himself, and its sharpness is not. It goes without saying that if other people do not use some special tools, it is estimated that it will be difficult to make some articles on this kind of yellow granite. Where is Murata now? Kawasumi Mai's tone seemed a little anxious, as if she had something to look for him. You're talking about Demon Slayer Murata. He's already gone. I heard he was looking for something. He left here yesterday afternoon. As Takeo said, the blade in his hand was raised upwards in a certain arc, and at this moment, there was a name Wang Xiaomei on the top of the granite. Ah! Is it like this? Chuansumi Mai looked very disappointed when he heard that, and originally wanted to say thank you to him. Takeo looked at his first work with satisfaction, and when he picked up the second piece of granite, Takeo turned his head to look at Mai Kawasumi, who was worried. Could it be that Mai Kawasumi is in love? Takeo recalled that when Murata appeared during the day, he was a little weird, and his eyes were dodging, and he hurriedly handed the booklet to himself, and then left immediately. Okay. Takeo guessed. He suddenly remembered that his brother Tanjiro would test the character of Murata of the Demon Slayer squad for him before he saw him, and he would not mind helping them build a bridge. Takeo, why are you smirking? At this moment, he paid attention to Takeo's mouth. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the back, but Takeo also knew that he couldn't tell Kawasumi Mai about this. He just changed the wording. Oh! I remembered something again. Murata seemed to have mentioned you before leaving, saying that you are very talented. If you come to participate in the final selection trial, you will definitely become an outstanding member of the Demon Slayer squad. Really? Murata really said that? Kawasumi Mai, who was still sullen just now, shouted excitedly as if someone had given a booster. Even her eyes became brighter. She held Takeo's arm tightly and shook it. Seeing Kawasumi Mai's series of actions, Takeo confirmed his guess even more. Sure enough, men understand women better, and her little thoughts were tightly controlled by Takeo. Takeo originally thought that tonight would be particularly boring, so he specially took a good night's sleep in the afternoon to refresh his energy. He never expected Kawasumi Mai to follow, but Takeo still owed Kawasumi Mai's help. If it wasn't for her, it might have been more difficult than he imagined to finish it tonight. Unknowingly, Nakatakeo had engraved the names of 7 people according to the names of the missing persons in the booklet left by Murata, and only the last 2 could call it a day. While chatting with Kawasumi Mai, Takeo also knew that Kawasumi Mai ran out secretly by himself, which he didn't expect. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. But what made him feel jealous was that the 6 of Takeo rode in a car temporarily built by the old scalper, while Mai Chuansumi came on horseback. I don't know if the cowman of the demon-killing team hidden found the old scalper. This is not a question of money or not, but King Yun Church is famous for helping the poor, so even the entire Poya city is ranked as famous. Most people naturally know what kind of identity Kawasumi Mai is. Asking for money, he lent the best horse to Kawasumi Mai. Chuansumi Wu's mission in Piaoxiang village is considered a secret. How did you know we're coming here? Takeo picked up a piece of relatively regular granite and spoke again, but Mai Kawasumi said with a smile. That day, of course I was also in the house, but I just hid secretly, wanting to hear what father wants you to do. Takeo was just glad that Murata took the timely action for this mission. If he knew that his daughter Mai Kawasumi had an accident with him, he was really afraid that Archbishop Ivantov would do something out of the ordinary. Notoriously loving his daughter. Takeo, if you have anything else, just ask. I am very happy tonight. Kawasumi Mai said with a smile. Takeo was ashamed for a while, but he did have some facts to confirm. Chuansumi Mai, is there any other discomfort with the bamboo knife in your hand? Is it smooth to use? You said this bamboo knife. Facing Takeo's questioning gaze, Mai Kawasumi handed the bamboo knife in his hand to Takeo and said. Takeo, I don't know what you did, but I feel that this bamboo sword is not as strong as the Japanese sword of the demon-killing team. Takeo smiled wryly in his heart. He took the bamboo knife in his hand, touched the blade with his fingertips, and the information about the bamboo knife was quickly reflected in his memory in an instant. Bamboo knife engraving, Lake Toya, the only passive skill that can be cut in two, everything can be cut. Carver, Kamatu Takeo. Takeo felt a little excited when he felt the message from the bamboo knife, his one exclamation points seemed to be worthless. In his previous life, Takeo had imagined that the weapons he built could be recognized and praised by others, but in the end they were sold as scrap metal or as toys in the hands of children. He recalled the engraving on the wheel hub of his other car. If the car hadn't been scrapped, it might be considered a miracle. Chapter 42. Takeo, although I don't know how you did it that night, I use this bamboo knife very easily, and it seems to be sharper than before, look. Speaking of that, Chuan Sumi Mai took the bamboo knife in Takeo's hand, swiped it casually without using any sword skills, and a sharp peak on the rock was directly chopped off. Takeo on the side was terrified and couldn't help sighing a little, my mother, I actually made a big killer without knowing it. Takeo, why don't you give me the method that night, how about it? Takeo looked at Kawasumi Mai with some anticipation. It wasn't that Takeo didn't want to teach him. Since the last driving incident, Takeo knew that weapon engraving itself is a double-edged sword, and it seems that no one else can see it except himself. To the existence of such a thing as a system. This is an ancestral skill. It is not passed on from male to female. I heard that girls will become ugly if they learn it. Takeo really just wanted to scare Kawasumi Mai, but Kawasumi Mai said boringly when he shrank his neck and touched his fair face. Forget it, I don't want to know now, I don't want to be ugly. Takeo looked at the back of Kawasumi Mai walking in front of him, still a child's nature. There are many discarded bamboo baskets used by the villagers for picking on the mountain. Takeo took a bamboo basket that was almost usable, put the finished granite tombstone in the bamboo basket, hummed a little song, and then slowly descended the mountain. However, the sky was much brighter than before. When Takeo first arrived, he took a shortcut and groped his way up. Without the obstacle of this huge boulder, he could take the shortest path connecting the village. When Takeo came to the field of crops harvested during the day, he saw the simple mound built by the villagers in the morning. Except for a few wild flowers that remained on it, there were no other signs. When forgetting, no one may really be able to remember this sad past. Takeo put the bamboo basket aside, and according to the name recorded in Murata's pamphlet, he took out all the granites that had been made, while Mai Kawasumi had already been waiting for Takeo here, trotting all the way over, which surprised Takeo. I thought Mai Kawasumi had gone back long ago. He took the shovel on the side and dug a small pit not too deep above each mound, which was just right enough to place the finished granite tombstone in it. With a bright smile on Takeo's face, he looked at Mai Kawasumi, who was looking left and right, and said, "How is it, isn't this much better?" Kawasumi Mai nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, obviously their parents now have a place to confide in. Looking at the mountains of earth, Takeo remembered his mother Ki Kamatu. At that time, Tomioka Yoshiyuki helped to fill it up. It was because of the uncontrollable hemorrhage that he couldn't help at all. When he had time go back and make a tombstone like this. Refer to the first episode of the first season of anime. After a while, seeing that it was already dawn, Takeo knew that he was leaving Piaoxiang village this morning, and this farewell gift was the only thing he could do. Takeo patted the dust off his body, and beckoned to Kawasumi Mai to rush to the entrance of the village. Takeo. Mai Kawasumi. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Uterashima, who was far away, waved his hands, urging Takeo and Mai Kawasumi. Bamboo's young brother. Shan Kong is like a child, covering his mouth with his hands and shouting loudly. I'm coming. Takeo responded, and Kawasumi Mai waved happily, greeting several partners in the distance. Mijona, Nagaya Hito, Terashima you are all ready. Takeo trotted to the side of the few people, and was surprised to see that they were all waiting for him early. Usually, these people would sleep a little longer, but this morning, everyone seemed to be extraordinarily active. Spirit, in the end I was late. Okay kids, the carriage has been prepared for you, it's time to get on the road. Takeo raised his eyes and saw that the village head and many familiar villagers came to see the children off. Suddenly Takeo felt a little bit of reluctance, and somehow he wanted to cry. Takeo took a step forward, hugged the village head bartender Lao Lang and said, "The village head takes good care of yourself, you are the leader of the whole village, you can't fall down easily." After hearing the news, Yuji Terashima also ran to the village head and hugged each other. He recalled that the village head always got up very early to make egg pancakes for them, and made medicine for them when they were sick. The scenes are deeply engraved in their minds. The village chief looked at the reluctant expressions of these children, and his frowning brows were stretched out to reveal a smile. Hey! You only remember the village chief, so you didn't come to ask me? Anyway, I also sent you here with a back injury. The bartender Taro, who was standing at the side, cleared his throat with a complaining tone. Mijona was the first one who wanted to give the bartender Taro a warm hug, but a giant shadow leaped out from behind the bartender Taro and hugged Mijona back first. Hey! Baby, did you miss me after that night? Sanchin Nao's face instantly looked like a wilted eggplant. His face was extremely ugly, his eyes were full of despair, and his painful expression seemed to hurt his pure heart a million points that night. On the contrary, the small face of the figure was crimson, and the big lips were deliberately painted with bright red, looking at Miss Hino with an expression, and this person was none other than the good granddaughter of the village chief, the bartender Uexia. Sanchin, why don't you follow others? After all, men chase women across the mountain, and women chase men under the gauze, ha. Terashima didn't dislike too many things at all, so he joked about Mijona. Okay, I think it will work. Nagaya Hito seemed to have recovered from his leg injury. He patted his thigh with the palm of his hand, and applauded repeatedly. This is really a happy event. There is nothing wrong with Sanchin. On behalf of King Yun Church, I can fully agree to this marriage. As the little princess of King Yun Church, my Chuan Sumi is not the kind of well-behaved and sensible master. She just thinks this is fun, and the more lively the more fun. The people who were still a little sad about the parting just now burst into laughter. At this moment, like a small universe erupting, Sanchin quickly broke free from the arms of the bartender Uexia, and quickly jumped into the carriage that had been waiting for a long time, leaving only the bartender Uexia stunned. What are you still doing down there? Come up quickly. Sanjo said in a hurry. This guy. Terashima and the others also knew that they should not delay too much, so they all got into the carriage. Chapter 43. Village Chief, folks, bartender Taro, let's go. Takeo waved goodbye to them with his back turned, and then got into the carriage. Drive. The groom this time is just an ordinary middle-aged man, not a hidden member of the demon-killing team. The main reason is that the hidden tasks are too many, and it is early in the morning, so there is no such thing as evil spirits coming out to attack people. The space inside the carriage was much more spacious than last time. Takeo sat on one side with 5 people crowded together, and there was still a gap, while Kawasumi Mai sat alone on the other side. In the process of rushing, after this incident, the relationship between the members has become very harmonious, not as stiff as last time, but talking and laughing. Compared with last time, the team members still had some special prejudice against Takeo. Now after a long period of running in, everyone also very much recognizes Takeo as the captain. Terashima leaned against the window side of the carriage, poking his head out from time to time to look at the scenery in the distance. Although most of them were orphans, they were taken in by King Yun Church when they were very young. A gracious sense of belonging. Chuan Sumi Mai lowered her head, unlike her previous lively and active self. To be honest, she was quite afraid of her father's punishment. She didn't know if she would be locked up after going back. Thinking about it like that made her a little scared. Brother Takeo, what are you thinking? Yamasora looked curiously at the silent Takeo and said. Hearing the voice, Takeo turned around and looked at Yamasora beside him. Even Terashima and others also looked at Takeo, which made him a little uncomfortable. Why are you all looking at me like this? What else can I think about? Of course I miss my 3 lovely younger siblings. I don't know if they were hungry or grew taller during my absence. As soon as he mentioned his younger siblings, Takeo's face was filled with a happy smile, but this smile made Yamasora beside him envious. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A soldier in armor shouted from a distance, and Takeo could feel the regular vibrations on the ground while sitting in the carriage. Send what? Chuan Sumi Mai's originally lowered face showed a trace of bewilderment, and she only felt that the carriage she was riding in seemed to have stopped. Terashima, who was near the window, opened the curtains, looked out of the car in horror, and said with trembling lips. It's so, a lot of people outside. Everyone in Takeo was startled when they heard Terashima use words. Before they could react, they felt the carriage shake violently, and even the horses outside neighed in fright. "Come on, get out of the way!" There was another eager roar from outside, and before Takeo and others all got out of the carriage, the whole carriage was pushed several meters away by a huge impact. At the same time, the bottom of the car rubbed against the bumps on the ground, making harsh noises, and Takeo and the others were dizzy, and a crescent-shaped sword quickly split the out-of-control car in two. Moon's Breath 1 Type Dark Moon. Kawasumi Mai took the first step and quickly pulled out the bamboo knife from the scabbard. The sturdy carriage structure was not worth mentioning in front of Kawasumi Wu bamboo knife. Boom! After a loud noise, the carriage was torn apart on the spot, and the wreckage of the wooden frame was scattered all over the place. "Ah! It hurts, Yamatai!" Terajimayu let out a strange cry of pain, because he was too close to the window, and the side of the carriage by the window happened to be the first to land, and his pants were torn, and his white and round buttocks undoubtedly became the biggest victim. Burning pain. Only Chuan Sumi Mai responded in a timely manner and did not suffer too much damage, but her eyes were unbelievably looking at the carriages passing by one after another, and her mood could not be calmed down for a long time. Takeo and the others climbed up from the carriage, but they felt severe pain all over their bodies, especially their shoulders and hips, which were hit so hard that their ears are still buzzing. "What's going on here? Look!" On the other hand, Nagai Yanggren yelled, and several people supported each other to stand up and look towards the direction Nagai Yanggren pointed at. They looked at the dozens of luxury carriages in shock, with a look of horror in their hearts. Color. The front of each carriage is pulled by 3 identical fast horses at the same time, and the rear seat of the carriage can be seen to have been improved. Look at the extended and widened convertible carriages, but they are all empty now. This change is more like a special car for pulling goods. The groom who controlled the reins waved the unusually strong hemp whip in his hand, and slapped the fast horse's buttocks fiercely. The painful fast horse let out a long cry, and speeded up a gear again like crazy, rolling the sky filled with sand on the surrounding ground. Cough, cough, cough. Terashimayu and the others were all choked by the rolled-up dust, but at this time Takeo quickly ran to a shallow bush and said to everyone, "Come and help, the coachman seems to be injured." Hearing Takeo's shout, everyone's thoughts were focused on the coachman driving the carriage. The middle-aged man had many scratches on his body, but it was not a fatal injury, as if he was fainted by the previous impact. "Damn it, these people are really too arrogant." Without an apology, they directly crashed our normal carriage. "It's disgusting." Nagai Yanggren's fiery temper immediately began to curse, and at this time the comatose driver became a little more conscious. But there was a look of fear on his face, and he seemed to be muttering something. "Master, if you feel uncomfortable, you can tell us." "No, it's okay, my injury is fine." Chuan Sumi Mai knelt down and looked at the coachman with concern in his eyes, but the coachman didn't elaborate on the fact that he was injured. Instead, he learned about the origin of these luxurious carriages from him, the Royal Army of Boa City. "What is that? It's awesome." Sanjo asked suspiciously, while Kawasumi Mai stood up at this time, as if she knew a little about the internal situation of Boa City. After all, King Yin Church often goes out to teach teachings and help victims of disasters, so they naturally know more than Takeo and the others, so he said. The Royal Army of Boa City is the army with the largest number of people in Boa City. It is specially used to escort the nobles of Boa City or other precious items used by other nobles, such as spices, utensils, and clothing. Ordinary people simply cannot touch this level. Thing. Have you found out where these troops are going? Takeo looked into the distance, and the others suddenly realized that something was wrong. This direction seems to be the Piaoxiang village we just left. Chapter 44. A gleam of light flashed in Takeo's eyes, and he immediately shouted to the people beside him, "Hurry up, we just left Piaoxiang village, maybe it's too late to go back now." Everyone was also immediately reacted by Takeo's words. After they settled the coachman, they hurriedly followed Takeo towards Piaoxiang village. At this moment, the entrance of Piaoxiang village was already surrounded by luxurious carriages. The village chief seemed to be talking to the leader of the knight commander in armor, and from time to time he said with a smile. However, the face of the knight commander began to deteriorate sharply, and he pushed the elderly village chief away. "So, your village isn't even half finished, right?" The tone of the armored knight commander was full of displeasure, and there was a trace of anger. After all, he had never been teased like this before. "It's clear that the order time is more than half, but this thing is not even half finished," How can he not be angry? Hearing the words of the armored knight commander, the village chief's face couldn't help but change, and his heart skipped a beat, but what he didn't expect was that they came so fast. My lord, I beg you to wait a little longer. Something strange happened in the village recently, which delayed the brewing process. Can you give our village a little more time? The village chief begged and said to the leading knight commander. He knelt on the ground and grabbed the knight commander's trouser leg with one hand, but the armored knight just snorted coldly, with a cold look in his eyes, and kicked the village chief away several times. Meters away. Do you know that this wine was prepared in advance for the monarch of Boa City to entertain guests? If your village delays this important event, do you know what the consequences will be for your village? Why did you beat the village chief? What other kingly methods do you have? Stop talking nonsense with them, protect the village chief. The armored knight leader's foot really pushed the anger of the surrounding villagers to the peak, and the spectator villagers protected the village chief behind them, forming an impenetrable human wall to confront the armored knight leader. However, the armored knight commander is not the one who can be bullied by others. Everyone who can become the royal army of Boa City is a strong and tall guy. They all wear weapons. After all, they are escorting very valuable items. They draw out their long swords and look at the villagers indifferently. It seems that as long as they are willing, the long swords in their hands don't mind telling them all to shut up. Enough! The armored knight captain shouted. He looked at the uncontrollable situation with some pain, and he was naturally a little irritable. It was almost a very easy job, but now this situation ended hastily, which made him feel a little nervous. Very depressed. Bring me the village chief into the car, let's go. The armored knight leader could only give this order helplessly. After all, he had to explain to his superiors. He simply brought the village head of Piaoxiang village and let the monarch of Boa City decide on his own. This kind of compromise method is not unreasonable. Can. As soon as the knight commander gave an order, several guards behind him rushed to the villagers, ready to bring the village chief who had just stood up and was still shaking, but they encountered fierce resistance from the villagers. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Compared with these guards who carried out orders, they were not as easy talking as the leading armored knight commander, who was about to slash at the villagers standing in front of him with a long sword in his hand. Don't touch my grandpa! Taking small steps, a huge figure slammed into the nearest guard. Even the experienced guard was stunned by the sudden slash, and fell to the ground staggeringly. It's just that what the bartender Uexia did this time is to completely push the relationship between the armored knight commander and the villagers to a white-hot situation, and the two sides are at war with each other. Folks, all go back, Uexia, you go back too, be obedient. The bartender Lao Lang, who is the head of the village, doesn't want the villagers to tear themselves apart with the royal soldiers of Boa City in order to protect themselves. Moreover, it is true that Piaoxiang village made a mistake first and did not plan to complete the order within the specified time. Take away. The armored knight leader watched the village chief walk out from the villagers, and didn't want to have any conflicts with these ordinary people. After all, their time was precious, so he directly took the village chief into the carriage behind, and was about to walk away. I don't want to leave Grandpa, who will cook for me at night after you leave. The bartender Uexia hugged her grandfather tightly, while the guard on the side frowned, and the long sword was about to slash at the bartender Uexia. Crack crack. A beautiful figure swiftly flashed through the crowd at this time, and the bamboo knife in his hand collided with the guard's sword. The long sword in the guard's hand shattered and fell to the ground in two. Who the hell are you? The guard on the side wore a steel helmet, and he said something strangely in silence. He threw the broken handle of the knife aside, and he could see that the strength of the girl in front of him should not be underestimated. Please wait. Just as the armored knight leader was about to get angry, he saw a group of children of the same age running towards them. Takeo, why are you back again? Don't meddle in this matter. The water is too deep and you can't handle the child. Takeo looked at the worried eyes of the village chief, obviously knowing what the village chief wanted to say, but since they came back, they must not just sit idly by. Why did you arrest the village chief? Kawasumi Mai pouted her small mouth angrily and said to the leading armored knight commander. Old man, the bartender, you are still using children to speak well of you. The armored knight leader questioned the village chief angrily. After all, he didn't think that these children would hinder them from buying goods for no reason. And Takeo also learned the ins and outs of this matter from the words of the village chief and the armored knight chief Zongda. The ruler of Boa City is about to have his birthday. All aspects of the preparations are quite sufficient, not only invited many famous people to participate, but also various rare delicacies will appear in this event. As the biggest finale of this event, the Beiju of Piaoxiang village Ziwuishang is a must-have product, and the monarch of Boya City is also a person who likes to drink very much. There are also many famous nobles who want to have a taste of this world. What a taste of the first wine! According to the previous plan of Piaoxiang village and Boya City, half of the output should be completed in less than a few months for the order, but they have not even completed a third of the output progress when they came, so how can they not be angry? Chapter 45. At this time, after hearing this, Takeo turned his head and said to the village chief bartender Lao Lang with a smile. Village chief, I can actually help with this matter. Ding! Village chief bartender Lao Lang's exclamation point plus 100. Armored Knight Commander's exclamation point plus 100. Villagers' amazement value plus 2100. Kawasumi my surprise value plus 500. Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Brother Takeo. You can do this, have you found a way? Yamasora looked at Takeo with some admiration, as if Takeo would always find a way to solve every time he encountered a difficult problem. Takeo, do you still have this ability? Uterashima teased Takeo curiously. Young man, you said you could solve the liquor problem in the village. The armored knight captain looked at Takeo with a scorching light in his eyes, but Takeo didn't know how to explain. Takeo. What the hell? What are these people thinking? Takeo only felt that countless pairs of eyes around him were looking at him in unison, which made him a little dazed, so that his scalp felt numb. What Takeo actually thought was that since everyone was here, he could help carry the brewed wine in the wine cellar to the car. At this moment, the familiar system voice sent out prompts in Takeo's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host dimension weapon battle order system has been upgraded to LV25, and the function weapon spirit is enabled. Choose one of the 3 gift packs to open simultaneously. Please choose to receive the host from one of the following gift packages. Note, the remaining packs will no longer appear in future selections. Gift Package 1 Complete Concentrated Breathing Method Iron Breathing Method A total of dash types. Gift Package 2 Bonot Voice Changer, free to switch any voice, 100% realistic rate. Gift Pack 3 Want to Come True Kit Bag X1 can instantly generate special dimensional props that are most suitable for solving the current crisis according to the current situation. Takeo felt the bursts of reminders coming from his mind, and his heart couldn't help but agitated. Regardless of the new functions of the system, just talking about the comprehensive breathing iron breathing method in the gift package dash already made him a little impatient. I want to choose this to receive and try. In fact, I am very eager to learn a set of breathing methods. After all, I often try to learn the complete concentration of breathing, but so far I can't even count as a beginner, and I am still at the level of a layman. As for the gift package dash, no matter how realistic the fake voice imitation is, it doesn't seem to be of any help to the current situation, but it will make people feel that they are a pervert. But at this moment, he hesitated, his eyes fluttered between gift packs 1 and 3, and the optional reminder that the gift packs would not appear in the future made it even more difficult for him to make a choice. What should I do? How should I choose? Takeo only feels that he looks very helpless, but he also knows the truth that you can't have your cake and eat it too. No one can help you choose, and the right to choose is only in your own hands. But at the gate of Piaoxiang village, Takeo, the focus of all the audience's attention, seemed to be stuck in place like a piece of wood, but his forehead was covered with sweat. Obviously he was undergoing a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. Takeo, child, what's wrong with you? Countless voices reached Takeo's ears, and at the same time Takeo also confirmed his choice. System, I want to choose package 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining packet of all wishes and everything comes X1. Additional bonus space backpack capacity plus 3, the current space backpack capacity is 8. In an instant, Takeo quickly woke up from the system, and he felt that there was a golden kit bag in his space backpack, and a big Cheng was engraved on the center. The extra space backpack capacity made him feel a little surprised. In the future, he can carry 3 more weapons without any scruples. He feels that this reward is the existence that he thinks is particularly practical. Yet, bartender Taro, please take me to the wine cellar, I have a solution. Takeo now has a feeling of confidence. Instead of helping Piaoxiang village solve this crisis, he wants to see what kind of props will appear in this kit that can definitely turn the deadlock. Ding, Bartender Taro's exclamation point plus 100. This. The bartender Taro rubbed his ears, just wondering if he had an illusion of hearing. Could the child in front of him really be what Takeo said? What's going on with the village chief? Could it be that you have already completed the order and deliberately refused to hand it over to us, because you want to sell it at a high price and regret it? Hearing Takeo's words, the armored knight leader immediately pointed the finger at the village head and bartender Lao Lang. It's no wonder that the armored knight commander said so. After all, most people would think so at the first time. Brewing wine is not something that can be done in a while. I didn't hide the brewed wine long ago, the knight commander. Our village really didn't fulfill much of its share. The village head was also a little confused by this sudden situation, and for a moment he felt that his explanation was getting darker and darker. But Takeo said with a smile, "Village chief, we have some. Have you forgotten? You will find out if you go to the wine cellar with me." The armored knight leader did not stop the village chief and the others. After all, his task was to fill the carriages behind with good wine and go back to participate in the grand ceremony of the monarch 3 days later. With his eyes, he signaled the guards around him to step back and get out of the way. He wanted to know what this young man named Takeo would do next. "You Terashima, you guys are waiting for me here, I'll be right back." Takeo looked back at the people around him and comforted them, but Kawasumi Mai was not so easy to manage, and insisted on following Takeo to the wine cellar. He also knew that he couldn't resist Wu Chuansumi and simply nodded in agreement. Takeo and others followed the bartender Taro to the cellar and passed through layers of stone stairs. Mai Kawasumi looked around curiously. After all, she had never been to the cellar before, and her curious appearance was not affected by the tense atmosphere at all. "Arrive. Okay, all the brewed wine by Takeo is here." The bartender Taro pointed to a room with a thick layer of straw on the ground in front of him and said, "Compared to the previous route that extended in all directions, the place where the brewed wine exists is not far from the north of the exit. It is also for more convenient transportation of wine jars." Takeo looked in the direction of the bartender Taro's fingers. 40 or 50 rows of wine jars of the same size were neatly arranged in this room. But it looks like there are only 30 or so altars, and there are more than 40 horse-drawn carriages for the royal army in Boa City. This little wine is really not enough for them to travel so far to transport. "Takeo, you've seen it too, we only have these stocks in Piaoxiang village, it's not enough for what they need." The village chief sighed and said to Takeo who was beside him, and Takeo quickly opened a golden kit bag, and said with a smile, "Village chief, just watch if you are fine." Chapter 46. Takeo said confidently to the village head beside him, while putting his hands into the golden kit bag and groping for something. In an instant, Takeo felt that there was nothing in the kit bag, but it suddenly became bulging, and Takeo touched the thing, and the thick and short end was extraordinarily big. "Hey? What is this?" Takeo carefully touched the items in the kit bag, and the voice of the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Limited props, magnifying flashlight, from Doraemon. Ability, turn on the switch to enlarge any item, and turn it off to restore the item to its original size. Note, the duration is 72 hours, and the original size and specification of the item will be restored after the end. This item can only be selected to enlarge a certain item, and the item can be used for 1 week, 168 hours. Takeo looked at the magnified flashlight in his hand, feeling a little dumbfounded. This item can really solve the current liquor problem, but the effect is not permanent, and it is already stuck and can only be used for 1 item. It is really a good tool for emergency items. Although the system explained the function of the magnifying flashlight, Takeo didn't press the switch for a long time, for no other reason. He is vague about the concept of magnifying the flashlight. The system didn't say how many times the item can be magnified after turning on the switch. "Takeo, are you alright?" Seeing the changeable expression on Takeo's face, Kawasumi Mai couldn't help asking with some doubts. "You have also seen, Takeo, that the wine brewed in our village is only filled with more than -wine jars." While talking about the situation in his village, the village chief looked at Takeo who had just sworn to promise, but he was a little surprised that he didn't see any disappointment or frustration on his face. "That's enough, these wine jars are enough for business affairs, village chief, you can rest assured that they will go back to business affairs with satisfaction after seeing these." Takeo came back to his senses, looked at the puzzled village head and said, while he was talking, he walked to the place where the liquor was stored, picked up a wine jar and tested the weight. Ding! Village chief's exclamation point plus 100. Bartender Taro's exclamation point plus 100. Kawasumi my surprise value plus 100. The bartender Taro looked at Takeo's blushing faces, and laughed out loud besides being surprised. Don't worry about it, Takeo. Although there are only 30 or so wine jars, each wine jar is made of high-quality clay, and each wine jar can hold 1,000 caddies of fine wine. No matter how strong you are, you can't hold this wine jar. Haha, Takeo, you don't really want to hug him. On the side, Chuan Sumi Mai said in surprise, but Takeo just stood up after trying a few times. In fact, he just wanted to test how heavy the wine jar was, but it seemed that he was misunderstood by the village chief. Bartender Taro, the jars are so heavy, how did you transport them out? Takeo patted the dust off his body, and said to the bartender Taro in front of him. The bartender Taro didn't say anything, but went straight to the wine jar in front of Takeo, and demonstrated it himself. Takeo, do you see anything special about this wine jar? This wine jar is very big, and it has a pair of ears. The bartender Taro nodded in satisfaction when he heard Takeo's answer, and said, that's right, the ears on the left and right sides of this wine jar are called a pair of ears. We moved the wine jar in the direction of its ears. The bartender Taro looked at Liang Ding as if he was looking for something. He stood on tiptoe, bent his legs slightly, and jumped vigorously. At the same time, he straightened his arm and pulled it lightly. A hemp rope as thick as his arm was pulled by him. Down. The bartender Taro took the hemp rope and passed it through the ears on both sides of the wine jar, and pulled it upwards. The hanging wheel on the top of the beam quickly tightened the hemp rope to prevent the hemp rope from falling off. Slowly and easily lifted off the ground. Takeo's eyes widened, he was a little careless, and the 1,000 caddies of liquor would have been wasted. On the other hand, the bartender Taro looked calm, and his movements were unusually steady. The bartender Taro pulled up the hemp rope at the other end to pull the direction of the wine jar. The hanging wheel on the beam top slid back and forth in the prearranged top rail, and stopped in the preset track so easily. Takeo just followed behind the bartender Taro, and he couldn't help thinking, but this thing is really ingenious. If only human power is used, it may be difficult to carry such a heavy wine jar as easily as bartender Taro. At this time, the villagers who were already outside the wine cellar quickly dropped several ropes, and several villagers who came down repeatedly wrapped the ropes around the wine jar to ensure the stability of the wine jar during its ascent. Compared with the labor-saving characteristics of the hanging wheel below, the villagers above still chose the method of making miracles with great force. They wound the hemp rope on the special roller. He left the sight of Takeo and the others in the wine cellar. Force! Force! The villagers above shouted loudly, and they stared intently at the rising height of the wine jar. The several villagers who turned the push rod also pushed the hemp rope on the wine jar into the roller with all their strength, and could vaguely hear the creaking sound of the hemp rope wrapped around the roller. Just as the bartender Taro was repeating the same practice, tying up the hemp rope and hoisting up a wine jar again, he was stopped by Takeo. Please wait a moment. Bartender Taro, Mr. Village Chief, I think there is enough wine in this wine jar for them to go back to work. Ding, Village Chief's exclamation point plus 100. Bartender Taro's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo, you are making a big joke. Do you know how many orders Boa City has ordered from us? The village chief was stunned for a moment, with a look of disbelief on his face. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and then said to Takeo, who still had a smile on his face, it's not 50 altars but 500 altars of fine wine. And we only handed over 1 altar, how could it be enough? Seeing that the village chief and the bartender Taro looked puzzled, Takeo cleared his throat and said confidently, Village chief, I can assure you that if they can take away this jug of fine wine, I'm the loser. Takeo, tell me quickly, what exactly do you want to do? Chuan Sumi Mai heard the conversation between Takeo and the village chief, and even though she was smart, she was a little confused. She didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in Takeo's gourd. But Takeo quickly climbed the stone ladder and left the wine cellar 1 step ahead. He couldn't wait to try the prop, the powerful power of the magnified flashlight. Chapter 47. The heavy wine jar was placed on a cart specially used for transporting goods, and 2 extremely strong villagers each controlled a handle of the cart to smoothly deliver the wine jar to the gate of the village. Takeo, you are waiting for me. Kawasumi Mai looked at Takeo, who was running in the front, and shouted, while the bartender Taro walked behind supporting the village chief. The armored knight chief looked at the jar of wine that was being pushed towards the villagers, and his expression changed involuntarily. He looked back, and there was really only this jar, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Even if there is a small amount of wine in stock, just taking out a jar seems to be a bit too serious. Besides, I came here this time as the procurement advance captain representing the royal army of Boya City. Okay. How dare you team up to trick us? The armored knight commander stretched out his hand and made an offensive gesture in the air, and the soldiers behind him all drew out their sabers in unison, as if rushing forward to cut someone. Stop! Dear armored knight commander, we didn't lie to you. This jar of fine wine is enough. If you don't believe me, you can try the weight in this wine jar. If your carriage can pull, if you come to blame us, we will never complain. Takeo trotted to the armored knight commander and explained patiently, but the armored knight leader's response to Takeo was only the word joke. He doesn't believe that the wine jar can be easily pushed by a cart, but their carriage can't move it. Besides, there were as many as 40 carriages led by him this time, and he just felt that even if the young man in front of him was telling nonsense, he had to find a decent excuse. The two villagers put the wine jar on the cart, and placed it steadily on the open rear compartment of the carriage under the gesture of the armored knight commander. Just when the carriage was about to leave, Takeo stopped them. Boy, what tricks do you want to do? The armored knight commander looked at Takeo, who came to the carriage, and said with a serious expression. That is such an armored knight commander. This wine jar was brought out of the wine cellar just now, and I may not be used to it. I am comforting the wine jar. Please wait for me for a while. Ding, armored knight commander's exclamation point plus 100. Amazing value plus 3000. You kid, do you think I'm a fool? The armored knight leader was really angry, got up and dismounted, and wanted to grab the collar of the young man in front of him very ungraciously and beat him up. The village head and the bartender Taro were also shocked by Takeo's answer. What kind of answer is this? Only Kawasumi Mai couldn't hold back when she heard it, and burst out laughing. She felt that Takeo couldn't see that he dared to joke at such a time, not to mention that he was quite humorous. Terajimayu and Nagayahito, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Sanyano together and questioned, Ms. Hirano, let me ask you, if Takeo suffered a head injury last time, why did you start talking nonsense? It's time to speak. Mijona spread his hands helplessly, feeling very puzzled in his heart. He and Takeo lived in the same room, and he didn't feel any strange behavior by Takeo. Yamasora looked at Takeo in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Takeo received a series of exclamation points prompted by the system, and his heart was a little happy. The exclamation points he gained in the past few days alone were comparable to the sum of his 2 years in King Yun Church. It seems that sometimes making some strange actions appropriately is quite helpful for obtaining the amazing value. Open. Takeo knew that now was the best time to turn on the magnifying flashlight. If he was caught by the armored knight commander, his plan would really come to naught. The enlarged flashlight shone on the wine jar, and the appearance of the wine jar remained unchanged. This made Takeo, who was already full of expectations, wondered if he had changed to a fake one. Boy, have you played enough? Takeo wanted to try this magnifying flashlight at first, but he felt that his feet were off the ground in an instant, and the big man, who was nearly 1.8 meters, was lifted up by the armored knight captain. Takeo was really scared this time. It was useless to amplify the flashlight, and at this time, the armored knight commander looked at Takeo's timid eyes, and he was even more sure that this kid was playing with himself. Thinking of this, he wanted to give Takeo a memory deep punch. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Takeo still wanted to explain something, but the fist of the armored knight commander had already smashed towards Takeo's face, and it seemed that he could still faintly feel the sound of breaking the wind. The people in the distance were also shocked by the series of actions of the armored knight commander. No matter how fast Mai Kawasumi was, it was impossible to save Takeo without harming the armored knight commander's safety. Crack crack. There was a crisp sound from the wooden frame of the rear compartment of the carriage, and Takeo felt his body loosen, while the armored knight commander looked at the carriage with the wine jar, with an incredible expression on his face. The horse seemed to be frightened by some kind of fright, and made a cry, and its 4 legs tried hard to run, but it seemed to outsiders that the horse was just spinning around in place. At this time, the wine jar was expanding violently to the extent visible to the naked eye, and even the extended carriage of the royal army of Boa City could not accommodate the huge wine jar in front of it. Just in the blink of an eye, the huge wine jar completely covered everyone's figures, and people could only see the huge picture of the wine jar by looking up. Ding! The system's exclamation value has exceeded the upper limit today, and it will enter a dormant state soon. The villagers were chattering about the huge wine jar. Even the well-organized Boyajin in Boya City was in a mess at this moment, which was really unbelievable. Seeing that the wine jar had no intention of stopping at all, Takeo quickly turned on the reverse switch of the magnifying flashlight, and the huge wine jar stopped. Boy, what's going on? Oh my god! Takeo, what the hell have you done? Why is this wine jar so big? Is it filled with? Listening to all kinds of discussions and speculations around him, Takeo swallowed unconsciously, wondering if he had caused trouble, or if the magnified flashlight was too bright when he first started using it. Young man, I was rude just now. In the name of the advance captain of the purchase of the Royal Army of Boa City, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Facing the direction where Takeo was, the armored knight commander bent down degrees to express his apology respectfully. The guards at the back looked at the armored knight commander in disbelief. It was hard for them to imagine that this haughty advance captain of the Imperial Army procurement would bow and apologize to a young man. What was even more shocking was his true identity. Few of the accompanying guards knew that he was Bo Si-deng, the third son of the monarch of Boa City. Chapter 48. When Takeo heard the words of apology from the armored knight commander, he felt like he was dreaming for a moment. Then Lord Knight, you should believe it now, this wine jar has become so big because you know it's so far away from home. Takeo talked like an adult, and said to the armored knight commander with a serious face. He looked at the froze expression of the armored knight commander, and his heart was filled with joy. This. And the armored knight commander at the side was a little at a loss, as if the wine jar suddenly became so huge, and the fault was all on his side. He looked at the wine jar, but the truth was what the young man said. Judging by the weight of this huge wine jar, they really couldn't take it away. Then what's the solution? The armored knight captain's tone became a little anxious. He had never encountered such a situation before, but he himself had no feasible solution in the face of such a large wine jar. Well, there is a way, but... Takeo frowned and walked back and forth on foot a few times, his eyes kept rolling, and he showed an ugly look, as if this method was difficult to achieve. Tell me, young man, what is the method? Our Boa City needs money and money. If we want to work hard, my subordinates can let you dispatch them at will. After hearing the heroic words of the armored knight leader, Takeo smiled inwardly, but he pretended to be unable to make a decision on his face, and said hesitantly, this method can only be done by the most respected people in this village. Just as he was talking, Takeo still looked at the village head and bartender Lao Lang, who was a little at a loss, intentionally or unconsciously. A man of high morals and respect, isn't that the village chief? Kawasumi Mai muttered something in her heart when she heard Takeo's words, and couldn't help but become more curious. You village chief, why don't you let him hurry up and help? The armored knight commander spoke to the surrounding villagers. Not long after, the village chief, the bartender Lao Lang, was brought to Takeo. The armored knight commander was obviously more polite than before. After all, he just wanted to take this altar of wine back, even if he was fulfilling his father's mission as the lord of Boa City. Up! Which one of you has an iron catalpa, can you lend me one? Takeo spoke to the surrounding villagers, and soon a villager handed over a handful of iron catalpa to Takeo. Takeo looked at the iron catalpa in his hand, smiled and handed it to the village chief beside him and said, Village chief, use the iron catalpa to dig some soil at the village gate, and spread the soil around the wine jar. This? What is this for? The village head was hesitant at first, but he picked up the shovel that Takeo had handed over suspiciously, dug up a handful of soil, and covered the bottom of the wine jar. At this time, Takeo was following the village chief, muttering something in his hands. In fact, he was turning on the magnifying flashlight, and quickly pressed the reverse switch while taking advantage of the gap filled by the village chief, and the light and shadow shown on the surface of the huge wine jar. However, Takeo's operation is not afraid of being discovered by other people. Through the car modification incident last time, he discovered that these system props are invisible to ordinary people, and only the host of the system can clearly see them. The armored knight commander stepped back and looked up at the huge wine jar. At this time, the volume of the originally huge wine jar was actually shrinking, and it returned to its previous appearance at an extreme speed. My God! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be incredible. In an instant, almost everyone expressed the same feeling, but as the person in charge, Takeo felt a little pain in his heart when he recalled the upper limit of his system's amazing value. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. Terashima Yu looked at the wine jar that had changed back to before, rubbed his eyes hard, and couldn't believe what he saw. Takeo, what have you done? The village head and bartender Lao Lang also raised his own question again. He held his iron catalpa tightly and looked at the wine jar, trying to figure out what caused it. Village chief, tell me about this matter. The reason why this wine jar has become so big is because I miss my homeland. As long as it is covered with the soil in the village, of course it will not grow bigger. Takeo spoke clearly, although there were many loopholes in it, but the village chief didn't ask any more questions. After all, this matter solved a concern in his heart. Ha ha ha. Interesting is really interesting, but since we have already got what we need, there is no delay. The armored knight commander let out a hearty laugh, and said to the village chief, while the 4 guards lifted the jar of wine and put it into the compartment of another carriage. Although it seems that there is only one jar, but having seen this large or small wine jar with their own eyes, no one dares to question whether the wine is enough to drink, but whether the wine can be drunk after opening the jar. Let's go back. The armored knight commander greeted his guards, and was about to return to Boa City. After all, he still had some things that needed to be purchased in such a way. Master Knight Commander, please wait a moment. Taking a look at the nearly 30 empty carriages, Takeo stopped the armored knight leader who was about to go back the same way, and said that he wanted to take a carriage. It's okay, just sit down. The armored knight leader readily agreed and nodded, and enthusiastically let them ride in any carriage at the back of the carriage. After obtaining the consent of the armored knight commander, Utarajima and the others unceremoniously boarded the extraordinarily luxurious carriage. The soft cushions and the soft leather sofa made them very comfortable. Even Kawasumi Mai couldn't help sighing, the cushion of this carriage is so comfortable. Perhaps because Takeo and the others had been together for a long time, they did not ride separately, but all sat in the rear compartments of several carriages that were slightly behind. But they didn't forget to say goodbye to the village head and the others. They poked their heads out of the side window and waved to the village head behind them. Village chief, we will definitely visit you often when we have time. Xiao Nai now, I will miss you too. A sweet and greasy voice came from behind. It was naturally the bartender Uexia, but when Sanchinj saw this figure, he tried his best to shrink his neck, not daring to look directly. A series of carriages slowly disappeared from everyone's sight, and the problem in the village chief's mind was finally solved. He touched the bartender Uexia's head with his hand, and said with a smile, if you really like him, granddaughter, then just go after me. Back then, your grandma was stalking me, so I reluctantly agreed to accept her. Bartender Taro. Takeo's driver, wait, did you forget about me? Chapter 49. Wearing feather blue cloud clothes, wearing sun ring earrings on both ears, a dark red-haired boy is practicing the water-breathing method that he learned from Rinaki Zyuajin Sr. in a courtyard very seriously. The boy kept slashing the sun wheel knife in his hand. Layers of water wrapped around the blade, and thin lines meandered along the position of the blade, turning into a majestic and huge water dragon. The dragon roared and rushed out of the courtyard. Go! Water breathing 3 types, flowing and dancing. The figure of the young man was fast and slow, sometimes like wind and electricity, sometimes like rain and fog, as if an invisible mist surrounded his body, and finally disappeared in the same place almost in the blink of an eye, leaving only dozens of trails, a phantom of water whose outline cannot be seen clearly. With only one move, the young man used the 3rd type of water-breathing method, Liuliu dancing to the limit. Although the boy's breathing method is still a bit jerky, it has already taken a basic shape. As long as he continues to practice, he believes that his strength can be raised to a whole new level. Behind the boy, a man wearing a red Tengu mask nodded subconsciously. He was the former Mizutaki of the Demon Slayer squad Rinteki Seikanji. And this boy is Tanjiro, one of 5 who survived in the last 7 days of the final selection of the demon killing team through the ultimate Fujishiyama of the demon killing team. Holding an exquisite teacup in his hand, Rinaki Seikanji looked at the back of the young man practicing hard, and recalled the scene where Tanjiro came to Sajiri Mountain again a month ago, dragging his exhausted and scarred figure. That night, Rinaki Sakumai hugged Tanjiro and Nezuko tightly for the first time, and this scene was like a family reunion. According to Tanjiro, he killed the hand demon. The children raised by Rinaki Zyuajinji were killed by this hand demon, and their bones stayed in Fujishishin forever. However, Tanjiro's return can be regarded as unraveling a knot in Rinaki Kanji's heart. He once doubted whether his actions were right or wrong, but now it doesn't matter anymore, because Tanjiro in front of him is his disciple, and from Tanjiro's eyes, he saw the hope of getting rid of the evil spirits again. And Tanjiro also realized after this final selection that his own strength is still too weak. During the month of healing and recovery, Tanjiro and Rinaki Sakan are more like a father and son than a teacher. Under the guidance of Rinaki Sakan's next senior, Tanjiro's strength has improved a lot again. Although his current level of the Demon Slayer squad is only the lowest level of ki, it does not hinder his determination to become a pillar in the future. Tanjiro, who practiced for a day at night, lit the kerosene lamp on the table, and Nezuko also woke up from sleep at this time. Unlike other evil spirits who need to replenish a lot of human flesh and blood when they are injured, Nezuko will fall into a deep sleep mode to slowly recover her injured body. Under the dim light, Tanjiro recorded his life as usual at this time. Although he was a little tired all over his body, he never got tired of it. Writing a diary to record his daily life became the happiest thing in his spare time. Nezuko, do you miss Takeo, Shigeru, and Hanako too? I don't know how the youngest sixth wife is doing now. She was still having a high fever when she left. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was half squatting on the ground, and those pink eyes looked at Tanjiro's notebook intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to say something to Takeo and the others who were far away. Tanjiro holds his younger sister Nezuko in his arms. Recently, Nezuko always turns herself into a very small ball. Although he knows that Nezuko doesn't eat anything, Tanjiro always thinks when he sees his sister like this. It was an inadvertent feeling of pity. Sister, I will definitely find a way to turn you back into a human. When Tanjiro participated in the final selection, he asked the same question before killing the occasional evil spirits, and learned from Rinaki Kanji that the source of these evil spirits was a man named Anime Suji. Guy made it. He recalled that the evil spirit attacked his mother and younger siblings 2 years ago. It seemed that it was not as simple as an evil spirit attacking that night. This guy, Guiwu Suji, seemed to be involved in it. He must find this guy and take care of him. Ask clearly. This time Tanjiro put down Nezuko in his arms, and Nezuko was also very obedient and did not pester Tanjiro. When she walked to a corner, she raised her head and fell into a deep sleep. Is it because the air passed through her mouth? The bamboo in it makes a crisp bamboo sound. Tanjiro rubbed his astringent eyes. He just finished writing his daily diary. Instead of lying down to rest directly, he picked up a sheet of letter paper and started writing the letter by himself. The general meaning of the letter is naturally to report that I have fulfilled my responsibility and is now a qualified member of the Demon Slayer squad. Then I briefly talked about myself and my sister Nezuko so that they don't have to worry about it. Finally, I especially want to Takeo, Mao, Rokuta, and Hanako said that they would definitely come to them when they had time. After writing the letter, the drowsiness at this time could no longer be suppressed. Tanjiro stretched his waist hard, blew out the fuel lamp, and fell into his dreamland. In the early morning of the next day, Tanjiro, who was still practicing as usual, had already completed the daily morning jogging task of Sajiri Mountain early in the morning, and Rinaki Sakanji started preparing breakfast for Tanjiro. At this time, a black crow swooped down quickly outside the house, stayed in the house, and said hoarsely to Tanjiro, who was preparing for breakfast, "Kayaman Tanjiro. I will convey the information of the Demon Slayer team Murata. Command, go to the town in the northwest, where the girl is disappearing, please hurry to help investigate and kill the evil spirits." Tanjiro was stunned for a second, but he knew that the missions conveyed by the crows were all urgent missions in line with his own level, so he was ready to go to the mission location without too much delay. At this time, Rinaki Sakan, who was making breakfast, stopped him again. "This omelette is ready. I'll wrap it up for you to eat on the way. Besides, it's not very practical to bring your sister's bamboo basket with you." Talking about the last time Rinaki Sakuma handed the egg cake to Tanjiro, he took out a brown-black square box from a floor drawer and said in a serious tone, "And bring it. This box is for you to carry it during the day. Your sister's, it's made of fog spruce, very light wood and fixed with rock lacquer on the surface for added strength." Chapter 50. This, Senior Rinaki Zyuajin, thank you so much. As Tanjiro said, he lightly tried the specially made brown-black wooden box with one hand, and couldn't help being a little surprised. "Wow! This wooden box is so light." Tanjiro was able to hold the box firmly with one hand, while Nezuko on the bed in the house poked out her little head curiously, and looked at her brother Tanjiro obediently, seeing him dancing and dancing, his eyes were full of puzzlement. Tanjiro looked at the position of his sister Nezuko, slowly pushed open the side door of the wooden box and said softly, "Nezuko, can you come in here?" Nezuko first looked at her brother Tanjiro, and then at the dark wooden box. At this time, she heard Tanjiro gesturing for her to go in, and she hesitated. Went back. "It's okay, Nezuko is safe here, don't be afraid, because my brother came to the task just now, so we have to act now." Tanjiro did not force his younger sister Nezuko, but explained in a low voice, while Nezuko looked at the dark wooden box, and seemed to muster up a lot of courage, and entered the wooden box. "Nezuko, we will always be together from now on, brother will definitely find a way to make you human." Tanjiro looked at his sister in the wooden box, she had slowly closed her eyes at this time, and Tanjiro didn't want to disturb his sister, so he gently closed the side door on the wooden box. At this time, the crow in front of the table was gently combing its feathers with its beak, with a serious look on its face. And Tanjiro quickly picked up the letter that had been written on the table, put the letter in the letter box on the crow, stroked the crow's little furry head with his fingertips and said, "This letter is very important to me. Please help deliver it." The crow is indeed a psychic bird that conveys the information of the Demon Slayer squad. It nodded symbolically, and then flew into the sky and disappeared. Tanjiro looked at the flying crows and didn't care about the loss of the letter at all. After all, these crows would rest in the hut where the members of the demon-killing team hidden were, and they would take out the letters they saw. And delivered properly. "Senior Rinakaizuo, thank you for taking care of me this month, I'm leaving now," Tanjiro said, carrying the wooden box made of kiritaki spruce on his back, and waved his hands to say goodbye to the next senior Rinaki Teikaizakin. Ryodaka Sato didn't say anything last time, he knew that the day would come for the children he raised. He made 2 steps and 3 steps, packed his luggage for him, patted Tanjiro's shoulder with both hands, and looked through the mask. The old father's eyes are still reluctant after all. Ryo Takazokin stood in the same place for the first time, Tanjiro was no longer in his sight, and at this moment he finally took off the red hideous Tengu mask, revealing a very gentle face, and somehow the eye sockets gradually wetting up. He turned around slowly, put his Tengu mask together with the 13 disaster relief masks he had raised for his children before, and then disappeared together into the morning sun. Tanjiro always felt a little too dull along the way, calling his sister Nezuko's name softly from time to time. However, there was no response from the wooden box, and Tanjiro didn't say anything more, maybe his sister was resting again. The scenery along the road is also very good. Tanjiro walked straight to the north, and the omelette could still feel a little bit of warmth through the fingertips of the bag. At this moment, his stomach also started to growl. Tanjiro opened the bag and ate the egg pancake prepared by Ryodaka Seikanji, unknowingly reminding him of a clue about evil spirits that Ryodaka Seikanji had talked about. Among the evil spirits, there are also powerful existences. Some evil spirits can use a kind of ability called blood demon art. Such demons are collectively called supernatural demons. From now on, you will face such demons. The road ahead must be bumpy, but I believe Tanjiro, you will be fine. Tanjiro unconsciously held the hilt of the Japanese sword with one hand. This Japanese sword was given to him by Sakuta Ryodaka recently, and every time he held the handle, his body would give a very reassuring response. As for his own sun-wheel knife, the material was selected and the blacksmith personally made it for him. However, it has been more than a month, and he has not received any news until now, which makes him feel a little disappointed. After walking for a long time, Tanjiro crossed a circular arch bridge with a wooden box on his back, and finally arrived at the village where the girl who disappeared in the crow's mouth. Looking around, the busy town lanes are decorated with lights and festoons, and the vendors on both sides of the road are shouting hard, as if some happy event is about to happen. The crow's information must have been wrong, right? Are there really demons here? Standing on a road in the middle of the town, Tanjiro couldn't help muttering as he watched the endless stream of people. Hey! Little brother is also an outsider, come on, today all our stores are taken over by the Shui Hai family here, and now everything here is free. The person who spoke was an old man about 50 years old. Tanjiro followed the direction of the old man's finger, and it turned out to be a hotel here. Thank you for your kindness, old man, but I have some tasks to do, so I can't stop. Tanjiro politely declined the request of the old man in front of him. Seeing the old man's disappointment, Tanjiro intentionally or unintentionally asked if any strange things had happened in the village recently. Strange thing, Do you think it's the girls who disappeared inexplicably in the village a few days ago? Tanjiro just wanted to nod his head to confirm, but the old man immediately noticed something, shook his head like a rattle and said, "Look at my memory, those girls haven't disappeared, they just left the village, little brother, don't trust these things rumor." So that's how it is. Hearing his uncle's varied answers, Tanjiro was even more sure that there were indeed some problems in this village. "Brother, can you tell me what strange things happened in this village? Excuse me, do you feel that the village is different from before?" Tanjiro didn't give up the investigation because of the vague explanation from his uncle in the morning. He patrolled along the street, but along the way, the villagers in the village talked in the same way. They seemed to be trying their best to hide something in their tone, and even denied that there were no missing girls in the village, which made Tanjiro feel that there seemed to be some bad things in the village. Chapter 51. Tanjiro wandered around the village for a day, and he didn't find nothing during the period. At least he didn't miss any of the snacks at the stalls on both sides and the main specialties of the restaurant. In terms of eating, he really achieved white food whoring day. Wow! You're lucky! The crystal shrimp balls made by the restaurant are delicious, and they are almost as good as the hot and sour boiled fish fillets made by the restaurant next door. While eating, Tanjiro commented involuntarily, the steaming breath between his words was like the water vapor from a boiling kettle, dissipating into the air with his breath. Is this boy human? My god, monster, is it a monster? What's wrong with this world, is eating so convoluted? Fortunately, the master of Shui Ha's family put all the blame on himself, otherwise the boss would really run away with a bucket. And around him, many villagers or contestants saw Tanjiro's contented eating face, and they couldn't help discussing it. His eyes were full of horror, as if they had seen an evil spirit. At this time, in the restaurant Many Shrimp, the event I Am a Big Eater, Come If You Have Any Kind is being held. And Tanjiro has already learned some of the situation in the village after investigating the village. Today, all the expenses in the village are covered by the adults of Mizukai's family, so he might as well try it out. It's not that Tanjiro deliberately took advantage of others. In fact, his original intention at the beginning was just to eat something to fill his stomach, but when he went in, he found that there are prizes to be won for winning. Just a small bag of gold coins is worth dash there are so many, it really makes him a little excited. Young man, what's your name? A woman in her 40s is the proprietress of this lots of shrimp. He asked Tanjiro in a trembling tone, and at the same time she put a bag of gold coins in Tanjiro's at the table. He quickly withdrew his hand, as if he was very afraid of the young man in front of him. Although Tanjiro doesn't have much talent in eating, he can quickly consume the calories in the food with the full concentration breathing method, and then quickly spit it out from his nose. However, this method is still very dangerous. The whole concentrated breathing method allows the blood to flow quickly in the body. This method of mobilizing body functions for a long time is easy to cause the risk of blood vessels bursting due to excessive blood flow. However, in order to buy some decent gifts when he saw his younger siblings with this little gold coins, Tanjiro still wanted to give it a try, but this time his luck was quite good, and there was no terrible scene of bleeding from the 7 orifices. Boss, my name is Tanjiro, is the game over yet? Tanjiro looked at the woman with dodging eyes and said suspiciously, but there were still 2 large bowls of shrimp dumplings in front of his table that hadn't been eaten yet, which made him a little bit reluctant. Well, the Tanjiro competition is over, and now you are the only one sitting at the table. This bag of gold coins belongs to you now. Well, Tanjiro, now that you have won the Big Eater competition, you don't have to force yourself to eat it anymore. The proprietress kindly reminded Tanjiro and replied with some panic. In front of the table at this time, dozens of contestants have already eaten their backs, all lying on the seats not far away, with food flowing out from the corners of their mouths from time to time, their throats making violent coughing sounds, and their expressions are very painful look. Even the strong contender Asakura Ren, who was recognized by the villagers as the dark horse for 3 consecutive I'm Big Stomach campaigns, has bowed down and is now smiling in the toilet. The woman looked at the honest and harmless young man in front of her, and she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Fortunately, this Big Stomach King's event caught up with the Shui Hai family's happy event, otherwise she would have suffered a blood loss today. Even the underpants have to be explained here. Tanjiro saw that the proprietress said so, but he didn't want to waste the 2 bowls of shrimp dumplings in front of the table, so he took a deep breath. Tun 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 tun. He directly picked up a large bowl of shrimp dumplings, and drank 5 mouthfuls in one breath. Tanjiro drank all the dumplings and soup in one breath, Trophying. This young man strongly discouraged professionals from competing. A large group of melon eaters expressed their opinions one after another, but they have been reduced to an atmosphere group and did not play any role in the result of the game. The proprietress's mouth was so big that an eggplant could be stuffed into it. She swallowed her saliva reluctantly, and said silently in her heart, "Let's go." What kind of monster is this? It's like a starving demon reincarnating. Every Tanjiro burped like a thunder in satisfaction. He carried the special wooden box beside him, his stomach was already bulging, and walked out of the restaurant door with difficulty under the astonished expression of the restaurant owner. "Thank you for the hospitality, lady boss, I will come again next time there is an event." Tanjiro, who is polite to everyone, did not forget to turn his head to greet the proprietress warmly and wave goodbye. The proprietress staggered immediately when she heard this sentence, but thanks to the support of someone beside her, she didn't fall down. At this time, the sky was already dark, and Tanjiro, who was full, noticed that there was no demon smell left in this village, so he simply found the hotel before he came to stay for one night. The key was free. Not far away at the crossroads, a handsome young man led a beautiful young girl for a walk on the streets of the village. "Lee, we are getting married tomorrow. Before we know it, we have been in love for 7 years." But the girl chuckled lightly, even the red hairpin on her ponytail swayed with a chuckle. Yet, Noda feels that time flies so fast sometimes. The feeling of you holding my hand brings me back to the youthful feeling of our first love. The girl held the palm of the boy named Noda, her skin was as white and delicate as a white lotus root. The girl gently shook the hands they held together, with a sweet and happy look on the corners of her mouth. The boy named Noda could no longer hold back the longing in his heart, so he hugged the girl back into his arms. "Lee, I love you." The faces of the two gradually moved closer and closer, and they felt the sound of heavy breathing from both sides, and the heartbeats of each other became stronger and faster. The girl's body was slightly twisted in the boy's arms, she had a sweet and shy smile on her face, but there was a hint of cunning and naughtiness in her eyes. The girl stretched out 2 fingers, lightly blocked the boy's extremely greedy mouth, and said with a smile, "What were you supposed to call me just now?" Noda was also taken aback, but immediately reacted and changed his words, "Honey, I love you." The girl would not give this pervert a chance, she trotted through the alley at the corner of the alley, her red striped skirt fluttering in the wind. Under the dim street lights, the figures of boys and girls in love gradually became clear and then slowly elongated, disappearing into the night. Chapter 52. "Lee, you are playing tricks on me, don't let me catch you." Noda was also teased by Lee, and he ran in the direction of Lee with a faint smile on his lips. Shoes Hasha. At this time, a mass of black shadow sticky like asphalt poked its head out from where the couple had been before. "It's not fresh, it won't be fresh if you don't eat it." Beneath the black face was a face as pale as white paper, his teeth clucking, looking in the direction the two left, he kept muttering something. And this demon is the long-haired young demon who appeared in Piaoxiang village before. Thanks to his avatars, each of them is a relatively independent existence. Although his style of doing things may be extreme, the advantage is that as long as one of them is not dead, he can continue to survive. Go down. At this time, the long-haired young demon was not as strong as before. He released the extremely precious blood demon technique, which made him extremely haggard. However, when he came to this village, he had already eaten 3 girls in the dark, the strength has also recovered a lot. It was also thanks to the fact that Takeo and Kawasumi Mai were not using a weapon such as a Japanese sword at that time that the other 2 demons survived. "Damn Murata, the demon slayer team, I will settle the score with you after I eat 50 people." The long-haired young demon named Cowardly Demon said in a low voice, but at this time the couple had no idea of the danger that was about to happen. Lee trotted into the alley of a street, and the originally hard ground softened instantly in front of her. Before Lee could react, the front turned into a dark quagmire and quickly stretched out 2 arms, firmly grasping Lee's legs. "Ah! Help!" Lee let out an exclamation, and Noda, who was behind, came after hearing the news, groping around and looking forward. The alley is very dark, but it is a dead end, and its front is surrounded by thick iron fences. Murata's voice suddenly stopped at this moment, as if Lee disappeared out of thin air. "Lee, don't scare me, come out quickly." "Where are you, Lee?" Noda frantically called the name of his lover Lee, but no matter how he shouted, Lee could no longer respond to his lover's voice. At this time, Noda remembered the rumor that the village had been rumored to lose a girl inexplicably. It seemed that this was true. It was not a rumor, but that there were really evil spirits. Noda collapsed helplessly on the ground, slamming his fists hard on the ground, as if regretting that he should not invite the girl out for a walk before the wedding. He didn't know what his future would be, and he couldn't help thinking about it. His heart seemed to be dead, lifeless. The distance between them is so close yet so far away. What Noda doesn't know right now is that the Li he was muttering in his mouth is in the ground under his feet. There was darkness in front of Li's eyes, and her consciousness gradually became blurred due to lack of oxygen. She only felt that there were many sundries floating around. Her legs seemed to be tightly clasped by something, she couldn't move at all, and could only sink slowly by herself. In the middle of the night, Tanjiro came to live in the hotel recommended by the boss. Although the room was only on the first floor, the villagers here had already rested at this point. He stared straight at the ceiling, but at this moment Tanjiro was lying on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. The stomach is full of food that has not yet been digested, and the abdominal pain is a bit severe. It seems that even the best things should be eaten in moderation and not too much. Tanjiro stood up slowly, opened the window of the room, and looked at the scenery outside. At this time, there were only a few scattered lights dotting the street outside the house, the cool breeze was blowing on his cheeks, and he could still hear the rustling sound of the branches and leaves of the prickly pear tree outside the house. Tanjiro took a deep breath, his nose touched slightly, and his relaxed body tensed instantly. Smell. It's the smell of demons. He quickly carried the wooden box on his back, jumped down from the windowsill of the house, stepped on the tiles piled up on the eaves with his toes, and quickly followed the smell of demons to chase it out. The house in front came to an end, and Tanjiro jumped down from the roof, holding the handle of the sword, and slowly drew out the Japanese sword to prepare for battle. It's just that a black shadow under his feet quickly flashed under his eyelids. Tanjiro quickly waved the Japanese sword in his hand and looked at the ground, but the black shadow suddenly disappeared here. Tanjiro exclaimed, not daring to delay, turned around and ran back, but the next second his expression was a little painful, his expression rose slightly, and his whole body was in pain as if being torn apart by something. Oops, too much to eat. Tanjiro's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, he immediately adjusted his breathing rate, and slowly suppressed the churning blood in his body. However, there was still a feeling of overwhelming discomfort in his body. Without hesitation, Tanjiro stretched out 2 fingers to press the position of the base of his tongue, and spit out all the food in his stomach with a strong sense of nausea. Tanjiro stretched out his hand to wipe away the filth left at the corner of his mouth, but his body felt more relaxed than ever before. Li, where are you? Where are you, Li? Noda's voice became a little hoarse. He was like a walking dead, looking forward with empty eyes, calling his lover's name aimlessly. Don't come here. Go back quickly. At this time, Tanjiro loudly dissuaded the person in front of him, and his keen sense of smell found the trace of the evil spirit again. It's here. The smell is getting stronger and stronger. Those 2 smells are intertwined, and this smell is left by demons and female humans. Tanjiro held the Japanese sword in both hands, and used the water-breathing method to quickly get into a fighting posture. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes, and there was no trace of any evil spirits. But a nose with a keen sense of smell will not lie. Tanjiro recalled the black figure full of evil spirits before, and then held the hilt of the Japanese sword and stabbed it in the direction with the strongest smell. Half of the blade directly sank into the hard ground middle. In an instant, black mud erupted from the ground like a deflated balloon, and an unconscious girl floated above the mud. Tanjiro quickly picked up the girl in red stripes. Although the girl closed her eyes tightly, she was still breathing slightly. Tear pull. In the quagmire where the girl was, one arm grabbed a piece of fabric on the girl's clothes, and then made a suspicious sound, as if he didn't expect the boy in front of him to be able to see through his hiding place. Ha ha ha. Another member of the demon-killing squad, you are everywhere. The evil demon let out a creepy laugh, and crawled out from the black mud on the ground. Chapter 53. This is a supernatural demon. Tanjiro looked at the evil demon crawling out of the black swamp, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It seems that this is the special demon that Lin Takazuo's next senior was talking about, and it can only use a supernatural demon called Blood Demon Art. I asked those girls you lost, where are they now? Tanjiro was not frightened by the supernatural demon, on the contrary he calmly scolded the evil demon he hated. A cut on the arm of the long-haired young demon quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His scarlet eyes looked at Tanjiro in front of him, and the teeth in his mouth made a creaking sound again, like metal on glass, the sound of passing quickly, just hearing it makes people shudder. He took the piece of fabric torn from the girl's clothes in his hand, and slowly brought it to the tip of his nose and took a deep breath. Afterwards, the long-haired young demon's face was full of intoxication, and he gradually calmed down. "Hurry up and give me the girl. It's not new if you snatch it like this, it's not new." The long-haired young demon went straight into the ground again, and Mr. Kazumi Noda, who was standing in the distance at this time, witnessed the true appearance of the evil demon. He stumbled and ran all the way to Tanjiro, looking at the unconscious girl in the boy's arms, his empty eyes lit up with a complex look. "Lee, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not protecting you well. You know each other?" Tanjiro was startled at first, and then he realized that the girl he rescued inadvertently just now turned out to be his lover, and he also knew the name of the man whose clothes were covered in dust just now was Kazumi Noda. "Don't be sad, she just fainted, there is nothing serious, please hug her well, and stand where I can reach, I can protect you," Tanjiro said solemnly, handing the girl in his arms to Wamanoda, and after telling them, he clenched the Japanese sword in his hand and looked around vigilantly. This supernatural demon can turn anything it can touch into a quagmire, and can move freely in it, which can be described as quite difficult. Tanjiro also knew that the evil spirit would not let them go tonight. Although Tanjiro could not predict the location of the evil spirit's attack, the unique smell on the evil spirit's body could not escape his keen sense of smell once he smelled it. Closer. Very close. Tanjiro guarded the helpless two people behind him, and layers of water flowed around the hiragana, ready to fight at any time. Sure enough, a black figure appeared on the ground again, and the long-haired young demon rushed out of the quagmire, his hands covered with sharp claws, and he rushed towards Tanjiro. Water-breathing one-shaped water surface slash. Tanjiro's blade slashed horizontally, his body leaped easily, and his feet stayed in the air, but a black spot appeared on the ground behind him again and then expanded. An arm stretched out from the black mud, and it grabbed Tanjiro's ankle firmly, pulling him down with great force. And this cowardly demon has been waiting for this opportunity, but it can be regarded as a little restrictive effect on Tanjiro. Brush. The powerful planar slash of the sun wheel knife did not show 100% power because another evil spirit obstructed it. The knife skill that was supposed to cut at the head deviated from its position, and slashed at the shoulder of the long-haired young demon. What? Although the sun wheel knife hit the evil spirit's body solidly, this place was not the evil spirit's vital point. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit's body healed quickly. Is this the strength of the evil spirits in front of you? Calm down, there must be some way to get rid of them. Tanjiro looked at the two evil spirits in front of him, and couldn't help frowning, trying to calm down his emotions. He can only succeed and not fail, after all, there are two humans behind him who need his protection. The smells of the two demons in front of him are surprisingly consistent, which is why Tanjiro didn't realize that there was another evil demon sneaking from them. The breath of water in the complete concentration 2-type water wheel. Tanjiro jumped into the air. He had already sensed that the long-haired young demon wanted to eat the two people behind him, so he waved a huge water wheel in the air and looked directly at the evil demon emerging from the ground. No. Is it still too shallow? The two arms of the long-haired young demon were cut off at the same time, and the arms spun around in the air and fell to the ground. However, regeneration of arms is already a basic operation for the evil demon. Tanjiro stared blankly at the evil spirit in front of him. When protecting others, he couldn't swing his sword without any scruples. Using large-scale swordsmanship, he was very worried that he would hurt the two people behind him. Bastard! Damn demon-killing squad! Don't get in the way! This girl's freshness is going to drop again. At this moment, the long-haired young demon who spoke less and more yelled at Tanjiro angrily. In the next second, the long-haired young demon's body gradually bulged, and he said jokingly, "Forget it, it's interesting to have such nights occasionally, but I don't want to fail again." At this time, the other timid demon is trying to persuade the clone of the arrogant demon, so be extremely careful and don't be too careless. Stop talking nonsense, it's time to go. The demon named Arrogance rushed towards Tanjiro in an instant, and Tanjiro was waving the Japanese sword in his hand. At this time, dense black spots continued to emerge on the wall. What are you looking at? The arrogant demon directly pierced Tanjiro's left shoulder, while the cowardly demon took advantage of the space of the countless black spots on the wall, grabbed Tanjiro's arm and pulled it in. Oops! Cracked. Just when Tanjiro felt bad, the wooden box that was originally carried behind him opened at this time. With a head of black hair and a bamboo tube in her mouth, her younger sister Nezuko's eyes were full of anger. She lifted her foot and broke the neck of the cowardly evil spirit. The neck of the powerful inertial evil spirit was directly broken. Turn around twice, and then disappear into the black mud. Why do swordsmen act with demons? The arrogant demon let out a look of surprise. He looked at Tanjiro in a daze, and rushed out of the mud. It's just that the younger sister Nezuko reacted more quickly. In a simple competition, his strength was no less than that of the arrogant evil spirit, and he was sent away by Nezuko's angry punch and disappeared into the black mud. Nezuko watched the two evil spirits being blown away and disappeared, while she came to the two behind her, touching their warm cheeks with cold hands. In the eyes of her fans, the two people in front of her looked very much like her brother Tanjiro when she was a child. Chapter 54. Nezuko. Tanjiro watched his sister Nezuko walk towards the two humans beside her, but she didn't mean to hurt them that way. Could it be a hint? Tanjiro remembered that Rinakisa-kin once told him that he would always give Nezuko verbal hints after she was asleep. All human beings are your family, you have to protect human beings, demons are your enemies. The undulating blood vessels on Nezuko's face are clearly visible, and she looked ferociously at the long-haired young demon wandering in the muddy space in the distance. Those demons who hurt humans will never be spared. Nezuko rushed towards the two evil spirits in the distance, and an old man's entrustment to her could still be heard in her mind. She suddenly lifted one foot into the air, and then slammed it towards the place where the evil spirit was, cleanly and without any muddy water, and the sharp footwork splashed waves of smoke and dust around. What? As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, there was only a sunken footprint on the ground, except for the long-haired young demon. Nezuko showed a look of doubt, but unexpectedly, the evil demon named Cowardly gave a contemptuous laugh. It seemed that this demon felt stupid, just like her own arrogant demon, just a person who could use brute force. Power guy. Nezuko. Come back quickly. Just when Nezuko was about to rush up and step on the evil spirit, her brother Tanjiro behind her stopped her and said, "Don't chase Nezuko too far, come back here first, don't fall into the trap of the demon. Come here brother." In a word, Nezuko gave up the crusade against the evil spirits, and ran obediently with small steps on her legs to match her brother Tanjiro's position. Tanjiro looked at his younger sister Nezuko who was running over, but with his super-sensitive sense of smell, he sensed a strong stench nearby, and immediately warned, "Nezuko, be careful, the demon is under your feet." A black dot gradually expanded, and the arrogant demon was Nezuko who stretched out his hand and rushed towards him. The younger sister Nezuko didn't show the slightest look of fear on her face, her petite figure soared into the air, and landed smoothly like a parabolic curve. Tanjiro looked at his younger sister Nezuko, who was physically strong, and felt more relieved besides being surprised. Yes, my sister is no longer the one who has to rely on me to protect the weak sister. She is now a demon, and she can completely stop her. At this time, Tanjiro's feet once again formed a special space transformed by the black mud. This time he did not dodge as fast as before, looked at his sister and said, "Nezuko, you have to protect the two humans above for me, absolutely don't let them have an accident, brother go down and clean up that demon." Can it be done? Tanjiro's body slowly sank into the black mud, and his younger sister Nezuko subconsciously clenched the bamboo tube and nodded slightly when she heard it. The meaning is quite obvious, brother, don't worry, it's completely fine to leave it to me. Ha ha ha. Beside Nezuko, the arrogant demonly demon unabashedly emerged from the transformed swamp, with tall bulging arms and sharp claws, with a terrifying wind, viciously grabbing Nezuko. Boom! With a kick of her eyes, she punched directly at the sharp claws of the arrogant demon, and in an instant, the entire arm of the evil demon shattered, and the blood splashed into the sky and scattered all over the ground. What? Arrogant Gich yelled in pain, quickly recovered his broken arm, and prepared to attack Nezuko again. Boom! Nezuko raised his foot and kicked the head of the arrogant demon, the whole body of the evil spirit flew backwards, but Nezuko didn't give the evil demon a chance to breathe, and walked forward quickly, stepping on the chest of arrogant demon. Demon screamed again and again. Bang bang bang! Kazumi Noda, who was standing at the same place at the side, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The seemingly petite and cute little girl in the distance was cruelly stepping on the body of the arrogant evil spirit just now. Ah! The body of the arrogant demon quickly healed after being broken again and again. Every time it recovered, the strength of the evil demon weakened a little, so that it looked very weak now. At this time, Nezuko's body was covered with red blood spattered from the wounds of the arrogant demon, and the clothes were soaked in a particularly bright red color, and the whole person entered a mad mode. At the same time, Tanjiro, who went deep into the ground, also found the location of the cowardly demon, although he wanted to hide his location, and then sneaked behind Tanjiro by surprise. However, facing this little trick of the cowardly demon character, Tanjiro seemed to disapprove. After all, he was born with a super gifted sense of smell, and he will never forget the smell of evil demons in his life. This is... Tanjiro's face immediately became serious under the swamp, and he saw some fragments of the remaining girl's clothes. But in the depths of the swamp, almost a dark underground, he picked up a silver axe with his hand. He will never forget that familiar smell. This is the smell of his brother Kamado Takeo. Could it be that he has been here? Tanjiro's face turned livid due to his excitement. The air in the swamp was extremely thin, his body was slowly bound by the dark power of the swamp, and his body was quite heavy. Haha! It looks like he can't move freely on the ground anymore, and he jumped in beyond his control. He is so stupid. At this time, the cowardly demon hiding in the dark is plotting his own abacus, his teeth made a creaking sound, and he approached Tanjiro as quickly as a swimming fish. Don't underestimate the limits of human beings. I will definitely defeat you. Tanjiro noticed that the timid demon who kept approaching him didn't show any signs of panic. The thin air here is far worse than the environment on the other side of Sajiri Mountain. Breath of water, land-shaped twisting vortex. Tanjiro swung the heavy Japanese sword in his hand. This move is a special move that can only be used in places where it is impossible to stand and is unstable. Through the intense twisting of the upper and lower body, a strong water vortex is created at the same time. The high-speed rotating vortex cut the body of cowardly demon into pieces, and a jet of water rose into the sky. Just as Tanjiro was about to relax, the harsh sound of teeth rubbing sounded again. Ha ha ha! I expected it a long time ago. Damn kid, the same move was used by the member of the demon-killing team who killed me. Do you think I will still be fooled? The evil spirit of cowardice turned into a swift black line in the swamp, and in an instant Tanjiro's body was cut open with a huge wound. Chapter 55. In an instant, Tanjiro's wound oozes a lot of blood, and the timid demon sees his injury. Bloodthirsty radiates from his bloodthirsty eyes. You meddlesome members of the demon-killing team, thanks to eating a few fresh girls, you have the ability to recondense a new demon avatar. However, due to time, the new avatar doesn't know how to think yet, but it is more than enough to deceive Tanjiro. Whoosh whoosh! The timid demon let out a horrifying and strange laugh, and the entire quagmire space seemed to be filled with his voice, like the prelude to despair before dying. Move, how could I just fall down here? With a somewhat pale face, Tanjiro tightly grasped the Japanese sword in his hand, while the evil spirits in the distance left only phantoms due to the acceleration of their bodies. Die! It's over! Cowardly demon swooped down quickly, and slashed straight at Tanjiro's chest with 5 sharp claws. The breathing method of water in the complete concentration, 1 type water surface slashing, downward slashing, modification. What? Cowardly demon let out a sound of surprise. His 5 sharp claws were cut off by the rushing water, and his body was covered with fine cracks. No. This is impossible. It's you. How could it be you? Why didn't my other demon stop you? The long-haired young demon with a cowardly personality was already on the verge of collapse, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He was very familiar with the figure that fell from the sky that the cowardly demon was looking at. This was the member of the Demon Slayer team who killed him in one blow by the cautious demon, Murata. At this time, a bright light suddenly shone in the originally dark surroundings. Tanjiro tried to open his eyes, and an ordinary-looking boy with short black hair hugged him at this time, rushing out of the dark quagmire space. At this time, the originally strong arrogant demon personality was on the verge of dying. At this time, he already knew that his other cowardly demon personality had been killed twice by this ordinary-looking member of the demon-killing team. The boy is coming behind me, don't come out. Murata guarded the 3 of them behind his back, holding the sun-wheel knife tightly in his hand, and looked at the 2 seemingly weak evil spirits in front of him. As a member of the demon-killing team, you must always keep in mind that you should not slack off easily at any time, and always maintain a high degree of vigilance. It's just that Murata turned around and inadvertently looked at the exquisite silver hand axe in Tanjiro's hand, and said with a dazed expression, "Isn't this hand axe belong to that kid Kamado Takeo? Why do you hold it?" Hand axe, Takeo, do you know Zaman Takeo? I'm his older brother Tanjiro, how is he doing now? Tanjiro clutched his wound, and after asking so many questions in one breath, his face was a little pale and frighteningly pale. He stood up slowly, resisting the pain caused by the wound, and said in a particularly excited tone. Murata could feel the excitement of the boy in front of him, and he didn't hide it, but told him everything he knew, including his own name. Tanjiro heard that Murata talked about Takeo's various experiences. When he was preaching that Takeo became the captain, rescued his teammates alone, and fought against evil spirits, he couldn't help sighing, Takeo, you are better than your brother, but you have time brother, I will definitely bring my younger sister Nezuko to visit you. Younger sister? Only then did Tanjiro come to his senses. He patronized and talked about Takeo, and his sister was still fighting the evil spirit. Sister? You said this monster is your sister. Murata paused when he heard the young man's words behind him, and pointed to the monster covered in red blood not far away. And Tanjiro was also dumbfounded by the scene in front of him, but no matter what, he was also his own sister. He didn't care about this, he pushed Murata away to see if his sister Nezuko was injured. At this time, Nezuko was stepping on the arrogant long-haired young demon very seriously, and there were mottled dark brown blood stains everywhere around him. Even Tanjiro was startled. The arrogant demon had given up struggling a long time ago, but what made him a little uncomfortable was that the demon in front of him actually protected humans, and her terrifying power must have eaten a lot of human flesh and blood. Please kill me quickly, I can't take it anymore. The arrogant demon wailed like a pig butcher, looking at the approaching Tanjiro. The expression of arrogance had long since disappeared, replaced by fear and panic. It can be seen that his sister Nezuko has left some indelible memories in the heart of this evil demon. The current power of the arrogant demon can't even summon the muddy space, otherwise he wouldn't beg Tanjiro, who is a human being, to help him out. And Murata in the distance also remembered, Takeo once helped me to ask myself about Tanjiro's news about the Demon Slayer squad. This demon swordsman. Murata quickly put the Japanese sword in his hand back into the scabbard, but this was based on the fact that he could handle the current situation. And Tanjiro squatted down, showing no pity for the evil spirit in front of him, and said questioningly with an angry expression on his face, "Your smell is as bad as rotten oil. Say, what did you kill? How many people? Ha ha ha. You have to thank us, you mean those girls, if they continue to grow up after the age of 16, they won't become ugly and unpalatable, so I ate them early. You have to thank us demons." As soon as the arrogant demon said this, his eyes returned to the previous look again, but Tanjiro couldn't help shaking when he heard the evil demon's perverted words, and he raised the knife and waved the sword in his hand. The sun-wheel knife directly slashed the evil demon's mouth. Pfft! A lot of blood spurted out from the corner of the evil demon's mouth. Tanjiro held the Hikari sword, pointing the knife point at the neck of the arrogant demon, and said in a questioning tone, "Enough, I don't want to hear your answer to this question. Tell me everything you know about Demon Dance Tsuji Mumi." Arrogant Gich froze in place, he clenched his teeth tightly, even his tongue was inadvertently bitten off, his mouth was full of blood, but he just didn't reveal any words about Giwasuji. "Speak quickly." "I dare not say, I dare not say, I dare not say." Tanjiro looked at the arrogant evil spirit with a terrified expression that seemed a bit too much, that terrified expression, and a smell that trembled in the depths of his bones. What kind of monster is the king of demons that can make him become a demon? All so scared. Chapter 56. Stop pressing me. The remaining arrogant demon completely gave up thinking for a moment, and grabbed Tanjiro in front of him like crazy. Crack crack. Tanjiro swung the Japanese sword in his hand, and chopped off the evil spirit's arms in one stroke, and then swung the knife to strike flat. The evil spirit's head fell to the ground, and the body turned into fly ash. Tanjiro looked at the demon who had turned into ashes, gritted his teeth, a little disappointed and more resentful. He held the handle of the sun-wheel knife tightly, and said with a sigh, "This time, didn't you ask me anything? It seems that you also want to know the whereabouts of Demon Dance Tsuji." Murata walked up to Tanjiro and patted him on the shoulder. Tanjiro put away the Hinata sword, turned to look at Murata with a thick face, and said, "I want to find the legendary ancestor of the demon, maybe he knows how to turn my sister back into a human being. Based on our current information, Demon Tsuji Mumi has almost zero information, and even his face has not been seen by any of the demon slayers." Murata was also very helpless when he heard about this incident. Although he wanted to help Tanjiro, Anime Tsuji was hiding very deeply. Although he knew that all the evil spirits knew who his boss was behind the scenes, but when they were asked, their expressions were surprisingly consistent, and they would rather die than reveal the whereabouts of Anime Suji. At this time, Nezuko walked up to Tanjiro. Her face was full of exhaustion. It seemed that the previous battle had exhausted her physical strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nezuko walked up to Tanjiro slowly, and then fell straight down. Tanjiro reacted very quickly, holding her firmly with both hands, and holding her in his arms with some distress. He stroked Nezuko's cheeks, and the smooth black hair, picked up Nezuko and gently put it in a special wooden box. Nezuko, you've done a great job today, I'll leave the rest to my brother. Tanjiro said to Nezuko softly, and then carried the wooden box on his back, but was stopped by Wamanoda in the distance. 2 members of the demon-killing team, please wait a moment, thank you for saving my lover Lee, if you didn't show up in time, I'm afraid. Kazumi Noda said that his tone was more fearful and helpless. He looked at Lee in his arms distressedly. Although his arm had been aching for a long time, he didn't show it, for fear that his lover would disappear from his eyes again. Generally. Gululu. What sound? Murata and Kazumi Noda looked at Tanjiro with some doubts and said. On the other hand, Tanjiro smiled awkwardly, touched his stomach, and muttered in a low voice, blaming his stomach for being too disappointing. It turned out that in order to catch up with the evil spirits just now, Tanjiro vomited out all the food by inducing vomiting. At this time, he killed the evil spirits in a state of high concentration, and his stomach was already screaming with hunger. Tanjiro, are you hungry? Haven't you eaten tonight? As a senior of the Demon Slayer squad, Murata wanted to invite Tanjiro to have a meal at the self-service barbecue restaurant, but Tanjiro refused decisively. You too, would you like to stay at my house for one night? Kazumi Noda looked at the two of them and said a very straightforward invitation. Well, wouldn't it be inappropriate to be so late with Mr. Minota? Murata waved his hand to express his refusal. After all, the task of the demon-killing team is to kill evil spirits, which is their job. As for the matter of going to his house, Murata felt a little embarrassed. It is always inappropriate to disturb other people's work. Then, see you again, Mr. Minota. Tanjiro bowed slightly towards Mr. Kazumi Noda's position, and then walked towards Murata's position. Thinking of being able to chat with the seniors of the Demon Slayer squad and having a hot barbecue, I think I am quite satisfied tonight. Members of the demon-killing team, please wait a moment, this is for you. Seeing the two people's tactful refusal, Kazumi Noda couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he still handed a red greeting card from his pocket to Tanjiro, who was closest to him, and said, This is a wedding invitation for my wedding tomorrow. I hope that 2 benefactors will be able to attend my wedding. Well, I think we will, Mr. Kazumi Noda, it's getting late, you go back. Tanjiro accepted the wedding invitation, nodded immediately, and after bidding farewell to Kazumi Noda, he and Murata Senpai disappeared into the street at the entrance of the alley. Along the way, Tanjiro chatted with Murata of the Demon Slayer team about the breathing method of water, and also talked about the living conditions of his younger brothers and sisters. 1, 2, 3. In a 24-hour self-service barbecue restaurant, the refrigerated storage shelves of the refrigerator are empty, and empty plates full of them are listed on the table. At this time, Murata and Tanjiro were discussing academic issues intensely, stuffing the meat steak full of oil into their mouths. Tanjiro, are you full? Murata's 2 cheeks were bulging, and his eyes were fixed on Tanjiro, with an expression of I'm determined to eat you. No, it's not enough, I can eat more. Tanjiro forced a smile on his face, picked up a large piece of meat and ate it voraciously. The fat dripping from the steak made a sizzling sound on the red-hot iron rack. There was a small watch in front of the table, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Murata looked at the steaming iron rack. A lot of meat had been grilled, the skin was browned and oily, but Murata had already eaten enough, and looked at these foods a bit dull. Although his body was very honest, Murata still insisted on not saying anything. After all, he proposed to play a gamble when he first arrived, and whoever was full first would pay the bill. However, this gamble can be regarded as a joke. I already knew that all the stores today are free of charge. After all, the Shuihai family has already paid all the expenses of the day to their family. But it's different now, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, because there is no such thing as free bills today, and it seems that you have to pay for the plates of barbecue. Senior Murata, why don't you eat, are you full? Tanjiro saw that Murata had stopped eating, and looked at him suspiciously. It's not going anywhere, I just want to get up and go to the counter to get a few plates of meat. Murata took the opportunity to get up and move around, but his stomach was a little swollen, and Tanjiro in the distance stopped him. As expected of Mr. Murata, but there is no meat for us to roast, and I have already brought all of them. Murata, suddenly. Senior Murata, don't scare me. Tanjiro didn't care about the barbecue in his hand anymore, he helped Murata up, he could see that Murata seemed to have eaten too much, the corners of his mouth were covered with oil stains, he looked at Tanjiro with light eyes and said. I lost this time, I pay the bill. Chapter 57. The next day, when Murata woke up, he was already lying on the big soft bed. He tried hard to recall the previous memory, which seemed to be a fragment. Senior Murata, are you awake? You scared me to death last night. Tanjiro came out from the door. He was dressed in black, and even his dark red hair was tied up with a headband. Tanjiro's barbecue last night, Did I? Senior Murata, you said that I paid the bill for the barbecue last night, and now is not the time to talk about it. Hurry up, we have to hurry up. On the street at this time, two exquisite girls were walking on the blue stone road full of flowers with red umbrellas in their hands. There were a large number of people behind them who seemed to be the families of the brides. Tanjiro and Murata, like most of the villagers, are waiting for the official appearance of a pair of lovers. Look! The bride is coming. At this time, a sharp-eyed villager spotted today's bride Shui Haili and said loudly. For a moment, the audience's focus was on the huge umbrella. A middle-aged man supported the huge hub of the umbrella, and a man and a woman on both sides of the bride supported the bride in the middle. The bride's entire wedding dress is as white as snow, and even the shoes under her feet are pure white. There was a faint smile on the girl's face, and her head was covered with a snow-white scarf, which covered her entire face, but it couldn't stop the noble temperament exuding from her body. At this time, the young girl followed among the group of people, a pure white bride with the same appearance, and marched slowly with the group. The villagers all shut their mouths at this moment, and they all stopped to pay attention. The beauty in the silence in the air seemed to be the wedding that many Japanese girls longed for. At this time, the couple was holding a traditional before the gods wedding ceremony, and the etiquette was extremely varied. The groom and Minota had already prepared everything in the church early. At this time, the bride was served by two maids and came to the groom's side. Under the calm expression of the bride, her heart was beating. Maybe she was too nervous, maybe she was too shy, her cheeks were slightly flushed. The main steps of the wedding before the gods are that the newlyweds enter the altar together, kneel down to worship the gods, pray like the gods, pray for the blessings of the gods, bless their love for a long time, and the unchanging vows of being together forever. My dear, you are so beautiful today. Kazunota stared at her with blurred eyes, and whispered softly in his mouth. Minota's voice was not high, but it was enough for all the guests present to hear clearly. Honey, you're so handsome today. The beautiful wife next to Minota looked at him with a bright smile, her eyes narrowed, with a sweet look. They stood in front of the altar, with smiles on their faces and love in their eyes, looking at each other without saying anything. They stretched out their palms to each other, clasped their fingers, and held each other's hands. A maid handed an exquisite square box to the groom. The groom opened the box and put the ring in his hand on the bride's slender and white left finger, and leaned down to give a soft kiss. The subsequent wedding steps also continued in an orderly manner, until the two parties exchanged and drank 3 glasses of wine. The wedding was basically completed. As the most important event of a wedding feasting guests, all the villagers or migrant workers are invited to sit together to witness the important moment of the newlyweds. And Tanjiro and Murata were invited to the most eye-catching position, a middle-aged man, wearing a capable new clothes. Tanjiro can still smell a strong smell of herbs. Thank you. You saved our beloved daughter, this is my business card, please accept it. After speaking, the man bent down and handed a business card to Tanjiro. You are too polite, these are what we should do. Tanjiro reached out to take the business card and took a closer look, by Katang Shui Haikun. Murata also looked at it curiously, and couldn't help being touched in his heart. Shui Haikun is an out-and-out medicinal material merchant. This person also likes to collect all kinds of strange medicinal materials for research. He accidentally saved his daughter. In addition to the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him, Butterfly House of the Demon Killing Squad also often buys a large amount of medicinal materials from Baikatang under his name. If he can climb this line, the casualty rate of the Demon Killing Squad will be greatly reduced in the future. At this time, the groom and the bride had already changed into a set of looser clothes. Compared with the somewhat restrictive clothes before, this set looked much more comfortable. Tanjiro, Murata, thanks to you last night, if you didn't help me, I'm afraid I would. Hey! Mr. Kazumi Noda, stop saying such polite words, how embarrassing are you for us? A few people exchanged some pleasantries, but Tanjiro and Murata expressed that they had a task in hand, and they replaced the wine with tea to bless the couple. At this time, a black crow under the table stood on Murata's shoulder after eating a grape and spitting out its seeds. There is a mission. Could it be that the surroundings have been attacked by evil spirits? Murata and Tanjiro looked at each other, and at the same time they were startled, and immediately found a reason to go to the bathroom to prevaricate. The two came to a relatively quiet corner. At this time, the crow on Murata's shoulder cleared his throat, and said in a hoarse voice, Murata, please investigate the whereabouts of the remaining missing boys immediately, and go to the Southern Valley to investigate. Senior Murata, is there another mission? Tanjiro said worriedly as he looked at Murata's shoulder. Well, yes, it's getting late, it's time to go. Senior Murata, can I follow you? Tanjiro looked at Murata who was turning away from him with a longing expression, but Murata did not take him along but said, the members of the Demon Slayer squad all have a crow that can send information. This task may be very dangerous. You stay and just wait for your crow to arrive. Before Murata finished speaking, another crow appeared in the sky and landed on Tanjiro's shoulder, looking at Tanjiro with grey eyes, even its wings kept flapping as if it was very eager. Tanjiro, your next task is to go to Asakusa in Tokyo Prefecture. It is said that there are demons lurking there. Did a new mission appear so soon? Tanjiro was also surprised. He originally wanted to complete this mission and go to Quincy town to see his younger siblings, but now there is no hope. Let's go. The crow kept urging, beating Tanjiro's head with its wings. Can you wait a little longer before setting off? I can say goodbye to Kazumi Noda and the others before leaving. No. No. Let's go. The crow looked unwilling, and even Murata was amused. The crow is really impatient. Chapter 58. When I came to Quincy town again, it was already noon the next day. A carriage stopped steadily at the gate of the town. At this time, a young man stepped out of the carriage and took a breath of fresh air. After that, several teenagers and girls of similar age got off the carriage together. This long-lost smell really makes me want to stop. We are back again. There was a smile on Takeo's face. The carriage was safe and flat along the way, and his physical injuries had already healed. What excites him the most is that he can finally come back to see his younger brothers and sisters. He doesn't know how those little guys are living now, whether they have become unrecognizable to him. Takeo, where are you going first? Terajima stretched his waist. Maybe the sun at noon was a bit harsh, his eyes were half closed, and he asked with a lazy look. Idiot! Of course Takeo went back to King Yun Church first. Look at his expression, he looks like he's returning home, he probably misses his younger siblings. Kawasumi Mai on the side leaned over her head, put her hands on her hips and said, it wasn't that she knew Takeo well, it was actually Takeo who talked about his younger siblings while chatting. Brother Takeo, let's go back together. Hearing Mai Kawasumi's words, Yamasora immediately wanted to grab Takeo's arm and falter. The groom on the side just checked the situation of the dismounted horse. He got on the horse, pulled up the rein and said with a kind smile on his face, little guys, I will escort you home safely. My mission is complete. Goodbye. Goodbye, and say hello to your Lord Knight Commander for me. Takeo waved his hand and said slightly bowing to the groom. Haha, definitely next time. Hearing Takeo's words, the groom laughed loudly, then raised his whip and rode away, disappearing from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. Haha. I really can't see how humorous this groom is. Nagaya Hito, who had never spoken, spoke, and even Terashima Yu nodded in agreement. Let's go then. Takeo said, walking briskly in the front. The market in Quincy town is very lively. Walking along the streets along the way, various vendors enthusiastically sell their goods along the street, and you can also hear the familiar dang-dang sound from the blacksmith's shop in the distance. From a distance, the outline of the King Yun Church building was already clearly visible, but Takeo did not go directly to King Yun Church, but turned the corner to the blacksmith's shop. Why are you following me? At this time, Takeo looked at the few people behind him strangely. If they were returning to the church, they should go straight instead of following him. Takeo, that I want to see where you are going. Chuan Sumiwoo replied nervously, but she was afraid of being locked up in a small black room by her father when she went back, and several other people had similar thoughts. Terashima Yu and Soraya Hito wanted to stroll around the market, while Yamasora simply wanted to go wherever Takeo went. I really have nothing to do with you, so just follow me closely. In fact, I just want to go to the blacksmith shop to visit my friends, and buy something for my younger siblings along the way. Takeo spread his hands helplessly, looked at the 5 people behind him, then turned around and said, "All right, let's just take a look at the place where I usually go out to work part-time." Compared with before, the blacksmith's shop has a pitifully less crowded place. If it weren't for Takeo who could still hear the sound of hammers clashing inside the house, I really thought the boss was fishing for fish today. Crunch! Takeo pushed open the door on the side of the blacksmith's shop, and a middle-aged old man with a strong figure was facing them with his back, holding a bucket of molten metal firmly in an iron clip in his hand. "Who? Didn't you say that our blacksmith shop is no longer accepting orders? Can you stop bothering me?" The middle-aged old man said with some displeasure. At this time, he was concentrating on pouring the molten metal liquid into the mold that had been prepared earlier. The moment the high-temperature metal liquid was poured into the mold, orange flames danced in the mold, and the flowing metal liquid gradually cooled down in the mold. From a distance, the light was not dazzling but surprising. Soft. Takeo quietly came behind the blacksmith shop owner Lao Luo, and waited quietly. He watched the metal in the mold gradually take shape, and began to look forward to it in his heart. The rest of the people looked at the various metal farming tools used in farming on the shelves of the blacksmith shop, or simple self-defense weapons, which aroused their strong interest. "Lao Luo, long time no see, the metal ore shouldn't look like iron ore." Seeing Lao Luo of the blacksmith shop finish the work in hand, Takeo spoke up and asked, "Does this sound familiar?" Lao Luo turned his head and saw Takeo at this moment. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he pulled Takeo excitedly to admire the rare ore he had just obtained. "The boy recently collected some good things, just for you to see them, feast your eyes." Speaking of which, Lao Luo pointed to the half-cooled mold and said, "This is black gold ore, the color is extremely high, black and shiny, and I am trying to make a hammer to see how strong it is. Isn't the hammer too wasteful?" Takeo said with a slight frown, seeing that the size of the mold was the shape of a small hammer, but Lao Luo was not surprised by Takeo's words. "This is for you. The previous hammers have been damaged, so I specially made one for you. I wanted to give it to you when you came back. I didn't expect you to come back today." Lao Luo's tone was a little calm, but Takeo was secretly grateful when he heard it. He just came here to do some odd jobs, and he didn't expect the boss to be so considerate of the employees. "Excuse me, are these iron objects made by hand?" Kawasumi Mai picked up a double-headed pickaxe with a somewhat weird shape and said with great interest. She weighed the weight of this double-headed pickaxe and waved it symbolically, but compared to her own bamboo knife, these heavy iron tools are more clumsy. "Well, Takeo, these are your friends, haven't you told them about your work here?" The owner of the blacksmith shop turned to look at Takeo, but at this moment, Takeo was concentrating on taking out the model he had just cooled down, and putting it back into the furnace for heating. "Takeo, what are you doing?" Lao Luo said a little puzzled, but he didn't mean to stop him. After all, apart from being older, he was really nothing compared to the boy in front of him based on his forging skills. "Lao Luo, in fact, these materials can be used to make a sledgehammer, like 81 hammers." Lao Luo. Chapter 59. It should be almost there. Looking at the glowing red-black metal in the heating furnace, Takeo muttered to himself. He put on protective gloves, and quickly took out the black gold metal in the heating furnace with special iron tongs, and placed it on the forging table with great interest. Takeo found a hammer and waited on tiptoe, then nodded in satisfaction, and smashed it down. Clang clang clang. Takeo swung the hammer, sparks splashed from the surface of the Ujin metal, and the impurities inside quickly fell off. The hammer collided with the forging table and made a dull sound. The somewhat bright black gold metal gradually became an oval pie shape as the number of beatings increased. "Takeo, I really didn't see it, you can do this." Looking at Takeo's skillful movements, Terashima was surprised and asked casually. But Takeo seemed to be immersed in his own world, still beating the black gold metal on his own. "Heat up, forge, heat up again." Takeo repeated the previous action repeatedly, while Terashima-yu and others who were watching at this time all looked straight at him. I saw that the jet black metal that Takeo had hammered had been beaten into a long strip as wide as a palm, and then folded in half and forged in half. In a short time, it had been folded in half nearly 30 times. Ding! Kawasumi my surprise value plus 100. Mountain Sky exclamation point plus 100. Lao Luo's exclamation point plus 80. Nagaya Hito's exclamation point plus 100. Terashima Yu's exclamation point plus 100. 3 cities are amazing value plus 100. A wave of exclamation came into Takeo's mind at the moment, but the forehead of the person involved was already covered with a lot of sweat, which might drip down and soak his collar at any time. This boy is not simple. If he has a master, I will recognize him. If he is self-taught, this kid's talent is really amazing. Lao Luo slowly looked at Takeo who was standing on the workbench and working seriously, and his heart was full of admiration. Grandpa Luo, what is Takeo doing? I feel that he is struggling. Kawasumi Mai has long put down the double-headed pickaxe that she was still interested in just now, and at this time she is engrossed in observing Takeo's every move. For some unknown reason, Mai Kawasumi always had an inexplicable premonition, as if Takeo's abnormal behavior had some special meaning. Tattoo. Slightly salty sweat soaked Takeo's back, and the muscles of all parts of Takeo's body felt a little sore. The speed of his hammer began to slow down, but the force became more tyrannical. No 42. Elbow hammer breaking power. Takeo's elbow joints creaked, as if he had used all his strength on the hammer. Under the tyrannical force, the hammer in his hand was directly broken into 2 pieces, but Takeo's eyes lit up. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Successful. I really succeeded, not broken, not broken. After 42 times of folding and forging in half, the hardness of this black gold metal is unshakable. Takeo danced on the spot with his teeth and claws open, as happy as a child seeing a toy in his heart. Old Luo, did you see it? It's not broken, it's not broken. Son, you really succeeded. It seems that Wujin ore is indeed a rare ore, and it is indeed different. Lao Luo smiled and said, in fact, he knew the hardness of Wujin ore, but he did not expect that Takeo could further improve the hardness of the material through the process of folding and forging. Ah, wait! Before Lao Luo could react, Takeo directly hugged Lao Luo's waist with a stride, muttering non-stop. My waist is old. Take it lightly. Lao Luo's face was a little flushed, and he said tremblingly with his teeth bared, that his waist disease seemed to be cured again by the child Takeo. But not everyone can understand the way of doing it. Yuji Terashima is at a loss and doesn't know why Takeo is so happy. Takeo, are you really going to build a sledgehammer? This doesn't feel like it. While talking, Chuan Sumi Mai went up to look at the piece of black gold metal that had been beaten many times and was still a little hot, feeling puzzled in his heart. Yet, of course this hammer is different, and it's the hardest hammer I've ever forged. Takeo quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with satisfaction, wait for me for a while, you can see the whole picture later. After a series of cold forging and hammering, Takeo put it back into the heating furnace, and at this time he took out 2 delicate short swords. These are the 2 short knives he forged to survive before, but now he may have to change their shape to accompany him. Takeo caressed the blades of the short swords, and in an instant the blades of the 2 swords turned red, as if they were wrapped in flames. Open the big cremation smelting method. At this time, the temperature in the whole house rose to a terrible level, and the 2 short swords were just on the verge of melting. Hot! So hot, Takeo, what did you do, why are you so hot? Sanchinjnai looked at the 2 short swords on the forging platform, his whole eyeballs were hot and sour, and his mouth was so dry that he was extremely thirsty. And Takeo secretly screamed that it was not good, because he was too excited just now, and performed the big cremation smelting method without any isolation measures, but looking at the daggers that had been fused together, Takeo showed a gleam of joy on his face. Old Luo, prepare black pine oil. Takeo yelled loudly, and at the same time he took out the black gold metal in the heating furnace with special iron tongs, took another iron and beat it several times, and a square hammer appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Takeo hadn't finished his work. He picked up the short sword that had been half melted before, and it happened to be used as a hammer handle at this time. The ultra-high temperature quickly fuses the interface between the 2, and they are fixed together without distinguishing each other. Coming! Lao Luo, the shop owner of the blacksmith shop, ran over carrying a seemingly black iron bucket with great difficulty, put it in an empty place panting, and kept chanting, "This thing is really heavy. Zi la." The black oil barrel, which was still calm just now, rushed out of the foot-high fiery flame in an instant. The air was filled with a strong smell of foot odor, and a large amount of black smoke rose from the whole shop, which made everyone feel sick. Cough, cough, cough. Boss Luo, what do you put in your bucket? Why does it smell like sweaty feet? Terashima Yu said while pinching his nose and brows, while a figure rushed out of the door quickly. I cannot stand it anymore. Kawasumi Mai was panting heavily outside the house. As a girl who naturally loves cleanliness and beauty, this smell really made him a little unacceptable. Immediately afterwards Terashima Yu and the others also ran out. Although the smell was indeed a bit unpleasant, it was still tolerable for boys, but the hot eyes were really unbearable. Chapter 60. Hoo hoo boom. My mother. Look at that. Nagai Yanggren pointed to the thick black smoke constantly rising from the top of the chimney on the roof of the blacksmith shop, and said with some fear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shocked, not only the chimney, but also the gaps in the corners were constantly emitting black smoke. Terashima Yu and the others had expressions of astonishment on their faces, their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, and even their cheeks would twitch inadvertently. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? It was also the first time that Terashima saw such a big billowing smoke, his heart trembled, and he took a small step back involuntarily. Blacksmith shop. Old Luo, is this black pine oil real? Why didn't the barrel have so much black smoke last time? Cough, cough, cough. This bucket is unopened. This thing needs to be opened and wait for the black truffle in the bucket to evaporate for a few days before it can be used. This is not too urgent. I seem to have taken the previous bucket by mistake. Takeo. Lao Luo was also choked, but he still suppressed his nausea and discomfort and explained to Takeo on the side. Takeo's eyes were half closed by the thick smoke, and he coughed a few times from time to time. The reason why the two haven't gone out yet is because using black pine oil as an oil quencher, it is impossible to put the forged hot weapon directly into the bucket for rapid cooling. The correct way is to cool the hammer head first, and then cool the hammer body and hammer handle in turn, which is obviously what Takeo did. It's just that staying in this room now, there will be a lot of pungent black smoke coming out of the black oil drum every moment. After the position of the hammer head had cooled down, Takeo put the iron tongs in his hands into the black pine oil barrel, and suddenly a blaze shot up into the sky again. It's just that the black smoke in the house is too thick, and I can't see the surrounding things clearly. Takeo just felt his head heat up just now, just like entering a sauna room. After a while, Takeo can still feel that the Wujin sledgehammer has almost cooled down based on experience, and the black smoke from the oil drum has decreased significantly. At this time, he was the only one left in the blacksmith shop, and Takeo lifted the bucket of black pine oil with one hand and ran out, but his head felt chilly, but he couldn't care about it now. Of course, Takeo now wanted to try with his own eyes the strength of the Wujin sledgehammer he forged. Just as Takeo had just walked a few steps, something grabbed his ankle. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Brother Takeo! Is that you? The smoke is too much, and I turned my foot when I went out. Takeo was taken aback, the tone of the voice sounded like Shan Kong's. He simply put the oil barrel aside, pulled Shan Kong up with both hands, and ran out with Shan Kong on his back. Outside blacksmith shop. Everyone waited for almost half an hour, and they were about to rush in. If the owner of the blacksmith shop, Lao Luo, hadn't come out first to tell them that Takeo was safe now, Terajima Yuji and the others wouldn't mind rushing in to rescue Takeo. Nagai Yanggren moved back and forth, looking at the blacksmith shop that was still emitting black smoke, feeling a little anxious in his heart. Don't you feel that there is one person missing? Sanchinj counted the people around him, showing a hint of suspicion. Hey? It seems that the mountain sky is gone. Nagai Yahito also seemed to realize that there was indeed a missing person here, and his head grew dizzy looking at the blacksmith's shop. You are waiting. I will find someone. As he said that, Nagai Yanggren took off his coat without hesitation, folded his clothes a little, covered his mouth and nose with force as if he was about to rush in. Together we will. And Terashima Yu and Mise Hirano also took off their coats in unison, imitating Nagai Yahito and rushing in to save people. Hey! You! The most embarrassing thing now is my Kawasumi, but she is a girl from every family, and she can't take off her clothes. She can only watch them take off, and it is inevitable to be a little shy. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the blacksmith shop, and everyone froze for 3 seconds, then petrified on the spot. Who is this black bald head? Why is Shan Kong behind his back? Why are these 3 bastards doing this? Why are they taking off their shirts? Could it be? Takeo looked at Yuji Terashima, who were naked from the upper body, and was about to get close to them when he heard Yahito Nagai's cursing voice from his ear. Who are you, Saihiden? Why are you carrying Shan Kong behind your back? Nagai Yanggren had a temper tantrum. He saw the black shadow making a move and was about to rush up and beat him up. It's not for anything else, just because I feel that a bald head doesn't look like a good person. It's just that the black shadow was stunned for a moment, and then a familiar voice came from everyone. What's the matter with you, me, Kamatu Takeo? Don't be dazed, put on your clothes quickly, and help me, Shan Kong may be choked by thick smoke. Takeo, what did you do, why did you lose your hair? Kawasumi Mai smiled and said to Takeo, and after Terashima Yu and Nagai Yahito put Yamasora down, Takeo touched his thick hair. I'm so tired. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 200. When my hair comes, such a big clump of hair will be gone, and there is really nothing left. Takeo stroked his smooth scalp, remembering the moment when he put the Wujin sledgehammer into the bucket just now. The pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and he suddenly realized something, and felt like crying without tears. Ha ha ha! Don't tell me, Takeo, you look pretty good, at least you don't need to wash your hair, just apply a hot towel and you're done. Terashima Yu said a little jokingly. Just now he was worried that the atmosphere of his partner would disappear with Takeo's new look. Now that it's all like this, Takeo can only be forced to compromise, and Shan Kong also wakes up at this time, and there is nothing serious. On the side, Takeo looked at manager Luo of the blacksmith's shop and said with some embarrassment, Old Luo, I'm really sorry for making your shop look like this. It's just that store manager Luo wasn't angry, instead he was a little happy in his heart. After all, there are not many such excellent blacksmith seedlings even in the entire Boa city. Store manager Luo cleared his throat and said kindly, it's okay, actually, I've always wanted to renovate this blacksmith shop, but I didn't find a suitable opportunity, but don't blame yourself too much, Takeo, as long as you return just remember to come to my place to help. Hearing manager Luo's words, Takeo also knew that manager Luo was trying to comfort him, but he really valued his skills. Takeo also nodded unceremoniously and agreed to his request. Compared with other jobs, it is indeed the life he yearns for here. Takeo watched the thick smoke gradually dissipate, but he was going to go back to the house to see how his Wujin sledgehammer was doing. Chapter 61. Takeo turned back to the door of the blacksmith's shop. The billowing smoke just now covered the signboard of the shop with a layer of deep black oil. From a distance, the whole building looks like it has been splashed with several layers of black paint from top to bottom. If you just look at it with the naked eye, you can't see the situation inside the house at all. Takeo took a deep breath outside, and pushed open the old wooden door of the blacksmith shop without any hesitation. The thick smoke in the house seemed to be crowded together, scorching the beams black. At this time, as Takeo opened the wooden door, the pungent smoke that was crowded together poured out in one go. With the help of the dissipated thick smoke, Takeo's field of vision gradually became clearer, and he immediately found the iron barrel of black pine oil placed in the aisle away from the wooden door. Although Takeo held his breath, his eyes began to feel a little sour. He knew that staying in a room full of thick smoke would definitely be unbearable for him. He closed his eyes and only slightly opened a gap to observe the surroundings. Takeo walked over there in 3 steps at a time, picked up the iron bucket on the ground, and did not forget to bring a pair of iron tongs with him, and then rushed out of the house in a hurry. Oh! This oil barrel is really heavy, I'm exhausted. Takeo quickly put the iron bucket full of black pine oil aside, and breathed in the air outside. Although he only walked less than 100 steps, he felt his heart beating extraordinarily hard, which made him a little uncomfortable. Comfortable? Ding! Store manager Lao Luo's exclamation point plus 80. I didn't expect this child's strength to be much stronger. Store manager Lao Luo stood in the distance watching Takeo's figure, and exclaimed in his heart. He knew that this full bucket of black pine oil weighed kilograms, plus that piece of black gold metal. Don't look at Lao Luo just used him to forge a small hammer, in fact this piece of black gold metal the weight is also 15 kilograms. The weight of the two is added together, I didn't expect Takeo to be able to lift it relatively easily with one hand. Even among adults, there are few people who can look down on this strength. At this time, Takeo was using the iron tongs, quickly inserted into the black and sticky iron bucket, turned the iron tongs a few times in his hand, and took out the hammer handle that clamped the wooden sledgehammer. Takeo, is this the sledgehammer you remade? Uterajima looked at this black gold sledgehammer curiously. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of oil. When Takeo took it out with iron tongs, black oil dripped from the handle of the hammer continuously. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this sledgehammer. Chuan Sumi Mai also leaned over and said in a doubtful voice, and the rest of the people also surrounded Takeo. This wooden sledgehammer is not only made of rare wooden ore, the most important thing is that its interior is more wear resistant and impact resistant than before, but just looking at the surface, it is actually no different from an ordinary sledgehammer. The store manager Lao Luo walked over slowly and explained to everyone. Uterashima all showed a disappointed expression when they heard this. Damn! After such a big battle, it turned out to be just a sledgehammer to increase the intensity. Nagai Yanggren couldn't help complaining, but the person involved, Takeo, remained silent. He found a rag, wrapped the sledgehammer, and gently wiped the black oil stains attached to it. Wow! Look at the pattern on the body of this sledgehammer, it's so beautiful. A look of surprise flashed across Chuan Sumiwu's face, and the mystery of the Ujin sledgehammer was finally revealed after the oil was wiped off with a rag. On the metal surface of Ujin sledgehammer, water-like lines of different thickness appeared, some of which were intertwined and circling together, like the ripples and ripples of several white flowers in the water. It looks pretty good. I was folded and forged with 42 hammers, and it really didn't disappoint me. Takeo touched the lines on Ujin sledgehammer's body, his expression showing excitement. After 42 times of forging, plus his own elbow hammer breaking power, the already strong black gold ore has been improved by several grades. While repeatedly forging, the internal stress in the metal is also released. Let this seemingly ordinary wooden sledgehammer be both offensive and defensive, and it is also the best weapon that Takeo can make. Takeo, why are there so many patterns on this sledgehammer? It's so beautiful. Can you help me make a knife with patterns in the future, so that I can keep it? Chuan Sumiwu said with a smile, and the heart of the store manager Lao Luo exploded. Ding! Store manager Lao Luo's exclamation point plus 200. This pattern, hasn't this forging technique been lost long ago? A technique commonly used in ancient weapons to increase hardness, forging textures tuande. The store manager Lao Luo thinks that he is well informed. He has actually tried Takeo's folding and forging method, but ordinary metals are in danger of cracking after the 5th folding and forging. The rarer ore can indeed withstand more folding and forging, but after a maximum of 10 times, the hardness of the metal ore will increase to a very terrifying stage, which is obviously not something ordinary people can do. Takeo stood up and stretched his sore arms, while Yahito Nagai, who just felt that the sledgehammer was a little ordinary, rubbed his hands excitedly, wanting to try the power of this sledgehammer. Is it like them? It's so evil. Takeo, can you let me try your sledgehammer? Of course. Takeo handed the wooden sledgehammer to Nagai Yanggren. The surface of the wooden sledgehammer was transparent and black, and it felt as smooth and translucent as if it was cast from black jade. Holding the handle of the sledgehammer felt extremely comfortable. Be careful. At this moment, Takeo still reminded him kindly, but Yahito Nagai would have misunderstood it, thinking that he should not mess with his sledgehammer, but the next second his eyeballs widened, cried out. I'll go. Why is this so heavy? The moment Nagai Yanggren took the handle of the hammer, a terrifying force almost knocked him to the ground in an instant. The gravity of the constant falling made his nerves a little tense. He hastily let go of the handle of the sledgehammer, looked at Takeo with a smile and scolded as if looking at a monster. Ding! Nagai Yahito's exclamation point plus 200. Are you really the Takeo we know? I feel like you are a monster. This is something that people hold. Hearing these words, Terajimayu and Sanyano looked at Nagai Yahito with some contempt, and they both looked eager to try the terrifying weight of this Yujin sledgehammer. Uterashima held the handle of the hammer with one hand and lifted it up suddenly, his face flushed a little, and he wanted to have a long face but was amused by the crowd of onlookers. And Sanjo is much smarter. With their 2 unsuccessful attempts, this time Sanjo held the handle of the hammer with both hands at the same time, which can be regarded as picking up the sledgehammer. However, his somewhat wobbly body at this time was showing that the owner of this Yujin sledgehammer must not be a normal person. Chapter 62. Haha, give it to me, don't flinch. While stabilizing Mijona's shaky figure, Takeo grasped the sledgehammer in Mijona's hand at the same time. Monster, you are a monster. Sanchinjnai suddenly lightened his hand. He looked at the sledgehammer that almost stumbled him just now in Takeo's hand like a docile little sheep who can be manipulated at will. He was surprised again and again. You stand aside a little bit, let me try the strength of this Wujin sledgehammer. Takeo did not forget to remind everyone that he could easily pick up the sledgehammer with only one arm. He looked at a sycamore tree in the distance, his fiery eyes filled with excitement. Terashima Yu and the others stood back one after another. They knew the actual weight of the sledgehammer, and they were afraid that they would be accidentally affected. Coming! Takeo started to run with the sledgehammer. The speed did not decrease at all. He shouted loudly, as if all the strength was concentrated on the right wrist. Oh! The head of the hammer tilted back at an angle. Takeo quickly stopped his figure, and only relying on the powerful inertial impact, the sledgehammer in his hand hit the tree trunk head-on. Crash! The scattered branches of the sycamore tree made a rustling sound, and fell down in large chunks. At the center of the sledgehammer, a large part of the tree trunk is sunken, and a large piece of bark is cracked like a spider's thread, spreading all the way under the surface of the sledgehammer to the surroundings. This sycamore tree is not very tall, but it can punch deep holes in the surface of the tree with just one hammer, which shows that the weight of this sledgehammer is a bit terrifying. At this time, the entire tree trunk was shaking slightly, as if there was a risk of collapsing at any time. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo looked at the sycamore tree and was startled. Even his periosteum involuntarily buzzed from the hammer blow just now. Go farther, I'm going to do my best. Takeo, you mean that you didn't use your strength just now? Nagaya Hito yelled in surprise. At first, it was just a symbolic warm-up exercise. Takeo, you're still young, you're growing up, why don't you just forget about it? Lao Luo, the blacksmith shop, also comforted him with kind words. He felt that Takeo might hurt himself if he continued like this. It's okay, Manager Luo, I have my own measure. After Takeo declined the store manager Lao Luo, he only heard the crisp cracking sound from under the plane tree. Crack! The entire trunk of the sycamore tree has begun to tilt a little, and the broken wood layer can be seen exposed in many places. Takeo looked at the tree trunk with a flash of worry in his heart, and held Wujin's sledgehammer horizontally. He looked back at where the few people were, but he couldn't guarantee that the fallen sycamore tree trunk would not hurt Uterashima and the others. Wrist hammer swinging big pendulum clock. Takeo's upper body rotated backwards at an exaggerated 90 degrees. The sledgehammer in his hand was like a pointer in a big pendulum clock. Then he turned around at a high speed, and the hammer head hit the sunken part of the tree trunk accurately. Crack! Boom! There was a huge impact sound, and the crown of the tree fell, and all the dry branches were shattered in an instant. The sycamore tree fell backwards, splashing a large amount of dust around it. Good hammer! Good hammer! Takeo looked at his sledgehammer with great interest, and nodded in satisfaction at its power. While Uterashima and the others were still observing the sycamore tree too much, Takeo put away the Ujin sledgehammer as a space backpack to communicate with his own system. He looked at the sky in the distance, and the whole sky gradually darkened. Thinking that he had just spent too much time on forging the sledgehammer and testing its power, Takeo was startled, and secretly screamed oops. The carriage that Takeo was riding in arrived in the afternoon, and everyone had an empty stomach for lunch, but no one said they were hungry. These guys, really? Takeo couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He turned his head to look at the crowd, and said loudly, "Don't dawdle, let's go eat." For a moment, 4 or 5 pairs of eyes looked straight at Takeo, which made Takeo's back feel a little chilled. "Takeo, I've been waiting for your words for a long time, I thought you didn't need to eat." Uterashima showed an expression of great anticipation. In fact, he was already hungry, but no one else said it, so he could only hold back. "Takeo, you want to treat us, it doesn't matter if we are hungry, if you starve out the little princess of King Yun Church, don't cry when the time comes to copy the teaching book." Mishiro had a smirk on his face. He wanted to see Takeo's shriveled expression, but Mai Kawasumi who was beside him spoke first. "Eat what you want, don't drag me, I'm losing weight." Chuan Sumi Mai pouted her mouth halfway, and she had a somewhat arrogant personality, but her stomach was not as easy to talk to as she was. The stomach made an unrealistic grunt noise which made everyone else laugh. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Chuan Sumi Wu blushed and scolded everyone in a low voice. Children, why don't you just eat some at my place? Blacksmith Old Luo said politely, and tried his best to invite Takeo and the others to his house for dinner. Old Luo, this is not appropriate. Besides, pointing to the blacksmith shop that was blackened by thick smoke, Takeo said embarrassingly, almost saying what he meant. In essence, enough chaos has been added, and Takeo doesn't want to trouble the shop elder Luo anymore. Hi! No trouble, I can eat alone, or with a group of people, or the children can stay and have a meal, and it will be lively. Blacksmith Old Luo said with a smile, not forgetting to persuade Takeo. He could see that as long as Takeo nodded, he believed that other people would have no opinion. Okay then. Takeo saw that the elder Luo of the shop had talked about this, so he could only agree to Lao Luo's request. Come on, kids. You guys are lucky today. I specially steamed a pot of sweet potatoes and yams. The store manager Lao Luo's home is very convenient, just across the conspicuous bungalow from the blacksmith's shop. Takeo and others followed the store manager Lao Luo and walked a few steps to his house. There may be some chaos at home, children, don't mind. The store manager, Lao Luo, said while opening the door with the key in his pocket. This hut is not very spacious, what catches the eye is an ordinary wooden table, and there are daily necessities such as pots and pans on the shelves in the distance. Stop standing, kids, sit down. The store elder Luo warmly entertained Takeo and the others, while he himself brought a steaming cauldron from the kitchen and put it on the table. Children, come and taste, this is a pure natural and pollution-free green food, it's sweet and sweet. Chapter 63. Don't worry, it's all there. The store manager, Lao Luo, took out all the steaming sweet potatoes and broken yams from the pot, and put the rest on the side plate for later use. Instead of eating, he looked at the children in front of him. Smells so good. Manager Luo, then I'll be rude. Uterashima quickly picked up a sweet potato as he spoke, and stuffed it into his mouth hastily without peeling off the skin. He must be starving. Shan Kong and San Cheng Nai sat opposite each other. Although they were also very hungry, they knew that the sweet potatoes and yams were the hottest when they were just out of the pot. They gently split the sweet potatoes and yams into two, and blew them constantly, trying to cool them down faster. Manager Luo, this sweet potato is really good, it's really sweet. Nagai Yang Gren smiled, with golden flesh still remaining on his teeth. He had already eaten 2 large sweet potatoes just now, more than Uterajima. On the other hand, the only girl, Kawasumi Mai, is indeed much more elegant in her eating. She took a bite of the sweet potato with her small mouth, and then chewed slowly. Not slow. But she has a sweet smile on her face from time to time, probably the sweet potato will make people happier. Takeo, why don't you eat it? The store manager Lao Luo looked at the only standing Takeo and said. At this moment, Takeo looked at an old photo frame in the corner of the shelf in front of him. Although the paint on the photo frame was a little whitish, the area around the photo frame was indeed very clean, obviously caused by wiping it all day long. The child in Manager Luo's photo is your son, right? Takeo picked up the photo frame and compared it carefully with the appearance of Lao Luo beside him, speculating. Well, it's true that he is my son, but unfortunately he has been away from home for several years. Hey! I wanted to pass on my forging skills to my son, but I don't know that he doesn't like these things at all. Instead, he likes to imitate some literati and write novels. Street fiction. Takeo was taken aback for a moment, then said. Because he suddenly remembered a scene in the anime plot, but then he calmed down and wanted to learn more clues from Manager Luo. Manager Luo's face was full of haggardness, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes, as if he hated his son. My son is born to sing against me. After I tore up and burned all his push street novels, I thought my son would know my painstaking efforts, but he didn't know where he learned it. With the money from the family, I bought a big red drum. When Takeo heard the words of store manager Luo, he confirmed some things in his heart. Mr. Luo, do you still remember any obvious characteristics of your son when he ran away from home? Takeo asked. Manager Luo said casually, Zhao Feng ears, my son has a pair of Zhao Feng ears, and there is a hole in the skull above the bridge of the nose. It was left by this kid who was very skinny in the past. Scar, so it's easy to identify. Is that so? Takeo secretly wrote down the important information that Manager Luo said one by one. He picked up the photo frame and looked at the old photo. Although the pixels of the photo are a bit blurred, but when Takeo looked carefully with his eyes wide open, he could still see some physical features of Manager Luo's son. In the photo, the young Lao Luo stood aside angrily. His own son was standing on the other side of the photo, and the two of them looked like strangers at a great distance, but Takeo looked at the background of the photo and found some doubts. Store Manager Luo, where was this photo taken? Didn't you see a person standing behind it? People. Who? Manager Luo walked towards Takeo, took the photo and muttered, with a look of disbelief. Takeo, you may have read it wrong. I took this photo at the photo studio in Asakusa during my son's coming-of-age ceremony. How could there be someone else on it? Shop Manager Luo, take a good look to see if there is someone on the black curtain. Takeo pointed to an area on the black curtain in the photo. A tall, middle-aged man with curly black hair was sitting on a bench behind the spotlight. The man's face was pale, and most of his face was completely covered by the black top hat on his head. His plum-red eyes were looking at the location where Manager Luo and his son were in the photo. There is actually someone in this photo, I haven't seen it for so many years. Ding, Manager Luo's exclamation point plus 100. What photos? I'll take a look too. Uterashima and the others were able to solve their stomach hunger problem after devouring the meal. He stood up and wanted to see who the person in the back that Takeo just said was. It can't be taken by an employee who just came to practice. Don't tell me, Takeo, there is really a person here. Terashima Yu passed the photo to Mijona and Nagaya Hito, who were sitting at the table to watch, and then they discussed. As for Chuan Sumi Mai, his eyes lit up and he looked at the old photo carefully, and then said with certainty. Isn't this the husband of Ms. Lee from Asakusa Trading Company, Tsukihiko? It's strange that his face seems really bloodless. Hearing all kinds of speculations from his partner, Takeo had a definite answer in his heart. Gi wu suji wu mi, you can't be wrong, you can't be wrong. Takeo, do you know my son's clues, can you tell me something? Manager Luo's eyes were filled with anticipation. He thought that seeing his son would be hopeless in this life, but looking at Takeo's concerned expression, he seemed to really know some details about it. Takeo sensed Manager Luo's gaze, and responded politely, I've seen it somewhere, how about this, I'll go to Asakusa Photo Studio these few days, and buy something by the way. Brother Takeo, this sweet potato is for you, eat it quickly. I've already peeled it for you, just eat it. Shan held the bottom of the plate empty-handed, with a hint of tenderness in his tone. Hey? Peel it for me, Shan Kong, are you full? It is true that Takeo was also hungry. He took the plate that Shan Kong handed over in some surprise, and looked at the cleanly peeled sweet potatoes on the plate, always feeling weird. In fact, Yamasora just wanted to thank Takeo for saving himself when the blacksmith shop was full of smoke. Although he really wanted to say thank you, but when he saw Takeo's face, he couldn't say anything. Right now, he can only do so by peeling sweet potatoes. Way to thank Takeo now. Thank you, Shan Kong, Manager Luo, your sweet potatoes are really sweet. Takeo ate a sweet potato in 2 big gulps. For some reason, he suddenly remembered how his younger siblings were eating sweet potatoes with him. He was shocked and forgot about it. Chapter 64. Thank you, Manager Luo, for your sweet potatoes and hospitality. I think we should go back. The tone of Takeo's words was obviously a little anxious. In fact, he was empty-handed now, and originally planned to go back and buy a big roast chicken for his younger siblings. He looked out of the house through the window. It was completely dark, and he didn't know if he could still buy it tonight. He hoped that the store would not close so soon. Brother Takeo, shall we leave now? Shan Kong said timidly. In fact, he still wanted to stay a little longer, but it was because Takeo was obviously in a hurry, so he didn't try to persuade him to stay. Takeo nodded affirmatively, and at this time, Mai Kawasumi had just finished eating a sweet potato, and said with some dissatisfaction that there was still something to be desired. Takeo, it's already dark anyway, why don't you stay a little longer? Mai Kawasumi, if you haven't eaten enough, just say you haven't eaten enough. I just heard that some people are trying to lose weight and don't want to eat. Uterashima patted his ass, stood up and did not forget to tease Kawasumi Mai, who was beside him. which caused everyone to burst into laughter. My Chuan Sumi, eat more, you won't have the strength to lose weight if you don't eat enough, haha. Miss Hiro also immediately laughed in agreement, and Mai Kawasumi's face flushed a little, looking a little embarrassed. But her eyes gave the talkative Mijona a hard look. Seeing Kawasumi Mai's eyes, Miss Hiro looked like a mouse seeing a cat, and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Thinking that he had offended the little princess of King Yun Church just now, Mijona felt a little guilty. In King Yun Church, he was often punished by the head pastor for copying the book of scripture for any random reason, and Mai Kawasumi probably had a credit. Takeo, why don't I pack a few for you to eat? I can't eat so much by myself. The store manager, Lao Luo, said kindly, but Takeo resolutely rejected his proposal and said seriously. Store manager Luo, you can keep it for yourself. I saw you just let us eat. I'm afraid I didn't eat much. Yes. Manager Luo, you can keep it for yourself, you are too polite. Chuan Sumiwoo also tried to dissuade him out of good intentions, but upon hearing this, the store manager Luo could only smile honestly and give up his idea. He half squatted down and came to a wooden cabinet, then gently opened it, and there were several old photo frames inside. He took out the old photos inside and handed it to Takeo and said, Takeo, this is the photo of my lost child. At my age, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it for the rest of my life. If you can see him, tell him that Dad won't force you to do anything. I hope you can come home, Dad misses you. Store manager Luo, don't worry, I will. Takeo took the old photos in a daze. He glanced at the photos and then put them in the inner pocket of his clothes. After saying goodbye to manager Luo, the others left the hut together with Takeo. Store manager Luo, go back. Goodbye. Uterajima shouted loudly, but store manager Luo watched them go away before closing the door. He cleaned up the food on the table, but the wooden cabinet just half covered itself suddenly opened a gap. Manager Luo could only bend down to open the cabinet, and then a large stack of thick papers was poured out from the compartment on the second floor. Looking at the densely packed writing on these papers, store manager Luo showed a wry smile. That thick stack of papers was the street novel written by his son. Maybe he was really wrong before, only caring about making money to support his family, ignoring his son's thoughts. Now I take the time to read my son's push street novels, and sometimes I really feel that the writing is quite good. The night in Quincy town seemed very deserted, and Takeo and the others could only hear their own footsteps walking on the street. Who knows that there is only one main street here? Although the textile and forging industries in the village are developed, they are only limited to wholesale, and there are basically no traffic at night. Takeo, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Ding, Kawasumi Mai surprise value plus 100. Chuan Sumi Mai was startled. He felt that Takeo was walking too fast. He obviously looked at him in a leisurely manner, but he wanted to walk side by side with it, only to realize that this guy was walking like a trot. Don't follow me, I still have some things to do, you go back to King Yun Church first. Takeo said to the crowd, and then rushed towards the shop selling big roast chicken in the distance, leaving a group of people in a daze. Could it be that Takeo is in a hurry? I don't think his direction is like the direction to go to King Yun Church. Sanchinch jumped onto the Ching's Hiaya at the side, looked at the back of Takeo who was drifting away, and said with some guesswork. Nonsense, we arrived at King Yun Church in less than 100 steps, Takeo can't even control this distance. Terashima Yu said with obvious doubts about Miss Hino's guess. It's just that Kawasumi Mai and Yamasora followed Takeo, wanting to see where he went. You guys, what are you doing here in a daze? Of course you are following up to have a look. Terashima Yu heard Kawasumi Mai's voice in the distance, thinking it was the same reason, he hurriedly yelled at Mijona and Nagayahito to join in the fun. Sanjo jumped down from Ching's Hiaya, chased after Kawasumi Mai with Terashima Yu and others, and then they stopped at a corner, and saw Takeo standing in a daze at the door of a shop. At this time, Takeo looked very decadent from the side. He looked at the big word closed in the roast chicken shop, and there was a slight disappointment in his eyes. No way. Are all the shops so self-disciplined now? I'm only 30 seconds late, and you'll just close the doors. Takeo muttered to himself, a little angry in his heart, originally planned to come back and buy a big roast chicken to reward his younger siblings. Okay. It's all right now, it seems hopeless. Let me see what Takeo wants to do there, let me see Sanjo. Nagayahito was the last ones to arrive. At this moment, in the small corner of Takeo, 5 people could be seen huddled together, poking their heads out and looking out. Don't worry, don't worry. I haven't figured it out yet. Sanjo was pressed by Nagai Yanggren behind him. If someone looked at it from the side, they would find that the posture of these 2 people was a bit warm. Wait, I'll call you when I understand. Nagai Yahito scolded Sanyano who was below him, but Sanyano could only accept it silently and let him press down on him. However, Mai Chuansumi let out a scream, which really shocked everyone. Ah! Bastard! Which of you just put your elbow on my chest? Chapter 65. No way! Why are you all looking at me? Nagai Yanggren looked at the person beside him looking at him with strange eyes, and his back felt a chill. He felt that he had suffered great injustice. Could it be that he isolated himself just because he took their place? He really had the illusion that he couldn't wash it off by jumping into the Yellow River. Nagai Yahito, you are shameless. You still don't admit it. Chuansumi Mai questioned Nagai Yahito on the side with puffy cheeks, but the latter obviously felt that he was not in the wrong. The so-called body is not afraid of the shadow slanting. He had an expression on his face that I don't buy it, and he didn't lose the wind in the slightest strike back. However, Nagai Yanggren's eyes were intentional or unintentional, and he dismissed Chuansumi and said with some disdain, this time it's purely a misunderstanding, I don't have any strange hobbies for your airport. Who are you talking about at the airport? I have it. When Chuansumi heard that someone scolded her for the airport, she was immediately unhappy. Just as she was talking, she pushed her chest out, but at this time her tone of voice was crying, obviously talking about her pain. Okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Terashima and the others smiled and acted as peacemakers. In fact, they felt that there was no need to make such a big fuss in their hearts. After all, it was just a joke, but it seemed that the 2 of them took it seriously. Terashima stood aside and tried hard to persuade, not forgetting to elbow Nagai Yahito who was still angry a few times. Mai Kawasumi, I'm sorry, I really can't say that about you, but I really didn't do this. Nagai Yahito saw Kawasumi Mai's aggrieved expression, and he immediately felt that the way he spoke just now was too much, but after thinking about it carefully, he was really telling the truth. Takeo, who was standing not far away, raised his eyebrows, and he seemed to hear the voice of Kawasumi Mai crying, as well as the voices of other team members. Takeo was stunned for a moment and said to himself, didn't they all know King Yun Church? He turned around and immediately found a few familiar figures standing in the corner where the sundries were placed not far from the shop. Good guy. You are so worried about me, why are you all here, didn't you tell you to go back? Takeo walked quickly to the corner where Terashima and the others were, and said with some dumbfounding. Takeo, aren't you curious about what you're doing at night? Kawasumi Mai quickly wiped away tears with his sleeves. Terashima and the others also coughed lightly in embarrassment and echoed, yes, Takeo. Why did you run to the door of that store just now? Hi. This is what you are all for. I want to come back and bring a big roast chicken back to my brother and sister. I didn't expect this shop to close at midnight. Takeo also felt that his luck tonight was a bit unlucky, but he could only wait until tomorrow to make up for his younger siblings. Mai Kawasumi, why are you still crying, what's the matter? Takeo walked over and asked Kawasumi Mai with some red eyes. It's okay, Takeo, I was blinded by the wind and sand in that corner, and I'm fine now. You and the others in Terashima breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Mai Kawasumi's explanation. Instead of telling the whole story, they just prevaricated, so let's just let it go. Forget it. I don't want this matter anymore, let's go back quickly. Takeo was the first to suggest, calling Terashima and the others to go back to King Yun Church together. This time Takeo deliberately slowed down his pace, so that he could walk side by side with the rest. From a distance, the King Yun Church at night looks like a huge monster covered in black veil. Chuansumi Mai looked at King Yun Church, which was getting closer and closer. This place made her a little familiar, but also made her a little scared, and even her mood became uneasy. And Shan Kong, who has always been not good at speaking, is happy to die. After all, he can return to King Yun Church again. Every day at noon, I can also help the poor with bowls of porridge and cut pickles in the tank with brother Takeo. I am very happy when I think about it. Everyone had different ideas, and they came to the gate of King Yun Church without knowing it. Let's go in. As Takeo said, he was about to push open the door of the church, when a strange and majestic voice suddenly sounded out of thin air. "Who are you? I don't know if the church is completely locked down now, why don't you leave quickly?" Block. What happened to King Yun Church? Takeo and the others who were looking forward to returning home just now were startled, and then questioned that voice with one voice. "Leave quickly. Immediately." That voice still insisted on his order, but there was obvious displeasure in his tone. "We are orphans taken in by the church, not outsiders. Can you please let us in?" Terashima Yu tried to lower his tone, but there was no sign of compromise in the black shadow, it was still so cold. He saw that Takeo and the others were obviously still staying in place, and they had no intention of leaving at all, which completely angered him. "For the last time, get out of here immediately." A middle-aged man in a purple robe uttered a yell, and he came out of the shadows, his eyes radiated a cold light, and the most important thing was that he was carrying a saber by his side. "This is the purple-clothes bishop." Sanchin's eyes were dodging back and forth. "You must know that although the status of the purple-clothed bishop is one level lower than that of the cardinal, it does not hinder their own strength. Investigating, assassinating, gathering intelligence, and some difficult problems that are not easy to solve directly, are all handled by the members of the purple-clothed bishop. However, generally their members have dark places, and only a few high-level cadres are lucky enough to see them. Wait a minute, you see what this is?" Kawasumi Mai took a golden necklace from her neck, and at the end of the necklace was a golden decree with a white cloud pattern. The body of the middle-aged man in purple robes jerked violently. Seeing the decree was like the presence of an archbishop in person. It was a symbol of King Yun Church's highest status, and there was no doubt about it. "I'm sorry everyone, I offended you just now, please come inside." After all, the purple-clothed bishop pushed open the door of the church by himself. Although his tone was still cold, it was obviously much more relaxed than before. But the others didn't seem to intend to go in, but looked at the purple-clothed bishop in a daze. "Let me ask you, what happened to King Yun Church, and what do you mean by the total blockade?" Chuan Chingguo came to Bishop Zi with the golden decree of Baiun, and her tone was a little more anxious. Bishop Zi looked at the golden decree in Chuan Sumiwu's hand, and could only sigh slightly and then said, "The Lufang village where the bishop and the other 3 cardinals went has changed, leaving only a bloody letter. Lord Bishop, they haven't returned yet, life and death are unpredictable." Chapter 66. What did you just say? "No, nothing will happen to Dad." Chuan Sumi Mai covered the corner of her mouth with one hand, and her eyes were full of tears. She was most afraid of being punished by her father after making a mistake and locked into a small black room. Now the stern figure in the past is missing at this moment. As his daughter, how can she not feel heartbroken? She didn't even believe the bad news she heard in her ears. At this moment, she wished her father would give her a hard education, even if she was kept in the small dark room for a long time, she would have no complaints. "Sister Chingyu, calm down, the archbishop and the others will be fine." Taking advantage of the situation, Takeo stabilized Mai Kawasumi's staggering figure, and comforted him with firm eyes. "Takeo, is this true?" When Kawasumi Mai heard Takeo's words, she shook Takeo's shoulders vigorously with her slender arms, and her dim eyes gradually brightened. "Chuan Sumi Mai, don't be too sad, Archbishop Ivantov is a famous dog." Utarashima coughed lightly and said comfortingly. "What did you say?" Kawasumi Mai asked Terashima Yu, who had just spoken at the side as if going crazy. Recently, Takeo couldn't help feeling a little bit big-headed, but now, Kawasumi Mai can see that her mood is extremely unstable, and she really can't tolerate any blows. "Let's stop standing here, let's go in first." Takeo spoke, Terashima Yu and the others nodded and said in unison. "All right." After Takeo finished speaking, he nodded with the purple-clothed priest who guarded the church, and then the purple-clothed bishop sealed the door of the church again, and then disappeared into the night. Takeo stepped on the familiar stone path, looking at the surrounding buildings from time to time. The more he saw, the more incredible he felt. The tall rock statues he had cut down had now been restored, and even the relief carts he had cut down were fully displayed before his eyes. "Is this my illusion? No, if it is, the engraving on the bamboo knife should not exist." Takeo muttered in a low voice, looking at the bamboo sword on Kawasumi Mai's side from time to time. He was relieved now, but he had already found a chance to ask carefully. The 6 people walked on the road leading to the church accommodation. At the end of the road, they crossed the path paved with yellow granite, and then they could see the church used for prayer every morning. Maybe it's because her father's whereabouts are still unknown, or maybe the sadness in her heart has not completely dissipated. The cheerful and smiling Kawasumi Mai seems to have lost her soul at this moment, and her listless appearance is like a walking dead, lifeless. Chuan Qingyu was in a trance. She didn't know what she was going to do next. She just quietly looked at the stones under her feet, as if she wanted to see some answers from the stones. Sister Qingyu, where do you live? Let's send you back to rest first. Takeo looked at Chuan Sumi Mai with some distress. He suddenly and unconsciously thought of his grandfather in the previous life. Once upon a time, after his grandfather passed away, various emotions of helplessness, hesitation, and self-blame would often intertwine in his heart, which made him a little bit unable to let go. Okay, you go back, I want to go to the church for a while. Kawasumi Mai raised her head and pushed away Takeo, who was supporting her. Her face was a little terribly calm, but the tears in her eyes had already betrayed her. Okay, go back, I want to be quiet. Kawasumi Mai stepped up the stairs step by step, turning her head from time to time to look at Takeo and the others, and said over and over again. Brother Takeo, why don't we follow Kawasumi Mai? Will she do something stupid like that? Yamasora looked at the figure that was getting farther and farther into the church, and asked Takeo worriedly. Takeo, why don't we brothers go and have a look? Terashima Yu also suggested, but Takeo just glanced at the figure, then shook his head, and did not agree with Terashima Yu's suggestion and said in a deep voice. In the current situation, it's better not to disturb Sister Qingyu, let her be alone for a while, I believe she will survive, let's go back too. Terashima Yu still wanted to persuade him, but when he saw Takeo's firm eyes, he could only give up this plan. Several people glanced at each other, but they could only leave with a sigh. I hope that my Chuan Sumi can come out of the shadows tomorrow. In the basement, Takeo and the others fumbled through the bottomless spiral staircase, and then came to a stone door. At this time, the stone gate was not completely closed, and there was a gap in the middle that could allow one person to pass through. Takeo and the others passed through one by one, and the endless lights like before extended to the end of the corridor. He looked at the compartments divided into large and small ones, and a familiar figure came into view. At the same time, Takeo's hands trembled inadvertently, and he almost called out his name. Mao. At this time, Mao was holding a wooden foot basin in his hand, which was filled with a basin of water, and was walking towards a compartment in the aisle with some difficulty. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Brother Takeo, isn't that your real brother? Yamasora, who walked closest to Takeo, couldn't help but ask when he saw Takeo's surprised look. That's Mao, my younger brother. I didn't expect him to know how to wash his feet and take care of himself. Takeo turned around and spoke to Sanyano and the others behind him without hesitation, his words were full of joy. Miss Hiro and the others also looked at Takeo with some envy. Although they were performing missions together, Takeo would often mention his younger siblings, but seeing them was another matter. Now in this situation, they know that Takeo really cares about his younger brother. Takeo, which cubicle you live in, can you invite us to sit for a while? Terashima Yu patted Takeo on the shoulder, his tone full of envy. He also thought that it would be great if he had younger siblings to play with him, but his parents didn't live up to it. Compartment 2077, go straight to the south tree and it's the third left. Just as he was talking, Takeo still pointed to the cubicle where he was. In fact, he was very excited right now, and his brain was a little blank right now. He had already forgotten all the lines he wanted to say to his younger siblings when they met before. Takeo, are you sure it's compartment 2077? Why does your younger brother Mao look like he's walking to compartment 2077? Nagaya Hito, who was only a little shorter than Takeo, spoke to Takeo with a look of suspicion. What did you say? Takeo grabbed Nagaya Hito by the collar, which shocked Nagaya Hito, and even Takeo was confused by his actions just now. Sorry, Nagaya Hito, I really didn't think I would. Just as Takeo was about to explain, Terashima Yu's voice rang in his ears. Takeo, let's hurry up, your brother Shigeru went to compartment 2144. Chapter 67. In the warm basement, Uterajima walked in the front. He called Takeo and others to follow the figure of Shigeru into the compartment of 2144. Takeo and the others didn't startle the snake. He was also curious why his younger brother Mao went to other compartments. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the gap. Through the half-covered door, he was able to observe some basic conditions in the compartment. This compartment is not very big, it only accommodates 4 beds, and various sundries are placed in a mess. There is an independent area in the middle, which is used as a place for everyone in the cubicle to move around. At this time, 3 teenagers were looking at Mao, who walked in with teasing expressions, their faces full of inexplicable sense of superiority, as if they were the real kings in this compartment. They sat on the horses and lined up one by one, throwing their socks at the boy Mao in front of them, and the whole cubicle was filled with the pungent smell of feet. Facing the pungent and unpleasant socks, Mao was expressionless, holding the hands of the footbath. The joints of the palms were unhealthy and slightly white. Mao was carefully placing a basin full of foot-washing water from the caul under the feet of the leading boy. This action immediately made the boys on both sides feel a little unhappy. "Boy, why has it been so long, is it itchy again?" One of the thinner youths glared viciously at the boy Mao, who was squatting on the ground, but Mao just kept silent, but his fists clenched involuntarily. "Yo-yo! Your boy still wants to resist, and your brother doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Even if he comes, we are not afraid of him. Court death." Takeo looked at his younger brother being humiliated like this, but his heart felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He cursed loudly, but was stopped in time by Sanchinjinai at the side. He covered the corners of Takeo's mouth with his palms. It has to be said that Takeo's strength is really great. Mishiro already used his own milking strength, which gradually made Takeo calm down. "Shh." Mishiro made a silent gesture to signal Takeo to stay calm, and slowly moved his other hand away from the corner of Takeo's mouth. He pointed to Utarashima, who was no longer there, and said to Takeo in a low voice, "Takeo, don't worry, Utarajima has already gone to inform the head priest, and he will be there soon, and we will help you repair it when the time comes. Take a look at these unqualified guys." Takeo hesitated at this moment, and then resisted the urge to rush up and beat up the 3 of them. Orphans who have lived in King Yun Church for a long time know that number 17 and number 234 of the Holy Scriptures clearly stipulate that those who intentionally injure others' bodies and number 293 who do not intimidate others will be punished with 100 lashes in the church. If the current Takeo acts forcefully, the villain will bite back at that time, and the reason will not be clear. Waiting for the head priest to come is indeed a safer way. These 3 somewhat arrogant teenagers were Matsukawa, Yamazaki Kazuki and Ishii Yutaro, who were fined to copy the Bible 300 times when they climbed over the wall. However, they mistakenly attributed this matter to Kamatu Takeo, since they knew that Kamatu Takeo had gone out to do missions. They hadn't heard from him, so they would bully Takeo's younger brothers and sisters over and over again, in order to find the so-called superiority feel. Recently, the entire King Yun Church has been completely blocked. The gossip has heard that this mission is very dangerous, and they may have died outside. This made some of them who were lucky enough to become even more rampant, and began to gang up intentionally or unintentionally to bully some low-level children. At this moment in the basement, a middle-aged woman was wearing a white veil and a slightly thin church dress. At this moment, she was belatedly running towards compartment 2144, and with the priest was Utarashima, who was chattering on her lips. "My lord pastor, you have to hurry up. Just as we got back to the basement to rest, we encountered older congregants bullying younger children. The key point is Takeo's younger siblings. Should we take good care of this matter?" The head pastor at the side also felt a little headache when she heard about it. When she checked the dormitory before, she intentionally or unintentionally saw that some children had scars of different sizes on their faces or arms. When she asked, the children's expressions were obviously a little scared, and they hesitated and said that they were injured and so on, so they had no choice but to give up. The 3 people in the cubicle obviously didn't expect that tonight would leave a very deep impression on them. They still went their own way and casually scolded Mao, who was leaning over. "You want to scald me to death with this foot-washing water? Is your skin itchy again?" Song Chuan, who was sitting in the middle, showed a very painful expression. He stretched out one leg from the foot basin, and ruthlessly walked towards Mao's face. "Bastard, court death!" Takeo outside the door could no longer restrain that anger. An extremely strong killing intent completely swallowed his reason. At this time, Mao looked very calm. Seeing the legs that were coming towards him, he just closed his eyes tightly. He also tried to resist, but the more he resisted, the more he could do with his meager strength. It would only increase the scars. Boom! The foot of Matsukawa hit Takeo's back firmly, but at the moment, Takeo's attention was all on his younger brother Mao in his arms. It feels so strange. Warm, generous, reassuring, like a father's chest. Unknowingly, Mao thought of his brother again. It would be great if his brother was here to protect him. Brother, I'm sorry brother came late and made you suffer. The long-lost voice made Mao's body in his arms tremble, and he slowly opened his eyes. The elder brother whom he had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of him at this moment, but Mao was stunned for a moment. Elder brother. Brother, your head. Takeo's bald appearance made it difficult for Mao to accept for a while. It's okay. My brother just wants to change his hairstyle. Takeo pretended to be calm and answered. Elder brother. Mao couldn't hold back his longing for his brother anymore, he cried loudly. At this moment, Mao has already removed all the disguises, and now Mao is more like what a child of his age should be, but his heart is much more fragile than his appearance. It's okay, everything is over. Takeo's eyes were full of tenderness, he gently comforted Mao who had already cried badly, and all the wounds on his body, big and small, pierced Takeo's heart fiercely. Is it all over? Takeo asked himself, whoever bullies my younger brother will definitely make him pay in blood. Chapter 68. Where did the little bald head come from, looking for death? Song Chuan retracted his feet in pain. He felt like he was kicking on a steel plate just now, and his whole leg felt like it was about to go numb. Mao, my brother has something to deal with, you go out for a while, it will be over soon. Takeo fondled Mao's little head fondly, but the few people in the compartment were obviously not fuel-efficient lamps. Yamazaki Kazuki stood up and grabbed the collar of Takeo's back, and said in a particularly arrogant tone, my boss is asking you something. Can't you hear me? Takeo frowned slightly. In fact, if his younger brother Mao was not still in his arms, he would have beaten them severely. Roll. Takeo shook his shoulders slightly and opened the palm of Yamazaki Kazuki directly. He hugged his younger brother Shigeru with one hand, turned around, raised his leg and kicked Yamazaki Kazuki hard in the abdomen. Ah! You kid has guts. Yamazaki Kazuki had a burning pain in his lower abdomen, his face was extremely ferocious, and he lay on the ground for a long time without recovering. He had never been so aggrieved like this before. Yamazaki Kazuki was surprised at the terrifying power of the bald man on the opposite side, but his mouth was still merciless. You wanna die? Matsukawa saw that his little brother Yamazaki Kazuki had suffered a great loss, so he teamed up with Ishii Yutaro. They picked up the sitting maza and threw it on Takeo's body without saying a word. At this time, several figures outside the compartment also rushed into the room at the same time, and immediately joined the melee. Bang click! Yutaro Ishii of Matsukawa was thrown to the ground by the rushing figure without any accident. The maza in their hands fell aside, and they looked at the few extra people with horror on their faces. Many people bully few people, right? With your strength, I'm ashamed of you. Nagai Yanggren patted the dust on his hands, and looked at the figures on the ground with contempt. Who are you? The headed Song Chuan was full of panic at this time, and his previous arrogant and domineering appearance had long since disappeared. Takeo handed over Shigeru to Terashima Yu who was on the side to look after him, and walked towards him directly. Song Chuan, long time no see, you take a good look at who I am. Takeo squatted down, lifted the opponent's chin with his right hand, and looked at the suspicious expression of Song Chuan, obviously still in the trance. That's right, it seems that I need to wake you up. Takeo picked up a basin full of foot-washing water with one hand, and poured it all on Song Chuan. What? Being poured on his face by the scalding foot-washing water, Song Chuan turned red all over his face. He looked at the bald head and suddenly thought of something. You are Kamatu Takeo. Takeo didn't answer, and he ordered the footbath to be placed directly on the forehead of Matsukawa, and the wreckage of the wooden footbath was scattered all over the ground. What? Matsukawa groaned in pain, he never thought that Takeo would come back alive. His heart thumped, it seemed that today could not end well. Enough. Stop it. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the head priest immediately stopped everyone. Matsukawa cried as if seeing a life-saving straw, Head priest, help me. Kamatu Takeo is going to kill me. What are you? The villain is the first to sue. Nagai Yahito hated this kind of guy the most, and looked at Matsukawa with a disgusted expression in his eyes. If it wasn't for the head priest, he really wouldn't mind helping Takeo to vent his anger. At this moment, the head priest looked at the messy ground and said solemnly, Matsukawa, Yamazaki Kazuki and Ishii Yutaro, you three are too much. I will punish each of you with 10 lashes, and you will be fined 3 times for copying the holy scriptures. 100 times, and the rest will be decided after the Archbishop returns. 10 whips. Song Chuan almost fainted when he heard this number. He knew that the criminal law is not so fun, these 10 lashes must beat his ass until it blooms. You guys are lucky. Nagai Yahito was obviously dissatisfied with the punishment of Matsukawa and the others. He pouted and said. It's just that Shigeru, who was being followed by Terashima Yahu, trotted up to his brother, and said with a worried face. Brother! Hurry up and save Sister Hanako. Mao, what are you talking about? Has Hanako been bullied too? Where is she now? Takeo's heart couldn't help tightening. He lifted the half-dead Song Chuan from the ground, and said angrily, Where is my sister going? Do you know about it? Song Chuan was evasive, obviously harboring demons. What exactly do you know? Immediately, Takeo punched Song Chuan in the face, his nose bleeds immediately, the expression on Song Chuan's face twisted into a ball, and he simply confessed everything. Your sister seems to be in compartment 2200, the one at the end of the corridor. After listening to Matsukawa's answer, Takeo didn't continue to care about the life and death of Matsukawa. Takeo leaned down and looked at Mao with a smile and said, Mao, you go back first, brother will take Hanako back immediately. Takeo, let's go together. Terashima suggested, but couldn't survive the insistence of several people, so he simply acquiesced, and he also knew that his time was running out. In the gap between Takeo's left hand, the slippery blood stain has already dyed the surface of one of his hands red. Although Takeo tried his best not to look at the blood stain, his legs had already begun to weaken unconsciously. Persevere, persevere. Takeo muttered silently. At this time he didn't dare to hesitate too much, and rushed to the compartment that Song Chuan said with the others. Takeo, please don't mess around. Don't disturb that compartment. The head priest sighed, looked at Takeo who had already left, and could only ask them to ask for more blessings. She closed her eyes reverently and muttered softly. Master Bishop, I am guilty. Such a bad thing happened in the area under my management. It is really a fault. Boss. Are you all right? Yamazaki Kazuki helped up Matsukawa who was beaten into a pig's head, but his words were still so vicious. Boss. We are not well prepared this time, why don't I greet a few more people next time, and teach Takeo and the others a lesson? Snapped. Matsukawa slapped Kazuki Yamazaki severely, said in a dissatisfied tone. Boss. Why did you hit me? Yamazaki Kazuki covered his face, looking aggrieved. You know what to fight, you know how to fight, can fighting solve the problem, isn't it the boss? Shiongtaro said straightly, while looking at Matsukawa aside. Matsukawa nodded in satisfaction, and couldn't help cursing Kazuki Yamazaki, that idiot, in his heart. He wanted to make trouble again before the head priest left, and he just wanted to drag him to death. Chapter 69. Sweat covered Takeo's forehead, and his steps were a little stilted. He looked towards the compartment at the end and kicked the door open. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 200. Did I come to the wrong cubicle? Takeo looked at this cubicle in surprise. A dozen or so little girls of similar age kept making various gestures in the room. The whole cubicle was filled with a faint pink mist, which looked extremely strange. Terashima Yu and the others were shocked, they had never seen such a scene before. Hold your breath, this pink mist is weird. Takeo was a step too late. Terashima Yu and the others' eyes gradually blurred, and their mouths became parched unconsciously. A serious woman in a red robe came out of the compartment. It's just that she raised the foil sword in her hand, with a dexterous figure, and stabbed at Takeo without saying a word. Clang! Clang! In desperation, Takeo used the space backpack to summon a golden hand axe, barely hitting him in the crotch. However, his tiger's jaw was shaking. Takeo couldn't help but frowned, and stepped back a few steps, but the woman was still relentless. Sister! Listen to my explanation. Takeo felt that his strength was getting weaker and weaker. The moment he held the hand axe just now, he saw the dark blood stains on his hand. At this time, Terashima Yuji stood there like a piece of wood, their eyes full of intoxication. You Terashima, Yamasora, Majona, Yahito Nagai, what's wrong with you? Takeo called their names loudly, but Terashima seemed to have not heard them, with a demented look on their faces. Hold on to me. At this moment, Takeo's eyes showed a pink and tender color, but the woman did not intend to let him go. Kakeka. The woman's entire left arm made a crisp explosion, and the arm began to spin like a twist, and then with a powerful piercing force, it directly stabbed at Takeo. At this time, Takeo showed a tired look all over his body, a strong sense of blood dizziness hit his forehead, and then he fell straight down. "Brother! Wake up! Don't sleep!" In the haze, Takeo gradually opened his eyes, and it was his younger brother and sister who came into view. "Hanako, Mao, and Rokuta, I'm relieved that you are all fine. Brother, you scared me to death when you came back last night. Thanks to those big brothers who brought you back," Mao said while leaning on Takeo's chest, but Takeo's heart trembled. Touching the soft bed with his fingertips, Takeo felt that the previous experience was like a dream. Takeo tried hard to recall the memories of last night, but he seemed to have fought against that strange woman before, and he didn't know anything after that. But when he learned that he was sent back by Terashima Yu and others, Takeo was a little relieved. "Hanako, did you stay in compartment 2200 last night?" Takeo reorganized his thoughts, stood up and said to Hanako. "I'm sorry brother Takeo, she didn't let me tell you. In fact, I stayed in that cubicle for many days last night and never came out." The tone of Hanako was full of apologies, like a child who has done something wrong. You mean she is that crazy woman?" Takeo couldn't help frowning. That woman was a complete lunatic last night. She wanted to chop him off without saying anything, which made him a little upset. "Brother Takeo, big sister is not a crazy woman, she just can't speak." Hanako listened to his brother's complaints, and couldn't help retorting. "Can't speak, you mean she's dumb?" Takeo narrowed his eyes slightly, but at this moment, Hanako was covering his small mouth tightly, knowing that he just said it all inadvertently. "Hanako, I'm your brother, right? My brother doesn't mean anything malicious, I just want to ask." Hanako looked at her elder brother, then nodded, and told all the things she knew. "The elder sister is the last member of the cardinal named Suzuki. At the beginning, I was quite afraid of her, but the elder sister was not malicious, but taught us sign language." "Learn sign language?" Takeo looked at Hanako suspiciously, and Hanako nodded affirmatively. "The eldest sister seems to want to convey something, but she can't speak, so she can only convey it to us in the form of sign language." "Cardinal." Takeo remembered that the whereabouts of the Archbishop and the 3 cardinals are still unknown. Could it be that this cardinal named Suzuki wants to convey some news to us? "Then Hanako can take my brother there, I want to ask this big sister something." And Hanako at the side kept shaking her head like a rattle drum. "Brother, big sister likes to be quiet and doesn't want to be disturbed by others, and she seems to reject men, so brother, don't go." "Is that so?" Takeo knew that the woman's swordsmanship was really terrifying last night, so he had no choice but to give up this idea. "Brother, we have to go, it's almost prayer time." Takeo looked at his younger brothers and sisters with a look of relief. Even the youngest 6 Tai can already be independent. After he made his bed, he followed his younger siblings out of the cubicle. "Good morning, brother Takeo. Do you want to go to church together?" At this time, Shan Kong had been waiting outside the cubicle where Takeo was, and when he saw Takeo come out, he was very excited to invite Takeo to go with him. "Okay. Then let's go together." Takeo nodded in agreement. In fact, he could take this opportunity to ask about what Sandora had done. "What? Don't you remember anything?" Takeo looked at Shan Kong with some surprises. If what Shan Kong said is true, it seems that the woman must have cleared their memories. "When we came to the church, the doorway was already blocked by the black congregation, but Takeo was tall enough to barely see what was going on inside. Looking from a distance, I saw 3 teenagers wearing black cloths in the center of the church locked and tied to an iron frame, with their big white buttocks exposed. The head priest stood aside and muttered his last prayer. 3 large middle-aged men held a long whip in their hands, ready to wait for the head priest's order. The head priest came to the center of the church and said loudly, "I hope that the children will learn from it in the future and never bully others. I hope that the suffering of flesh and blood can wash away the evil in the heart, and the holy light will last forever." Clap 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 clap. The sound of lashes sounded like firecrackers being lit in the church, and the skin and flesh of the 3 young men's white buttocks were ripped apart, and the screams made people's hair stand on end. Chapter 70. In the cafeteria, breakfast is neatly placed on the table, ready to eat when you sit down. Takeo and the others lined up consciously, and followed the people in front to enter the arena one after another. The head priest's trick of killing chickens and monkeys is still very effective, at least no one has more than one share today. When Takeo looked at the breakfast on the table, he couldn't be happier. A bowl of white porridge with a boiled egg and a dish of shredded pickles could barely fit between his teeth for his physique. Shan Kong bowed his head and said nothing, stirring the porridge in the bowl with the spoon in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. Mao, did you have the same breakfast as before? Takeo worriedly asked his younger brother Mao. To be honest, this is the time to grow his body, this little nutrition is not enough. Brother, this has only happened recently. Last month, there were still fried dumplings and steamed buns to eat. At this moment, Mao is much more cheerful than before, and his hatred towards Song Chuan and the others is much less. After all, the dozen or so lashes are not something ordinary people can bear. Takeo glanced at his younger siblings, and evenly distributed his bowl of porridge among the three of them. He picked up the boiled egg, patted it lightly, peeled off the shell and swallowed the whole egg in one bite. Puff! Cough cough! The egg yolk powder that Takeo hadn't swallowed was sprayed all over Shan Kong's face, and Shan Kong was stunned at the moment. Ding! Mountain sky exclamation point plus 100. Shan Kong, I'm really sorry, but I really can't hold back. Just as he was talking, Takeo pointed to the entrance of the cafeteria with his finger. Not only Takeo, but most of the people focused on the three boys who just came in. They strode aggressively, lifting the fabric behind their trousers with one hand, and their faces were tense and comically tense. It was the three of Matsukawa, Yamazaki Kazuki and Ishii Yutaro who had just been opened by the priest in the morning. Boss, why don't we go back, it's really embarrassing. Yamazaki Kazuki shrank his neck, looked at countless pairs of sneering eyes, and felt that he was in a very embarrassing situation. Snapped. It's not your bad idea, we can become like this now, don't talk about it, hurry up and find a place to eat first, I'm starving to death. Song Chuan looked very irritable. Just now, he let go of his grip on the back of his trousers. His clothes rubbed against the wound. The intense pain made him grin his teeth for a while, and it took him a long time to calm down. Boss, there is one more thing, I don't know if I should say it or not. Xiong Taro said with some hesitation. What's the matter, tell me quickly. Song Chuan roared hoarsely. At this moment, he was already on the verge of collapse, and the double blow of spirit and body made him very tired. After dinner, the head pastor told us to go back and copy the Holy Scripture 300 times. Matsukawa. Xiong Taro, boss. Don't scare me. Takeo, Shan Kong, so you are here. In the distance, Sanjo is happily walking towards Takeo's position, and behind him are Terashima Yu and Nagaya Hito. Mijona, Terashima Yu, Nagaya Hito, there is still room here, let's sit down and have breakfast together. When Takeo saw Sanchinj and the others, he happily invited him to have breakfast together, but Sanchinj shook his head repeatedly and said, Takeo, we've eaten it all. To be honest, the church only has a bowl of porridge and an egg in the morning, and I really can't get enough. Terashima Yu on the side nodded again and said, Takeo, why don't we go out and buy something to eat later, or we'll be hungry later. But isn't our King Yun church blocked? Nagaya Hito said with a puzzled look, but Terashima Yu rolled his eyes and said. That's why we went to Kawasumi Mai together to make accommodations. This matter should still be possible. After breakfast, Takeo went to find Mai Kawasumi with Yu and Terashima after he settled his younger siblings. Along the way, Takeo and the others searched almost the entire King Yun church, but they didn't see any trace of Mai Chuansumi. Takeo, could it be that Mai Kawasumi has left here? Sanchinj said out of breath, to be honest, they walked this main road no less than 5 times. It's just that Takeo looked at a bamboo forest ahead and suddenly thought of something. I know where Sister Chingyu is, come with me. Takeo walked quickly in front, and Sanchinj Nai and others followed behind. Passing through a dense bamboo grove, walking along a small path, several abruptly growing bamboos in front caught Takeo's attention. Takeo took a step forward to investigate carefully, and found that the roots of these bamboos had already turned yellow. He gently pushed aside the surrounding bamboos with his hands, only to see a round arched stone door appear in everyone's sight. Takeo, how do you know there is a door here? Terashima Yu said incredulously that they had never walked this road before, but they didn't care too much. Oh, I found it during the inspection last night, let's not talk about this, let's go in and have a look first. Takeo just explained a little, and with a slight push, the stone door was pushed open. However, the entrance of this door is actually a bit small, and Takeo could only squat down halfway before moving into it. It's so big in here. Sanjo followed Takeo into the stone gate, and the inside felt much more spacious, so he couldn't help but sigh. Terashima Yu, Yamasora, and Nagaya Hito also came in one after another, full of curiosity about this place they had never been to. The light inside the stone gate was very bright. Takeo stretched out his hand to touch the surrounding stone walls, and the stone walls were covered with various strange symbols. In the distance is a row of wooden bookcases, which are filled with all kinds of books that have been displayed for a long time, like a library. Takeo, there is still your letter here. My letter? Takeo asked with a look of suspicion. Terashima Yuko held up a letter and handed it to Takeo. He took the letter, but was overjoyed in his heart. The handwriting and signature belonged to his brother Tanjiro Kamatu. I didn't expect it to be written by my brother Tanjiro, and I'm a little excited when I think about it. Who? A cold voice came from a distance. Takeo quickly put away the letter, and then saw a haggard figure walking towards them. Miss Jingyu. Takeo was overjoyed, but looking at Chuan Sumi Mai's current appearance, it seemed that he hadn't come out of the pain yet. Chuan Sumi Mai, the rest of us have been looking for you for a long time, so don't let it get you too hard. Nagai Yanggren is that kind of outspoken temperament, he said without thinking. But Kawasumi Mai didn't care about this issue, and didn't even want to know how they knew about it. She turned around, with bloodshot eyes clearly visible, and said exhaustedly, the church is in a big crisis, and I need your help. Chapter 71. Crisis. But can our meager power really help? Uterashima asked in surprise. In fact, he was also frightened by Mai Kawasumi's words. Forget it, I'll show you this. Kawasumi Mai picked up a thick stack of bills, which were the flow of funds and operating conditions of the church. Sister Chingyu, just tell us what difficulties you encountered. Takeo asked anxiously. It is really that Takeo has no interest in these numbers, and also has no patience to look at the bill. Chuan Sumi Mai put down the bill in her hand and said solemnly, based on our church's funds, it can last up to 3 months. How so? Uterashima said in surprise, but Takeo seemed to understand something. This is why the food in the church has become less than before. The feeling is that the church's financial chain has a big problem. Kawasumi Mai seemed to know that Takeo and the others would have doubts. She picked up a bill that had only been used a few times recently and said. Since the last time we went to perform the mission, there has been no money in the bill, but it has been in a state of loss. Sister Chingyu, do you mean the daily consumption in the church by the loss? Takeo asked with some doubts, also trying to help Chuan Sumi Mai to find a way to see if it could be extended for a while. It's not just about the church's usual internal consumption, but also various other unnecessary expenses. As Chuan Sumi Mai said, he threw the bill to Takeo, and Takeo looked it over carefully, his scalp tingling for a while. An old scalper X1 compensation of -gold coins. Piaoxiang village compensation of -gold coins for loss of work / hospitalization of the driver. Statue maintenance / church maintenance costs 25 gold coins. Takeo wanted to cry at this time, but he felt that what he did had something to do with him. No wonder after returning, all the places were restored, and the relationship cost others to repair. Chien, where do you get so much money? Kawasumi Mai, you asked us to come, we can't help you with this. Uterashima spread his hands helplessly and replied. In fact, these orphans usually eat and drink in the church, which can be said to be free, and there is no such thing as money in the church. Kawasumi Mai looked at Takeo and said, others can't, Takeo, you must do it. Takeo showed a strange look, he seemed to have never been in contact with a particularly rich guy. Suddenly Takeo seems to have thought of something, that is the grand ceremony of the monarch in Boa City 3 days later. Sister Chingyu, you are not referring to the incident in Poya City. Takeo said tentatively, while Kawasumi Mai nodded in agreement. This grand ceremony in Boya City is of great significance. At that time, all the nobles and celebrities will gather here, and there will be all kinds of weird gambling games. These gambling games may make people lose their fortunes, and they may also get huge wealth. There are many opportunities to make money, so we're going to give it a try. But, is it too late for us to go now? Tomorrow is the grand ceremony of the monarch. Takeo said his question, and Kawasumi Mai obviously expected Takeo to say that. Quincy town is very famous for its weaving and blacksmithing, and the carriage will come to Boa City tonight, so there is still time. My Kawasumi, shall we all go together? Terashima Yu listened for a long time and whispered. Leave the two of you with other tasks for you. Takeo looked at Mai Kawasumi in front of him, and he clearly felt that Mai Kawasumi seemed to be a different person, able to arrange various tasks in a crisis and handle them in an orderly manner. Sister Chingyu, I have one more thing to ask you. How much do you know about the cardinal in compartment 2200? Kawasumi Mai's body paused, which made Takeo on the side even more convinced that Kawasumi Mai seemed to know some secret. Takeo, how did you know about this? Kawasumi Mai showed a surprised look, while Terashima Yu and the others on the side were all confused. However, Kawasumi Mai avoided this topic, but walked quickly to a bookcase and picked up a bloody letter. However, the handwriting on the letter is already very blurred, and it is likely to be the death letter of the Archbishop and the others. Takeo just glanced at it slightly, and just about to catch up and ask about it, he felt dizzy for a while. Sister Chingyu, keep this letter away from me. Also, can you say hello in advance next time? Takeo's legs couldn't help spinning, his forehead was covered with sweat. Brother Takeo, what's wrong with you? Yamasora looked anxiously at Takeo and said with concern. Takeo, you don't have kidney deficiency, do you? Uterajima meant it as a joke. Takeo's face was pale, and he straightened up with difficulty, and then said, I'm sorry, everyone, I haven't told you about my physical condition. I am severely dizzy, but I can rest for a while. Go first. Takeo. It was also the first time for Kawasumi Mai to see Takeo still have this problem. She originally wanted to give him a special task to complete, but at this moment she was a little shaken. In this world full of demons, life and death are everywhere, and blood is inevitable. Takeo's physique makes him very worried. What should I do? What should I do? Should I call a doctor? Terashima Yu and the others were in a mess, not knowing how to deal with Takeo who was unconscious at the moment. Let's put him aside first. Didn't Takeo say that he would be fine after taking a rest? We have to trust Takeo. 2 hours later. Takeo's finger touched it, and then a carp rolled and got up directly. Brother Takeo, you finally woke up and scared us to death. Seeing Takeo get up, Shankong breathed a sigh of relief. Takeo, if you wake up later, we might really send you to the hospital. Since you're awake, Takeo, I'm relieved. Sister Chingyu seems to have something to tell you. Let's go out first. Uterashima greeted the others with a smile, leaving only Takeo in a daze and Mai Kawasumi in a state of mind. Takeo, if you know too much about some things, it will be very troublesome. Those 4 cardinals are no longer normal human beings, but half-devils. Half-devil, what is that? A trace of doubt arose in Takeo's heart, even if he didn't mention the words in the original work. Kawasumi Mai just continued to explain to Takeo, the so-called half-devil is a human being who has reached a certain contract with the devil. Although he will gain great power, he will also pay a heavy price. Cardinal Suzuki, for example, was deprived of language skills. Chapter 72. Sister Chingyu, why are the cardinals going to sign a contract with the devil? Takeo couldn't help asking curiously. It's just that Mai Chuansumi just shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, my father didn't tell me too much about the specific situation, and this is what I learned from the books here. When Kawasumi Mai mentioned her father, she felt inexplicably sad. Seeing this, Takeo stepped forward and patted Chuansumi Mai on the shoulder to comfort him. Sister Chingyu, don't worry, the Archbishop and the others will be fine. At this time, there was a loud noise coming from Takeo's ears. It was Yuji Terashima who had been out for a while. Terashima Yu looked at Mai Kawasumi who was sitting aside wiping tears and asked involuntarily. What's the matter? Takeo, why did you make Mai Kawasumi cry? Takeo's heart is full of black lines, this guy definitely deliberately finds faults and wants to eat melons. It would be good if I didn't get beaten by Mai Kawasumi, let alone make her cry. Besides, everyone has learned the comprehensive breathing method, and I am still a layman, so my chances of winning are really slim. Chuansumi Mai also felt a little lost, and quickly wiped away her tears and said, since everything is here, let's implement the plan I said before. Then before that, Takeo, choose your team members. Kawasumi Mai turned and said to the crowd. Takeo nodded, and looked at the 4 former teammates, but their eyes always felt strange, and there was an indescribable discomfort. King Yun Church is in a blockade, and it may be difficult to get full even when eating, but following Takeo to the business empire Dipoya City, eating and having fun, no matter how you think about it, it will not be a disadvantage. Shima Yu and the others felt itchy in their hearts. Takeo, choose me, choose me. I'm your big fan. Uterashima yelled at Takeo loudly, and gave Takeo a cut first and then a play, and hugged Takeo's thigh fiercely, as if it seemed unreasonable not to choose him. Takeo, choose me, I'm super brave. Nagaya Hito followed closely behind, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his vaguely visible muscle lines. In terms of strength, except for the perverted guy like Takeo, he was already very good among his peers. Brother Takeo, can you bring me one? On the status of the buddy Yamakuro in Takeo's heart is also very high, and he really likes to stay by Takeo's side. Good guy. Really good guy. Sanchinj directly exploded on the spot, screaming strangely like a cat whose hair has exploded. In fact, this is not to blame Sanchinj Nai, it is really good things that they let them say, and they themselves are not prepared, so they directly show their cards and end their rounds. Takeo, who do you choose? The four of them had a surprisingly tacit understanding at the moment, and asked in unison. This. I. Takeo suddenly had a big head and a thick neck, but it was a bit difficult to choose 2 out of 4. He turned to look at the thoughtful Kawasumi Mai and said. Sister Chingyu, I can discuss something with you. Kawasumi Mai was a little confused, could it be that she didn't make it clear just now? Sister Chingyu, can I have them all? As Takeo said, he made a gesture of clenching his palms hard, but what he got in return was only Kawasumi Mai's contemptuous eyes. Takeo, there can only be a maximum of 3 people in the carriage, and I have already won the maximum number of people for you, hurry up and choose. Uterashima echoed and said, My Kawasumi, why don't we get rid of Takeo, and we can still pull someone in. Takeo. Kawasumi Mai patted her forehead with her palm, obviously speechless by Uterashima's miraculous operation, which also proved that the funny attribute can really be contagious. Uterashima, if you can earn enough money to turn around the King Yun Church, you can go to Boa City and become the captain. There is no problem. My Kawasumi, I was just joking, haha. Terashima Yu smiled awkwardly. He wanted to cheer everyone up, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. Shan Kong. Come to me. Takeo was the first to call out the name of the first team member. To be honest, it was because of his best friend that he knew Yamazura's character best. He was a less talkative and more introverted boy. Thank you, brother Takeo. Shan Kong came to Takeo's side in a desperate manner, which made the other 3 very envious. As for the second team member, Takeo had to think about it seriously. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, and first ruled out Typhonjima Yu. If it wasn't because of Uterashima's joke, the most important thing is that this guy can't help but burst into nosebleeds when he sees beautiful women. Takeo doesn't want to have an unstable bomb around him. It's up to you, Nagaya Hito. Takeo pointed to Nagai Yanggren at the end and said that he really needs a strong team member along the way. If he earns too many gold coins and cannot take them back, he will suffer a lot. I am my super brave. When Nagaya Hito heard that Takeo had appointed him, his heart was filled with excitement, and his body immediately danced. On the other hand, Terashima Yu and Mise Hirano showed bitterness on their faces, and it seemed that they were going to perform the second mission. Seeing that the 2 were very disappointed, Chuan Sumi Mai casually comforted them. Uterashima, Sanjo, your task is to go to the residence of Yubayashiki and hand over this bloody letter to Yuya Yubayashiki. After Mai Chuan Sumi explained her arrangements, Takeo and the others went to prepare the things they needed to bring. Although Kyunsi town is located in Boya City, it still takes a long way to get there by carriage. Takeo came to the church alone and walked up to the 3rd floor, which used to be a meeting place for members of the bishop, but it was abolished later. He found a quiet place and sat down, taking a deep breath. In fact, he hadn't used something like the system for a long time, so he thought of checking it out. System, check the details of the host. Ding, querying for host, please wait. Name, Kamatu Takeo. Weapon space 3/8, pure copper hand axe x1. Pure gold hand axe x1, black gold hammer x1. Props, magnifying flashlight x1, limited time, /metal detector x1. Skills, hammering 3 styles / great cremation melting method. Amazing value, 12 points. Unlockability, weapon engraving weapon spirit. Amazing is worth 12 points, it looks like I need to do something. Drive, drive. Just as Takeo was thinking, there was a rush of horseshoes in the distance. He looked down through the window of the church, and at this moment the carriage to Boa City had arrived at the gate of King Yun Church. And Yamasora and Nagayahito also prepared their luggage. Takeo didn't dare to delay any longer, and rushed downstairs to where the two of them were. The driver at the side whistled to Takeo and said with a smile, "Takeo, long time no see." Chapter 73. Takeo looked at the coachman and replied happily, "Why don't you know me? Next time I will definitely be uncle." Puff. The coachman was obviously stunned, and then he reacted and laughed loudly, "Next time, you must not bring the word uncle. I'm not married yet, okay?" The coachman patted the backs of several people, feeling that he had taken the topic too far, and then laughed and cursed, "Children, get in the car, we have to leave quickly." Takeo looked at the carriage from a distance, and there were 3 carriages hung at the back, except for the one where a few people were riding. The other 2 should be the places where precious cloth and ironware were stored. Hearing the coachman's voice, Takeo got into the car first, but during the process, there was no bishop in purple clothes to stop him from going out. It seemed that Mai Kawasumi had already arranged everything. Takeo pondered for a moment, and then pulled Shankong up, but there was a subtle embarrassment when it came to Nagai Yanggren. On the other hand, Nagai Yanggren was a little abnormal, he kept moving around in place, as if he had something on his mind. "Takeo, wait for me, I'll go get something." Takeo and Yamasora were at a loss, and seeing Nagai Yang pull out a big baby out of nowhere, it really shocked Takeo. "Nagayahito, why do you carry such a big burden, are you going on vacation?" Takeo looked at Nagayahito. At this moment he was holding a coarse burlap sack in his hand, and the contents inside were quite heavy. Seeing his strenuous expression really made him sweat. "Takeo, you don't understand that these are my treasures that I have cherished for a long time. Don't you want to get more money for the church? Otherwise I am really reluctant to sell them." Nagai Yanggren exerted strength with both hands, and delivered the sack to Takeo steadily. This way, he saved a lot of energy. "Takeo, play it slower and lighter." Nagai Yanggren did not forget to remind him that he was afraid that the force in Takeo's hand would be too strong all of a sudden and the sack would be broken, and it would be a real loss at that time. But Takeo was even more excited and couldn't help but fantasized in his heart, "It can't be a precious ore or a family heirloom. If that's the case, this time I can really make a lot of money." This made the already small compartment no longer even have room to move. Takeo also felt a headache when he saw the extra sack of treasures in his carriage, but they had already moved them up, so he could only do this first. But when Takeo thinks that he can still make a lot of money by relying on Nagayahito's big treasure, it's nothing if he thinks about it. At this time, Takeo remembered the letter his brother Tanjiro wrote to him, so he simply opened it and read it. The content of the letter is not long, but between the lines reveals his brother Tanjiro's concern for himself and his younger siblings. It can be seen that his brother Tanjiro has become a member of the Demon Slayer team, and even Nezuko is different from before. After reading it, Takeo put the letter away, and it seems that he has to find time to write a letter to report his safety. "Brother Takeo, what are you looking at?" Shankong asked curiously. "Oh. What are you talking about?" "That's a letter from my brother Tanjiro, but it seems like it's been a long time since I handed it over," Takeo said and handed the letter to Yamasora, which made Yamasora envious. "My parents have been killed by evil spirits since I was a child, and I have no love from my younger brother, nor love from my older brother. You guys have to do it well, I am a first-class fast horse." The coachman pulled out his whip and whipped vigorously at the 2 fast horses. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he reminded Takeo and the others. Immediately, the 2 fast horses let out a neighing and galloped quickly, galloping out like the wind. Takeo felt a slight shaking of his body, but he had already jumped several hundred meters away. And Nagai Yanggren kept holding the sack in his arms, as if he was worried that these treasures would shatter if he let go. "Nagai Yanggren, what treasures are you pretending to be here?" Along the way, Takeo asked curiously when he felt bored, while Yahito Nagai, who was beside him, started to explain to Takeo like a chatterbox. "Takeo's treasures, you can't buy them outside, such as the bishop's hand mirror, the priest's teacup, the village janitor's dentures, ergo's stinky shoes." Takeo listened to what Nagai Yanggren said more and more outrageous, his face showed a strange expression. What kind of messy baby is this? Nagayahito, why don't you keep these treasures for collection, and we won't sell them? Just as Takeo was talking, Nagai Yanggren replied with a dignified look, Takeo, don't persuade me, this is what I decided after deliberating for a long time, if I take it back, I will be very embarrassed. Takeo wanted to cry immediately, but he really didn't expect Nagai Yanggren to have such a habit. If he had known that these were treasures, he would never have brought this big bag up. On the other side, Mijona and Terashima Yu took another carriage to deliver a letter to the delivery house Yoya. The coachman is hidden of the demon-killing team, but the two of them have no motivation for this mission. When they think of Takeo and the others going to Poya City to play, they feel a burst of anger, but they don't know that the two of them are the luckiest. In the secret room, pink mist emanated from Kawasumi Mai's body, and the mist condensed into a woman. It was the Cardinal Suzuki that Takeo had seen before. She flitted away from Chuansumi Mai's body and stood aside with clasped hands, while Chuansumi Mai also opened her eyes at this time. Thank you, Suzuki, I feel better. Suzuki is a special one among the four cardinals. The contract demon Siddhi can calm all kinds of negative emotions, but she has never had the experience of fighting the other three cardinals. For the opposite sex, the pink mist emitted by Suzuki will plant a seed called impulse, triggering a series of terrifying chain reactions, and what is even more terrifying is Suzuki's unique way of playing. Use the mist to temporarily cut off the pain-sensing nerves and eliminate the inherent protection mechanism of the human body. No matter how much damage you suffer, you can exert -% of your strength. At this time, Kawasumi Mai lay helplessly in Suzuki's arms and wept bitterly. Obviously, she had not completely come out from the shadow of the bishop. The complicated reports and bills at the table have made her a little exhausted, and she also wants to go out with Takeo and the others, but unfortunately she can't go there now. Suzuki just gently stroked Mai Kawasumi's smooth black hair. This time she did not use emotional suppression to deliberately suppress Mai Kawasumi's sad emotions. In her opinion, Mai Kawasumi was like her own child, letting her bear the burden prematurely. All this is obviously not in line with her age. Chapter 74. At night in Asakusa, there are lively crowds and brightly lit night markets. Sister, do you want to take a look at my baby? It's very interesting, or... With a smile in his eyes, Nagai Yanggren was full of flattery, and said to a woman in a blue floral dress in front of him. Crack! You rascal! The girl heard that the corners of her eyes were slightly wrinkled, her face was flushed, and her white right hand hit Nagai Yanggren's face with a crisp sound. Sister, don't go, you haven't seen my baby yet. Looking at the back of the girl going away, Nagai Yanggren let out a helpless sigh. His face was swollen like a pig's head at this moment. Obviously it wasn't the first time he was beaten innocently. He himself is a little unclear, so he can only say that these guys are ignorant. Go, go, go. It's unlucky, leave my shop quickly, or I'll get rough. The owner of this shop that sells women's clothes said angrily that he really didn't want to encounter such unlucky things just after opening the stall at night. The shop next door to him was surprisingly good, and the huge flow of people only made him envious. He even wondered if this dull young man was hired by the next door to intentionally disgust his customers. Nagai Yanggren was not scared away by the setbacks, but became more and more frustrated. In fact, he hadn't eaten all day at noon today, and he was really weak. But just when Nagai Yanggren was a little disheartened, he once again locked on a better-looking woman and took the opportunity to chat. This young lady, do you want to? What? Boy, who are you calling miss? You are miss. The clogs under the woman's feet kicked Nagai Yanggren's crotch fiercely, but it was not strong enough, otherwise it would really be cold here. Nagai Yanggren was speechless, he was so humble, but they didn't even see their own baby, so they slapped him severely, or kicked themselves, which really made him feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, Nagai Yanggren first asked the young brother, but the look in the eyes of the young brother made him feel extremely uncomfortable, so he gave up. Seeing this, Nagai Yahito could only choose to give up, walking on the blue stone-paved main road of Asakusa, feeling only endless grievances in his heart. Brother Takeo, I'm hungry, do you have anything to eat? Shankong looked at Takeo eagerly and said pleadingly. But Takeo turned his pants pockets helplessly, and could only compromise in his tone, Yamasora, bear with it, maybe Nagai Yahito might be able to make money today. Really? Takeo? Is that enough to fill you up? I really want to eat the squid sandwich that my younger brother just had. Yamasora obviously only heard that Yahito Nagai could make money, but he had selectively forgotten words such as probably maybe. Shan Kong, don't ask me this question about eating now. Look at the door, isn't Nagai Yanggren back? Takeo's eyes lit up, he said to Shan Kong, and at the same time raised his finger to Nagai Yahito at the door. Eat, eat. Yamasora stood up and patted his buttocks, and greeted Nagai Yahito very energetically. Takeo didn't notice at all that Yamasora was so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. At this moment, Takeo and Shan Kong were sitting on the curb, next to the half-opened big bag emitting strange gas, and they hadn't eaten for almost a day. Thinking of Takeo, he felt very angry, and secretly scolded whether his group didn't read the almanac when they left. It was too bad luck. After a day and night of carriage, they passed an inspection intersection, and the inspectors even said that the carriage was overweight and could not pass. And if the mountains on my side go down, the carriage will not be overweight. As for the precious cloth and precious iron ore products, there are a lot of them, so they can't be discarded. As the captain, Takeo will not let any of his team members fall behind, otherwise, who would want to follow him in the future? The groom could only apologetically pull Takeo and the others to Asakusa, which is the closest to Boa City. And the few of them had to enter Asakusa, and had to walk to the station to take the subway line before they could rush to Boa City. But the coachman was careless, even Takeo was careless. The concept of money in Asakusa is basically similar to that of Boa City. To buy anything here, you need token coupons or banknotes to buy. As for gold coins, they are not common here, but they can be converted into vouchers of the same price. As for the celebration of the monarchy in Boya, the chariot is on the road and the celebration has already begun. The so-called celebration will start 3 days later, which is actually the current opening ceremony. This kind of event will last for more than a month, so Takeo and the others don't need to worry too much. However, when Takeo saw so many people in Asakusa at night, he couldn't help thinking that this was an opportunity to make money, so they stayed outside Asakusa for almost 2 days. Nagai Yahito, what's wrong with your face? Takeo looked at Nagai Yahito's face swollen, he lowered his head involuntarily, like a defeated rooster with no fighting spirit. Nagai Yanggren didn't dare to say that he was beaten by a woman, otherwise he might be laughed at by Takeo. Seeing that Nagai Yahito looked silent and lowered his head, Takeo was too embarrassed to ask about the money, probably because he failed to push the goods and didn't make any money. Well, Nagai Yahito, do you want to surprise me? Yamasora stood up suddenly, and he looked at Nagai Yahito with an expectant expression. He didn't want to go to Asakusa Snack Street to eat something now, as long as he had something to eat now. No, I didn't earn any money. Yahito Nagai let out a hysterical roar, as if venting all the previous dissatisfaction. Yamasora was frightened and stupid, and stood where he was, and it took him a long time to recover. Nagai Yanggren, you need to change your temper, hey. Forget it, let's not talk about your problem, you can go get a bowl of hot water, and try to make sure we have a drink tonight. As Takeo was talking, he took out a large porcelain bowl from the gap between the curbs and handed it to Nagai Yanggren. And this big porcelain bowl was the ramen that Takeo ate with the tokens exchanged for all the gold coins on the first day, and the shop owner was a little reluctant to give it to him. No way, Takeo. We are full from the water we drank at noon today. I have already run to the toilet 10 times. If I drink enough water tonight, I am afraid that I will live in the toilet tonight. Nagai Yahito felt that he had no strength in an instant, and he came to the curb where Takeo was and sat down. Hey! The three of Takeo looked at the passing crowd, but they could only sit on the periphery of Asakusa, and couldn't help sighing. Mom, these 3 brothers are so pitiful. A 5 or 6-year-old girl in the distance gently tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes and said, Crown. A coin fell into the large porcelain bowl in front of the 3 of them, making a crisp sound. Chapter 75. Takeo's eyes lit up, he looked at the coins in the bowl, but it was more of a helplessness. We messed up so badly, look at even a child thinks we are here to beg for food. He looked at Yamasora and Nagai Yahito beside him and said. Takeo, why don't we beg for food? Nagai Yahito said with a drooping face. Brother Takeo, how about I? Enough. As soon as Takeo heard the dejection of the 2 of them, he stood up and shouted in disappointment. Isn't it just a day without eating? We gave up, and there will be many ups and downs in life after that, should we all give up? Brother Takeo. I support you. Ding, mountain sky exclamation point plus 100. Yamasora stretched out his right thumb and gave Takeo a thumbs up. Takeo, you're right, choose me, I'm super brave, I won't let you down. Ding, Nagayahito's exclamation point plus 100. Nagayahito forced a smile. At this moment, Takeo seemed to be the incarnation of the mentor of life, he became a beam of light, and his figure gradually became stalwart. Okay, that's what makes sense. Takeo sat back on the curb with some relief, he put one hand on the shoulders of Nagayahito and Yamakuro and said. Gululu. The stomachs of the three will not be so succumb to a few simple chicken soup for the soul and honestly express their heartfelt voice. Krona. 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 In the next second, 3 coins fell into the large porcelain bowl with a crisp sound. The pupils of the three shrank suddenly, their mouths opened wide, and their faces were filled with unbelievable expressions. Takeo suddenly felt that the sound of the coin hitting the porcelain bowl seemed to linger in his heart like the sound of nature that nurtured the soul. Big brother, this is a little coin I asked my mother for again, and now I give it to you. The little girl spoke a little slowly and said in a childlike voice, it was the little girl who turned back just now. Tears welled up in Takeo's heart, he put both hands on the shoulders of Nagayahito and Yamakuro, and said generously. Look. This is the role model for contemporary children, how caring. At this time, the blood vessels in Takeo's arms were clearly visible, because he felt that the 2 hungry guys beside him couldn't bear the temptation of the big porcelain bowl, and they were already ready to move. And Takeo always feels that the little girl will come back, maybe he can throw a few more coins next time, if they are taken away in the child's heart, he will think that they are just idle lazy people. Hirohito Nagai, Yamakura, you two, restrain yourself. Look at that little girl looking back at us just now. Calm down. After a while of persuasion, Takeo felt that Yamasora and Nagayahito were not as impetuous as before, but he put on a painful look and listened carefully to what the little girl wanted to say. The little girl looked at the 3 of Takeo reluctantly, and then returned to her mother, as if she had something to say to her. Mom, I gave all the money you gave me to those 3 poor little brothers, 1 coin each. The mother stopped suddenly, she squatted down and wiped the saliva from the corner of the child's mouth and said softly. But, didn't Mom give you a coin before? Mom is like this. I feel more pitiful for the little brother in the middle. He has no hair on his head, so I gave him 1 more. My mother. Why is this kid so dishonest? I have to return that coin. Takeo, calm down. Don't be impulsive, impulsive is the devil. At this time, the situation suddenly reversed, and Yamasora and Nagayahito held on to Takeo's arm, desperately pulling it back. Takeo, please take pity on us. Nagayangren said anxiously. It's really Takeo who wants to return 1 more coin to others. This way of thinking is also strange. I don't know how long I have been in this demon place. This extra coin is the possibility of living a second longer. It's so pitiful to these children. Yes, it's so pitiful. Did you see that bald head? It seems that his nerves are not normal. A large group of people who came back from the game were discussing, and I heard that this matter was also on the hot search. They all very tacitly threw 1 coin into the big porcelain bowl. Too many coins piled up in the porcelain bowl, and the tone became different from before. Crash! Nagayahito and Shankong next to him swallowed their tasteless saliva, and their empty stomachs all urged themselves to eat. The 2 let go together, Takeo's body paused, and the one with an unstable center of gravity leaned forward and knelt down on the spot. Ding! Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo! Brother Takeo! Nagayahito and Yamasora said in unison, the temptation just now was too great and they couldn't hold it. It's so pitiful. The 2 children around me are so sensible. The crowd of onlookers gradually increased, and there were many wealthy businessmen and local tyrants among them, who came to show their love every day. Crash! Another large wave of coins hit the large porcelain bowl like the flowing water under J-Ocean waterfall, and some of the coins splashed out and rolled to the ground. Takeo! At this moment, Takeo can no longer describe his feelings at this moment, he just wants to say, hurry up and hit me hard in the face with a coin. In fact, it cannot be said that Takeo sees money when he sees money, but he has given too much. When the crowd gradually dispersed, the place where Takeo and the 3 were located was full of hills piled up into coins, which directly made the 3 of them look stupid. Naga Yahito was not idle either, and personally unwrapped the big treasures that had been treasured for many years, and was going to put these coins in the sack first. Naga Yanggren, don't you want these big babies? Shan Kong held his stomach, and he looked at Naga Yahito with some reluctance and whispered. That's right. I can't help but I don't want to throw it away for nothing. After all, I have worked hard to collect these lands for many years. Naga Yanggren said, with a somewhat proud tone. Then don't throw it away, Naga Yahito, maybe I can sell it for you. Takeo suddenly had an idea, but Naga Yahito obviously didn't believe what Takeo said, and sneered back. Takeo, stop joking with me. I know these treasures better than you. I haven't sold any of them after 2 days of selling. You saw my face just now, didn't you? There are still some swellings that have not subsided. Haha. It's different now, we are rich now. Takeo picked up a coin and kissed it, threw it into the air and then landed it in his palm and said. Takeo, you are crazy, you are trying to sell my babies for money, I won't do that. Naga Yahito repeatedly shook his head and said. Takeo. Takeo's head was full of black lines, he finally knew why Naga Yanggren couldn't sell. If I had known earlier that when choosing a teammate, I should bring a teammate with a smart brain. Chapter 76. After these 2 days of understanding, Takeo also knows that to survive in the place of Asakusa, applying for an Asakusa 1 card is a necessary condition. Naga Yahito, Shan Kong, let's go and deposit the coins tonight into a card. Takeo looked at the quiet surroundings, then gently picked up the large porcelain bowl in front of the ground and said. Naga Yahito and Yamasora also nodded again and again. They picked up the coins on the ground very seriously, and looked around, for fear that if a coin was missed here, it would be a loss. A while later, Takeo and the others came to a 24-hour newsstand outside Asakusa. There are various magazines and books outside the newsstand, and the eye-catching shelves are full of guidelines for survival in Asakusa, which is a very popular magazine. Brother Takeo, since everyone is here, let's buy a copy. Shan Kong looked at the books on the newspaper shelf and discussed, after all, they were in a different place, and if they had a book, they wouldn't be running around like headless flies. Takeo nodded and agreed with Yamazora's words. It is true that in Asakusa, a strange city, he still needs to buy a book to study. He put 2 coins into the money slot, and the iron claws that fixed the magazine were snapped off in an instant, and Takeo stretched out 2 fingers to pick up a copy of 100 Little Tips on How to Save Yourself and walked away contentedly. On the other hand, Yamasora bought the guidelines for living in Asakusa, but Yahito Nagai stood on the spot and let out a crazy laugh. Nagai Yahito, what book did you buy? Yamasora asked curiously, and Takeo immediately became interested. It's just that Nagai Yahito quickly rolled up his beloved magazine into a tube shape, looked at Takeo and Yamasora with a vigilant face, and preached perfunctorily. It's just an ordinary magazine, there's nothing to say, Takeo, we're going to save money, hurry up. I'm so hungry. Takeo squinted his eyes, and seeing Naga Yahito's eagerness to urge him, he knew that Naga Yahito was not buying any serious magazines. Ah! Naga Yanggren, let me have a look, the name of the magazine How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with Me is really strange. Taking advantage of Yahito Nagai's free time when he was talking to Takeo, Yamasora snatched the magazine from him and read it. Shan Kong, return the magazine to me quickly, this thing is not suitable for you to read yet. Naga Yahito, what kind of story is this telling? As Shan Kong said, he wanted to open it and have a look. Nothing, a touching love story. Yahito Yamai hurriedly stopped him, but his answer was a little guilty, but he was relieved to see Yamako return the magazine to him. Takeo pondered for a while, then smiled knowingly at Naga Yanggren and thought, this guy seems to have really been hit this time. Holding a large porcelain bowl, he signaled Shan Kong to open the side door of the newsstand, and inside was a self-service deposit machine. Takeo and the others threw all the coins into the machine at once, and after a while, a card came out from the exit below, and the machine prompted the voice. Ding! Card number 6666. Balance 319. Note, this card has no real name, no compensation if lost, please show this card in time before consumption, and keep the card properly. Takeo and the others listened to the notification tone from the newsstand. Although the balance in the card was not very large, at least they could have a full meal tonight. Shan Kong, Takeo, I am treating you tonight, eat whatever you want. Nagai Yanggren said cheerfully. He had long forgotten some bad experiences before. The three walked into Asakusa, and Yamasora happily opened the guidelines for living in Asakusa that he had just bought and glanced at it. The few people before had been in the peripheral activities of Asakusa because of lack of money, and now it was the first time to officially come to Asakusa, and the sight in front of them still opened their eyes. Look at you two, forget it, I'll be your guide, follow me. Nagai Yahito walked in the front, Takeo and Yamasora followed behind. As for the big bag that Yamasora regarded as a treasure, whoever has the money will carry it around. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning rushed towards Nagai Yanggren quickly, and Takeo only saw after images mixed with the sound of the wind. He was startled, the golden hand axe was ready at any time, but the figure stopped in front of them. Brothers, I look at your clothes, it looks like foreigners, do you need a rickshaw? A middle-aged man in his 40s asked Takeo and the others with a kind face. Master, how much is it? Yamasora and Nagai Yahito were a little eager to try the ride, and they must be very curious about new things. Not much, 10 yuan per person, 30 for 3 people. The rickshaw master reported his price with a smile on his face, and added enthusiastically when he saw that several people did not agree immediately. Several brothers, you don't know that the price is already very low. You have also seen my leg speed, which is not much slower than those iron guys. Would you like to sit and experience it? As the rickshaw master said, he sent Shankong and the others to the car enthusiastically, regardless of whether they agreed or not. It was a bit violent to pick up the job according to the current words. Wait! Wait! Brothers, that's a liar, be careful not to take his car. At this time, another rickshaw quickly drove towards the direction of Takeo and the others, still muttering something. One foot has already stepped into the sky of the rickshaw, and the foot is retracted. He looked at Takeo, while he jumped off the rickshaw, and looked apologetically at the rickshaw master who came first. You guys have 10 yuan, if you want to come, get in the car and leave immediately. The previous rickshaw driver obviously looked at the guests and said anxiously. Ding, Takeo's exclamation point plus 100. Takeo sighed secretly in surprise, my good fellow, are you pulling a rickshaw like this now? Takeo didn't beep too much, 10 yuan was indeed very cheap, so he called Yamasora and Nagai Yahito to get in the car quickly. Brothers, sit still. The rickshaw master kindly reminded Takeo and the others. It's just that when he turned his head, there was an inadvertent smile on his face, and a green light rose from his legs. Takeo looked at that ray of light, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. In an instant, the speed of the rickshaw accelerated several times, and the legs of the rickshaw master were so fast that there were layers of phantoms. The speed of this car is a bit too fast. Yamasora and Nagai Yahito said in surprise. Looking at the scene of the Yanbian shops around Asakusa retreating rapidly, it's just that Takeo noticed a clue. The red number on a monitor on the side armrest is rapidly receding, it seems to be the balance of the money I just saved. Master! Stop! Takeo shouted, while Yamasora and Nagai Yahito were a little dizzy and unable to parry. Chapter 77. Quick click stop stop. Takeo let out a hysterical growl, but the rickshaw master obviously had no intention of stopping. Then don't blame me for being rude. With a thought in Takeo's mind, a wooden sledgehammer appeared in his hand out of thin air. The wooden sledgehammer, which weighed more than 10 kilograms, hit the rickshaw master directly on the back. Bang dang! Ah! How is it possible? Takeo let out an exclamation, and his wooden sledgehammer directly penetrated the body of the rickshaw master. Wooden sledgehammer missed, and the strong inertia brought by the weight threw Takeo's whole body away, smashing a big hole in the ground. There were many scars on his body, a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his eyes from his forehead, and his face was haggard and frightening. All of a sudden, a group of unknown enthusiasts immediately surrounded him, and Takeo barely stood up, his eyes revealing deep self-blame. What the hell is that? Is it a demon? Thinking of this, Takeo involuntarily shivered, but the strange rickshaw had already disappeared from Takeo's sight. Yamasora, Nagai Yahito, please don't worry about anything. Takeo kept praying in his heart, and his body made a click sound as if it was falling apart. Young man, are you okay? Bald head, your head is injured, do you want to go to the hospital to bandage it? Let me go, please let me go. The crowd of onlookers was getting more and more chattering, but Takeo was obviously more worried about his two teammates. However, this is the busiest business district, and more people gathered to watch. They formed a huge impenetrable human wall, and firmly protected Takeo inside, which made him a little bit broken. What to do, who can tell me what to do next? For the first time, Takeo felt lost. He looked at the blood dripping on the ground, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. The surrounding voices are getting smaller and smaller at this moment. Takeo is horrified, he knows that he might faint. Takeo! Why are you here? A hand clapped on Takeo's shoulder, and that familiar voice made Takeo's heart tremble. Takeo raised his head, with misty teardrops in his eyes, dark red hair, and an obvious scar on his left cheek, and the red sunwheel earrings swayed with the shaking of his body. Elder brother! Takeo is also a human being, he has always lived as the captain, and is the spiritual pillar in the hearts of others. Komatsu Tanjiro hugged his younger brother Komatsu Takeo tightly, and at this moment Takeo felt how happy it was to have his brother's support. At this moment, Takeo gradually loses consciousness, and at the moment he is suffering from blood sickness, he completely passed out, but this time he is very relaxed, with a faint smile on his face. Tanjiro looked at Takeo's bald head, his head was covered with blood, and his clothes were torn into pieces. He didn't quite believe that the person in front of him was his younger brother Takeo Komatsu, but Tanjiro's keen sense of smell would not lie. For some reason, Tanjiro is feeling very distressed now. This is the first time he and his brother have met after being separated for so long. Although he imagined many scenes, he did not expect the meeting to be so hasty. If I hadn't gone to Asakusa this time to perform the task of the Demon Slayer squad, I really might not know when I would see my brother. It's not good, it smells like demons. Tanjiro felt a throbbing in his heart. There were already too many people watching here. Once the evil spirits cannibalized people, he was afraid that his current power would not be able to fully protect the lives of these people. Thank you, everyone, if you're okay, hurry up and leave. Tanjiro waved his hands to the crowd watching behind him, saying that he dared not say that there were evil spirits haunting him. Otherwise, it is likely to have the opposite effect, but the crowd may take it as a joke, but Tanjiro dare not take the risk to try. Now he has touched the handle of the sunwheel knife with one hand, and he is working with the breathing method of full concentration, always ready to kill the evil spirits that appear suddenly. Not good. It's coming. Tanjiro's sensitive sense of smell was the fastest to feed back to his brain, and the smell had a faint floral fragrance. Blood demon art, confusing blood fragrance of visual dreams. The aroma gradually became stronger, turning into a pale yellow ribbon. This strange ribbon surrounded Tanjiro's location, and at the same time blocked the sight of all the people. Tanjiro's face was covered with nervous sweat at the moment, and what surprised him even more was that when he tried to pull out the Japanese sword, his body didn't listen at all. As if his body had been cast by magic, he was firmly nailed there and could not move. Flowers of various colors compete to open and cluster together, and the blooming flowers gradually wither, and the fallen petals fall to the ground to form a flower road, and the smoke is filled, which is intoxicating. And in the middle of the flower path, there were two figures walking towards Tanjiro's position. Not good. Tanjiro adjusted his breathing rate with concentrated breathing, trying to forcefully break through the control of this illusionary force. If this woman launched a complete attack in this downtown area, it would be very difficult for him to control the situation with his current strength. Don't be afraid of the boy, I'm here to help you, I'm actually a demon, but I'm also a doctor. Tanjiro looked for the sound, and saw a female demon wearing a kimono saying that her left arm was still bleeding, and the colorful mist that lingered for a long time was obviously the vampire used by this female demon. Surgery. And beside the female demon was a young man with green hair, who was looking at Tanjiro with some hostility. Then can you take a look at my younger brother Komatsu Takeo, he passed out for some reason. Tanjiro said pleadingly, the reason why he was moved by the female demon's words was because her blood demon technique didn't kill any human beings, and his keen sense of smell didn't smell any bloody smell outside. You bastard, hurry up and apologize to Lord Tamayo. Before Tanjiro finished speaking, Yoshiro said to Tanjiro angrily. He felt that Tanjiro's vigilant eyes were obviously a naked provocation to his own Lord Tamayo. Yoshiro is fine, you have to remember, I am a doctor, as long as he is a patient, we have the right to help him. Tamayo had gentle eyes, and spoke kindly to Yoshiro beside him. But, Lord Tamayo, will you? It's okay, Yoshiro, let's go there quickly. Tamayo interrupted Yoshiro's overly concerned words, and after hearing this, Yoshiro didn't say much. He followed behind Master Tamayo, and came to Tanjiro with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 78. Tanjiro and his party followed Mist Tsuyoshi to a remote dead end, surrounded by dense forests, and scattered graves could be seen outside the fence, which looked eerie. Okay, here we are. Tamayo said, neither humble nor overbearing, but Tanjiro hurriedly asked with great doubts in his heart. Miss Tamayo, isn't the place you live in a bit too scary? It's full of dark trees. Is it really okay to rest here at night? Tamayo turned his head and smiled slightly and waved his arms forward, while Yoshiro, who was on the side, explained to Tanjiro with some contempt. This is a trick specially set up by Master Tamayo. Master Tamayo would not live in such a dilapidated place. Before Yoshiro finished speaking, the forest in front quickly disappeared, and a huge eye rune with a strange shape appeared in front of Tanjiro. Hurry up and go! Yoshiro gently pushed the bewildered Tanjiro forward, and ripples began to appear on the walls of the dead-end alley. A few people passed through the fantasy wall, and Tanjiro looked around in surprise. What was replaced was a very warm two-story villa, and behind it was a courtyard where Miss Tamayo drank tea and watched flowers. Miss Tamayo, your blindfold is amazing. Is this also a kind of blood demon technique? Tanjiro said with some extra curiosity, and Miss Tamayo nodded and said, yes, my blood demon technique is mainly based on hallucinations, and I hide my room mainly to better protect myself, but most of the assigned work Yoshiro will replace it and complete it. Yoshiro on the side heard Master Tamayo was praising him, and lowered his head in embarrassment. His shy appearance was more like a child. Before a few people entered the room, Tanjiro could smell the strong and somewhat pungent herbal smell, which was probably the residue of various medicines that Miss Tamayo had prepared all the year round. Miss Tamayo, Yoshiro, wait for me. Tanjiro came to an open space, settled the unconscious Takeo for a while, and then opened the special foggy spruce wooden box behind him and said, Sister, it's already night, you can come out now, and your brother Takeo is also here. Nezuko turned over and walked out of the wooden box awkwardly, looking very cute. With a bamboo hanging in her mouth, she looked at the surrounding environment with her pink eyes, and then looked at Takeo, who was still in a coma. Although Nezuko can't speak now, the concern in her eyes is obvious. If I'm not mistaken, your sister looks like a demon too. Tsushima, who was walking in front, turned to look at Tanjiro. After all, only demons understand demons better. Tanjiro nodded when he heard that, but Yoshiro next to Miss Tsuyoshi yelled at Nezuko like a cat with fur. Tanjiro, this is your sister, why is she so ugly? She looks like an ugly girl. What? Yoshiro, who stepped on the thunder accurately, may not know the current situation, but Tanjiro is a little angry. Mr. Yoshiro, Nezuko is not an ugly girl, please open your eyes and take a closer look at her appearance. Talking about Tanjiro hugging his arms forward, showing the sight of his younger sister Nezuko's gorgeous appearance, he asked this one in front of him angrily, and said to Mr. Yoshiro, who was beautiful and misunderstood. Mr. Yoshiro, my younger sister Nezuko is the most beloved beauty in the town, you should take a good look at it. Yoshiro frowned. In his usual thinking, there were only two kinds of women, ugly girls and Tamayo. He turned around a little bored, and continued to follow behind his master Tamayo. Mr. Yoshiro, did you listen to me carefully? Let's go to the bright hall and you are taking a good look at my sister. She has 10 fans, 9 are greedy, and 1 is particularly greedy. Miss Tamayo was the first to enter her residence, and Yoshiro, who followed closely beside Tamayo, paused for a moment, then turned around and said, Tanjiro, you have a lot of things to do. After listening to it, don't be too unreasonable to Lord Tamayo after you go in. You don't care about me. If Master Tamayo was willing to help you heal your brother, I would not bring you here. Well, put your brother on the bed here. As soon as he entered the door, Tanjiro heard Miss Tamayo ordering him, and he quickly followed suit, placing his younger brother Takeo on the bed steadily. Tamayo simply checked the unconscious Takeo, including pulse, breathing rate, skin trauma, etc., and then said, Tanjiro, your younger brother Takeo should be fine, he just has some anemia and he will get better after a rest. Tamayo found a piece of clean gauze, and wiped away the blood stains on Takeo's forehead lying on the bed little by little. Miss Tamayo, don't you feel uncomfortable helping humans treat their wounds? Tanjiro watched as Miss Tsuyoshi was wiping Takeo's wound, her arm visibly moved. What? Yoshiro's fist hit Tanjiro's chest hard, and Tanjiro's chest heaved violently, only feeling that his chest was stuffy now, and he didn't understand why Yoshiro wanted to hit him. What do you know, as demons, we are trying our best to restrain our strong desire for flesh and blood, and treat you humans at the same time. Yoshiro gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Feel sorry. Tanjiro lowered his head and didn't expect that the demon in front of him was still thinking about the safety of human beings, and he was filled with emotion. Stop. Why are you beating someone? Tamayo stood up slightly, looked at Tanjiro apologetically and said. To be honest, she sometimes feels headaches about Yoshiro's violent and extreme activities, but she knows that Yoshiro is not a bad child. Please get along well. Tamayo said with a smile, but Tanjiro at the side felt something was wrong. How could it be possible to get along with each other? Yoshiro next to him had a gloomy face, and Tanjiro could still hear the creak sound of Yoshiro's teeth clenched. It seemed that he was on the verge of collapse. Actually, I'm not too uncomfortable. Compared with ordinary demons, it should be a lot easier. After all, it's me, and I have transformed my body a lot. Tamayo put one hand close to his chest, and said helplessly. Demon dance Suji no misery. Curse, change, reform the body. On the other hand, Tanjiro was shocked when he heard Ms. Tsushima's words, and it seemed that he wanted to tell Tanjiro, who is a member of the Demon Slayer team, something. Tamashi took off the white clothes he wore as a doctor, exposed his kimono robe and made a gesture of invitation to Tanjiro. Yoshiro walked quickly to the shelf full of books in front, and gently pushed it away. It was the main living room, and there was a photo of Master Tamayo's family of 3 hanging on the wall, which was very warm. Chapter 79. Nezuko, sit up quickly, it's impolite for you to be in someone else's house like this. Tanjiro looked at his younger sister Nezuko, who was already lying on the tatami floor. Her pink eyes were staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering what she was thinking. Hee. It's okay, Tanjiro, don't talk about her like that, just be casual so you don't have to be so restrained. Miss Tamayo smiled knowingly. After all, she has lived for hundreds of years, and it is rare for her family to be so lively. She is obviously an ugly girl, but she is so overconfident. Yoshiro looked at Nezuko, who was in a daze, and whispered his dissatisfaction. I'm really sorry, Miss Tamayo, you can continue talking. Tanjiro said apologetically, while Tsuyoshi, who was beside him, nodded slightly, and then said. Actually, after the transformation, we don't need to eat people to survive, and we only need to drink a small amount of human blood in our daily lives. Drink blood. But that's not. Tanjiro felt inexplicably uncomfortable, but Ms. Tamayo had expected that Tanjiro might have such concerns and patiently explained. We bought this blood from humans who are in short supply in the name of blood transfusion. This amount of bleeding will not cause damage to their bodies. I can assure you of this. Tanjiro's sensitive nose has been upgraded to LV 2.0, and now he can even smell lies. He sniffed carefully with his nose. Miss Tamayo's smell was very clear, and there was no smell of lies. This person could be trusted. Tanjiro was a little enlightened when he heard Miss Tamayo's explanation, but even a demon like Miss Tamayo still needs to rely on blood to survive. And his younger sister Nezuko can completely get rid of this bloodthirsty desire. Based on this, he has reason to believe that his younger sister Nezuko will definitely be able to turn back into a human being. And Yoshiro needs even less human blood, because I turned this child into a demon. Miss Tsuyoshi was talking to herself, while Tanjiro, who was beside her, was greatly shocked. Because according to what he learned from his predecessor Rinaki Seikanji, only the blood of the Demon King Animate Tsuchimomi can turn humans into demons. Miss Tamayo felt the inexplicable fear in Tanjiro's body and comforted her. This understanding is correct. After all, I have spent 200 years, and I only managed to turn Yoshiro's child into a demon. More than 200 years. My God, Miss Tamayo, how old have you lived? Puff. Yoshiro punched Tanjiro in the chest, and Tanjiro had a miserable face, almost out of breath. Don't you know you can't ask a woman's age casually? Yoshiro poked Tanjiro's chest with his furious fingers. He felt that Tanjiro's thinking was really like a piece of wood, but Juz, who was beside him, angrily accused Yoshiro of being wrong. Yoshiro, if you keep messing around like this, I won't forgive you. Yoshiro took a stride, crossed his legs and quickly did that, very well behaved, with a harmless look on his face. He quietly looked at Lord Tamayo's cheek. It turns out that Master Tamayo is really beautiful when he is angry. Tamayo-sama set up a wooden table on the tatami, and put a pot of tea on the table. She glanced at Yoshiro from the corner of her eye as she leaned over. At this time, Yoshiro was staring at her. She couldn't help feeling nervous. She quickly looked away, and continued to drink tea with her heart beating a little faster. In my heart, I thought that at my age, I shouldn't feel this way. Yoshiro was sitting on the tatami, with his arms propped on his chin, staring at the side face of Lord Tamayo obsessively, not knowing what he was thinking. Nezuko was lying on the tatami, kicking her legs around, like a man-made vacuum cleaner, popping up from time to time, looking at her brother Tanjiro. Her legs sometimes swing in the air, which looks very cute. Miss Tamayo, who has become a demon, is there any way to make her become a human again? Tanjiro looked at Miss Tamayo. He felt as if he had found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly asked the confusion in his heart. There is a way to turn demons back into humans. Miss Tamayo thought for a while and replied affirmatively. Then Miss Tamayo, please tell me quickly. Tanjiro was very excited when he heard that, rather than killing evil spirits, his greater wish was to let his sister Nezuko live like an ordinary person. Tanjiro excitedly got up and approached where Miss Tsushima was. Suddenly he felt a chill approaching him rapidly. You are not allowed to get so close to Master Tamayo. Yoshiro grabbed Tanjiro's wrist angrily and spun it around. Using his shoulders as a fulcrum, he supported Tanjiro's upper body with both hands, shoulder to shoulder, and a very standard over-the-shoulder throw directly through Tanjiro, who was caught off guard. Yoshiro, what have you done? Miss Tamayo's complexion became extremely ugly, countless black lines of contempt appeared between her brows, her lips kept trembling, and she looked extremely angry. Master Tamayo, I didn't hit him, I just used the over-the-shoulder throw. Yoshiro looked at Lord Tamayo's angry face and argued. That's not okay. Miss Tsushima looked helplessly at Tanjiro, who had been thrown on the ground and hadn't recovered for a long time. Yes. Lord Tamayo, I won't do this in the future. Yoshiro sat obediently aside, returning to his previous appearance again. Miss Tamayo, what method can I turn my sister back into a human? Tanjiro stood up. The over-the-shoulder fall just now really hurt him a bit, but in order to know how his sister turned back into a human, he still patiently wanted to listen to Miss Tamayo's explanation. Blood, I need you to help me collect the blood of Anime Suji or his team called 12 Demon Moon for research. As long as I have enough blood samples, I will definitely solve your sister's problem. On the other side, Takeo was lying on the white bed. He was in a daze as if he had a nightmare. His back was covered with cold sweat. Where is this place, brother? Shankong, Nagaya Hito, where are you all now? Takeo got up quickly. The gauze on his forehead seemed to have been pasted just now, and the smell of alcohol covered on it had not yet evaporated completely. Looking at the strange medicine around him, he seemed to be in a hospital. He got up and pushed open the door beside him. He couldn't help being surprised. Chapter 80. Sister Nezuko, what are you doing? At this moment, Nezuko was lying on the ground with a cute expression on her face. She crawled around on the ground like a caterpillar. Boom! Nezuko's head hit the door of a side cabinet in front, making a crisp sound. Sister, don't scare me. Takeo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly picked up Sister Nezuko. To be honest, Nezuko is very light. Holding her in his arms, he felt that his sister was really a small one, very cute. At this time, Nezuko's pink eyes lit up, and she still had some impressions of Takeo's younger brother in her memory. Suddenly the side cabinet next to Takeo shook violently. Takeo was startled first. He held Nezuko in both hands, and cautiously looked at the side cabinet beside him. Meow. A meow came from the side cabinet. Takeo put Nezuko on the bed, and opened the side cabinet curiously. The side cabinet has a lot of space. In the cabinet, a beautiful three-colored cat is playing with the ball of thread in its hand with its little paws, making meow meow calls from time to time. When Sanhuamao sees Takeo barging in, its golden pupils stand up slightly, as if it is somewhat hostile to the arrival of this stranger. Takeo. Cha-Cha-wan must not be unreasonable. Miss Tamayo and Tanze had just finished talking about things when they heard their three-flowered cat Cha-Cha-wan barking non-stop, so they came over to check. Miss Tamayo said to the three-flowered cat in the side cabinet, and then Tamayo looked at Takeo. You're awake. You are. Takeo was a little puzzled. A woman in kimono suddenly appeared in front of him, which surprised him a little. Takeo, it's great to see you're all right. Tanjiro behind him walked forward quickly. Seeing that Takeo could get out of bed and walk, he gave Takeo a big hug. In Tanjiro's heart, the family can be reunited and peacefully together, which is his happiest thing. After Tanjiro's brief self-report, Takeo understood that he was healing his wounds in a home called Tamayo. Since you're fine, that's great, let's have a cup of the tea you just brewed. Tamayo invited several people to drink tea in front of the bookstore on the side, but Tanjiro found that Takeo was always depressed, so he just took the opportunity to ask. Takeo, do you have something on your mind? Brother, my friends and I got lost. To be precise, I felt like I got into a black rickshaw. I wanted to teach the driver a lesson, but I let him slip away. Takeo held up the steaming teacup in his hand, he looked at his brother and poured bitter water. For the two lost friends, Takeo was full of self-blame. Well, no wonder when I saw you, your head was covered with blood. It turned out that you were thrown off by a rickshaw. Hey! Another troublesome guy. Yushi, who was sitting beside Tamayo, seemed a little reluctant, and it was a headache for him to disturb his alone time with Master Tamayo. Brother, why did you come to Asakusa? Takeo hurriedly asked while drinking hot tea. Look at my brain, now my brother is already a member of the demon killing team, of course he is performing the task of killing demons, and the place where the demons haunt this time is in Asakusa. Brother, are you saying that there are evil spirits in Asakusa? Takeo's pupils contracted suddenly, which reminded him of his two friends, maybe they were really eaten by demons. Takeo, where are you going at night? Tanjiro saw that Takeo stood up and was about to go out to look for it, so he hurriedly stopped him and said, in fact, he didn't know where the evil spirits would appear at night. Are you talking about rickshaws just now? Although I don't know if the one you are looking for will be there, most of the rickshaws are in a trading company called Li Shang. Trading company? Takeo and Tanjiro looked at the well-informed Ms. Tsuyoshi with some puzzlement. After all, I have lived for almost 300 years, and I know a little bit about Asakusa. Takeo, can you tell me about the strangeness of that rickshaw? A deep sense of gratitude rose in Takeo's heart, seeing that Miss Tamayo was very concerned about his encounter, so he tried to recall the situation at that time in his mind and said. We have never made a rickshaw before, and the rickshaw is new. There is a timer on the armrest that can be displayed digitally, which seems to record the distance. Takeo, besides these, do you have any other special discoveries, such as people or objects pulling the cart? Tamayo also had no clue when he heard it, so he could only let Takeo continue talking. Oh! I remembered, the master of the rickshaw runs very fast, the speed is like a phantom. He also said that his legs are incomparable. On the other hand, Takeo revealed everything about himself tonight, hoping that Miss Tamayo in front of him could give some suitable clues from it. No matter how fast a rickshaw is, it is much slower than a machine-driven vehicle. How could it be as fast as the speed of sound? Takeo, are you sure you are riding a rickshaw instead of a car? Miss Tamayo looked at Takeo in front of her with some doubts, but some of Takeo's statements did not stand up to any scrutiny in her opinion. Miss Tamayo, you have to believe me, what I really said is all the truth, my two friends can testify, but they were pulled away by that weird rickshaw. Lord Tamayo, I know what to do. Yoshiro on the side found a clue at this moment, maybe he can use this method to find the clue of the rickshaw. Yoshiro, tell me quickly, what is the solution? At this moment, Yoshiro successfully attracted Tamayo's attention. He looked at Master Tamayo's expression, and he felt a little dark in his heart, and he lowered the enemies of the Tanjiro brothers a lot. Just now I heard Takeo say that the handrails of the rickshaw can be automatically deducted. We only need to go to the bank here to check the flow, and then we can find the rickshaw that Takeo said according to the consumption address of the flow. Yoshiro, you have helped me a lot. When Takeo heard Yoshiro's analysis, his face showed excitement, and he took a step forward and hugged Yoshiro, which made Yoshiro immediately messed up. Bastard! Why are you hugging me? My body belongs to Master Tamayo, you hateful bastards, don't even think about touching my body. Yoshiro yelled, he tried hard to break free from Takeo's arm, but Takeo thought Yoshiro was too shy and embarrassed, so he never thought Takeo would be wrong. Joshi on the side also felt helpless, but she was very happy when she saw Yoshiro's deflated expression for the first time.